In a spacious office, a middle-aged officer adorned with 3-star badges sits regally in an armchair. He presses a cigarette, but into an ashtray, his resolute face fixed on the young officer standing straight across from him. The young officer stands tall and robust, his tanned skin and chiseled features lending him an extraordinary handsomeness. Fengwu, this mission is daunting. You won't decline, will you? The general remarked in a calm tone. With an impassive expression and an upright stance, Fengwu thundered, Hui Shou, do I possess the right to refuse? Hearing this, the general's previously severe expression turned into a scolding smile as he exclaimed, Spare me your pretenses, do as you will. Upon hearing the general's words, Fengwu chuckled with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He picked up the half-box of special edition cigarettes before the general lit one and nonchalantly stowed the box in his pocket. After drawing a deep drag, Fengwu inquired, Why was I chosen? The general sighed and said, Do you really think I would choose this lightly? You are the only 26-year-old major general and the sole instructor of the Shualong Special Forces. Had the mission not been so formidable, the higher-ups would never have sent you back to society. Then the general paused, furrowing his brow as he declared, Fengwu, you must understand your former identity. Reintegrated into society, you are no longer the celebrated war deity adorned with countless medals, but once again you revert to being a rapist. Undeterred, Fengwu laughed and remarked, It matters not. I have been an outcast since childhood, an unloved bastard, mocked and humiliated. Poverty and constant scorn twisted my mind. I mastered brawling and extortion. Returning to that life is all too familiar to me. However, a trace of melancholy darkened Fengwu's eyes as he continued. This also resulted in an incident that still torments me to this day. In his youthful ignorance, swayed by delinquents and alcohol, he committed an act that betrayed his own principles. A month after his incarceration, he was taken away by someone, and step by step he rose to become the finest warrior in Huaxia. Yet those past events still haunt him. He never even managed to glimpse the face of the girl he wronged. Sigh. Fengwu exhaled a smoke ring and smiled at the general, remarking, So, old Luo, I am truly grateful for the opportunity you bestowed upon me. Without it, I might still be languishing in jail as a mere scoundrel. Calling a general old Luo, a title only Fengwu dares to use in the Huaxia military camp, is a testament to his audacity and self-worth. Old Luo, named Luo Tianfei, hails from the illustrious Huaxia human family and serves as the supreme commander of the Shualong Special Forces, the highest echelon special operations unit in Huaxia. Hearing this, the general's expression grew even graver as he confessed, In truth, it was another who rescued you from prison and brought you into the camp. Oh, Fengwu murmured, his brows knitting as a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. For 8 years he had believed it was old Luo who recognized his potential. Could there really have been someone else? Luo Tianfei continued, Fengwu, I have long been curious about your true origins. You claim to be an abandoned child, yet an abandoned one would never be able to ascend into the Shualong Special Forces. Upon hearing this, Fengwu's brows furrowed even more intensely. Could it be that there was indeed someone else aiding him, intricately tied to his origins? Observing Fengwu's perplexity, Luo Tianfei smiled and said, I have searched long and hard, and your origins remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps you are truly a fortunate abandoned child. Nevertheless, I can ease the burden of guilt upon your heart. At these words, Fengwu's eyes brightened noticeably. Luo Tianfei continued, At that time the girl you wronged was in Haihua City. Her name is Qin. She encountered you by chance because she had been drugged. If I am not mistaken, you two were likely under the influence of drugs. Qin. Fengwu murmured, No wonder she behaved so peculiarly, and no wonder my self-control faltered. Regrettably, I never even managed to see her face clearly. She was once a gem admired by all, but now she is a pitiable woman who has suffered much injustice. In these years, she has risen to become an executive in her family business, accompanied by her daughter. Luo Tianfei added. Luo Tianfei continued his discourse. Upon hearing that Qin had endured numerous hardships, Fengwu was filled with remorse. Yet upon learning she had become a mother, his heart lightened as he remarked, So she is married. I hope her life is blessed and complete. Hearing this, Luo Tianfei shook his head and snorted, She bore a daughter in the year following your transgression, and as a result, she was nearly cast out by her family, her dignity shattered. In short, you ruined her life. What? Fengwu suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice rising in shock. He never fathomed that he had wrought such grievous harm upon that girl. One can only imagine the immense agony endured by a girl who is assaulted, an unwed pregnancy that would subject her to relentless ridicule and humiliation. Gradually, Fengwu's expression grew profoundly solemn, and in a deep voice, he declared, From this day forward, my life, Fengwu, belongs entirely to that woman and her daughter. Luo Tianfei sighed and said, Hurry forth, it appears Qin is in trouble. Delay and regret will shadow you forever. Bang! A resounding bang shattered the solid wooden desk, leaving a gaping hole. 2 days later at 7 p.m. in the bustling heart of Haihua City, an upscale hotel hosted an opulent banquet. Outside the hotel, a luxurious Hummer stood parked its cabin, filled with swirling smoke. Inside, the driver, front passenger, and 2 men in the rear, 4 in total, were present. Likewise, all 4 men sport tan skin and remarkably robust physiques. Seated in the rear, Fengwu casually discarded a cigarette. But, "Tell me everything about the Qin family," Fengwu said in a low, menacing tone, his eyes chillingly devoid of emotion. The man in the front passenger seat replied respectfully, "Instructor, the Qin family, though not top tier, is among the few family enterprises in Haihua City and wields a measure of power. Currently, the head of the Qin family is Qin Guangnan. Today marks his 70th birthday, and he intends to use this opportunity to marry off his granddaughter Qin Xinghan to a man named Zhang Gu, whose father chairs a major company. Though not as formidable as the Qin family, his wealth exceeds 100 million. However, Zhang Gu is a prodigal second-generation rich man known for his debauchery and poor character." The man beside Fengwu added, "Instructor, it is said that Qin Xinghan has suffered endless injustice over the years. The entire Qin family has virtually dehumanized her, oppressing her at every turn." Hearing this, Fengwu's expression turned ice cold as he declared, "From today on, no one shall allow my woman to suffer any more grievances." With that, he pushed open the door and stepped out. "Instructor, let us accompany you to lend support," the driver urgently called out. The driver Yang Lu, the front passenger Lu Peng, and the rear seat occupant Lin Chong are elite members of the Shualong Special Forces, each holding the rank of colonel. Despite their youth, their authority is immense, capable of commanding local forces. Such is the might of the Shualong Special Forces. Each of these 3 is a formidable warlord in his own right, yet they hold Fengwu in reverence as one would a deity. After closing the car door, Fengwu stated, "There is no need, your identities must remain concealed. Should the need arise, I will summon you." With that, he strode toward the hotel entrance. Inside the hotel, amidst the lively celebration of numerous banquets, Qin Guangnan, clad in a red tang suit and beaming with cheer, received a flood of congratulatory toasts. In the far corner of these many banquet tables sat an inconspicuous small table occupied by 4 individuals, practically 3.5 people. Among them was a little girl about 6 or 7 years old, whose delicate features and sparkling eyes exuded an indescribable charm. Her tiny twin ponytails rendered her exceptionally endearing. Beside the little girl sat a strikingly beautiful woman appearing to be in her 20s. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and though dressed casually, her breathtaking beauty was undeniable. Every gesture exuded a soft allure that seemed to invite tender affection. Occasionally, the woman glanced tenderly at the little girl beside her, her eyes brimming with ineffable warmth, yet tinged with a profound melancholy. Beside them stood a man and a woman, both in their 40s, their faces marked by an overwhelming sorrow. "Xinghan, heed your mother's words. Though I cannot bear to part with Jingxi, if I entrust her to a good family, you may marry the son of the Zhang group without worry, and thus your life might be eased," her voice pleaded. Yang Yu, looking intently at Qin Xinghan, earnestly offered her advice. Yang Yu was the wife of Qin Guangnan's second son, Qin Ji. Over the years, for Qinghan Sake, she had borne endless grievances and humiliations. Her daughter had been raped, and amid ceaseless insults, she bore the child of the aggressor. Thus Yang Yu not only loathed the rapist, but extended that hatred even to her granddaughter, a child who ought never to have existed. At times, she had felt the urge to secretly abandon the baby. Qin Xinghan spooned a bit of greens for the little girl before looking up and saying, "Mother, I accept my cursed fate. Yet if Jingxi leaves me, I'd rather wander the streets in despair." Noting Xinghan's stubbornness, Qin Ji sighed and remarked, "Xinghan, although Jingxi is obedient and sensible, she is after all the daughter of a rapist. You cannot care for her forever." At these words, Qin Xinghan's expression darkened. She frowned and said, "Father, how can you speak thus? I know Jingxi's biological father is a scoundrel. I know not his visage or name. But Jingxi is my daughter, the one I brought into this world. With a bad father must you add another unfeeling mother?" Thus Qin Xinghan shed heart-wrenching tears once more, for none could comprehend the years of sorrow she had borne. Having been raped, with neither friends offering sympathy nor family understanding her plight, only endless humiliation and abuse, she knew her life had been ruined by that man. In her despair, she had contemplated ending it all, yet Jingxi's birth rekindled a glimmer of hope, so she endured every humiliation, determined only to raise her daughter to adulthood, even as she detested the rapist who had shattered her life. The little girl's lips pressed together. Though young, her keen intelligence let her sense that everyone except her mother despised her. The child drew out a tissue and offered it to Qin Xinghan, choked as she said, "Mama, Jingxi has made you sad again. It's all my fault. Please don't send me away. I will be obedient." Hearing her words, Qin Xinghan's tears flowed uncontrollably as she clutched Jingxi, Close choked. It won't happen, never. I will never give you up, my dear. Everyone quiet down for a moment. Now grandfather Qin will announce some joyous news. At that moment, a middle-aged man at the head of the banquet abruptly rose and spoke. This man was none other than Qin Guangnan's eldest son Qin Fei, who had a sole son named Qin Shou. At that moment, Qin Shou cast a mocking glance toward Qin Qinghan's family. Although Qin Qinghan was a withered beauty, she remained one of the most exquisite women in Haihua City. If she weren't my own cousin, I would have longed to revel in her charm. Instantly, the hotel fell silent. Dressed in a tang suit, Qin Guangnan slowly rose and smiled. Today is my grand birthday. I thank you all for honoring me, and on this auspicious day, I shall arrange a marriage for my granddaughter Qin Qinghan. Then Qin Guangnan turned toward a frail-looking man of about 30 seated at a nearby table and said, Young Master Zhang, I must thank you for not despising my granddaughter's ruined beauty. Henceforth, she shall be entrusted to your care. Zhang Gu promptly rose and smiled. Oh, esteemed Qin, it is my great fortune to be united with the Qin family yet. His eyes then fell upon Qin Qinghan in the corner. A moment of breathtaking amazement as his long-held admiration for her soared, for now, at last, he might win the hand of the beauty. However, when Zhang Gu noticed Jingxi beside Qin Qinghan, a flash of disgust darkened his eyes. He then stated, Grandfather Qin, as my father has said, our Zhang family may accept Qinghan's past, but this child must not enter our family. The moment Zhang Ji's words ended, Qin Qinghan's repressed anger erupted. She had long opposed this marriage, for her grandfather had coerced her into it by force. She knew her fate was tragic. Thus, as long as he treated Jingxi as his own, she was willing to endure everything, even if it meant bearing the burden of hating the rapist who had ruined her life. But if he could not accept Jingxi, she would rather be cast out to the streets. Qin Guangnan smiled at Zhang Gu and declared, Rest assured, I have promised your father that the child will not accompany Qinghan into the Zhang family. Oh, I shall arrange for her to be placed in a foster home. Thank you, Grandfather Qin, Zhang Gu hastily replied, his eyes gleaming with unspeakable anticipation. Although Qin Qinghan had been drugged and raped, her renowned beauty had long spread throughout the lands. The very thought of a woman like her as a wife stirred passion in the blood. As soon as Qin Guangnan's words subsided, Qin Qinghan's face blazed with anger as she rose and declared, Grandfather, I have no control over my fate. But I have one condition. If Jingxi leaves me, I shall leave the Qin family. How dare you? Qin Guangnan banged the table in fury and retorted, Have you not brought enough shame upon the Qin family already? Despite your withered state, the Zhang son does not despise you, and the Zhang group will tolerate you. You should feel fortunate. Then Qin Guangnan turned to his grandson Qin Shou and commanded, Go remove that unworthy child from her side and send her to a foster home. At these words, Qin Shou licked his lips and said, Leave it to me, grandfather. Seeing him stride over, Qin Qinghan's face turned pale with terror as she clutched Jingxi, with the little one scrambling into her embrace. Grandfather means well. Hand her over to me. Qin Shou strode forward and roughly seized Jingxi's arm, pulling her away without any gentleness. Let go of my daughter, let go. Qin Qinghan screamed as she frantically lashed out at Qin Shou's arm, though her delicate strength was no match for the towering man, feeling merely like a tickle against him. If you refuse a toast, then accept the punishment. Let go now. With anger on his face, Qin Shou forcefully tugged Jingxi away. His excessive strength caused the delicate child to be flung, landing some 2 meters away. Consequently, Qin Qinghan collided with her mother Yang Yu as she attempted to rush toward Jingxi. Yang Yu gripped her tightly and cried, Qinghan, this is for your own good. Do not let this child burden your life forever. Are you hurt from the fall? Just as Qin Shou was about to pick up Jingxi and leave, he turned to see a robust, handsome man crouching on the ground. The man helped Jingxi to her feet and asked with tenderness. The sudden arrival of Yi Fengwu silenced the entire hotel, leaving even Qin Qinghan pale as she watched the unfamiliar man aiding her daughter. Tears welled in Jingxi's eyes, yet she stifled her cries despite the pain. Looking at Yi Fengwu, she shook her head and said, I'm not hurt. What is your name? Yi Fengwu inquired gently, his tone imbued with tenderness as the little girl's cuteness evoked deep compassion. I'm called Qin. Jingxi, the obedient little girl, replied. Yi Fengwu smiled and continued, And what about your parents? Jingxi shook her head and said, I have no father, only my mother. Jingxi then turned and pointed toward Qin Qinghan, who was tightly embraced by Yang Yu, and added, They all say my father is a bad man, but Mama says he is a hero. So who do you believe? Yi Fengwu asked further. I believe in Mama, Jingxi replied without hesitation. A gentle smile gradually lifted at Yi Fengwu's lips, a reminder that a kind mother would never cast any shadow upon her child, even if she detested that man. Yi Fengwu grew fond of the little girl, though he could not be entirely sure that she was truly the daughter of his and Qin Qinghan's. Then Qin Shou sneered, A hero. What a joke. Your father is a rapist, yet he is called a hero. At the mention of the rapist, Yi Fengwu's gentle face turned icy in an instant, his gaze hardening with a terrifying, ferocious intensity like that of a starving wolf. That sudden change in expression made Qin Shou flinch and instinctively step back. Then Fengwu slowly spoke, asking Jingxi, "Is your mother named Qin Xinghan?" At these words, Jingxi pressed her lips together and nodded, saying, "Uncle, do you know my mother?" "Indeed." Fengwu murmured, his icy eyes briefly softening with tenderness and a deep guilt that instantaneously transformed into a chilling, murderous intent. As the night wind rose, the entire hotel suddenly fell into an eerie silence, for the gaze of Fengwu was terrifying. Not only was it cold and fearsome, but there was also a hint of blood red reminiscent of a starving wolf on the verge of madness. Qin Shou's face was filled with dread, yet bolstered by the presence of a dozen security guards beside him. He shouted at Fengwu, "Where did this scoundrel come from? Looking so pitiful, do you think you're worthy of attending my grandfather's birthday?" Fengwu's attire was indeed plain-clad in a set of unmarked desert camouflage and worn military boots, resembling a laborer from a construction site. "You dare to lay a hand on them?" A deep voice resonant like a beast emerged from Fengwu's throat, revealing the murderous intent that surged from within. As a warrior king, he had faced death countless times on missions. The number of people he had killed could form an enhanced battalion. Yet he had never found himself so unable to contain his killing intent. "Damn it, what's wrong with laying a hand on them? You, a mere scoundrel, dare to meddle in the affairs of the Qin family. Get the hell out before I lose my temper, or I'll make sure you leave on a stretcher," Qin Shou sneered, reaching out towards the woman named Jingxi beside Fengwu. Slap. A light sound rang out as Qin Shou's arm froze midair, and pain instantly contorted his face. In that moment, Fengwu's large hand gripped Qin Shou's arm like a vice, the sound of compressing bones echoing around them. "Damn you!" Qin Shou roared in fury, but his voice was abruptly cut off by a fierce gust of wind. Bang! With a muffled thud, Fengwu's palm struck Qin Shou's cheek. The force of the blow echoed throughout the spacious hotel. In an instant, Qin Shou, who stood at 6 feet tall and weighed over 180 pounds, crashed to the ground face first. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of his nasal bones shattering could be distinctly heard. Qin Shou did not even have the chance to scream before he lost consciousness. This extreme display of violence stunned everyone in the hotel. The surrounding security guards were momentarily paralyzed, unable to react, for Fengwu's actions were too swift, not just fast, but ruthless. Qin Xinghan, whose temperament was inherently gentle, had never witnessed such brutality, and her face paled in shock. She did not know Fengwu, but his rage seemed to stem from Qin Shou's aggression towards her and her mother. Why would this stranger act in such a way? "Son." Qin Fei's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing his son in such a state. He shouted angrily at the security guards, "What are you standing around for? Take this bastard down." Qin Guangnan, seeing his only grandson in such a dire condition, felt a pang in his heart and spoke in a grave tone, "Don't concern yourselves with the consequences, I'll handle everything." At his words, the surrounding guests gasped in shock. Old Master Qin had always doted on his grandson, and seeing him beaten so mercilessly had surely provoked his wrath. From the tone of his voice, it was clear that he intended for this intruder not to leave alive. The expressions of the security guards shifted to one of excitement. They had often cleaned up after the Qin family and were well-trained fighters. Thus, this audacious brat likely wouldn't survive. "Brothers, let's go. Beat him to a pulp." The leading security guard swung a rubber baton and charged toward Fengwu, aiming for his head. Swish! Fengwu's gaze remained chillingly fearsome. As the baton neared, he finally moved. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was like lightning, every punch and kick infused with the power of a lion hunting its prey. As one of the most formidable warriors, the security guards, though trained, moved as if in slow motion before Fengwu. Before they could even execute half of their moves, Fengwu had already unleashed 5 punches and 6 kicks. The air filled with screams as the security guards scattered like balls, each flying several meters away, crashing into 6 or 7 tables. Each guard barely managed to absorb one hit, yet that singular blow rendered them incapable of rising again. In an instant, the hotel plunged back into a terrifying silence, all eyes fixated on Fengwu, who appeared like a monster. Was he here to cause chaos on purpose? After incapacitating the dozen trained guards, Fengwu remained unfazed, turning to face Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei, his voice low and menacing. "Old man, you want to kill me, don't you?" The term "old man" provoked Qin Guangnan's fury, but he was acutely aware that this man was anything but an ordinary thug. With his grandson's life hanging in the balance, continuing this confrontation would only diminish his stature. Then Qin Guangnan spoke gravely, "Today is a celebration of my birthday, and it is also your engagement day. You will marry whether you like it or not." Qin Xinghan stubbornly replied, "Grandfather, I stand by my words. I have long resigned myself to fate. These past 8 years have felt like a descent into hell. The only thing that has sustained me is Jingxi. If you force me to abandon her, I would rather end up on the streets." Hearing Qin Shinghan's declaration, guilt flooded Yi Fengwu's heart. While he might not love her, he felt a deep sense of remorse that compelled him to care for her and make amends. That is not up to you, Qin Guangnan coldly retorted. Zhang Guo added, Old Master Qin, my father will never agree to let the daughter of a rapist into the Zhang family. It was evident that although Zhang Guo coveted Qin Shinghan, he would not consider raising the child of a rapist. Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan's expression darkened further. He pointed a finger at Qin Shinghan, saying, Fine, if you're willing to throw away your bright future, then find yourself a rapist to marry. Are you trying to set us up for marriage? Yi Fengwu interjected. At his words, everyone fell silent, and Qin Shinghan's face twisted in utter disgust. After hearing Yi Fengwu's words, Qin Guangnan's brows instantly furrowed. Qin Fei leaned closer to his father and whispered, Dad, since Qin Shinghan refuses to drink the wine of respect and instead opts for punishment, why not let her live with a rapist? After all, that rapist won't last much longer and shall eventually come back, crying for young Master Zhang. At his words, Qin Guangnan's expression shifted, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he turned to Yi Fengwu. If you have taken a liking to this wilted flower, then she's all yours. His tone suggested he was offering a mere slave, treating Qin Shinghan not as a human being, but as an object, let alone his granddaughter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Shinghan's face turned pale. She knew she couldn't refuse, nor did she have the strength to do so. However, her parents couldn't accept the idea of their daughter being ruined by a rapist, let alone marrying one. Dad, how can you treat Shinghan this way? She has done so much for the Qin family. She is your granddaughter. Yang Yu shouted at Qin Guangnan. Qin Ji firmly held Yang Yu back, his face bitter. Let it be, oh, perhaps this is Shinghan's fate. A sharp slap echoed through the room as Yang Yu struck Qin Ji's face. Qin Ji, you useless thing. You can't even protect your own daughter. Qin Ji allowed his wife to hit and scold him without retaliation, for he truly felt powerless. His position in the Qin family was insufficient to protect his daughter. Yi Fengwu gazed at the helpless and desperate look in Qin Shinghan's eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy. He could only internally apologize, for this was the only way he could protect her and her mother. Then Yi Fengwu suddenly said, It seems you old fool have inadvertently set up a good deal. Since it's an engagement, there should be an engagement ring, right? With that, he took out an exquisite box from his pocket and walked slowly toward Qin Shinghan. Seeing him approach, Qin Shinghan instinctively tightened her grip around her daughter Jing, see her eyes filled with wariness and disgust. Yi Fengwu tried to soften his gaze and smile. He addressed Jing Si first. Jing Si, how about I be your daddy? Jing Si looked up at him, fear evident in her eyes, for she had just witnessed Yi Fengwu's violent side. She shook her head. Mom won't agree. Yi Fengwu feigned a bitter expression and spoke gently. If I become your daddy, no one will be able to separate you two anymore. At his words, a flicker of hope crossed the little girl's eyes, but she still didn't nod, instead looking up at Qin Shinghan. Though Qin Shinghan felt wariness, disgust, and even fear, she couldn't help but fixate on Yi Fengwu. She sensed his genuine tenderness toward Jing Si. This was not something one could feign. As a mother herself, she could feel the sincerity of his affection. Yet she knew that rapists were often abusers, and she had witnessed his violence firsthand. She could hardly imagine what her future would look like in this hellish existence. Yi Fengwu stared at Qin Shinghan, closely examining her stunning yet tragic beauty, and felt an odd sense of relief for the mistakes he had made in the past, a rather perverse thought. I had no idea you were this beautiful, he suddenly remarked. Qin Shinghan bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with fierce struggle. Yet she was unaware that her current state was far too alluring, even captivating. Yi Fengwu, a man of iron will. I'm sorry. Yi Fengwu finally uttered the three words he had long wanted to say over the past 8 years. Qin Shinghan was momentarily stunned, unsure where this apology had come from. Yi Fengwu opened the box and said to Qin Shinghan, marry me. I, Yi Fengwu, will protect your lives from now on. This marriage proposal, typically filled with romance, took on a different flavor when uttered by a rapist. Qin Shinghan was also a woman who had once dreamed of love as a little girl. She had longed for beautiful relationships. Yet she had never even experienced a single romance, not even holding hands with a man. Her life had been completely destroyed by a rapist. How she wished those words came from an ordinary person instead. But she knew she couldn't refuse, so her trembling hand slowly reached out. Such a romantic proposal became a joke within the hotel, with everyone mocking the scene. A rapist with a ring. It must be stolen, Qin Fei scoffed. Maybe it's just some cheap trinket. Zhang Guo sneered, his tone laced with jealousy. After all, he believed he should have been the one to place a ring on Qin Shinghan's finger today. Suddenly, Zhang Guo pulled out a beautifully crafted box from his suit pocket and opened it. Instantly, a tinkarat diamond ring sparkled under the light, dazzling everyone in the room. Gasps filled the hotel as they took in the sight of the ring. a Tinkerat diamond worth at least 10 million in the market. Who would have thought that Zhang Ge would spend such an immense fortune on Qin Xinghan? Xinghan, if you're willing to give your child up for adoption, this ring can be yours, Zhang Ge said, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Women are often powerless against money and jewelry. Thus, in front of a $10 million diamond, even a proud woman like Qin Xinghan might be tempted to do something shameful. This was Zhang Ge's experience from having toyed with countless women. He knew that no matter how proud a woman was, she would ultimately yield to wealth. But a second later, Zhang Ge's expression soured. After revealing the $10 million diamond ring, he noticed that Qin Xinghan hadn't even glanced in his direction. At that moment, Fengwu slid the ring onto Qin Xinghan's ring finger, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It fits perfectly. Wait a minute. A well-dressed middle-aged man suddenly noticed the ring on Qin Xinghan's finger. In an instant, his expression turned to one of utter shock, for the ring was adorned with a gemstone as large as a thumb, a sea blue gem. Even from a distance of several meters, he could see the gem's brilliant luster. More and more people began to notice the ring on Qin Xinghan's hand, drawn in by its dazzling blue brilliance. Several women even displayed expressions of envy. In that moment, Zhang Ge's Tinkerat diamond faded into insignificance as everyone's attention was captivated by the large, eye-catching blue gem. The middle-aged man in a suit spoke gravely. If I'm not mistaken, that gemstone should be a type of the three great treasures, the sea blue gem. There are only two in the world, each valued at over $100 million. At his words, not only did the entire hotel fall silent in shock, but even Qin Guangnan and Zhang Ge stared wide-eyed. If this were said by someone else, they might dismiss it as a joke, but the man in the suit was the most renowned jeweler in Haihua City, an excellent appraiser. If that ring were genuine, it could buy 2 or 3 of the Qin family's properties. In that moment, Zhang Ge, who had once arrogantly raised the diamond ring, felt increasingly embarrassed, realizing he had been outshone by a rapist. But soon Qin Guangnan dismissed the notion. For such a treasure to be in the hands of a rapist, believing it to be real would be sheer folly. Moreover, this rare gem was worn by someone considered a fallen woman. Throughout the ordeal, Qin Xinghan had not once looked at the ring on her finger. Even if the gem were indeed worth over $100 million, it held no significance for her. She could never truly accept something from him. After placing the ring on her finger, Qin Xinghan once again embraced her daughter tightly. The onlookers collectively held their breath, genuinely worried that the gem might be damaged, especially since Qin Xinghan was holding her child rather carelessly. Seeing that Qin Xinghan accepted the ring, Fengwu also let out a sigh of relief. He then smiled and said, "Wife, I'm hungry. Let's go home so I can taste your cooking." The term wife sent waves of repulsion through Qin Xinghan, but she couldn't control his words. From his tone, it seemed he had just been released from prison and had nowhere to go. Could it be that she was truly going to live with a rapist? "Mom, the uncle is hungry. Let's go home," Jing Si suddenly said. Hearing this, Qin Xinghan finally nodded in resignation and walked expressionlessly toward the hotel entrance, followed closely by Qin Ji and Yang Yu. Knight Fengwu did not hurry to leave. Instead, he slowly walked up to the unconscious Qin Shou and glanced at Qin Guangnan with a smile. "Old man, Knight Fengwu, once again thank you for facilitating a beautiful affair. Today is your birthday, and yet I come empty-handed. I feel quite ashamed. So let me leave you with a lasting impression." His words carried an eerie undertone, leaving Qin Guangnan unable to fathom Knight Fengwu's intentions. But suddenly Knight Fengwu lifted his foot and stomped fiercely on Qin Shou's calf. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed in everyone's ears, followed by a pig-like scream erupting from Qin Shou's mouth. This kick rendered Qin Shou's calf a grotesque mess, his entire leg bone nearly obliterated. Even the finest healing techniques could offer only one solution: amputation. "Stop it, you reckless brat." Qin Guangnan's face changed dramatically. "My son." Qin Fei gasped in agony. Bang! Knight Fengwu delivered a powerful kick to Qin Shou, whose hefty frame of 180 pounds flew through the air like a sack, crashing down onto the 5-tiered cake on the dining table. This action completely ruined Qin Guangnan's birthday celebration. After this, Knight Fengwu left with a spring in his step, heading toward his wife and daughter. Though a battle-hardened warrior, his roguish demeanor and decisive ruthlessness were incomparably more extreme than many of the underground figures. The Qin family had treated his wife and daughter poorly, so it was time for them to experience the hellish life Qin Xinghan had endured for these years. Once Knight Fengwu's family departed, Qin Fei rushed to Qin Shou's side, who had once again lost consciousness. The mangled calf was barely held together by a shred of skin. "Call an ambulance." Qin Fei nearly screamed. A member of the Qin family hurriedly pulled out their phone to make the call. What was supposed to be a grand birthday celebration for the Qin family had been utterly destroyed by a rapist, causing all the guests to leave one by one. In the end, only about 20 members of the Qin family remained in the hotel, and Qin Guangnan's face was particularly dark. "Father, I want him to rot in prison for life." Qin Fei said, his gaze fixed on Qin Guangnan, his expression filled with malice. Qin Guangnan could hardly bear to look at his grandson's state, but his face remained grim as he replied, "Prison would be too lenient. I want him to suffer to see the woman he cherishes being defiled by others since he chose to marry a wilted flower. My grandson has ended up like this. Qin Xinghan is equally to blame." If Qin Xinghan were to hear Qin Guangnan's words, she would be deeply affected. Qin Shou was her grandson, and she was his granddaughter. While Qin Shou commanded power and influence within the Qin family, she felt like nothing more than a slave, merely a tool for them to make money, even less than that. The reason Qin Guangnan chose not to call the police was that he did not want to spare Knight Fengwu. He intended to make him wish for death. Tomorrow, have Qin Xinghan negotiate the major project for the Qin group. Qin Guangnan's murky old eyes gleamed with a cold light. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei looked puzzled. "Father, are you referring to the deal with Fengwu Real Estate?" Although Qin Xinghan has some ability, that kind of conglomerate operates in both the shadows and the light. Even I wouldn't have much confidence in closing the deal. Qin Guangnan snorted. Fengwu Real Estate is powerful, and its underground connections are formidable. They certainly look down on our Qin family. However, the project manager for the suburban project is Jin Bao. Do you think Qin Xinghan will be able to return unscathed after meeting him? At the mention of Jin Bao, Qin Fei instinctively tensed, clearly wary. But then he smirked. Jin Bao is a lecherous madman. He won't let a woman of Qin Xinghan's beauty slip through his fingers. Looks like she won't escape his clutches. Jin Bao was not only the project manager at Fengwu Real Estate, but also held a significant position in the underground world, a true lunatic with numerous murders attributed to him. The women he had victimized numbered at least 80. After leaving the hotel night, Fengwu got into Qin Xinghan's car, a low-spec Chevrolet. As a senior executive of the Qin group, driving a car worth only 60 to 70,000 was quite shabby. Throughout the ride, Knight Fengwu sat in the passenger seat, while Qin Xinghan struggled to focus on driving, as she was seated next to a man she despised most, a rapist. Luckily, the journey was short, and about 20 minutes later the Chevrolet arrived at a somewhat shabby residential complex. The building had no elevator, and Qin Xinghan's family lived on the 6th floor. Fortunately, the hallway was not too messy. Upon entering Qin Xinghan's home, Knight Fengwu discovered that it was merely a little over 60 square meters, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room. The living room was even smaller than the bedrooms, not to mention the cramped kitchen and the single bathroom. Most of the furniture was quite worn, but the environment was impeccably clean. Furrowing his brow, Knight Fengwu remarked, "I heard you are a senior executive at the Qin group, earning at least a 6-figure salary each month. Isn't this place a bit too shabby?" Qin Xinghan maintained a degree of caution towards Knight Fengwu. Upon hearing his words, she pursed her lips but did not respond. Instead, she turned to her daughter Jingxi. "Mommy is going to cook dinner. I'll call you when it's ready, okay?" Jingxi glanced at Knight Fengwu. At her young age, she seemed to understand her mother's intent and obediently returned to the bedroom she shared with her mother. Knight Fengwu could easily perceive Qin Xinghan's wariness. She didn't want him alone with Jingxi. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, although not fond of the violent rapist in front of her, was infuriated by Knight Fengwu's comment. Xinghan has a grueling job at the Qin group, but she earns only a regular employee's salary. So you can't expect to eat and drink off her without contributing. Upon hearing Yang Yes mockery, Qin Ji's expression darkened. He shot her a look and whispered, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to get us killed?" Clearly, Qin Ji still felt some fear towards Knight Fengwu. After all, he was a recently released rapist. After hearing Yang Yes' words, Knight Fengwu's expression soured. Seeing his face, Qin Xinghan's heart tightened, instinctively fearing that this man might despise her for her lack of wealth. She dreaded that such a vagabond might harm her and her daughter due to monetary reasons. "I'm sorry, I should have found you two sooner," Knight Fengwu suddenly said with a look of guilt. Qin Xinghan found Knight Fengwu peculiar. He appeared brutal and cold-blooded on the surface, yet he exuded an unusual tenderness towards her and Jingxi. What exactly did he intend to do to torment her? "You should rest in the living room for a bit. I'll go prepare dinner." Qin Xinghan sighed, inwardly resolving to take things step by step. "Do you need help?" Knight Fengwu called out to her. However, Qin Xinghan clearly did not wish to exchange even a single word with him. She directly entered the kitchen and firmly shut the door behind her. Watching her delicate figure disappear into the kitchen, Knight Fengwu felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but she is also so gentle. I really hit the jackpot. Knight Fengwu couldn't help but chuckle. Though somewhat perverse, this was truly how he felt. Even though Qin Xinghan was clad in somewhat baggy casual, where her alluring curves were still prominently displayed, making it impossible for Knight Fengwu to erase her image from his mind. "Pervert, Yang Yu couldn't help but comment as she observed Knight Fengwu's foolish grin. Qin Ji's expression changed, and he quickly pulled Yang Yu back into their bedroom. Yi Fengwu curled his lips, then took out a pack of special cigarettes that ordinary people had never seen before from his pocket. After lighting one for himself, he settled onto the narrow sofa in the living room. That old man shouldn't let this go easily so. I hope you won't play too small. Yi Fengwu exhaled a smoke ring, his resolute gaze glinting with a hint of cold, murderous intent. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sounds of chopping in the kitchen filled the air, and the rhythmic thuds of the knife against the cutting board felt warm to Yi Fengwu's ears. Ever since his adoptive mother had passed away when he was 14, along with the disappearance of her daughter, the sister who had bullied him since childhood, he hadn't felt the warmth of home in many years. Therefore, from today onward, wherever Qin Han and her mother were, that was where his home would be. Anyone who touched a single hair on their heads would face his wrath. Just as Yi Fengwu made this vow, a startled exclamation from the kitchen pierced the air. In an instant, Yi Fengwu sprang to his feet, like a startled rabbit rushing to the kitchen door. He flung it open only to find Qin Han clutching her left pinky finger. A drop of crimson blood was visibly pooled beside the half-chopped vegetables. A flash of concern crossed Yi Fengwu's eyes. He felt an overwhelming desire to destroy the knife that had caused her injury. Qin Han was quite skilled with a knife, but today she was overly anxious, causing her to be distracted and cut her finger. She hadn't anticipated that Yi Fengwu would suddenly burst in. "Let me see," he said. The kitchen was already cramped, and Yi Fengwu stepped right next to Qin Han, leaving her no room to retreat. She could only allow him to grasp her hand. "Don't move," she warned, her expression cautious. She tried to pull her hand back, but was taken aback as Yi Fengwu suddenly placed her injured finger in his mouth, sucking on it. This unexpected action made Qin Han's cheeks flush, instantly followed by a wave of disgust and anger. "What are you doing?" Smack. Instinctively, Qin Han raised her hand and struck Yi Fengwu across the face. The slap landed solidly on his cheek. Yi Fengwu could have dodged, but he didn't, as he owed her that much. Throughout the entire exchange, he never released her finger. Truthfully, the taste was quite good, though sucking on an injured finger wasn't particularly effective. What frustrated Yi Fengwu was that in idol dramas, whenever the female lead injured herself, the male lead would do something similar, and she would be deeply touched. Yet for some reason, this had no effect on Qin Han. Reluctantly releasing her finger, Qin Han leaned back against the wall, her previous anger gradually morphing into apprehension. The slap had been purely instinctive, and she feared that she might be hit in return. However, to her surprise, Yi Fengwu not only remained unoffended, but even grinned cheekily, saying, "Don't mind it, do I deserve that?" With that, he picked up the knife again and continued, "You tell me how to cut, and I'll do the chopping while you handle the cooking." Watching the softness in Yi Fengwu's eyes and his readiness to chop vegetables left Qin Han's heart in turmoil. What exactly did he want to do to her? Seeing her unsure expression, Yi Fengwu made a pitiful face and said, "Wife, hurry up and cook. I haven't eaten all day." This only deepened Qin Han's confusion, as she didn't even know how to guard against him anymore. Finally, she replied expressionlessly, "Just cut them into pieces." After that, she picked up 2 potatoes, preparing to wash and peel them. It'll do it. Don't let your hand touch the water, it'll affect the healing speed." Yi Fengwu hurriedly snatched the potatoes from her grasp, resembling a new son-in-law eager to impress his mother-in-law, fearful of being criticized for not contributing enough. Once again, Qin Han found herself at a loss. She even began to question whether Yi Fengwu was truly a rapist. Half an hour later, the 5 of them sat around the cramped dining table in a somewhat mournful atmosphere. Yi Fengwu, already starving, took a bite of the food and widened his eyes, giving Qin Han a thumbs up. "Wife, your cooking is amazing. It's truly a blessing for me, Yi Fengwu, to marry you." With that, he began to devour his meal ravenously. Yi Fengwu wasn't being overly flattering. Qin Han's culinary skills were genuinely impressive. Though he hadn't dined in many restaurants, it was rare for him to come across food that he could genuinely call delicious. Beside him, Qin Han, hearing his praise, felt no joy. She picked up her chopsticks and served a piece of vegetable to Jing Si, gently saying, "Jing Si, eat up." Qin Han hadn't eaten a single bite at today's banquet, yet her bowl remained untouched. Yang Yu and Qin Ji also ate in silence, harboring their disdain for the suddenly intruding son-in-law. Just then, Qin Han's phone rang. The caller ID displayed "Uncle," causing her eyebrows to furrow, but she still answered. "Uncle, what's the matter?" Despite not having a friendly relationship with her uncle, Qin Han's tone remained gentle. Soon her Uncle Qin Fei's voice came through, and Qin Han's expression gradually became troubled. Yi Fengwu noticed her changing expression and furrowed his brow slightly. Yang Yu asked, "Qin Han, what does Qin Fei want?" After hanging up, Qin Han looked anxious. He wants me to go to Fengwu Engineering tomorrow to negotiate the contract. At these words, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's expressions darkened instantly. Yang Yu angrily snapped, "What a Qin Fei! What a Qin Guangnan! He's trying to push you into a dead end." Everyone knows that the head of the Fengwu Engineering Department in the suburbs is Jin Bao, who is not only tyrannical, but also a lecherous madman. Countless women have suffered at his hands. Qin Guangnan is clearly pushing you into the fire pit. You cannot go. Qin Ji's face was equally grim as he turned to Qin Xinghan. "Your mother is right, you mustn't go." Yet Qin Xinghan replied bitterly, "If I don't go, Grandpa will dismiss me from the Qin group. Without a job, how can I support you and Jingxi?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's expressions turned awkward. Over the years, the couple had been idle, relying entirely on Qin Han for financial support. If she lost her job, they would indeed be left to face dire straits. Though Qin Han's abilities were outstanding, if she were dismissed from the Qin family, it was unlikely any company would dare to employ her. Qin Xinghan reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm only going to negotiate. I might not even encounter Jin Bao." At that moment, Yi Fengwu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Don't go, I'll figure out the money issue." His words drew disdainful glances from both Yang Yu and Qin Ji, as if to say, how could a freshly released rapist afford anything? Would he resort to robbery? Even Qin Xinghan merely shook her head. As the family finished their first dinner in a heavy atmosphere, Yi Fengwu rushed ahead of Qin Xinghan to wash the dishes thoroughly. Today's birthday banquet had left everyone except for Yi Fengwu feeling exhausted, prompting Qin Ji and his wife to retire early. Qin Xinghan took her clothes and entered the cramped bathroom, and soon the sound of running water could be heard from within. Yi Fengwu stared at the bathroom door, gritting his teeth. How does she manage in such a small shower? "I really want to go in and see." Smack. Left alone, Yi Fengwu could only sit on the sofa smoking. He had a strong addiction, yet when on a mission, he would never smoke even a single cigarette. 20 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and a freshly showered Qin Xinghan emerged with damp long hair. Though her loose pajamas concealed her slender waist, they couldn't hide her enticing curves. A beauty just out of the bath was particularly alluring, and Qin Xinghan was truly exceptional. Initially, Yi Fengwu had viewed caring for Qin Xinghan and her mother as a responsibility and a form of guilt. However, upon seeing Qin Xinghan for the first time, all notions of duty and remorse faded into insignificance. It felt as though he had touched upon that cliched notion of love at first sight. Qin Xinghan could not help but notice the intense gaze of Yi Fengwu directed at her, which heightened her sense of caution. Clutching her clothes, she hurriedly retreated to her bedroom. Bang! The door was firmly shut, yet Yi Fengwu did not hear the sound of the lock, which made him wonder if. With that thought, Yi Fengwu extinguished his cigarette and strode towards the door of Qin Xinghan's bedroom. Click! Upon pushing the door open, he was immediately met with the sight of Qin Xinghan and her daughter lying on the bed, while Jingxi was peacefully asleep beside her. Qin Xinghan, resembling a startled bird, tightly curled herself within the covers, her vigilant eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Wife, where should I sleep?" Yi Fengwu asked softly, careful not to wake Jingxi. Qin Xinghan understood that all his tenderness was a facade. He would eventually unleash his brutal claws upon her. However, it didn't take long for Yi Fengwu to spot where he was meant to sleep. The narrow floor was clearly laid with bedding, a considerate gesture from his wife. Thus he lay down atop it, feeling quite comfortable with a faint fragrance wafting around him. Yet when he glanced up at Qin Xinghan, he found her still watching him with wary eyes, her pale hands gripping the covers tightly against her chest. With a bitter smile, he said, "If you feel uneasy and can't sleep, I can make do on the sofa in the living room for the night." "All right." Yi Fengwu had expected this act of self-sacrifice to elicit some sympathy from Qin Xinghan, but her cold and detached response sent his spirits plummeting. With a dejected expression, he picked up the bedding and exited the bedroom, berating himself for being so foolish, pretending to be righteous. Yi Fengwu had the habit of staying up late and rising early. Therefore, the next morning, while the family was still lost in their dreams, he went downstairs to stretch his limbs and bought a few breakfasts. Naturally, his diligence did not earn him even a single smile from Qin Xinghan. Today, she donned a sky-blue professional outfit. Though she had not applied any makeup, she still appeared fresh and elegant. She skipped breakfast and urged Qin Jifu and his wife, "Mom, Dad, please take Jingxi to school. I will pick her up in the afternoon." After saying this, Qin Xinghan hurriedly left. Today, she was heading to Fengwu Engineering to discuss a project. If successful, she might earn a commission, as Fengwu Real Estate was one of the top firms in Haihua City. "He'll accompany you," Yi Fengwu called after her. However, all he received in return was her graceful silhouette disappearing from view. At this moment, Yang Yu said, "If you truly want to live in this house, then find a respectable job. Don't let Xinghan suffer alone." With that, Yang Yu and Qin Ji set off to take Jingxi to school. Yi Fengwu pouted, muttering, "It's time to find a job." Of course, when Yi Fengwu spoke of work, he did not mean seeking employment in the traditional sense. He was referring to his secret mission upon returning to the city. Thus, he took out his phone and dialed a number saying, "Lin Chong, where is the address for Luowan Group?" Haihua City is an autonomous city in China where countless business tycoons converge. Qin Qinghan's destination was Fengwu Engineering, located in the development zone of Haihua City. It was said that within 2 years a high-end villa district would be established there, covering at least several thousand acres, leading numerous companies to vie for the chance to collaborate with Fengwu Engineering given the immense profits at stake. The project office of Fengwu Engineering was situated in a large 2-story temporary building. When Qin Qinghan parked her low-spec Chevrolet downstairs, it immediately drew disdainful glances from many onlookers. Among them were workers and young men adorned with tattoos. Seeing a Chevrolet, a low-tier vehicle, elicited derisive looks from these youths who were accustomed to seeing only luxury cars arriving for business discussions. However, when Qin Qinghan, dressed in professional attire, stepped out of the driver's seat, all eyes were suddenly captivated by her beauty. A few even whistled. In such a chaotic construction site, it was rare to see a woman, let alone a stunning beauty like Qin Qinghan. "Beauty, what brings you here?" Several young men approached, their gazes appraising Qin Qinghan's alluring figure, their eyes filled with lewd amusement. Although Qin Qinghan was accustomed to being observed, knowing that this was Jin Bao's territory made her feel uneasy. Steeling herself, she replied, "Hello, I am Qin Qinghan from Qin Group. I am here to discuss a project with your supervisor." Upon hearing that such a stunning woman was there for business, the youth's expressions changed dramatically. One of them laughed, "Follow me." He then led Qin Qinghan towards the second-floor temporary building. Soon the young man brought her to the door of an office. "Bao Ge, someone is here to discuss a project," he called at the door. "Get lost." "What project?" "Don't disturb me while I'm resting." A coarse voice echoed from inside. The young man chuckled, continuing, "Bao Ge, you won't be disappointed." With that, he took the initiative to open the door, motioning for Qin Qinghan to enter first. Damn it. At that moment, Jin Bao was lounging in his boss chair, dozing off. The sudden opening of the door startled him, and he was about to scold the intruder. However, upon seeing Qin Qinghan's exquisite figure and enchanting face, his words died in his throat. At that moment, Jin Bao felt as if he had been electrified, his eyes turning bloodshot. How had he never encountered such a beauty before? Yet soon enough his astonishment morphed into something more lecherous, and he quickly smiled at Qin Qinghan, saying, "Oh, so you're here to discuss a project. Please take a seat." He then grabbed a bottle of alcohol and 2 tall glasses, filling them both. Qin Qinghan's brow furrowed. The office not only exuded a foul odor, but also housed a bar and even a large bed. Thus she felt an urge to retreat. At that moment, Jin Bao waved to the young man, then turned his gaze to Qin Qinghan, smiling. "Which company are you from, beautiful?" The young man immediately understood, and with a sly grin retreated, shutting the door tightly behind him. Seeing the door close made Qin Qinghan feel even less secure. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Hello, Mr. Jin. I am Qin Qinghan from Qin Group. I hope to discuss a collaboration with Fengwu Engineering and hope you can grant us this opportunity." Jin Bao's eyes twinkled with amusement as he regarded Qin Qinghan's delicate figure and stunning beauty, remarking, "Ah, so you are from Qin Group. I've heard that Qin Guangnan has a granddaughter of remarkable beauty who was raped at 16. That must be you." At this, Qin Qinghan's expression darkened. This was a stain she could never erase, a wound that reopened every time it was mentioned, causing her heart to ache. Thus, with a somewhat tense tone, she replied, "Mr. Qin Group is willing to minimize profit margins as much as possible just to collaborate with Fengwu Engineering. Do you have any conditions?" Jin Bao retained his lewd smile, saying, "Manager Qin, you should be well aware that this project with Fengwu Engineering is significant. Numerous companies share the same conditions as yours, and many would even forego profits to collaborate with us. So why should I grant this opportunity to Qin Group?" After that, Jin Bao settled into his chair and pulled another chair closer, gesturing to it, saying, "Why don't we sit down and have a good chat?" Looking at the chair beside Jin Bao, Qin Qinghan's brow furrowed deeply. She wasn't naive, she understood Jin Bao's intentions all too well. She longed to turn and leave, but recalled that her mortgage payment was due soon. If this deal fell through, her grandfather might seize the opportunity to dismiss her, leaving her unable to support her family's expenses. Thus she steeled herself and walked over, shifting the chair slightly outward to maintain a distance of a meter before sitting down. Jin Bao's lecherous gaze remained fixated on Qin Qinghan's exquisite figure, but the conservative nature of her professional attire frustrated him, preventing him from taking any advantage. Seeing that Qin Qinghan was on guard, Jin Bao's expression gradually soured. He then slid a glass of red wine across the table to her, grunting, "Manager Qin, let me be frank. This project's collaboration depends solely on my word. If your Qin group wants to cash in on this deal, then drink this glass of wine and lie down on that bed. After that, you'll receive a substantial commission, and I, Jin Bao, will take good care of you." With that, Jin Bao reached out a hefty hand towards Qin Qinghan's thigh. Seeing this, Qin Qinghan's already gloomy expression darkened with rage. When that repulsive hand reached for her, she stood up abruptly and splashed her wine in Jin Bao's face. Not only did she not gain any advantage, but she also ended up dousing him with wine, which incited Jin Bao's fury. He rose, cursing, "Damn. You're refusing to drink the toast, instead opting for punishment. What are you pretending to be high and mighty for? Aren't you just a broken shoe that someone has raped?" Qin Qinghan's chest heaved with anger as she retorted, "Mr. Jin, I came here to discuss a project. It seems we won't have the opportunity to cooperate." With that, she turned and strode toward the door. "Thinking of leaving? Once you enter this door, you must get on that bed." Jin Bao sneered, his hefty body lunging toward Qin Qinghan. Terrified, Qin Qinghan felt a wave of regret wash over her. She shouldn't have come here. She shoved a chair toward Jin Bao, causing him to trip and fall heavily to the ground. Seizing the moment, Qin Qinghan dashed toward the exit, but as she took her first step, Jin Bao caught hold of her high heel. "You filthy woman, you can't escape. No one who has caught my eye has ever slipped from my grasp," Jin Bao snarled from the floor. He gripped Qin Qinghan's high heel tightly, raising his right hand to grab her calf. In a burst of panic, Qin Qinghan raised her right foot and stomped down hard on Jin Bao's hand. The sharp heel pierced through flesh, blood immediately gushing out. Damn it. Jin Bao recoiled, his hand retreating in pain, releasing his grip on her heel. Seeing her chance, Qin Qinghan rushed for the door. Bang! Just as she reached for the doorknob, it was violently pushed open and 5 or 6 fierce-looking young men barged in. They quickly closed the door and locked it. "Damn it, strip her and tie her to the bed," Jin Bao shouted after regaining his footing. Qin Qinghan felt a chill of despair wash over her as she huddled in the corner with her arms crossed. Upon hearing Jin Bao's command, the group of young men leered and lunged at Qin Qinghan. "Oh!" Qin Qinghan let out a scream, despair closing her eyes. Bang! At that moment, a tremendous noise echoed in their ears. A door flew open, slamming into one of the young men who was about to pounce on Qin Qinghan, knocking him to the ground. This unexpected turn of events stunned the remaining young men, and even Jin Bao turned his furious gaze toward the doorway. A man in camouflage, towering at least 6 feet tall and with a robust build, stepped in. His expression was icy, resembling a feral wolf, and when they locked eyes with him, the young men felt a chill run down their spines. Qin Qinghan had reached a point of utter hopelessness. She had even begun to accept death. But when she realized no one was touching her, she opened her eyes to see who had arrived. "It's him." Qin Qinghan felt a surge of gratitude, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at the tall figure in the doorway. The newcomer was Fengwu, well aware of the treacheries of the world. How could he possibly let Qin Qinghan come alone to the Fengwu engineering project department? "Those who dare to lay hands on my woman have no idea what death means." Fengwu's voice was cold and filled with menace. Jin Bao, infuriated, barked at the young men. "Damn it, if you ruin my plans, kill him. Just find a place on the construction site to bury him." For someone like Jin Bao, who had committed numerous heinous acts, the thought of killing was devoid of any psychological burden. Hearing this, the young men with bloodshot eyes charged at Fengwu. Bang! Fengwu executed a side kick, his heavy military boot connecting with one young man's stomach, sending him crashing against the wall 3 meters away, leaving a large dent in the flimsy wooden board. Then Fengwu advanced a step, swinging his fist, which landed squarely on the chest of the second young man. Thud! A low, muffled sound followed as the second young man flew backward, collapsing against the wall and losing consciousness. Fengwu was merciless, striking with precision. He showed no leniency for these ordinary men, each blow aimed at their vital points, akin to a lion taking down a rabbit. In mere seconds, all 5 young men accustomed to fighting lay sprawled on the ground, each incapacitated with a single strike. Qin Qinghan had witnessed Fengwu's brutal prowess and extraordinary skills before, but it was Jin Bao's first encounter with someone so formidable. Yet Jin Bao, a small-time leader in the underground world, quickly regained his composure and said, "Brother, impressive skills. If you join me, you won't have to concern yourself with money or women. What do you say? Which hand?" Fengwu slowly approached Jin Bao, his tone still chilling. "What?" Jin Bao frowned, seemingly not grasping Fengwu's question. "Which hand touched my wife?" Fengwu reiterated, his voice even more menacing. Jin Bao's face gradually paled, and he spoke in a low voice, "Brother." Just as brother, left his lips. Yi Fengwu was suddenly standing before him, leaving Jin Bao scarcely able to see how he had moved so quickly. Before he could react, Yi Fengwu's large hand was gripping the back of Jin Bao's head. Bang! With a resounding thud, Jin Bao's fat face collided with the sturdy mahogany table. In an instant, blood stained the surface, enhancing the already vivid red of the wood. Yi Fengwu seized Jin Bao by the neck, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Despite weighing over 200 pounds, Yi Fengwu raised him as if he were weightless. Not talking? Then, they'll disable all your limbs. Yi Fengwu fixed his chilling gaze on Jin Bao. Please, big brother, I didn't even touch the hem of your sister-in-law's dress. Please have mercy. Jin Bao's bravado evaporated as he pleaded. Having navigated the underground world for over 20 years, he had never encountered someone as terrifying as Yi Fengwu. With one hand, he was lifted off the ground, and if Yi Fengwu intended to kill him, he would stand no chance. Which hand? Yi Fengwu repeated his earlier question. Feeling despair, Jin Bao realized he truly hadn't touched her. Did touching her high heel count? His hand had nearly been crushed by Qin Qinghan's shoe. Yet he knew that if he didn't provide an answer, Yi Fengwu might indeed disable his limbs. Reluctantly, he extended his left hand, bitterly saying this one. Slap. Yi Fengwu swiftly grasped Jin Bao's left hand and twisted it. Crack. A pain scream erupted from Jin Bao, sounding like a slaughtered pig as his entire left arm contorted grotesquely. Qin Qinghan turned her head away in horror. Crack. Another scream followed as Yi Fengwu twisted Jin Bao's right arm into an irregular shape. Bang. Yi Fengwu tossed Jin Bao onto the ground, his arms flopping limply like noodles, while Jin Bao writhed in agony. Yi Fengwu showed no signs of relenting. He slowly raised his foot, intending to crush Jin Bao's left leg. Stop. He really didn't touch me. He just scared me. Qin Qinghan spoke truthfully. Jin Bao hadn't touched her, nor had the young man. She didn't want Yi Fengwu to continue his brutal treatment of Jin Bao, especially since Fenghao Engineering wielded significant power and Jin Bao was merely a small pawn. Crack. Another scream pierced the air as Yi Fengwu's foot came down, shattering Jin Bao's calf completely. Seeing this, Qin Qinghan's face grew paler as she shouted at Yi Fengwu, enough? He truly didn't touch me, nor did those other men. Shut your mouth. Yi Fengwu suddenly turned to Qin Qinghan, his voice icy, his eyes ablaze with fury. Oh. Qin Qinghan, already timid, turned pale at his thunderous shout, letting out a shriek. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Fengwu realized that his emotions had spiraled out of control. He was overly concerned about Qin Qinghan, and understandably so, he felt a surge of anger toward her for knowingly putting herself in harm's way. However, he soon regretted his earlier outburst directed at her. At this moment, he could not afford to leave any negative impression on her. With a twitch of his lips, he forced a stiff smile and said, "Well, I'm just venting for you." As he spoke, Yi Fengwu crushed the other calf of Jin Bao, having already learned from Lin Chang about the man's unspeakable deeds, including the exploitation of numerous women. He could hardly bear to imagine what would have happened if he had arrived. Even a moment later, Qin Qinghan would have been victimized, a thought he could never forgive himself for. Jin Bao had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain, yet Yi Fengwu seemed undeterred by fatigue. He was more than willing to expend most of his energy torturing such a man. Thus, he drenched Jin Bao's head with an entire bottle of red wine. Ag. Jin Bao awoke once more in agony, unable to move as he lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and muttering, "You have such ruthless methods. Do you know who I am?" Bang. Yi Fengwu swung the empty wine bottle against Jin Bao's head. Amid Jin Bao's pain screams, he plunged the sharp half of the bottle into Jin Bao's shoulder. This brutal scene was so violent that Qin Qinghan did not dare to look. She had anticipated Yi Fengwu's ferocity, but never imagined it would be to this extent. The methods he employed to torture were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu pulled out a chair and sat down, addressing Jin Bao. "You don't deserve my acquaintance, but I should know about your boss." Tui. Jin Bao spat a mouthful of blood-stained saliva, never imagining he would endure such inhumane torture. This person was far too audacious. Yet upon hearing that Yi Fengwu claimed to know his boss, Jin Bao laughed maniacally. "How arrogant. How could our boss know someone like you? I admit defeat today, but my boss will surely avenge me. Just wait to be torn apart, and your woman will." Before Jin Bao could finish, Yi Fengwu stomped down on his bloodied hand, the sound of bones shattering sending chills through anyone who heard it. Qin Qinghan's face turned pale as she said, "We should leave. We can't afford to provoke Fenghao Real Estate." Although she had never met the elusive boss behind Fenghao, she had heard tales from her grandfather. The underworld of Haihua City was divided between two forces, Donglong Bawang, and Shihu Haifeng, who controlled all gray operations in the city. The Qin family was a prominent name, yet even they dared not confront either faction. The boss of Fengwu real estate was none other than Jiang Hao, known as Donglong Bawang, a fierce figure who had risen to prominence in just 8 years, reputed to have taken hundreds of lives to reach his current status. Yi Fengwu remained seated, lighting a cigarette. Weren't we here to discuss a project? If it falls through, wouldn't your grandfather be quick to dismiss you? Qin Qinghan felt a pang of bitterness at his words. If she lost her life, what good would a project be? Just as she was about to respond, the sound of rapid braking echoed from outside, followed by the incessant slamming of car doors. At that moment, her face turned ashen. Jin Bao erupted in painful laughter. Haha. Just wait to die, kid. In an instant, dozens of fierce figures surged into the room, each wielding steel pipes. This sight terrified Qin Qinghan, and instinctively, she leaned closer to Yi Fengwu. Yet he remained as calm as ever, pulling out another chair and patting it, saying, "Come sit down and wait to sign the project." Qin Qinghan was at a loss for words. If not for her good upbringing, she might have cursed him. Even now, he was still fixated on the project. But she understood that regardless of the outcome, they were both facing death and could only grit her teeth and follow his lead. Thus, she sat down in the chair, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. "Daring to cause trouble in my Fengwu engineering department, you'd better give me a reason to let you leave alive." At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a hulking figure stepping inside. He appeared to be in his late 20s, clad in a black trench coat, a grotesque scar stretching from his left eye down to his cheek, transforming his once handsome face into a menacing visage. Just one glance caused Qin Qinghan's complexion to drain of color. Though she had never met Jiang Hao, she had heard him described before. That distinctive scar could belong to no one else. He was the Donglong Bawang, a man capable of dominating the underground world of Haihua City. In that moment, Qin Qinghan knew they were both destined to die here. For Jiang Hao, taking 2 lives would be an effortless task. Even the Qin family would never dare to call the police. Turning to Yi Fengwu, she said, "I'm sorry I've brought you into this mess." She loathed him for being a rapist, yet she couldn't deny that he had come to save her. Yi Fengwu turned to her, his expression stiff. "Wife, if we survive today, shall we go get our marriage certificate tomorrow? I feel uneasy until we do." With that, he boldly grasped her hand, which felt cold to the touch, as she was indeed terrified. Qin Qinghan wanted to pull away, but Yi Fengwu's grip was too strong. She found herself unable to escape and could only let him hold her hand. Though she wished to reject him, the exaggeratedly pitiful look in his eyes softened her heart. Perhaps they would not live to see tomorrow, so she nodded in agreement. "All right." Seeing her acquiescence, Yi Fengwu instantly broke into a grin. However, that smile faded swiftly as his expression grew cold again, and he turned to Jiang Hao. "My wife came to discuss a project, yet your men dared to lay a hand on her. Is this reason sufficient?" Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's words, Qin Qinghan felt a bittersweet pang. What kind of reason was that? Jiang Hao and Jin Bao were already in cahoots. He had no genuine need for an explanation. "Baozi, help your brother take care of this bastard." Jin Bao whimpered, his face turned upward in a pitiful plea to Jiang Hao. Yet Jiang Hao's expression remained eerily calm. From the moment he entered the room, his gaze had not left Yi Fengwu, and his massive frame subtly trembled. "Baozi, you must stand up for your brother." Jin Bao continued to plead. Though Jiang Hao stood motionless, the aura of Donglong Bawang and his inherent intimidation made Qin Qinghan too frightened to lift her gaze. She felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Finally, Jiang Hao spoke. "Wake them all up." His voice was hoarse and low. At his command, his entourage looked momentarily stunned, but proceeded to wake the young men Yi Fengwu had knocked out. As the 6 young men regained consciousness, they let out a chorus of wails. Each was nursing multiple broken ribs. "How go? How go?" The 6 grimaced in pain, greeting Jiang Hao. With a face as cold as ice, Jiang Hao snatched a steel pipe from one of his subordinates and swung it mercilessly against one young man's thigh. The force of the blow was tremendous, without a hint of mercy. Bang! A shriek and the sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the room. This brutal act caught everyone off guard, even startling Qin Qinghan, who covered her mouth in shock. After breaking one young man's leg, Jiang Hao did not stop. He lifted the steel pipe again and struck a second young man's thigh. Crack! The same cry followed as the second young man collapsed to the ground, his leg twisted grotesquely. How go what? What did we do wrong?" Witnessing this, the remaining 4 young men were left stunned, too terrified to move, their hearts racing as they sought an explanation. However, anyone familiar with Jiang Hao would know better than to ask. He always had his reasons for his actions. Jiang Hao's subordinates stood behind him, astonished yet silent. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Hao uttered not a word as he struck down repeatedly with his stick. The golden leopard before him was already pale with fear, equally bewildered as to how he had wronged Jiang Hao, a man known for his loyalty. How could the ever-loyal Hao Gu suddenly turn against his brother? At that moment, Jiang Hao crouched before the golden leopard, his voice as cold as ice. This time, I want you to understand your mistake. He then pointed at Yi Fengwu and Qin Xinghan, saying, He is my brother, and she is my sister-in-law. As those words left his lips, the golden leopard's eyes widened in shock, soon replaced by a sense of despair and bitterness. He could hardly believe that he had dared to lay a hand on the woman whom even Hao Gu referred to as his sister-in-law. In that instant, he realized that the one who would not leave alive today was himself. The several youths with broken legs trembled in fear, realizing they had attacked Hao Gu's brother and sister-in-law. It was akin to flaunting their lives in front of the Grim Reaper. Behind Jiang Hao, his dozens of eager subordinates widened their eyes, finally understanding why Hao Gu was acting so unusually today. Yet what shocked them most was the fact that there was someone in Haihua. Who could this person possibly be? The most astonished of all was Qin Xinghan. When the golden leopard referred to her as his sister-in-law, her mind went blank with disbelief. Could it be that Yi Fengwu was not just a rapist, but also linked to an underground organization? What kind of karma had she attracted to find herself entangled with a fugitive? Although the golden leopard knew he was doomed, he still cried out in desperation to Yi Fengwu and Qin Xinghan, Big brother, big sister-in-law, I was blind, but I swear I never touched a hair on big sister-in-law. Please spare my life. Despite being a kind-hearted woman, Qin Xinghan felt torn. Even the most wicked would show compassion upon realizing their mistakes. Her face gradually twisted with concern, and she wanted to plead for mercy, but was too afraid to speak. Jiang Hao turned to Yi Fengwu, saying, Brother Wu, say something. Yi Fengwu exhaled a puff of smoke, expressionless, before casually stating, It shouldn't be a hassle for you, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao instantly understood. He rose and declared, Prepare 7 burlap sacks and clean up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the faces of the golden leopard and the other 6 youths turned ashen. Hao Gu, please. One of the subordinates had just begun to plead when 2 others dragged him away. The remaining individuals, including the golden leopard, were hauled out like dead dogs. The golden leopard ceased his pleas, for he knew Jiang Hao well. The ruthless methods that had brought the East Dragon Overlord to his current status were beyond imagination. Begging for mercy would only prolong his suffering. Yi Fengwu noticed that Qin Xinghan was trembling, her hands growing increasingly cold. He understood that she was terrified. After all, she was a gentle woman who had never witnessed such brutality. To ease her fears, Yi Fengwu tried to appear gentler, smiling at Qin Xinghan. It's all right, they do this often. Besides, good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. The golden leopard and his gang deserve what they get. However, Yi Fengwu's words had the opposite effect. Qin Xinghan's tightly wound heartstrings snapped, and she covered her mouth with one hand, nearly crying out loud as hot tears flowed through her fingers. Of course, her tears were not solely for the golden leopard and his companions. Much of her distress stemmed from the terrifying aura of the East Dragon Overlord. She was just an ordinary person, unaccustomed to witnessing murder. Those were 7 lives at stake, and a mere word from him determined their fates. Yi Fengwu sensed that Qin Xinghan was crying out of fear, and he redirected his frustration towards Jiang Hao, scolding, Couldn't you have dragged them outside before killing them? Must you say it here? Jiang Hao's face turned awkward, but he still managed to smile at Qin Xinghan, saying, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Next time. Upon hearing that phrase, Qin Xinghan's tears flowed even more freely. Rumors had it that this man was responsible for dozens of deaths, but now it seemed the number could reach into the thousands. After all, she had only known Yi Fengwu for less than a day and knew nothing of his past, not even his character. The only certainty was that this man was far more terrifying than the East Dragon Overlord. Seeing Qin Xinghan cry even harder, Yi Fengwu shot a fierce glare at Jiang Hao, growling, Get lost. Jiang Hao, far from feeling angry, wore an even wider grin, resembling a mischievous subordinate who had just made a mistake. This scene left Jiang Hao's subordinates stunned. They had never witnessed such a humble side of the mighty Hao Gu. Was this truly the East Dragon Overlord who dominated the underground world of Haihua City? Gradually, they began to grasp an important truth: the person capable of earning such respect from Hao Gu was undoubtedly extraordinary. Jiang Hao felt no discomfort in appearing subservient before his subordinates. Instead, it seemed appropriate. In all of China, only this man before him could make him set aside his pride. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu's expression grew increasingly somber as he turned to Jiang Hao, saying quietly, Xiao Hao, it seems you've grown wings and dare to use anyone now. How much of the principles we set back, then, do you still uphold? Hearing the hint of disappointment in Yi Fengwu's voice, Jiang Hao's heart tightened, and a wave of guilt washed over him. He was not one to make excuses. He understood Yi Fengwu's temperament well. Wrong was wrong, and excuses would only diminish his worth in Yi Fengwu's eyes. Thus Jiang Hao said nothing, but raised his right leg and placed it on the table. Just as everyone wondered what he intended to do, Jiang Hao suddenly swung the steel pipe in his hand, without hesitation striking his own thigh with full force. The scene left all his subordinates wide-eyed in shock, while Qin Shinghan took a deep breath. The fearsome East Dragon Overlord was willing to inflict harm upon himself at a mere word from Yi Fengwu. What kind of relationship did they have? Thud. With a dull thud, the steel pipe struck down. Instantly, Jiang Hao's expression changed. The blow had not landed on his thigh, but rather on a thick muscular arm. Everyone clearly saw the steel pipe bending at a 45-degree angle, showcasing the immense force behind Jiang Hao's strike. Yet what shocked them most was that this blow, powerful enough to shatter a rock, left no trace on that sturdy arm. Brother Wu. Jiang Hao's face was filled with guilt, his voice trembling as he uttered those words. Yi Fengwu took the steel pipe from Jiang Hao, and with a slight effort straightened it back out. This scene instilled terror in Jiang Hao's subordinates at Yi Fengwu's extraordinary strength. Yi Fengwu looked at Jiang Hao with utmost seriousness, saying, "This time I took the hit for you. Next time I'll take matters into my own hands." Yi Fengwu's message was clear. Should Jiang Hao continue to have subordinates like the Golden Leopard, Yi Fengwu would personally break Jiang Hao's legs. This was the principle Yi Fengwu had established for Jiang Hao 8 years ago. Jiang Hao grinned like a child, saying, "Brother Wu, that won't happen again." After saying this, he embraced Yi Fengwu, who patted Jiang Hao's back, embodying the brotherly bond that had been absent for 8 years. Once they parted, Jiang Hao politely smiled at Qin Shinghan, saying, "Sister-in-law, my name is Jiang Hao. You can call me Xiao Hao from now on. Today's events were a failure on my part which scared you. So consider this car as my apology." As he spoke, Jiang Hao pulled an electronic key from his pocket and handed it to Qin Shinghan. Qin Shinghan caught sight of the Ferrari emblem on the key, but did not reach for it. She remained in a state of shock. She had always harbored a deep-seated wariness and disdain for Jiang Hao, the overlord of the underground world, and how could she possibly accept his gift? Seeing that Qin Shinghan was unwilling to accept the gift, Jiang Hao glanced awkwardly at Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu, aware of Qin Shinghan's stance, said, "Since you've already made an offer, my wife certainly won't accept it. She is here to discuss a project." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately understood, retracting the car keys. He turned to one of his subordinates behind him and ordered, "Bring all the contracts for this project here so that my sister-in-law can choose freely." "Understood, Hao Go." A subordinate hurriedly ran out. However, Qin Shinghan shook her head and said, "There's no need, I don't want to sign." Yi Fengwu understood that Qin Shinghan didn't want to owe him anything, but she had no idea that it was he who owed her. Therefore, he discreetly exchanged glances with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao quickly feigned a pitiful expression and said, "Sister-in-law, if you don't sign, Wu Gu will definitely hold me accountable later. By the next time you see me, I might be in a wheelchair." Having said that, Jiang Hao winked at the dozens of subordinates behind him as well. They took the hint and began to plead with Qin Shinghan earnestly. "Sister-in-law, please sign. Have some pity on our Hao Ge." "Yes, sister-in-law, if you don't sign, Wu Gu won't forgive Hao Ge." Dozens of subordinates clamored to plead with Qin Shinghan, leaving her feeling a mix of emotions. Originally, she had come to seek a contract with Fenghao Engineering, but now she found herself being urged to sign instead, all due to Yi Fengwu, the rapist she both despised and feared. Ultimately, Qin Shinghan, with her soft-hearted nature, nodded in acquiescence. Soon the contracts were brought in, but Qin Shinghan was not a greedy person. She only chose a project suitable for the Qin Group, one that would yield a substantial profit upon completion. Next, Jiang Hao personally led Qin Shinghan and Yi Fengwu to the construction site, allowing her to inspect all matters concerning the project. Qin Shinghan took her work very seriously and meticulously, so much so that she skipped lunch to take notes. This left Jiang Hao without the opportunity to treat her as an apology. He could only follow behind her, hungry, along with a group of subordinates. Walking behind, Jiang Hao softly said to Yi Fengwu, "Wu Ge, why is it that I searched every prison in Haihua City and its surroundings, yet I couldn't find you?" In response, Yi Fengwu glanced at Qin Shinghan's back and said, "He'll tell you about it later." Yi Fengwu had only spent a month in detention before he was secretly transferred to a special forces unit, and even now he had no idea who had orchestrated his release from prison or why. Noticing this, Jiang Hao guessed that Yi Fengwu didn't want Qin Shinghan to know too much, so he asked again, "Is sister-in-law the girl who was drugged all those years ago?" Yi Fengwu nodded and said, "You should have uncovered some facts over the past 8 years, right?" Jiang Hao nodded, saying, "It was Chun Sheng, the son of Heifeng. You crippled him back then, and that's why he devised the entire plan. At that time, sister-in-law was the jewel of the Qin family, and we were not capable of standing against them, so Chun Sheng had her friends lure her out for a karaoke session where he secretly drugged her drink. He not only bribed her friends, but also bought off one of our subordinates. Yi Fengwu's face darkened with a frightening intensity as he coldly remarked, so it was true. Shiyu Haifeng, it seems he should be eliminated from Haihua City. Back then Yi Fengwu had been out singing and drinking with Jiang Hao and some other petty thugs when one of the subordinates had introduced him to a friend. In a daze he walked into another room which was empty. The subordinate told him to wait and then left. After consuming half a bottle of drink, he suddenly felt something was off and noticed a girl curled up in a dark corner. The drug's effects left Yi Fengwu somewhat disoriented, but the girl did not resist at that moment. Through the dim light, he could only see the tears on her face. After she left disheveled and in tatters, several uniformed officers burst in through the door. Looking back now, he realized he had been set up. Chen Sheng, that fool who did not know his own limits. Observing Yi Fengwu's grim expression, Jiang Hao said, "The subordinate who betrayed us has already been fed to the dogs. As for Chen Sheng and sister-in-law's friends, I have yet to take action." Yi Fengwu nodded and replied, "No rush. Now that I'm back, no rules can bind me." Hearing this, Jiang Hao was initially taken aback, then a surge of fervor ignited in his eyes. The madman of old had finally returned. Over the past 8 years, Yi Fengwu had gradually transformed into a king of soldiers, becoming a military god at the age of 26. Without the army's constraints, he would no longer be bound by any limitations, and thus he would rise from Haihua City. For completing that secret mission without power would leave him at a significant disadvantage. At that moment, in a grand villa in the capital city of Huaxiao, an elderly man with graying hair but a robust physique sat on a large wooden chair, surrounded by antique wooden furniture. Despite his advanced age, the clarity of his dark eyes and the commanding presence he exuded indicated that he had once been a soldier. Before him stood a man in his 40s dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, standing tall with a handsome face. These two men were renowned figures in Huaxiao. Despite nearing 80, the elder still held a high-ranking position in the military. He was Yi Zhengong, known as the Azure Dragon of Huaxiao, a marshal of one of the 5 tiger generals. The middle-aged man was named Yi Feng, the only son of Yi Zhengong and a candidate for the position of Azure Dragon Marshal. Huaxiao had 5 major military districts led by the 5 marshals: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Qilin, who defended the vast lands of Huaxiao. "Dad, he has been discharged from the army. Should we inform them?" Yi Feng respectfully asked the elder. Yi Zhengong shook his head and said he belongs to the Blood Wolf Special Forces, which is outside the 5 military establishments. Moreover, at his level, unless ordered by the higher-ups, who could discharge him? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's handsome face showed a hint of surprise before he asked, "Do you mean he is on a mission?" Yi Zhengong nodded and sighed. They are willing to allow Huaxia's finest soldier to return to the city in secrecy. It seems this mission is related to that organization. Upon hearing the mention of that organization, Yi Feng's eyes clouded with concern as he replied, "They have gone too far. Even he cannot possibly match that organization." Yi Zhengong sighed again. "We cannot intervene directly, but we can offer some assistance. Also, that girl from the Luo family is in Haihua City, isn't she?" Yi Feng nodded. "She is now the chairwoman of a company managing assets exceeding 10 billion. At this, Yi Zhengang's eyes filled with regret as he lamented, "Alas, what a pity. I've heard that the girl from the Luo family is stunning, renowned as Huaxia's most beautiful woman. Originally, she was to become my granddaughter-in-law." Yi Feng's face reflected a bitter expression as he said, "Dad, at this point, do you regret abandoning him from the Yi family?" Hearing this, Yi Zhengong furrowed his brow, his tone serious as he replied, "Fenger marrying that woman into the Yi family was already a grave mistake. Had it not been for my remaining influence, our family would have already been ousted from the 5 tiger generals. Moreover, that woman left alone, abandoning a 1-month-old son with you, will undoubtedly provoke that organization to retaliate against the Yi family. Therefore, sending him away was for his own good. After all, that organization would never allow the son of a saint to live among men." Yi Feng's heart was heavy, his gaze filled with sorrow. He had devoted himself to her out of love, willing to forsake everything to protect her. Yet he had disappointed her, and not only had he failed to safeguard her, but he could not even acknowledge his own son. Seeing the bitterness in his son's heart, Yi Zhengong sighed. "Fenger, give him some time. Perhaps he will achieve what none of us could. Then we can rightfully bring him back." Yi Feng's expression grew even more sorrowful. "By then, I fear he may not acknowledge us." Hearing this, Yi Zhengang's brow furrowed once more. 26 years ago, when he had abandoned him as an infant, he had done so without mercy. All of this stemmed from a pair of lovers who should never have crossed paths, and that infant bore the weight of their sins. Yi Feng continued, "He is a war god in the military, the pride of Huaxia. However, Luo Tianfei once mentioned that his temperament is unpredictable and unruly. Without the army's constraints, who knows what reckless acts he might commit in the city. I just hope he doesn't provoke those godlike individuals. Originally, Jiang Hao had planned to host a welcome banquet in the evening, intending to apologize to Qin Shinghan as well. However, Qin Shinghan declined, citing the need to pick up her daughter from school. Thus, Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao arranged to meet for dinner the following night. Yi Fengwu sought to uncover more of the secrets surrounding Haihua City, as the assistance of Lin Chang and others was insufficient for complete insight. Before embarking on that mission, the Qin family and the West Tiger Black Wind must be erased from Haihua City, serving as his compensation to Qin Shinghan for the debt he owed her for 8 years. The low-spec Chevrolet rolled through the spacious urban streets, and Yi Fengwu could distinctly hear the aging engine's noise. Since Qin Shinghan remained in shock, Yi Fengwu took it upon himself to drive. You should really accept Xiao Hao's Ferrari. That kid's car is worth at least 5 million, he remarked. Qin Shinghan's complexion remained pale as she gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting far away. Everything that had transpired that day felt like a nightmare. She had almost witnessed the deaths of 7 people. Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's words, Qin Shinghan replied softly, "Thank you for today." This simple expression of gratitude elicited a wide grin from Yi Fengwu, but he quickly composed himself, his expression turning serious. "If your gratitude stems from my saving you, I hope I never hear those words again." At this, Qin Shinghan turned her gaze towards Yi Fengwu, pondering whether he was unwilling to save her under such circumstances. Yi Fengwu continued earnestly, "Never put yourself in such peril again. If you suffer even the slightest harm, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Qin Shinghan's pale face showed surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light as she sensed Yi Fengwu's concern for her. What could it be for? If he were not a criminal, not a desperate fugitive, perhaps she might genuinely develop feelings for him based on what he had done for her in his earlier words. "Promise me, will you?" Yi Fengwu suddenly grasped her hand, resting on her lap. In that moment, Qin Shinghan lifted her hand to brush her hair aside, resulting in Yi Fengwu's hand inadvertently landing on her thigh. Though separated by fabric, Yi Fengwu could still feel the softness and elasticity beneath. Caught off guard by his sudden boldness, Qin Shinghan instinctively slapped at his hand. Smack! Ouch! However, that forceful slap did not land on his hand, but rather on her own thigh, causing her to frown in pain. Yi Fengwu's reflexes and speed were beyond what Qin Shinghan could match, so as her hand descended, he instinctively withdrew. At this sight, Yi Fengwu nearly laughed, one hand on the steering wheel as he apologetically said, sorry, just a reflex. If you try again, I won't dodge this time." With that, he shamelessly placed his hand back on her thigh. Tears shimmered in Qin Shinghan's eyes, perhaps from pain, perhaps from indignation, but she refrained from striking back, allowing his hand to linger on her leg. "Do as you wish, I concede." She turned her face back toward the window. Today she had seen the formidable Dong Long Bawang, who controlled half of Haihua City, and that terrifying figure was actually one of Yi Fengwu's underlings. What else could she expect now that she had fallen into his hands? She could only hope he would not harm her family after tormenting her. If Yi Fengwu had known of Qin Shinghan's thoughts, he might have driven the Chevrolet straight into a ditch. He was determined to win her over with sincerity, to ensure she understood he was a man of honor. So after a gentle squeeze of her thigh, he withdrew his hand. While that squeeze had been merely a man's instinctive reaction. "Don't you want to know my relationship with Jiang Hao?" Yi Fengwu suddenly inquired. Qin Shinghan replied tersely, "Not interested." At this, Yi Fengwu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been ready to boast, believing many women were attracted to charismatic, domineering men, yet Qin Shinghan proved to be quite the anomaly. As for Jiang Hao, he was a childhood friend of Yi Fengwu, and they had dropped out of school after finishing middle school to earn money through brawls and collecting protection fees. Even now, Yi Fengwu gritted his teeth at the thought. The films of ruffians from his youth had truly led him astray despite their undeniable allure. By the age of 18, Yi Fengwu had already carved out a reputation in the underground world of Haihua City, earning the ire of many. He had saved Jiang Hao's life more than once, and from that moment on, Jiang Hao had idolized him to the utmost degree, following his every word. Later, he was framed by the son of the West Tiger Black Wind and imprisoned for the crime of rape. Throughout their journey, Qin Shinghan frequently glanced at the time, her expression growing increasingly anxious. It was nearly 5:30 when school let out, and now it was already 5:25. They likely wouldn't arrive on time. "Can you drive faster?" Qin Shinghan urged for the third time. Yi Fengwu grimaced, pointing to the long line of cars ahead. "Darling, there's a traffic jam." Qin Shinghan bit her red lip tightly, her eyes reflecting an unspoken urgency. Seeing this, Yi Fengwu was puzzled. What was the big deal about being a little late to pick up the child? "Don't worry, Jingxi is clever. She'll find a safe place to wait for us." Yet Qin Shinghan's anxiety did not diminish, even the grip on her clothing appeared pale. This left Fengwu even more bewildered. What could she possibly be worried about? Did Jingxi have some trouble? Thinking this, Fengwu honked aggressively, urging the cars ahead to move. In a distance of less than a kilometer, it took him 15 minutes to arrive at the elementary school where Qin Xinghan had indicated. By then, many parents had already picked up their children. Before the Chevrolet had fully stopped, Qin Xinghan had already flung the door open and rushed toward the school gate. Fengwu hurriedly followed her. From a distance, he spotted a crowd gathered at the school entrance consisting of children around 8 or 9 years old and several parents. From dozens of meters away, Fengwu could hear bursts of mocking laughter. Qin Jingxi, little bastard, your dad's a rapist, and your mom's a dirty woman. Qin Jingxi, little bastard, your dad's a rapist, and your mom's a dirty woman. In an instant, Fengwu's expression darkened dangerously as he strode over. In the crowd, Jingxi, carrying her backpack, had droplets of saliva on her school uniform. Her delicate face, resembling a porcelain doll, was contorted with stubborn distress. Tears glistened in her eyes, yet she held back her cries. Heaven knows how often she had to endure such humiliation. At least a dozen unruly children were mocking and ridiculing Jingxi, while their parents stood by smiling and observing, oblivious to the moral corruption their children were facing. A little boy turned to his mother saying, "Mom, that's Qin Jingxi. Her mom was raped by a rapist, and she doesn't even know who her dad is." The boy's mother, though only in her 30s, had skin that had already yellowed, reliant on thick foundation to cover it. Her gaze toward Jingxi was filled with disdain as she affectionately instructed her son, "Don't play with kids like her at school, they're so dirty." Jingxi. At that moment, Qin Xinghan rushed over. Upon seeing her daughter's wronged face and disheveled uniform, her heart ached, but she held back her tears and embraced Jingxi, leading her away from the crowd. She could no longer bear to hear any of their taunts. Dressed in professional attire, Qin Xinghan showcased her perfect figure to its fullest, particularly her stunning beauty, which left many male parents wide-eyed in amazement, while female parents felt a pang of jealousy. However, in that moment, she felt a significant sense of balance within her heart. The heavily made-up woman disdainfully huffed, "What's the use of being good-looking if you're just going to be ruined by someone? Indeed, she's a stunning beauty, but what a pity she's been cheapened by a rapist," remarked a lecherous-looking man, gazing at Qin Xinghan's graceful figure with a look of regret. Qin Xinghan had long grown accustomed to the humiliation and mockery from these people. At that moment, all she wanted was to hasten her departure with her daughter from this place. Fengwu strode over, his expression dark and foreboding. It was only now that he understood why Qin Xinghan constantly checked the time in the car and why she was so anxious to arrive punctually. She had clearly known such an incident would occur. It was not hard to imagine how much ridicule and disgrace Qin Xinghan and her daughter had endured over the past 8 years. Fengwu blocked Qin Xinghan, who was eager to rush back to the car. Seeing this, tears glistened in Qin Xinghan's eyes as she pleaded, "Please let us go." Fengwu remained steadfast, his voice deep and resonant. "If you just walk away like this, my heart will not be at peace." As he spoke, Fengwu wiped away the spit from Jingxi's face, his resolute features filled with guilt and anger. In that instant, Qin Xinghan felt a stir within her heart. His concern for Jingxi seemed to surpass that for anyone else. What was driving him? As Fengwu walked past Qin Xinghan, her expression gradually shifted. With his volatile temper, she feared he might do something impulsive. As expected, Fengwu approached those who had just humiliated and mocked Qin Xinghan and her daughter. The group of children wore puzzled expressions, unsure of who this tall and handsome man was. Fengwu approached them like a hungry wolf stalking its prey. Gradually, the children who had just insulted Jingxi huddled closer to their parents in fear. Even the others frowned, staring at Fengwu with trepidation. Once Fengwu stopped, he turned to one of the boys who had spat at Jingxi and insulted her mother. His voice was low and menacing. "You spat on my daughter and called her mother a filthy woman, didn't you?" The boy, terrified by Fengwu's fierce gaze, could hardly muster a response. "Oh, Mommy, I'm scared." The boy, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears, and soon the others who had mocked Jingxi were trembling and crying as well. Seeing this, the boy's mother grew furious, pointing at Fengwu and shouting, "Who do you think you are? What my child says is none of your business. If you scare my son, I won't let you off." Fengwu's eyes narrowed, and he coldly replied, "Isn't it your responsibility as a parent to teach your child not to hurt others with their words?" The boy's mother huffed indignantly, "And why should you care? Besides, my child is speaking the truth. Who doesn't know that Qin Xinghan is a filthy woman ruined by a rapist?" Slap. Before she could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending her sprawling 3 meters away. Howling in pain, she hit the ground, her jaw dislocated and several teeth knocked out. Fengwu had no inclination to strike women, but today he could no longer hold back. In an instant, the woman's face drained of color. She had never imagined that someone would dare to strike her in broad daylight. She wanted to yell or cry for help, but with her jaw dislocated, all that came out were muffled whimpers. The small boy was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground in tears, his pants soaked through. Even the other children who had mocked Jing-si were now trembling and crying. Those who had intended to admonish Yi Fengwu were now stepping back, burying their faces in shame, fearing that this violent man would turn his wrath on them. Yi Fengwu looked around at the frightened faces and scoffed again. If you don't teach your children, who will? You may not care now, but when they grow up, someone will hold them accountable. I won't strike you, but those who just humiliated my daughter and wife must all apologize. In the distance, Qin Xinghan was already stunned, not knowing what to think. She had never expected Yi Fengwu to stand up for Jing-si and herself. His anger, his love for Jing-si was so palpable. What's going on? At that moment, a stout, middle-aged man approached with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing the woman on the ground searching for her teeth, his expression darkened even further. His gaze fell on the brooding Yi Fengwu. Is this your doing? The middle-aged man questioned Yi Fengwu. The lecherous man hurried over to the newcomer, saying this man claims to be Qin Jingxi's father. He not only hit the mother, but also wants us to apologize to Qin Xinghan and her daughter. The newcomer was Lu Fu, a greasy middle-aged man with a corrupt appearance. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu glanced towards Qin Xinghan and her daughter, a glint of lewd satisfaction flashing in his narrow eyes, which Yi Fengwu caught sight of immediately. Lu Fu then turned to Yi Fengwu, his expression stern. What nonsense! You'll be going to jail for this. Yi Fengwu replied coldly, as an educator, shouldn't you ask about the cause of this situation? Your child harmed and maliciously humiliated my daughter. Is this what you teach as education? Lu Fu frowned, perplexed. You're Qin Jingxi's father. As far as I know, her father is a rapist, and what you say is the truth. Am I supposed to teach them how to lie? Rather than feeling shame about the insults hurled at another, Lu Fu shamelessly reiterated that Jing-si was the daughter of a rapist, revealing his moral decay. What Lu Fu didn't know was that initially no one in the vicinity was aware of Qin Xinghan's past. That was precisely why Qin Xinghan had sent Jing-si there. However, Lu Fu had heard about Qin Xinghan's situation and had been captivated by her beauty when she enrolled Jing-si. He sought opportunities to approach her, but Qin Xinghan would never give him the slightest chance. Thus, out of spite, Lu Fu spread rumors about her past. Now, with this man claiming to be Qin Xinghan's husband causing a scene, Lu Fu saw an opportunity to have him imprisoned. Afterward, Qin Xinghan would undoubtedly come to him for help, and at that point he could demand anything from her. Yi Fengwu's gaze turned icy as he retorted, the truth is that a rapist ruined a poor woman's life, and you are making her life even worse. How are you any different from the monster who destroyed her? His words caused many to lower their heads. Indeed, Qin Xinghan had already suffered enough, yet they continued to maliciously wound her. What they were doing was no different from beasts. From a distance, Qin Xinghan was deeply moved by Yi Fengwu's words. As a rapist and a violent man, he could express such profound sentiments. Lu Fu sneered, as an educator, I must take responsibility for the whole. It's already a favor for me to take in one, and as for Qin Jingxi, instead of being grateful, she dares to threaten me with jail time. As he spoke, Lu Fu pulled out his phone, but just as he dialed a number, a strong hand seized his wrist. Crack! Lu Fu cried out in pain as cracks appeared on his phone screen. Fear coursed through him at the strength of this man. Calling the police. If you're going to jail anyway, then. One loss means two gains, Yi Fengwu said with a playful tone. Slap. Another resounding slap landed on Lu Fu's chubby face, sending his hefty body flying more than 5 meters. His face struck the ground with a loud thud, and bystanders could clearly hear the sound of Lu Fu's nose and teeth shattering. His anguished screams echoed. Not only was he missing teeth, but blood also flowed from his ears, indicating a ruptured eardrum. The violent scene completely terrified all the parents and students around. Yi Fengwu's actions were too brutal. They had never encountered someone like him before. Now it's your turn. Yi Fengwu addressed the parents and students, his tone chillingly cold. Dad, I'm scared. Woo. I want to go home. In that moment, the young students who had just humiliated Jing-si all burst into tears, with 2 of them trembling in fear. At that instant, their innocent hearts finally realized that the girl they had bullied, who had never dared to speak back, was the daughter of a father as fearsome as a demon. We need to apologize. A parent hurriedly grabbed their child and ran towards Qin Xinghan. Seeing this, the others dared not hesitate, and all dragged their children towards Qin Xinghan. Jing-si's mother. I'm so sorry. I didn't discipline my child well. Please forgive us. Don't let your husband hit us. One parent, nearly in tears, kept bowing and nodding towards Qin Xinghan and her daughter. One after another, 5 or 6 parents rushed to plead for mercy, terrified that Qin Qinghan would incite her husband to strike again. Qin Qinghan's emotions were mixed, as she had never imagined these people would ever apologize to her. This was all because of Yi Fengwu, the man who had forcibly entered her life. Being soft-hearted, Qin Qinghan maintained an expressionless facade and said, "You may leave now. I hope you truly educate your children in the future. Yes, we will definitely discipline them well." After saying this, the parents left in disarray. Jingxi's mother, "I apologize. Our child." At that moment, the lecherous-looking parent who had just complained to Lu Fu approached Qin Qinghan. However, he barely got halfway through his words when a large hand grabbed the back of his collar. "I said hitting 2 is a loss, hitting 3 is a gain." A voice laced with a chilling amusement came from behind him. The lecherous man trembled violently, nearly wetting himself. Hadn't he just said hitting 1 was a loss, hitting 2 was a gain? Why was it suddenly 3? Woo! The lecherous man's son, witnessing this, was immediately terrified and sat down on the ground. Though the lecherous man was despicable, his child was still young. Thus Qin Qinghan felt a bit of pity and advised, "Enough, it will leave a shadow on the child." The lecherous man hadn't expected Qin Qinghan to plead for leniency, so he grimaced and said, "Brother, yes, my son is small and doesn't understand. If you hit me, it will leave a shadow on him." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu snorted coldly. "A shadow? Did your son ever think about the shadow he cast on my daughter while humiliating her?" With that single sentence, both the lecherous man and Qin Qinghan fell silent. Jingxi was only 7, yet she endured ridicule and humiliation daily. Yi Fengwu could hardly fathom the immense psychological burden Jingxi must carry. The true culprits of all this were not those who mocked them, but rather themselves. Yi Fengwu then looked down at the small boy sitting on the ground and said softly, "Little brat, do you understand why your father is being punished? Because you did something wrong. Your father has failed in his responsibility as a parent. He did not guide you onto the path of goodness." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fengwu swung his hand and slapped the lecherous man across the face. Once again, his jaw dislocated and half of his teeth fell out. Qin Qinghan covered Jingxi's eyes, turning her face away. "Let's go before the police arrive. We should leave quickly." Yi Fengwu patted Qin Qinghan's back, speaking with a calm demeanor. Surprisingly, the little boy seemed to forget his tears because of Yi Fengwu's words. He appeared to realize that his father's punishment stemmed from his own wrongdoing. After Yi Fengwu drove away with Qin Qinghan and her daughter, Lu Fu finally managed to get up and began calling the police. "Hello, I'm the principal of Chengnan Primary School. Someone is attacking people at our school." "What? Speak clearly. What is your title?" "Principal." "Principal of what?" "Princip. Al. Principal of what? Damn it, I've lost all my teeth. I can't speak clearly. Hurry up and come catch the perpetrator. You dare to curse." In the car, Yi Fengwu drove the Chevrolet with a grim expression while Qin Qinghan and Jingxi embraced in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Yi Fengwu could see the tears of bitterness in Qin Qinghan's eyes. To his surprise, the young Jingxi raised her hand to wipe her mother's tears. "Mom, don't cry. I'm not wronged," Jingxi said in her innocent voice. That one sentence made Qin Qinghan break down in an instant. She covered her mouth with her hands, trying to suppress her cries, but the hot tears kept flowing. For 8 years, Qin Qinghan had lived under the mockery and humiliation of everyone, but the most heartbreaking thing was that her daughter was enduring the same ordeal. Yi Fengwu's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his guilt intensifying. He vowed silently that from this day forth, anyone who dared to insult his woman or daughter, even a word, would face a fate worse than death. Why send the child to such a school? Thinking of the injustices Jingxi faces daily, I would gladly blow that school up, Yi Fengwu said through clenched teeth with a hint of blame directed at Qin Qinghan. Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's idea of blowing up the school, Qin Qinghan frowned, and even Jingxi looked at Yi Fengwu with trepidation. Then Qin Qinghan said, displeased, "Could you not say such things in front of Jingxi?" This was the first time Qin Qinghan had shown such firmness in front of Yi Fengwu. Realizing he had overstepped, Yi Fengwu quickly fell silent. At that moment, Qin Qinghan looked down at Jingxi and said, "Jingxi, we won't go to that school anymore. I'll handle your transfer. We'll go to Haihua Primary School, where no one knows us." However, Jingxi pursed her lips and replied, "But the tuition there is very expensive. We can't afford it." "It's okay, Mom, I'm not afraid of them anymore." Hearing such maturity from the young Jingxi, Yi Fengwu felt a deep pang of sorrow. "Mom made a big deal today. We won't run out of money in the future," Qin Qinghan said gently. Upon hearing this, Jingxi's eyes brightened, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Really?" Qin Qinghan forced a smile and nodded, but her eyes remained clouded with worry. Only then did Yi Fengwu realize that the reason Qin Xinghan had not found a good school for Jingxi was that they were trapped by financial constraints. After the family of three returned to their modest 60-square-meter home, Yi Fengwu noticed that Qin Ji and Yang Yu were not there. So he asked, "Where are your parents? It's almost dinner time. Did they go grocery shopping?" Qin Xinghan shook her head and replied, "They probably went to play mahjong. They won't be back for dinner." Yi Fengwu frowned, slightly displeased. "You're the only one working to support this family, yet they still go gambling." Out of concern for Qin Xinghan, Yi Fengwu didn't realize his words might upset her. After all, they were her parents. However, being the good-natured person she was, Qin Xinghan replied, "They are just neighbors, they won't lose much money." But Qin Xinghan did not tell Yi Fengwu that her parents generally lost whenever they gambled, taking at least 3,000 from her every month, if not more, putting her under constant pressure while she was still paying off a mortgage and providing for the whole family. This was also why she had always wanted Jingxi to attend Haihua Primary School, but had never been able to realize that dream, as it was a prestigious private school with annual tuition exceeding 100,000. Since returning home, the worry in Qin Xinghan's eyes had not dissipated. Suddenly, she looked at Yi Fengwu and said with a complex tone, "You hit someone today, they will definitely report it. Soon the police might come knocking." Yi Fengwu, sitting on the sofa, lit a cigarette and laughed. "It might be a bit troublesome, but don't worry. Right now I have more important matters to consider." As he spoke, his expression grew serious. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan's heart tightened, but Yi Fengwu then sulked and said, "What are we having for dinner today? I'm starving. I didn't eat lunch." Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xinghan felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. However, Night Wind Wu, with a troubled expression, lamented, "What are we having for dinner today?" "I'm starving. Ooh, I didn't even eat lunch." Hearing this, Qin Xinghan sighed in relief, but also felt a deep sense of guilt. Today she had been so focused on her work that she completely forgot that Night Wind Wu and Jiang Hao hadn't had lunch either. "I'm sorry, you'll go cook right away," she said hurriedly, making her way to the kitchen. Soon the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard. At that moment, Jingxi unexpectedly approached Night Wind Wu. Despite her tender age, she could clearly sense the kindness of this uncle towards her and how remarkable he was. With a hint of admiration in her eyes, she asked, "Uncle, are you still sleeping on the sofa tonight?" Seeing Jingxi come closer, Night Wind Wu stubbed out his half-finished cigarette and forced a bitter smile. "That depends on how merciful your mother is." The little girl lightly bit her lip and replied obediently, "I can vouch for you to Mom, but don't get your hopes up too high." Night Wind Wu felt a warm glow in his heart at her willingness to speak on his behalf. He leaned down to kiss her cheek, but just as he was about to lift her onto his lap, she giggled and dashed away. "Uncle smells so bad. Oh, I need to go do my homework now," she said, running into the bedroom. Night Wind Wu raised his arm to sniff, wrinkling his brow as he sighed. He should have asked Lin Chong to prepare a few more sets of camouflage clothing. He hadn't bathed in 2 days and hadn't changed his clothes either. In the living room of the Qin family villa, Qin Guangnan was leisurely seated on the sofa savoring his tea. At that moment, Qin Fei burst in, incredulous, saying, "Dad, Qin Xinghan actually secured the project with Fengwu Engineering." Qin Guangnan was momentarily stunned, furrowing his brow. "Are you sure?" Given Qin Guangnan's understanding of Fengwu real estate, those entrenched in the underworld were notoriously difficult to deal with. While the Qin family held some stature in Haihua City, it was unlikely Fengwu real estate would take them seriously. Qin Fei sneered. "She's probably using her body to negotiate. After all, with her looks, that golden leopard would never let her go." Qin Guangnan nodded in agreement. "If I didn't expect that broken flower of Qin Han still has some use. Since the project is secured, you will take over all of it from her tomorrow." Hearing this, Qin Fei's expression turned sinister. "So you mean to directly dismiss Qin Xinghan? If that's the case, she'll have no choice but to plead with you to marry her off to Zhangge. But since she has secured the Fengwu project, what excuse should we use to marginalize her?" Qin Guangnan snorted. "My Qin family will not accept a rapist as a son-in-law. Therefore, it's either an engagement with Zhangge or back home to live with a rapist." At this, Qin Fei gave a sly thumbs-up to Qin Guangnan. The next morning, Night Wind Wu spent another night on the narrow sofa, awakened by a faint sound of footsteps. He opened his eyes to see Qin Xinghan dressed in white pajamas standing before him. Upon noticing that he was awake, Qin Xinghan said apologetically, "I'm sorry for waking you." Qin Xinghan always maintained a certain wariness and distance from Night Wind Wu, which made him uncomfortable. Her attitude towards him felt akin to that of treating an enemy. But Night Wind Wu still smiled and replied, "It's all right, I don't have a habit of sleeping in." As he spoke, he glanced at the shabby sofa beneath him, and any desire to linger in bed vanished. Suddenly, Qin Xinghan handed him several bills, her tone somewhat complex. "Here, take this 500 yuan to buy some clothes. Once I get my commission, I'll give you more." Though she knew Night Wu had friends like Jiang how he had just been released from prison and was surely broke, even his camouflage outfit hadn't been washed in 2 days. Seeing this, Night Wu nearly claimed he had money but accepted the 500 yuan instead, grinning as he said, "Thank you, my dear wife." This was the first time his wife had given him money. He had to save it. After the family finished breakfast, Qin Shinghan instructed her parents to keep an eye on the children and prepared to leave. Today would be busy. There was much planning to do. "Wife, come back early. You promised me we'd go get the marriage certificate today," Night Wu called after her. As Qin Shinghan reached the door, she stumbled slightly upon hearing his words, nearly tripping over the threshold. Today she had dressed up intentionally, not only shaping her brows, but also applying a touch of lipstick, making her already stunning face appear even more alluring. Her grandfather and uncle had always marginalized her, but after securing the Fengwu engineering project with Night Wu's help, they would surely change their attitude towards her. Half an hour later, Qin Shinghan arrived at the Qin Corporation's office building. Just as she reached the reception desk, she was intercepted by Qin Fei. Seeing this, she handed him the signed contract. "Uncle, this is the contract between the Qin Corporation and Fengwu Engineering. I need to organize a meeting preferably today to lead a few executives into the Fengwu project team." Qin Fei accepted the contract with a calm demeanor. "Since the contract is signed, you have 2 choices. 1, kick that rapist out of your home and get engaged to young Master Zhang. 2, take your things and go back to living with the rapist." Bang! At that moment, a security guard threw a box full of her belongings onto the ground. Realizing this, Qin Shinghan understood that Qin Fei was abandoning her. She had risked her life to sign the contract, and now he wanted to oust her from the company. "Uncle, how can you?" Even with her good temper, Qin Shinghan was infuriated by the Qin family's actions. Qin Fei coldly replied, "Qin Shinghan, as long as our Qin family forms a union with the Zhang family, we will rise even higher. You can enjoy life as a wealthy lady. I advise you not to miss this great opportunity." At his words, Qin Shinghan's eyes filled with scorn. Even after she brought such significant benefits to the company, they still refused to let her go. From the beginning, they had treated her as merely a tool for bringing profit to the Qin family. Though Night Wu was a rapist, someone she despised from the underworld, he at least cared for Jingxi. Should she marry Zhang Gu, she would have to abandon Jingxi. Thus in her heart, there was only one choice left. Qin Fei continued, "Shinghan, your grandfather is doing this for your own good. Giving up Jingxi is better than living with a rapist." Qin Shinghan scoffed bitterly, then picked up the box on the floor and turned to leave the Qin Corporation's office building. Qin Shinghan was a smart person. Continuing to argue wouldn't change anything, and she might even be thrown out by security. Thus, leaving decisively was the best choice. Her resolve caused Qin Fei's brow to furrow. He spoke with a venomous tone, "My son has been crippled because of you lot. If I don't destroy your family, how can I swallow this anger?" Fengwu did not use the 500 yuan given to him by Qin Shinghan to buy clothes. Instead, he sought out 3 colonels, Lin Changyang Lu and Lu Peng. The 3 men certainly knew how to indulge themselves, residing together in a luxurious 5-star hotel. Upon entering their presidential suite, Fengwu felt a surge of envy. The room was filled with extravagant furniture, and the enormous soft bed could easily accommodate 6 people, reminding him of the cramped sofa he had been curling up on for the past few days. Lighting a cigarette, he settled into the plush sofa, his expression stern as he remarked, "You really know how to enjoy life." At that moment, Lin Changyang Lu and Lu Peng stood at attention before him. Lin Chang chuckled and said, "Instructor, you could join us, you know." Fengwu shot Lin Chang a disdainful glance and scoffed, "I sleep on a soft bed with a beautiful wife every day. Why would I want to squeeze onto a bed with you all?" Hearing this, the 3 men looked at him with envy. Though they had never met Qin Shinghan, they had seen her in person, and her beauty was almost unreal. It was said that after 3 years in the army, even a pig would look attractive, yet these 3 were all confirmed bachelors, let alone having the privilege of holding a stunning beauty like Qin Shinghan in their arms every day. Seeing the envy in their eyes, a smirk crept onto Fengwu's lips, although the bitterness in his heart was known only to him. "Go buy me 2 casual outfits and lend me 100,000 yuan for emergencies." He flicked the ash from his cigarette and addressed the 3. The 3 exchanged glances, but none of them moved. Noticing this, Fengwu frowned and snapped, "What are you standing around for?" Lin Chang made a distressed face and said, "Instructor, we have money for clothes, but as for lending you 100,000, I truly don't have it." Lu Peng, avoiding eye contact, added, "Neither do I." Yang Lu shrank back and said, "Instructor, you have the highest salary among us, and everyone knows you're not short on cash. Not to mention you could easily come up with 1 billion. With their refusal to lend him money, Fengwu's expression turned sour. He cursed, "If it weren't for the fact that my salary card was taken, would I have to ask you for a loan?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chang and the others exchanged strange looks. Lin Chong chuckled and said, "Instructor, why not just make a call? A few billion could be in your account in no time." "Get lost." Fengwu snapped back, causing them to shrink into themselves. However, they were puzzled as to why someone with a net worth in the hundreds of billions would choose to steal his modest salary card. That person was someone Fengwu dreaded to mention. Even though he frequently borrowed money from these guys, he had never dared to call her. Because she was a temptress. At that moment, Fengwu suddenly asked, "What about the funding? Has it not been approved yet?" When funding was mentioned, their expressions grew even more distressed. They had specifically chosen a 5-star hotel anticipating a large allocation of funds from above. However, they had arrived in Haihua City a month earlier than Fengwu, and they still had not seen a dime. This presidential suite cost thousands per day, and if this continued, they would have to squeeze into a small inn. Lin Chong sighed. "Instructor, you need to personally go to the old commander for approval of the funds. You must hurry." Fengwu's expression darkened further. That old fool withholding funds for such an important mission. He'll find time to go to the capital. Yang Lu quickly added, "Instructor, I forgot to inform you the old commander has already arrived in Haihua City and is staying at the Chun family villa." Fengwu was surprised. That old fool actually came in person. It seems this mission is not simple. The old fool Fengwu referred to as the highest commander of the Blood Wolf Special Forces. Though nearing 80, he remained a sharp blade in Huaxia. Lin Chong continued, "The old commander said he wants you to visit the Chun family villa today. He has important matters to discuss with you." Fengwu nodded and then suddenly asked, "How's the investigation on the Luo Huang group going?" Lin Chong replied, "The Luo Huang group is one of the top economic powers in Haihua City and ranks among the top 500 in all of Huaxia. Their business projects include energy, real estate, clothing, advertising, and even entertainment." Yang Lu added, "The chairman of the Luo Huang group is a woman named Luo Huang, a very young woman with assets of at least several billion, if not more. Moreover, she has significant connections." Fengwu's expression remained neutral as he responded, "Connections indeed. She is the niece of old Luo, the niece of Commander Luo." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three widened in shock. The old Luo Fengwu referred to as the captain of the Blood Wolf Special Forces, the only person above Fengwu in rank. Moreover, it was said that Luo Tianfei's family was based in the capital, but few knew the details. Fengwu's expression turned serious. "Continue to monitor Luo Huang and ensure her safety. I will meet with the old commander today to accept the next mission." Lin Chong and the others nodded earnestly. Lin Chong remarked, "In the past month, Luo Huang has faced 3 attacks. 3 of her bodyguards were killed and 5 were injured. If it weren't for our covert assistance, she wouldn't have survived the second attack." Fengwu frowned. "What's the strength of those attacking her? Can you identify their organization?" At this, Lin Chong and the others shook their heads. Lu Peng furrowed his brows and said, "Instructor, these individuals are formidable. They seem to belong to a world-class assassination organization, and they leave no clues behind." He recalled how they had captured 2 assassins, but before they could interrogate them, the assassins bit down on the poison hidden in their teeth. Suddenly, Lin Chong took out his phone and handed it to Fengwu with a serious expression. "Instructor, they all have the same tattoo. You have extensive knowledge. Perhaps you can discern something." Fengwu took the phone and saw a clear image on the screen. An arm adorned with a purple-black scythe surrounded by black flames resembling a weapon of death. In an instant, Fengwu's brows knitted tightly. "So it's them." Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. To them, the instructor's strength was almost godlike, having trained countless elite soldiers under his guidance. They had not seen such a serious expression on Fengwu's face in a long while. Fengwu pocketed the phone and said, "Request any weapons you need from above. The danger level of this mission is beyond what you can imagine." The 3 were taken aback, their expressions growing increasingly shocked. Fengwu did not elaborate as he had faced that organization a few times before, but knew very little about them. Perhaps the old commander could provide him with more information. After leaving the hotel, Fengwu went to a mall to buy clothes while Lin Chong and the others were sent to protect the mission's target, the yet unknown Luo Huang. Even Fengwu could not fathom why that organization was targeting Luo Huang. Although he couldn't borrow 100,000 yuan from Lin Chong and the others, he managed to scrape together a little over 1,000, enough for a few outfits. An hour later, as Fengwu carried 2 sets of clothes and arrived at the apartment complex, he noticed 2 police cars parked at the entrance. "Here we go, just as expected." "What a hassle," Fengwu muttered to himself, unfazed as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Just then 5 or 6 officers in uniforms exited the police cars and surrounded him upon seeing him. As the imposing officers approached, Fengwu calmly said into the phone, "Old Chen, I'm afraid I can't join you for tea today. Someone's here. Don't move. Hands on your head," a young officer shouted at him. Two others rushed forward to grab Yi Fengwu's arms, attempting to force them behind his back. However, despite putting all their strength into it, they could not budge his robust arms. Seeing this, they were astonished by Yi Fengwu's strength and filled with anger. One of them huffed, "Behave yourself. You're suspected of murder. Come with us to the precinct." Yi Fengwu replied nonchalantly, "Murder? That's excessive. I just gave 3 people a slap. Ooh, I certainly didn't go beyond that." The expressions on the faces of the police officers turned peculiar upon hearing this. They had witnessed firsthand the horrific state of Lu Fu and the other 2 parents. Nearly half of their teeth had fallen out, and their jaws were not only dislocated, but also fractured in multiple places. One officer grunted, "We are well aware of the force behind a slap. The victims claim you attacked them with an iron rod which aligns with their injuries." Yi Fengwu replied calmly, "So they reported me for attempted murder." The officer standing before Yi Fengwu barked sternly, "The evidence is irrefutable. I advise you to cooperate." However, upon seeing the 2 officers' flushed faces struggling to restrain Yi Fengwu's hands behind his back, the officer gradually grew angry and placed his hand on his weapon. "This is your first warning. Comply with our law enforcement." Yi Fengwu's expression turned colder as he regarded the officer's hand resting on his weapon. He understood the police officer's authority. After 3 warnings, pepper spray and a stun baton would follow regardless of age or health. This was his confidence. "Consider this a warning. Do not proceed with that," he said icily. As he spoke, Yi Fengwu's eyes narrowed slightly, and an unsettling chill crept down the spines of the officers, who sensed the imminent danger. In response, the officer, disregarding standard procedures, drew his gun and aimed it at Yi Fengwu. "Don't move. If you resist, I have the right to shoot." Seeing the gun, Yi Fengwu's cold demeanor intensified. "Stop!" A sharp voice echoed from behind the armed officer, followed by the sound of a car door opening. A striking female officer in uniform descended from the vehicle. Yi Fengwu turned to look and was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. The female officer had a neat bob haircut, stood at about 5'7", and possessed long, perfectly shaped legs. The sight of her blouse straining at the seams would stir any man's blood. Her physique was intriguing, slightly plump, yet undeniably attractive, her slim waist contrasting sharply with her ample curves. If she weren't someone who exercised regularly, it would be difficult to maintain such a figure. Moreover, her face was exceptionally beautiful, and without a trace of makeup, she radiated an allure that was both refreshing and unique. The appearance of the female officer caused the armed officer to shrink back, slightly, seemingly deterred by her fiery temperament and figure. Once she stood before Yi Fengwu, she frowned and said, "We are from the Haihua City Criminal Investigation Unit. I am Lieutenant Chen Nan. You are suspected of murder. Please cooperate with our investigation." At her words, Yi Fengwu finally retracted the coldness from his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "If I'm only suspected, there's no need to bind me like this." As he spoke, he glanced at the 2 officers, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Chen Nan looked at the 2 officers and said, "That won't be necessary. Just put the handcuffs on him." At her command, the 2 officers sighed in relief and promptly retrieved the handcuffs, which Yi Fengwu made no effort to resist. However, he still spoke up, "Can I at least let my wife know I won't be having lunch so she can prepare dinner for me?" Chen Nan frowned slightly and retorted, "Regardless of whether it's murder or not, you'll be facing several years in prison. You can forget about dinner." As she spoke, the 2 officers began to usher Yi Fengwu toward the police car. At that moment, a low-spec Chevrolet suddenly pulled up, and a flustered Qin Qinghan hurriedly exited the vehicle. Upon seeing her, Chen Nan's beautiful face showed signs of distress. Qin Qinghan glanced at the handcuffs on Yi Fengwu's wrists and immediately understood the situation. She approached Chen Nan and said, "Chen Nan, could you possibly speak on his behalf?" Chen Nan looked troubled and sighed. "Qinghan, it's a fact that he assaulted someone. The 3 victims have reported him to the police for attempted murder." Qin Qinghan's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "How can it be murder? He simply lost control and struck someone. It's at most a case of assault." Chen Nan frowned. "Don't worry, I will investigate thoroughly. Come with me, I have questions for you." With that, Chen Nan took Qin Qinghan aside, as if to discuss something privately. Witnessing this, Yi Fengwu was surprised and turned to the 2 officers with a smile. "Did you see that? My wife knows your boss." The officers' expressions turned slightly awkward, and one of them scoffed, "That doesn't change anything. Our boss is known for being impartial. He wouldn't bend the rules for personal feelings." Unbeknownst to Yi Fengwu, Chen Nan and Qin Qinghan were high school classmates, and Chen Nan was the only person who had never turned against her, often offering her support. Once Chen Nan had pulled Qin Qinghan aside, her vigilant gaze flicked toward Yi Fengwu before she asked, "Qinghan, when did you get married? I wasn't aware of it." Qin Qinghan's face showed bitterness as she replied, "It's a long story. It was all arranged by my grandfather." Chen Nan's expression darkened, and she said, "What a family you have. They don't even view you as a person. Do you know anything about him? What did he do before? Qin Qinghan's face grew even more troubled. How could she possibly know anything about Fengwu? In truth, she was almost afraid to delve into his background, but he had indeed helped her over the past few days. Thus she shook her head sadly and said, I heard. He's just been released from prison for rape. If possible, could you help me check his background? A rapist? Chen Nan's tone rose sharply, and then filled with frustration, she said to Qin Qinghan, you must be out of your mind. Your life will be ruined by a rapist. How can you marry him? Qin Qinghan self-deprecatingly replied, since I was 16 my life has been out of my control. At least, he has been good to Jingxi. Chen Nan furrowed her brow deeply and said, I will help you investigate him. If he truly is a rapist, you need to leave him as soon as possible. Moreover, the 3 individuals he assaulted are severely injured. Even if he isn't charged with murder, he will face at least 5 to 6 years in prison. At her words, Qin Qinghan's eyes were filled with conflict. She grasped Chen Nan's hand and pleaded, I know you don't like to be biased, but please speak on his behalf. After all, he acted out of concern for Jingxi. She then recounted the incident of Jingxi being bullied at school and informed Chen Nan about Lu Fu's repeated threats against her, even suspecting that Lu Fu had maliciously spread rumors about her at school. That bastard. He should have been beaten to death. It would have been a good deed, Chen Nan cursed through gritted teeth. After a long pause, Chen Nan shook her head and fixed her gaze on Qin Qinghan. Qinghan, I know you. I understand you don't like this man. The thing you despise most in life is a rapist. Even if he treats you well now, it's because he desires your beauty. Once he successfully deceives you into bed, do you think he will still treat you like this? With that, Chen Nan turned and walked toward the police car. The officers began to lead Fengwu toward the vehicle, and he turned back to Qin Qinghan and called out, wife, I'll definitely be back before dinner. Make something delicious for me. Seeing Fengwu's calm demeanor, Qin Qinghan felt a mix of emotions. She disliked him solely because he was a rapist, yet he had acted out of concern for Jingxi, and she didn't want him to go to prison because of it. In the police station's interrogation room, Fengwu's hands were cuffed to the table while 2 empty chairs faced him. In the office, Chen Nan handed Fengwu's identity information to a male officer and said, get me all his records. I want to know everything about him, including his family lineage and where his ancestors are buried. The male officer shrank back, wondering what had provoked this fiery female officer into such a frenzy. After a flurry of keystrokes, the male officer summoned all the information on Fengwu to the screen. However, his expression turned peculiar as he pointed at the monitor and said to Officer Chen Nan, Officer Chen, something seems off here. Look. Upon inspecting the screen, Chen Nan's brow furrowed in an instant. The display contained only a few lines: the date of imprisonment for a rape conviction followed by the release date, which was just a few days ago. All other information was completely blank, causing Chen Nan's expression to darken. What's going on? Is there a virus? How can someone have such scant identity details? Did he just spring from a rock? Chen Nan shot the male officer an incredulous glare. The officer appeared equally perplexed and replied, Officer Chen, there are only 2 possibilities. Either he is an undocumented individual, or our police department lacks the authority to access his information. Chen Nan scoffed, lack of authority for a rapist. You're giving this guy too much credit. Forget it, no need to investigate further. Of course, Chen Nan did not believe Fengwu's information was classified, so she regarded him as an undocumented person. Meanwhile, Fengwu remained alone in the interrogation room. Suddenly, the door burst open and a striking female officer strode in. I've clarified the situation. You may not have committed murder, but you are indeed guilty of intentional harm, which means you're facing at least 5 to 6 years in prison, Chen Nan stated, her tone cold as she sat across from Fengwu. Though unfamiliar with Fengwu, Chen Nan knew he was a rapist, and his proximity to Qin Qinghan must have been motivated by his lust for her beauty. Such a man would eventually torment Qin Qinghan. Unfazed, Fengwu replied with a calm demeanor, You decide, but please let me go soon. My wife is waiting for me to have dinner. Chen Nan's irritation flared. Are you out of your mind? You can't go home. She then fixed her serious gaze upon Fengwu. I have a few questions for you, answer honestly. As a recently released rapist, why are you approaching Qinghan? What is your true intention? Fengwu responded nonchalantly. Officer, this is irrelevant to the case, isn't it? Call me Officer Chen, not Big Officer, she retorted sharply. Fengwu glanced at her chest and said, I prefer to call you Big Officer. Incensed by his gaze, Chen Nan stood up, slamming her palm on the table. You dare to flirt with me? Listen carefully. I will ask the questions, and you will answer. Don't think I don't know your motives for approaching Qinghan. You're only after her beauty. I advise you to abandon this idea, or you'll be stuck in prison for a long time. Fengwu smirked. Officer, I'm in prison for hitting someone, not for loving my wife. Enough with your slick talk. You're facing charges of intentional harm against 3 individuals. You won't be getting out in less than 5 or 6 years, Chunnan shot back angrily. Feigning bitterness, Fengwu replied, that's not possible. I have an appointment with my wife to get our marriage certificate today. Chunnan's expression shifted slightly, then she smirked. So you haven't gotten the certificate yet. Perfect, now you don't have to worry about that. With that, she turned to leave the interrogation room. That might not be the case, Fengwu interjected. What did you say? Chunnan turned back to him. Fengwu sighed. Someone doesn't want me in prison. I have connections. Chunnan scoffed. In my hands, no connections will save you. Prepare yourself for incarceration. Although Qin Xinghan had been pleading with Chunnan to show leniency toward Fengwu, Chunnan had her own agenda. Qin Xinghan was her best friend. 8 years ago, Qin Xinghan had been raped, and ever since Chunnan had vowed to be a righteous officer. Now with Qin Xinghan entangled with another rapist, how could she stand by and watch her friend walk into danger? Thus she approached Fengwu's case with impartiality, refusing to show favoritism or leniency. At that moment, another officer entered and addressed Chunnan. Officer Chen, someone has vouched for him. The chief has ordered his release. Instantly, Chunnan's expression changed. So this man really did have connections. Gnashing her teeth, she demanded, even the king of heaven can't protect him. Who vouched for him? Your father. The male officer replied casually. What did you say? Chunnan snapped, her beautiful face twisted with anger. The officer shrank back, hastily explaining, Officer Chun, it was really your father who called. Chunnan's face fell. This officer dared not joke about her father, who was the highest-ranking officer in the Haicheng City Bureau. Yet she was baffled as to why her father, known for his sense of justice, would vouch for a rapist. Skeptical, Chunnan dialed her father's number directly. Nanair, what brings your call to Dad's phone? Came the voice on the other end, strong yet affectionate. Cutting to the chase, Chunnan said, I'm handling a case of intentional harm and heard that you are the guarantor. If the person is Fengwu, then yes, that's correct. Let him go if someone is waiting to treat him to tea, her father replied with a chuckle. Chunnan's anger flared again. You are known for your integrity. How can you suddenly commit such a breach? Do you even know this man? He's a freshly released rapist, and now he's attempting to harm my good friend. I cannot let him go. As soon as she finished speaking, her father's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Nanair, don't be foolish. Let him go as I instructed. He has connections. Chunnan bit her lip and retorted, I refuse to release him. Who are his connections that even you must intervene? Your grandfather. Is that sufficient? Her father's voice sighed on the line. Chunnan's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and after a moment she stammered, My grandfather, that old man. How could he? Nanair, your grandfather is right here. Would you like him to hear you call him, that old man, behind his back? Her father's voice took on a teasing tone. Fine, I'll let him go, Chunnan said, deflated. As she hung up, her emotions swung wildly, and she turned to look at Fengwu with a mix of complexity and confusion. This scoundrel had even managed to get help from her grandfather. Was he really a rapist? She recalled the officer's words. This man was either undocumented or his identity was classified. As Chunnan studied Fengwu, he returned her gaze with a teasing smile. The iron-willed officer, it seems you must consider personal connections this time. Her frustration boiled, and she growled, You just wait. I will uncover the truth about you. She then turned to the officer who had entered and shouted, Release him now. Seeing the fury in her eyes, the officer dared not delay and hurried to unlock Fengwu's handcuffs. However, just as the officer produced the key, Fengwu had already stood up, handcuffs in hand. No need for that. I'm busy, I'll see you, he said, placing the cuffs on the table as he brushed past a stunned and furious Chunnan. She hadn't even seen how he had managed to free himself. That scoundrel, Chunnan cursed vehemently before pulling out her phone and dialing a number. Meanwhile, Qin Xinghan sat alone at the edge of her bed, her stunning face streaked with tears mixed with a hint of turmoil. Little Jingxi nestled in her arm, having skipped school today, because her mother had promised to transfer her to a better institution, one where no one would bully her. Yet the worry etched on her mother's face signaled that this hope might never materialize. Today, Qin Xinghan lost her job, making her promise to Jingxi impossible to fulfill, and now she faced the looming threat of foreclosure. And now that man was once again facing imprisonment. Although she remained vigilant against him, he had been there for her these past days. Thus her feelings were complicated. Deep down, a strange sentiment began to emerge. Without Fengwu, she felt unsafe. When had she started to rely on him? At that moment, the phone rang, and the caller was Chunnan. Qin Xinghan hurriedly pressed the answer button. Chunnan, how is he? Chunnan replied, That bastard is fine. Hearing that Fengwu was okay, Qin Xinghan surprisingly let out a sigh of relief and quickly said, Thank you, Chunnan. You've helped me once again. Chunnan snorted, Don't thank me. I would love for him to end up in jail. That bastard has connections. Qinghan, tell me honestly, who does he know? Upon hearing that Fengwu had connections, Qinghan was slightly taken aback, but still responded, actually, I've only known him for a couple of days, but he has a close relationship with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, the one from Fengwu Real Estate. Chen Nan's voice became a bit urgent. Yes, that's him, Qinghan confirmed. After a brief silence on the line, Chen Nan's voice returned. No wonder this guy always acts with such arrogance. Knowing Jiang Hao makes sense. Qinghan, you should be aware of who Jiang Hao is. On the surface, he's a real estate tycoon, but behind the scenes, he's a giant in the underworld of Haihua City. You must find a way to drive him away. Someone like Fengwu, a petty thug suddenly getting close to you, and your daughter surely has some ulterior motive. Once he tires of the act, his true colors will show. Is your life not miserable enough already? Chen Nan's words left Qinghan even more troubled. She shared similar thoughts to Chen Nan, but driving him away seemed beyond her capabilities. The mere thought of him knowing someone like Jiang Hao filled her with trepidation. She was just an ordinary person. If he were to lash out in anger, would it endanger her family? This was Qinghan's greatest concern from the start. After a long pause, Qinghan finally said, I understand. Thank you, Chen Nan. Chen Nan replied, if anything happens, make sure to call me. If he dares to harm you, I won't let him off easily. At the police station's entrance, Fengwu had just stepped out when he ran into Lu Fu. Lu Fu, wearing a neck brace and with only a few teeth left, instinctively took a step back upon seeing Fengwu. Fengwu glanced at Lu Fu, dismissing him entirely. If he didn't repent, he would only face eternal darkness. Watching Fengwu swagger away from the police station, Lu Fu gritted his teeth in hatred. Just moments ago, he had learned that someone was vouching for Fengwu, which completely thwarted his plan to send Fengwu to jail and threaten Qinghan. That lucky bastard, do you think this is the end? Just wait for me, Lu Fu said, pulling out his phone to make a call. Brother Gao, help me out. Fengwu did not return home, but headed straight for the Chun family's villa. The Chun villa was located in Haihua City's elite residential area, an expansive estate covering thousands of acres. Armed soldiers stood guard day and night at the entrance, and to enter one had to go through a call to the owner. As Fengwu found this bothersome, a soldier in camouflage suddenly approached him. The soldier was about 6 feet tall with a robust physique, and the muscles in his arms were explosive. Despite having an ordinary face, it was sharply defined, especially his piercing gaze reminiscent of a hawk. With a commanding presence, the soldier greeted Fengwu. Hello, I'm Li Hu. Are you Fengwu? Fengwu nodded, his calm gaze casually scanning Li Hu. Though it was just a glance, it felt as if Fengwu had seen right through him. Li Hu's fists were large, with the knuckles completely worn down, indicating remarkable combat prowess. He was undoubtedly a soldier of exceptional skill. Li Hu felt uneasy under Fengwu's indifferent gaze, sensing that this man was not simple. After a long moment, Li Hu stated, I don't understand why the old chief would meet with a rapist. Come with me. With that, Li Hu strode toward the villa's entrance, clearly unimpressed with Fengwu, whom he considered a mere street thug. Fengwu didn't bother to explain, only a few knew his true identity. Thus he followed Li Hu's lead. Along the way, they passed by numerous grand villas, and in the distance Fengwu could see the most magnificent one, surrounded by gardens and a swimming pool significantly larger than the others. Upon entering the expansive villa's vicinity, Fengwu's gaze darted around several areas, a faint smile ever present on his lips. The security is tight, but there are still many flaws, Fengwu suddenly remarked. At these words, Li Hu turned sharply to look at Fengwu, his resolute gaze tinged with impatience. What did you say? By this time they were standing on a lawn, and Fengwu smiled. Nothing much. As he spoke, he squatted down and crushed a centipede underfoot, saying, These pests are quite bothersome. In the mountains, a bite from one could keep you in pain all night. Being a sniper is truly tough work. While this statement might seem ordinary to others, Li Hu's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, the previously unremarkable lawn began to shift slightly. After standing up, Fengwu's gaze was fixed on the entire villa, and he added with a faint smile, Such a large villa, the old man really knows how to enjoy life. But with a structure this high, it must be quite hot up there. Wearing sunglasses would help aim better. After saying this, Fengwu suddenly turned to look at a dense tree behind him, oddly smirking at the thick foliage. This seemingly bizarre action and words left Li Hu utterly astounded, his previously imposing demeanor now in disarray. Fengwu patted Li Hu on the shoulder, smiling. Well done. However, if you want to be completely foolproof, you need to be more stringent. With that, Fengwu walked through the villa's main door, leaving Li Hu still in shock. Who is this person? I feel a chill down my spine standing beneath him. A voice suddenly came from the grass at Li Hu's feet. Li Hu, somewhat dazed, replied, He is a rapist, but He was able to spot the hiding places of the three of you at a glance. This person is very strong. Indeed, there was a sniper hidden in the grass nicknamed Armored Pangolin, whose concealment skills were outstanding. Li Hu could confidently assert that if he hadn't already known the sniper's position, he wouldn't have sensed a thing. The two snipers concealed atop the villa, and among the thick trees were even more secretive, yet that man had known their positions the moment he stepped onto the villa grounds. Could he truly be just a rapist? Inside the villa's grand hall, an elderly man dressed in a white tang suit with graying hair, but still vibrant, sat on a large sandalwood bench. Though he appeared to be around 80, he sat with a straight back. This man was Chun Zhuoshan, the highest commander of the Blood Wolf Special Forces, and a general. At that moment, Chun Zhuoshan was calmly arranging the tea ceremony before him, pouring tea into two purple clay cups, and without looking up he remarked, "You truly can't keep a low profile wherever you go." Fengwu sat across from Chun Zhuoshan, his expression calm as he lifted his teacup and downed its contents in one go, smiling, "Good tea, refill it please." Chun Zhuoshan promptly filled the cup again before savoring his own. Once he set the cup down, his weathered face gradually grew serious. "You must have sensed something, right?" Fengwu nodded and placed the phone he had obtained from Lin Chong on the table. "This is the only information Lin Chong managed to gather. You must have anticipated it, haven't you?" Upon seeing the image of the scythe tattoo, Chun Zhuoshan's brows furrowed. "It's them. After decades, the Grim Reaper Guild is striking at our Huaxiao again." Fengwu inquired, "How much do you know about the Grim Reaper Guild?" Chun Zhuoshan shook his head, sighing, "Not much more than you. I can only tell you that if they wish, they can dismantle the economy of any small to medium-sized country, or even topple its leaders in just a few days." Hearing this, Fengwu felt a surge of astonishment. Chun Zhuoshan continued, "They have stood for hundreds of years. Their influence spans the globe, and even high-ranking officials in various countries are infiltrated by them. It's no exaggeration to say that both you and I here could potentially be one of their people." This revelation shocked Fengwu even more. He asked, "Why has the Grim Reaper Guild targeted only one woman?" Chun Zhuoshan furrowed his brows and replied, "The Grim Reaper Guild is enigmatic. No one can decipher their plans. Once they set a plan in motion, it becomes a matter of life and death. The assassins they send this month are merely the lowest tier, and if they fail, they will dispatch even more formidable killers. Thus Lin Chong and his team may not last long. You should promptly take up the position of bodyguard at the Luo Wang group." Fengwu's face twisted oddly as he muttered, "Can't I just protect her from the shadows?" Chun Zhuoshan retorted, "That girl from the Liu family cannot come to harm. If she does, I'll have no face to explain to the Liu family. Moreover, she belongs to the Huaxia Tiger Gate lineage. If anything happens to her, it would be a disgrace to our Huaxia." Fengwu was somewhat aware of the Tiger Gate that Chun Zhuoshan mentioned, as it was the guardian gate of Huaxia, defended by the 5 Tiger Gates, the Qinglong Baojuqi Xuanwu, and Qilin, which had protected Huaxia for a century. Fengwu exclaimed, "So she is from the Tiger Gate lineage. No wonder you'd go to such lengths to denounce me as a rapist." Hearing the tone of Fengwu's grievance, Chun Zhuoshan laughed and scolded, "You brat, isn't this exactly what you've always wanted? Let me tell you, if anything happens to that girl from the Liu family, be prepared to be a rapist for life." The old man was clearly threatening Fengwu. Fengwu pouted, "If it's the Grim Reaper Guild, things could get tricky." Chun Zhuoshan's expression grew grave. "You should think of it this way. Therefore, the higher-ups have already dispatched a few people to assist you." Upon hearing this, Fengwu was displeased. "I prefer to operate alone." Chun Zhuoshan huffed, "Follow orders. After all, the Grim Reaper Guild exceeds our capacity to handle. Only certain individuals can confront them directly." "Certain individuals?" Fengwu asked, puzzled. Chun Zhuoshan's expression became more serious as he looked at Fengwu and said, "You have potential, so I am imparting all my knowledge to you. Your body has reached the limits of human capability, so in terms of muscle strength and reaction speed, no one in this world is your match." However, at this point, Chun Zhuoshan's expression grew even graver before he added, "There are always greater beings, and the world is far more complex than you imagine." Fengwu listened intently, feeling that Chun Zhuoshan was hinting at something. His abilities indeed stemmed from Chun Zhuoshan's teachings, which allowed him to become the strongest soldier in the military. This nearly 80-year-old man was said to have been extraordinarily formidable in his youth, and even now Fengwu was not entirely confident he could defeat Chun Zhuoshan. Nevertheless, Fengwu smiled and said, "I'm still young, and you often remind me that learning continues throughout life. Besides, I Fengwu have yet to encounter any true adversaries." His words echoed his arrogance and that feeling of loneliness that often accompanies mastery. Chun Zhuoshan shook his head with a wry smile, sighing, "It's not easy to say much. Leaving the military will mark the true beginning of your growth." Fengwu took Chun Zhuoshan's words to heart, but soon thought of something else and asked, "What about the funding for this mission?" "Funding? What funding?" Chun Zhuoshan appeared confused. Yi Fengwu's eyes widened, his teeth clenched as he said, "Are you saying we have to cover all expenses ourselves?" Chen Zuoshan responded coolly, "I don't have funding. That girl from the Liu family is worth billions. It's only right that she covers the costs for this mission." Yi Fengwu grimaced, "Then Liu Yihuang should know our identities, right?" Chen Zuoshan shook his head. "The Liu girl has some distance from the Liu family. She doesn't know that they hired the Blood Wolf Special Forces for her protection, nor is she aware of your existence. Thus you'll need to sort out the funding yourself." After saying this, Chen Zuoshan adopted a demeanor of indifference. "Cunning of you." Yi Fengwu gritted his teeth. "Grandpa, I miss you so much." Just as Yi Fengwu was feeling disgruntled, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Immediately, a stunningly attractive figure darted past him and plopped down beside Chen Zuoshan. Chen Zuoshan's eyes sparkled with affection as he feigned annoyance. "You girl, if you really missed me, you wouldn't call me an old man." The newcomer was Chun Nan, the hot-tempered and stunning police officer, still clad in the eye-catching police uniform, her weapon still holstered at her waist. Chun Nan clung to one of Chen Zuoshan's arms and pouted. "Who told you to let a bad guy go?" "Speaking of that guy, hey." Only then did Chun Nan notice someone else was seated across from them. However, upon seeing his face, her lovely eyes widened in disbelief. "You scoundrel! What are you doing in my house?" Chun Nan stood up, pointing at Yi Fengwu and berating him. Yi Fengwu tilted his head back, downing another cup of tea, before nonchalantly replying, "I already told you someone wanted to treat me to tea." Yi Fengwu was somewhat surprised to learn that this police officer was Chen Zuoshan's granddaughter. Chen Zuoshan seemed to have anticipated this and chuckled, "That saves me the trouble of introducing you." Chen Nan's face turned frosty as she retorted, "Saves you? You ought to explain why this rapist is in our home and why you are acting as his guarantor." Hearing this, Chen Zuoshan sighed, dramatically, "Nanae, you were too young to understand then. I owe him a favor, so this is just repaying a debt." Chun Nan frowned. "You owe him a favor when I was too young to understand? Have you lost your mind? Look at him, he can't be more than a few years older than me." Cough, cough. Chen Zuoshan awkwardly cleared his throat before seriously stating, "Originally, I intended to betroth you to him." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Fengwu sprayed a mouthful of tea, drenching Chun Nan's face. Instantly, Chun Nan sprang up, pointing at Yi Fengwu and yelling, "Are you insane?" Yi Fengwu replied flatly, "Old Chun, I think you've truly lost your marbles. My wife Qin Qinghan is gentle and virtuous, and in terms of looks and figure she surpasses your granddaughter. Well, fine, your granddaughter may be more stunning." Chen Zuoshan immediately grew displeased, his face darkening. "What makes my granddaughter unworthy of you?" Yi Fengwu countered, "I still prefer my wife's gentle and virtuous nature." Hearing this, Chun Nan nearly burst out laughing in anger as she glared at both Chen Zuoshan and Yi Fengwu, shouting, "Am I invisible? I, Chun Nan, would rather die than marry a rapist. Don't make me a toad dreaming of eating swan meat." Chen Zuoshan patted Chun Nan's arm, comforting her. "Nanae, although Fengwu has made mistakes, he has been punished and has reformed." Chun Nan huffed, "It would be strange if he could change. Those who come out from there, how many truly reform? They only return to wreak havoc on society. How many good people have suffered at the hands of such individuals?" Chun Nan's words rang true. In today's world, how many people who have been inside can truly change? Once they re-enter society, it's merely evil returning. Faced with the fiery temper of his granddaughter, Chen Zuoshan, a man whose mere stomp could shake the whole of Huaxia, found himself at a loss for words. Yi Fengwu remarked, "It seems I am not welcome here. I will take my leave. My wife is waiting at home for dinner." With that, he stood up, preparing to depart. The tension between Chun Nan and Yi Fengwu left Chen Zuoshan with no solution. He had intended to invite Yi Fengwu for dinner. "He'll see you off," Chun Nan said, wiping the tea from her face with a napkin, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Chen Zuoshan, well aware of his granddaughter's temperament, sensed her ulterior motives, but knew that she had no understanding of Yi Fengwu's disposition. "Nanae, stop messing around," he cautioned. Chun Nan, cracking her knuckles, retorted coldly, "When a guest is leaving, one must see them off. Otherwise, wouldn't that tarnish the Chun family's hospitality?" Seeing this, Chen Zuoshan turned to Yi Fengwu, speaking in a low voice, "You'd better know your limits." Already at the door, Yi Fengwu replied without turning back, "Let's see how your young lady manages those limits." Chen Zuoshan's words were an obvious warning, but Yi Fengwu was equally retorting. As Yi Fengwu stepped into the villa's courtyard, Chun Nan suddenly blocked his path. Yi Fengwu smirked, "Chief Officer, you wouldn't really want to seek trouble, would you?" Upon hearing Yi Fengwu's veiled threat, a harsh glint flashed in Chun Nan's eyes. She stretched her limbs, her knuckles cracking ominously. "I've heard you're quite skilled. Let's spar a little," she said casually. Feigning surprise, Yi Fengwu asked, "Who told you that?" Chun Nan paused slightly, then gritted her teeth. "Let's talk. Just know that I heard it from someone." At that moment, Li Hu stepped forward, addressing Chun Nan. "Miss, what's going on?" Chun Nan huffed. "None of your business. I'm teaching this guy a lesson. Li Hu scrutinized Yi Fengwu, a complex look in his eyes, then said to him, Brother Yi, everything is all right with the superior, right? Li Hu's tone and manner towards Yi Fengwu had shifted, significantly tinged with a hint of admiration. Chen Nan, however, snapped, Li Hu, why are you being so polite? Just stand back, and if he gets hurt, find him a stretcher. Li Hu's face turned grim. Although he had never fought Yi Fengwu, he could tell from his exceptional investigative skills and his solid fists that even if he wasn't a match for Yi Fengwu, neither was Chen Nan someone he could handle. Yi Fengwu maintained his calm demeanor, smiling. Let's not. I'm a man, how could I lay a hand on a woman? Chen Nan snapped back. Stop with the nonsense. If you lose, you'll get the hell out of Qinghan's house and leave her and her mother alone. Yi Fengwu's expression darkened at her words. This girl was meddling too much. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with her antics, but now if he didn't teach her a lesson, she might never understand the weight of her actions. If you lose, you'll call me Brother Wu whenever you see me, he countered. Chen Nan's face showed clear anger, but bolstered by her confidence, she replied, Fine, Li Hu will be the witness. With that, she stepped onto the lawn. Let's change the venue, we don't want to trample anyone. Yi Fengwu suggested, moving to another patch of grass. Chen Nan, confused by his words, nevertheless found the ground beneath her feet a bit soft, and out of curiosity, she stamped her feet a few times. Li Hu, observing her actions, couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking to himself, You've brought this upon yourself, brother. Take this. Just as Yi Fengwu settled on the new patch of grass, a fierce gust of wind struck him, and he could feel the strength behind the kick without turning around. Had it not been for his years of martial arts training, he could never have pulled off such a swift and sharp kick. However, Yi Fengwu had honed his muscle strength to its peak. As the attack came, he merely shifted his foot slightly to evade it effortlessly. Chen Nan, startled as her kick missed, was momentarily stunned, then gritted her teeth. You were lucky to dodge that one. Next time you won't be so fortunate. Yi Fengwu smirked. Chief Officer, here's a friendly reminder, the whip kick isn't suitable for every opponent. If you face someone quicker than you, that kick only exposes all your vulnerabilities. Chen Nan scoffed. I've practiced martial arts since childhood. I don't need your guidance. You just got lucky this time. If I have vulnerabilities, show me. Clearly, she did not believe that Yi Fengwu had evaded her attack through skill. After all, she had never met anyone in the police academy who could match her prowess. Thus, Chen Nan's figure flickered, and she unleashed another whip kick towards Yi Fengwu's face, this time with even greater force and speed. Yi Fengwu chuckled. You're asking for it. He leaned back slightly, easily avoiding the second kick. After her failed attempt, Chen Nan spun around, her reflexes far surpassing the ordinary, and as soon as one leg touched the ground, the other was ready to strike again. But Yi Fengwu was already behind her. This left Chen Nan's beautiful face in a state of shock. With a loud slap, she was sent stumbling back over 2 meters. At that moment, her face turned as red as a ripe apple, one hand covering her pert backside, while the other pointed accusingly at Yi Fengwu. You scoundrel! How dare you hit me? Yi Fengwu maintained a playful smile. I told you before, the whip kick is not effective against someone with quicker reflexes. Consider this your first lesson. I won't let you off so easily. Chen Nan, furious and embarrassed, attempted to charge at Yi Fengwu again. After all, she was still a girl and had never been hit like that before. Seeing this, Li Hu quickly stepped in front of her, his expression serious. Miss, don't push it. You're not his match. Li Hu had been closely observing Yi Fengwu's every move. From his effortless evasion of Chen Nan's attacks to his precise identification of her vulnerabilities, it was clear that Yi Fengwu was even more formidable than he had imagined. Although Chen Nan was among the best fighters in the police force before Yi Fengwu, she resembled a child being toyed with. Li Hu's words struck hard at Chen Nan's pride, yet she was well aware of his abilities. He was the top soldier in the Jidong military district and extremely formidable. Even 10 of her would not stand against him. Thus, although she was angry, she also recognized her probable inferiority to this strong criminal. Li Hu, you take him down. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong, she pointed at Yi Fengwu defiantly. Li Hu, distressed, replied that might not be appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? You're my grandfather's bodyguard. If his granddaughter is bullied, will you just stand by? Chen Nan was unwilling to swallow the humiliation of being hit by Yi Fengwu and began to pester him. Li Hu slowly turned to Yi Fengwu. He had long been itching for a challenge and wanted to test Yi Fengwu's strength. Under Chen Nan's provocation, he had the perfect excuse to confront Yi Fengwu. With a smile, Li Hu proposed, Brother Yi, how about we have a match? Yi Fengwu did not refuse, nodding with a smile. All right. In an instant, the mirth in Li Hu's eyes vanished, replaced by a sharp intensity, one that only emerged when facing a formidable opponent. However, Yi Fengwu maintained a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned about the impending match, which slightly diminished Li Hu's admiration for him. This man was either dismissive of himself or merely bluffing, lacking any remarkable skills. Suddenly, Li Hu moved his heavy military boots, sinking into the grass as his body shot toward Yi Fengwu like an arrow released from its bow. His iron fists rushed toward Yi Fengwu's vital points with a ferocity that was unmatched compared to his earlier encounter with Chen Nan. The power and speed he exhibited were significantly superior to before. Yi Fengwu nodded appreciatively. Li Hu's speed and strength were nearly at the limits of human muscle capability. Even among elite soldiers, he seemed to rank quite high. Thus, Yi Fengwu also sprang into action, twisting his waist and swinging his leg. Chen Nan, watching from the side, widened his eyes in astonishment, recognizing that the move Yi Fengwu employed was the same whip kick he had just used against him. Yet Yi Fengwu's execution was far more lethal. Faced with this whip kick, Li Hu dared not meet it head-on. Instead, he performed a backward roll and then sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, attempting to counter with the same technique Yi Fengwu had used against Chen Nan. However, as he leaped, Yi Fengwu's leg descended from above, aimed straight at his head. Yi Fengwu was no Chen Nan, whose muscle power had long been developed to its utmost limits. In terms of both speed and strength, he had reached the peak of human potential. Thus, even the whip kick presented no openings to exploit. Consequently, following the whip kick, a downward chop swiftly followed, maintaining an unbroken flow that exhibited no trace of vulnerability. Realizing this, Li Hu was alarmed by Yi Fengwu's speed and managed a clumsy roll to evade the strike. Before he could rise, another gust of wind rushed at him from behind, leaving Li Hu startled and bewildered. The continuous barrage of attacks left him with no chance to retaliate, forcing him to roll again to escape. A dull thud echoed from where he had just been standing. He turned his head and saw that the manhole cover behind him had shattered into pieces while Yi Fengwu smiled at him. At that moment, Li Hu was drenched in cold sweat. If Yi Fengwu had continued his assault, he was certain he wouldn't have been able to escape. Not bad, Yi Fengwu remarked, seemingly praising Li Hu. Li Hu slowly rose, his face stiff and unable to regain its composure for a long time. Eventually, he spoke earnestly to Yi Fengwu. If this were a fight to the death, I could last a few exchanges. Yi Fengwu calmly replied, it wouldn't exceed 2 exchanges. Li Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, a trace of despair flickering in his determined gaze. He was a 3-time champion of the Jidong military, yet he had lost to a formidable criminal. He had no doubt about Yi Fengwu's words. In a life-and-death struggle, he would indeed be unable to endure more than 2 exchanges at his hands. At that moment, 3 pairs of astonished eyes from the top of the villa and the surrounding foliage, as well as those hidden within the lawn, were all wide with shock. Beside them, Chen Nan gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. As a martial artist herself, she could discern the brilliance of their battle. Although it lasted less than 2 seconds, it was far beyond any special effects seen in movies or television. What shocked her further was the manhole cover that Yi Fengwu had shattered with a single kick. It was made of reinforced concrete. Had that kick landed on her, she wouldn't have stood a chance. At this moment, her gaze toward Yi Fengwu grew more complex, tinged with an underlying anger. How could a rapist possess such formidable skills, all while feigning weakness? Amid her conflicted emotions, Yi Fengwu approached her, saying, "Call me brother." Chen Nan was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes narrowing with anger as she retorted, "What's there to be proud of? Having some skills is nothing remarkable." Yi Fengwu gritted his teeth. "Are you trying to back out?" Chen Nan bit her lip and huffed. "I, Chen Nan, am a woman of my word, Wu Ge." Only then did Yi Fengwu break into a satisfied smile. "You're quite obedient, little sister. Bye-bye. I'm Chen, you filthy rogue. I'll kick you out of Qinghan's house someday." Chen Nan shouted, stamping her foot behind Yi Fengwu as he walked away. After Yi Fengwu left, Li Hu approached Chen Zuoshan, still carrying a hint of dejection in his expression. "You were not unjustly defeated by him," Chen Zuoshan said with a smile. Li Hu was astonished, but still asked the question that had been troubling him. "Sir, who exactly is this person?" It was clear that Li Hu did not believe he was merely a rapist. Chen Zuoshan replied, "He may not know you, but you certainly know him. If I hadn't taken you on as my bodyguard back, then you might have entered the Blood Wolf Special Forces under his assessment." Upon hearing this, Li Hu's robust body shook violently, and his previously despondent gaze suddenly sparkled with excitement. Is it him? I've had the fortune to spar with him. Thank you, sir, for telling me this." Li Hu's eyes shone with uncontainable enthusiasm. That man was a legend in the military, a figure akin to a war god. Few knew his real name, for he was better known by a more resounding title, the Blood Wolf King. Years ago, after undergoing rigorous selection, he had secured the chance to participate in the Blood Wolf Special Forces assessment, where the instructor had been none other than the Blood Wolf King. Many who attended the assessment had harbored dreams of witnessing the prowess of the Blood Wolf King, while he had lost that opportunity by becoming the personal bodyguard of an old leader. This had been a regret in his heart, but today he had not only encountered the Blood Wolf King, but had the rare fortune to spar with him. If this man was indeed the Blood Wolf King, then losing to him was only natural. When Yi Fengwu returned home, it was already 7 in the evening. The one who opened the door was Jingxi. "Uncle, you're back?" Jingxi said, sweetly smiling at Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu ruffled her hair gently and asked, "Where's your mother?" Jingxi pointed toward Qin Qinghan's room, pouting slightly. "Mom's in her room. She's not happy today, so please don't bully her, okay?" Yi Fengwu's expression darkened, and he suddenly noticed a cluttered cardboard box in the corner of the living room, instantly understanding what was happening. He then turned to Jingxi and said, "Uncle will never bully your mother. Let me go check on her, all right?" Jingxi nodded, and Yi Fengwu pushed open the door to Qin Qinghan's room. The room was dimly lit with only the bedside lamp on. Qin Qinghan was curled up on the bed, surrounded by crumpled tissues. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu, she hurriedly wiped her tears and said, "You're back, I'll go make dinner." As she spoke, Qin Qinghan got off the bed and walked toward the door. As she brushed past him, Yi Fengwu directly grasped her hand. Qin Qinghan resisted slightly, trying to pull away, but found herself unable to break free, forced to follow Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu said in a low voice, "The Qin family is digging their own grave." Hearing this, Qin Qinghan looked at Yi Fengwu in surprise, frowning as she replied, "You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. I'll find a job tomorrow." With that, she pulled her hand away and walked straight into the kitchen. Yi Fengwu had anticipated that the Qin family would dismiss Qin Qinghan, which aligned with his suspicions. If they didn't take things to the extreme, how could he justify being ruthless? So he took out his phone and dialed Jiang Hao's number. Soon Jiang Hao's voice came through the line. "Brother Wu, the person who came for the handover at the project department today didn't include your sister-in-law." Yi Fengwu scoffed. "Of course not, because they've already dismissed Qinghan." "What? The Qin family is something else. Brother Wu, just say the word, and I can wipe them out in 2 days, Jiang Hao said angrily. Yi Fengwu replied, "Your sister-in-law is simple-minded. If we do that, her impression of us will only worsen." Jiang Hao, confused, asked, "Brother Wu, we can't let her suffer like this." Yi Fengwu chuckled. "You think I'll let the Qin family off easily? Xiao Hao starting tomorrow assign as many projects from that construction site to the Qin family as possible. As long as they can handle it, give it to them unconditionally." Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment and said, "Brother Wu, I have invested over $1 billion in that project. If we give the Qin family a few more projects, they might end up mortgaging the entire Qin group." Yi Fengwu smirked slightly and replied, "That's exactly what I want them to do. The Qin group has always been propped up solely by my wife. Since they have repeatedly bullied her and betrayed her trust, they no longer deserve to possess the Qin group." Jiang Hao chuckled. "I understand, leave it to me." After a brief hesitation, Yi Fengwu added, "Xiao Hao, lend me some money, about 100,000. "What?" Jiang Hao's tone was laced with surprise. Yi Fengwu's expression darkened as he grit his teeth. "Don't tell me you don't have it." Jiang Hao forced a smile. "Brother Wu, do you know for whom I built Fenghao Real Estate? The entire company is named after Fenghao as a grand gift for you upon your release. So I can't lend you money, but come tomorrow and take over the entire Fenghao Real Estate. Its total assets exceed 2 billion. Yi Fengwu retorted, "Cut the nonsense, I only need 100,000 right now." Not to mention that Yi Fengwu had no time to manage a company. Even if he did, he wouldn't waste it there. Jiang Hao sighed. "We'll transfer you a few million to use for now. Oh, just send me your account details." Yi Fengwu replied, "I don't have a bank account at the moment. Oh, let's do this in person." He didn't even know where his salary card was in the world. Jiang Hao, although puzzled, said, "That's perfect. I'll host a welcome dinner for you tomorrow." After a moment of hesitation, Yi Fengwu replied, "Make it the day after tomorrow. I'm getting my marriage certificate with my wife tomorrow." The matter of obtaining the certificate had already been postponed for a day, so Yi Fengwu had to persuade Qin Qinghan to go through with it. While Qin Qinghan was cooking, Yi Fengwu slipped into the tiny bathroom for a quick shower and then changed into the outfit he had bought that day. With broad shoulders and a physique stronger than most, he looked particularly vibrant in a white and gray hooded tracksuit. Jingxi, the little girl, beamed when she saw that Yi Fengwu had finally changed out of his camouflage outfit. "Uncle, you look so handsome." At that moment, Qin Qinghan walked out of the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food. Upon seeing the refreshed Yi Fengwu, her melancholic gaze momentarily faltered. Yi Fengwu crouched down and kissed Jingxi's delicate face, forcing a smile. "Even if uncle is this handsome, I still can't make your mother smile." The smile on Jingxi's face gradually faded and she pouted. "I rarely see mommy smile." Hearing this, Yi Fengwu felt a pang in his heart. How much trauma had the past inflicted on this poor woman? If it weren't for Jingxi, who knows how she would have managed to hold on all these years. Little did Yi Fengwu realize that since Qin Qinghan had been wronged by him 8 years ago, she had been subjected to ridicule from those around her and treated as inferior within the Qin family. She not only had numerous tasks to juggle, but also received no proper compensation for her efforts. She faced mortgage payments and the financial burdens of an entire family, and the pressure had made her forget her past grievances over the years. "Let's eat," Qin Xinghan said, placing the dishes on the table and beginning to serve rice for herself, Yi Fengwu, and Jingxi. "Time to eat." Yi Fengwu smiled, lifting Jingxi and placing her on a chair at the dining table. This scene made Qin Xinghan's expression turn complex. If only he weren't a rapist, how wonderful it would be if he approached her with no ulterior motives. Jingxi truly needed a father, one who could provide her with a sense of security. Yi Fengwu suddenly asked, "Where are your parents?" Qin Xinghan replied blandly, "They probably went to play mahjong." However, after saying that, a vague worry crept into her heart. It was rare for her parents to be gone for consecutive days without returning for dinner. She hoped nothing had happened to them. As Yi Fengwu took the rice that Qin Xinghan handed him, he noticed she had only served 2 bowls, one for herself and the other for Jingxi. Curious, he asked, "Aren't you eating?" Qin Xinghan gently stroked Jingxi's face and replied, "I'm not feeling well, you two eat. They'll clean the dishes tomorrow." With that, she walked straight into her room and shut the door. Staring at the closed door, Yi Fengwu, who had originally been hungry, suddenly lost his appetite. He could sense the pressure weighing down on Qin Xinghan, stemming from the disgrace inflicted by the Qin family and the financial burdens of daily life. Yet he was not ready to reveal his plans to deal with the Qin family, which would provide her with some financial relief. He sensed her aversion towards him, and whether the downfall of the Qin family would be a surprise or a shock to her remained uncertain. In the dimly lit room, Qin Xinghan leaned against her bed, holding the ring that Yi Fengwu had given her. Even in the faint light, the thumb's eye sapphire sparkled brilliantly. "I should return this to him tomorrow," Qin Xinghan murmured. Suddenly her gaze sharpened as she held the ring under the lamp for a closer look and saw 2 Chinese characters engraved on it. Night Sparrow, with a heart shape between the 2 characters, seemingly crafted with intent. Frowning slightly, Qin Xinghan thought, "His surname is Yi. What does Sparrow represent?" But soon she shook her head and placed the ring back in its exquisite box. After all, she planned to return it to him. To leave a good impression on Qin Xinghan, Yi Fengwu responsibly washed all the dishes clean. In today's fast-paced urban life, many people find it increasingly difficult to pause and enjoy their lives for the sake of a better existence. In the past, humanity labored to survive. Now they toil relentlessly to live better. That evening, even after Yi Fengwu had cleaned himself up, he still could not enter Qin Xinghan's room. What puzzled and angered him was that Qin Xinghan's parents had yet to return home. Despite her overwhelming financial pressure, they continued to play mahjong all night. Early the next morning, Qin Xinghan set out to find a job. Originally, Yi Fengwu wanted to build a relationship with Jingxi at home, but Qin Xinghan clearly did not trust him and sent Jingxi to a place resembling a daycare. Thus, Yi Fengwu had no choice but to seek out Lin Chong and the others to inquire about the objectives of this mission, specifically concerning Luo Yuang's situation. In a high-end hospital's VIP ward, the only bed housed a young man whose complexion was extremely haggard, his eyes filled with deep animosity. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the blanket over him was peculiar, for he was completely missing his legs below the knees. This person was Qin Guangnan's grandson, Qin Shou, the son of Qin Fei, the one whose legs Yi Fengwu had crushed. Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei sat beside him, their expressions equally grim. The only bright spot was that today the big boss of Fengwu Real Estate had called, wanting to offer them more projects as long as they could handle it. "Grandpa, Dad, you must take revenge for me. Kill that Yi Fengwu and make that despicable Qin Xinghan wish she had never been born." Qin Shou seethed with a fierce intensity. He would have to live the rest of his life in a wheelchair or with prosthetics. Qin Guangnan was deeply fond of his only grandson, and his heart ached more than anyone else's over Qin Shou's plight. His hatred for Yi Fengwu was palpable, even extending to his granddaughter Qin Xinghan, whom he had placed on his blacklist. After a long silence, Qin Guangnan finally spoke. "Don't worry, show her. Grandpa knows who has done this to you. Whether it's that Yi Fengwu or Qin Xinghan, they will both pay a heavy price." Qin Fei added, "Your grandfather has already taken action. Qin Xinghan has now been expelled from the Qin family, and today, she has to go job hunting. Your grandfather has already spoken to several companies in Haihua City. No matter how outstanding, she is not a single one will hire her." A sinister gleam flickered in Qin Shou's eyes as he gritted his teeth and sneered. "When she finds herself in a corner, she will cry and beg Grandpa to marry her off to Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge may appear refined, but he is a pervert, and his methods of tormenting women make my skin crawl." Qin Fei coldly snorted, "This is her own doing. Moreover, your grandfather has personally visited the West Tiger Black Wind. It won't be long before they send someone to bring Yi Fengwu before you. At that time, how he dies will be entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's face, originally filled with hatred, instantly lit up with excitement. He sneered, "I want him to suffer a fate worse than death." Qin Fei smiled sinisterly, then spoke with a serious tone to Qin Guangnan, "Dad Fenghao Real Estate is willing to entrust more projects to our Qin family. This is rather unusual considering that Donglong overlord Jiang Hao hasn't exactly been on good terms with us." Qin Guangnan, however, smiled confidently. "Perhaps it's due to Qin Qinghan's merits. Since Fenghao Real Estate is showing us favor, we should accept as many projects as they offer. The profits in this will be at least 500 million. But if we are to take on all the projects, our Qin family will likely have to invest all our assets, even mortgage the entire Qin group, just to gather the necessary funds." Qin Fei frowned. Qin Guangnan shook his head at Qin Fei, disappointment evident in his voice. "Fei, those who achieve great things need not only courage, but also a certain boldness. Donglong overlord respects our Qin family. If we retreat now, there will be no future opportunities for collaboration. If you're worried about the risks, I can only say your vision is too narrow. Jiang Hao is someone whose slightest action can stir up a storm in Haihua City. Although he is decisive and ruthless in his dealings, he would never resort to underhanded tactics. Therefore, no matter the cost, we must ensure this project is successful." Upon hearing this, Qin Fei's worries dissipated, replaced by a smile. "I understand now. I will start preparing today. Even if it means mortgaging the entire Qin group, I will gather the funds for this project." Qin Guangnan nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's more like it." Fengwu did not stay obediently at home. Instead, he sought out Lin Chong. He instructed Lin Chong and the others to be extremely cautious in protecting Luo Yuang's safety, stating that he would take up a position as a bodyguard at Luo Huang Group as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he also had a key made outside. However, when he asked Qin Qinghan for the house key, she hesitated momentarily, but ultimately did not refuse, perhaps out of fear or embarrassment. When Fengwu returned home, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The house was eerily quiet, clearly indicating that Qin Qinghan had not yet returned. As he prepared to rest on the sofa, his gaze sharpened slightly, for he heard a faint sound coming from Qin Qinghan's room. Though the noise was incredibly subtle, Fengwu had once been the most outstanding scout in the military, and nothing escaped his keen ears. Could it be Qinghan has returned? An impish smile crept onto his face. With her parents away and Jing Si gone to a small dining table, didn't that mean he could take this chance to get closer to her? Just as this mischievous thought formed, the door to Qin Qinghan's room swung open, revealing Yang Yu stepping out. "Ah!" Yang Yu exclaimed in surprise, clearly not expecting Fengwu to be in the living room. Instantly, the mischief in Fengwu's eyes turned to disappointment. However, almost immediately his expression changed slightly as he noticed something unusual in Yang Yu's eyes, along with a hint of panic, as if she had been caught in a compromising situation. Strangely, one of her hands was behind her back. Why are you back? You scared me," Yang Yu said with a feigned calmness, her tone tinged with displeasure. "I was waiting for Qinghan to return so we could get our marriage certificate," Fengwu replied. His intuition told him something was off with Yang Yu, but as an unwed son-in-law, he had no right to interfere in the matters between her and her daughter. Yet he remained puzzled as to why Yang Yu and Qin Ji had not returned home for several days, but suddenly came back today, sneaking out of Qin Qinghan's room. Yang Yu's eyes were filled with anxiety as she impatiently said, "We won't be home for dinner today, so you don't have to worry about us." With that, she grabbed her bag and left. Fengwu chose not to pry into what Yang Yu was hiding, and instead patiently awaited Qin Qinghan's return to get their marriage certificate. At 4 in the afternoon, Qin Qinghan finally returned home. Fengwu was about to greet her with a smile when he noticed the exhaustion and dejection in her eyes. Today she had gone to 5 companies for interviews, but none were willing to hire her. By the 3rd company, she had already sensed something amiss. The interviewers admired her and praised her abilities, yet the end result was always a rejection. At the 5th company, Qin Qinghan stubbornly pressed for an explanation. She wasn't an arrogant person, but she was well aware of her capabilities. Even in a small company, she was confident she could produce remarkable results in just a few months. Yet the interviewer had only told her, "You've offended someone. No one in this industry dares to hire you, even though we would love to have an elite like you." Without needing to guess, Qin Qinghan knew that the Qin family was scheming against her, trying to push her into a corner. Fengwu stepped forward and asked, "How did the interviews go? If it didn't work out, I can have Jiang Hao find you a good job. Fenghao Real Estate is looking for a CEO." Hearing this, the frustration in Qin Qinghan deepened. A CEO? Did he expect her to replace Jiang Hao and become the head of Fenghao Real Estate? Setting aside the impracticality of this suggestion, even if it were possible, Qin Qinghan absolutely did not wish to have any further dealings with Fenghao Real Estate. "Thank you, but I'll look for another opportunity tomorrow," Qin Qinghan said politely despite her inner turmoil, and walked directly into her room. Yi Fengwu frowned faintly, hearing muffled sobs that tugged at his heartstrings. It seems that Qin Guangnan is indeed scheming behind the scenes, Yi Fengwu muttered coldly. With that, he pushed open Qin Qinghan's bedroom door only to find her sprawled on the bed in tears, her delicate shoulders trembling. This sight filled Yi Fengwu with heartache. He approached and sat at the edge of the bed, reaching out to comfort her shoulders. However, the moment his hand brushed against her shoulder, she jolted, flipping away like a startled rabbit and wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him warily. This left Yi Fengwu feeling awkward. He rubbed his nose and said, "I just wanted to tell you not to worry about the financial issues. He'll figure something out. From now on, he'll take care of both you and your mother." It would take time to completely dismantle the Qin family, so for now Yi Fengwu could only comfort Qin Qinghan. But she shook her head and said, "I want to be alone for a while. Could you please leave?" Yi Fengwu's face grew even more awkward, yet he felt warmth in his heart. His wife was truly gentle. Even when asking him to leave, she did so with such softness and politeness. However, Yi Fengwu did not move, hesitating before speaking again. "Well, I know it might not be the right time to say this, but you promised to go with me to get our certificate. Since we aren't busy today, I have no mood to get a certificate with you." Before Yi Fengwu could finish his sentence, Qin Qinghan interrupted him, her lovely face marred by a look of grievance. Her growing disdain for Yi Fengwu was palpable. Didn't he realize that the sky was about to fall on her? And here he was thinking about their marriage certificate. Yet Yi Fengwu had his own dilemmas. His time was running short, and once he officially took up his position at Luowan Group, he feared he wouldn't be able to return home often. That was why he risked being disliked by Qin Qinghan, mustering the courage to broach the subject of their marriage certificate. With teary eyes, Qin Qinghan looked at Yi Fengwu and asked again, "Yi Fengwu, I've always wanted to know, why do you seek to get close to me? I know nothing about you. Please just leave us alone." Listening to the pleading tone of Qin Qinghan, filled with a sense of grievance, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened. He said earnestly, "I never intended to harm you and your mother. All I want is to take care of you both for a lifetime." Qin Qinghan shook her head in self-mockery and scoffed, "You know my past. I was raped at 16, and for 8 years everyone around me has mocked me. Even my grandfather and uncle no longer regard me as a member of the Qin family. Yesterday I lost my job, and I have no means to pay the mortgage or support my family's expenses. I can offer you nothing, so please stop haunting me. I beg you to let me go." As she spoke, her sorrow deepened, her voice grew more agitated, and she ultimately buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Fengwu's expression became even more grim. He sarcastically remarked, "So this is how you've always viewed me? Do you think I approached you for something selfish? If there is anything I desire, it is merely the right to care for you and your mother." Qin Qinghan suddenly lifted her head, several tears splattering onto the blanket. At that moment, she had completely broken under pressure, and her fear of Yi Fengwu faded away. With a frigid tone, she replied, "Your sweet words cannot deceive me. A man like you does not lack for women. If you think flattery will win me over, I advise you to give up. I am not a naive girl, and I will never fall for a rapist." At her words, Yi Fengwu felt a pang in his heart, realizing that Qin Qinghan had always believed he was merely seeking fleeting pleasures. The self-mockery in Yi Fengwu's eyes deepened. He forced a smile that was anything but pleasant. "You think I approached you for temporary desire, or to satisfy my ego for pursuing beautiful women?" Qin Qinghan retorted, "Isn't that the case? If you were to use force, I could not resist. But that hypocritical mask on your face makes me sick." "Ha." Yi Fengwu laughed, the sound grating to the ear. This laughter sent a chill down Qin Qinghan's spine. Moments earlier, she had mustered all her courage to speak her heart, and now she felt a wave of fear wash over her, fearing that this man might truly resort to violence out of anger. Instinctively, Qin Qinghan shifted backward, retreating until her back hit the headboard of the bed. After a long silence, Yi Fengwu looked into her eyes and said, "I do have things I've kept from you, but I believe these secrets will not harm you. When the time is right, I will tell you everything without reservation." The only secret Yi Fengwu kept from Qin Qinghan was that he was the biological father of Jing, the man who had kept Qin Qinghan in a hellish existence for 8 years. Of course, there was also his identity as a military hero. If Yi Fengwu knew that Qin Qinghan despised his underground organization, he might have been unable to refrain from revealing his identity as a national hero to her. At that moment, he not only recognized Qin Qinghan's gentleness, but also saw the stubbornness buried deep within her. Once she learned he was the rapist, she would probably struggle to harm him. The least she could do was cast him out of her life, ensuring that he could never approach her and her mother again. Qin Qinghan's emotions settled somewhat. She shook her head and said, "No need. I have no interest in your affairs. I only ask that you leave me alone. You make me anxious. After speaking, she retrieved something from the drawer of the bedside table. Fengwu turned to look only to see it was a small box, the engagement ring he had given her. Qin Xinghan placed the small box on the bed, exhaustion evident in her demeanor. Thank you for what you've done for us these past few days. Here, take this back and leave. Fengwu felt a heavy weight in his heart. He was being cast out. He reached for the small box, opening it to reveal a ring set with a sapphire the size of his thumb. He glanced at it casually, but then his gaze sharpened, disappointment flooding his eyes. With a snap, Fengwu closed the box and said gravely, "Fine, I can leave for a few days. I'll give you time to think." With that, he left Qin Xinghan's room. Watching his departing figure, Qin Xinghan did not feel relief, but rather a sense of loss. Bang! When the security door slammed shut, she felt as if she had lost some semblance of safety. Ugh! Once again, suppressed sobs echoed in the room. Outside by the garbage bins, Fengwu wore an expression of gloom and disappointment as he held the small box in one hand, applying pressure. Crack! The box shattered, the sapphire inside turning to a pile of dust. However, a sapphire of that size, harder than diamond, could not be easily crushed regardless of Fengwu's strength. The powdered form suggested it was nothing more than ordinary glass. Why did you do this? Was it for money? Fengwu murmured in despair. When he first opened the box in Qin Xinghan's room and saw the ring, he had already realized it was no longer the unique piece he had originally gifted her, valued at over $100 million. The one he had shattered, while resembling the original, was merely a cheap glass imitation worth only a few dozen yuan. It seems even a woman as pure and kind as you can resort to petty actions for the sake of money. Fengwu's disappointment deepened. After muttering this, he walked away from the community. He had no intentions of retrieving the ring. If Qin Xinghan was willing to sell her integrity for $100 million, then so be it. She was no longer worth his protection for a lifetime. Fengwu could only hope that this sum would allow her and her mother to live better lives. Just as Fengwu left the community, Yang Yu hurriedly returned home, bursting through the door in tears. Xinghan, you must save your father." After sending Fengwu away, Qin Xinghan felt a sense of loss compounded by the pressure of being unemployed, which left her in a deep state of despair. Hearing Yang Ye's cries, her heart sank. Although she had no idea what had happened, she realized that the sky over her head was about to collapse. Ignoring the traces of tears on her face, she rushed out of her bedroom to find Yang Yu sobbing uncontrollably on the sofa. Qin Xinghan trembled, asking, "Mom, what happened? Where's Dad?" Yang Ye's eyes were filled with guilt and self-reproach as she recounted, "Xinghan, I'm so sorry. I know you're under a lot of financial pressure, but I couldn't help but join the neighbors for a game of mahjong." However, at this point, Yang Yu was clearly unable to continue without breaking down. Qin Xinghan sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly sat beside her. "Mom, what exactly happened? Did something happen to Dad?" Yang Yu wiped her tears and finally said, "Yesterday, while we were having fun at the mahjong parlor, your dad won a few $100. Then some young men in their 30s arrived, one named Gao, he who sat at your dad's table. That man looked fierce, but had been losing all night, eventually losing over 5,000 to your dad. Later, Gao, he got a bit upset. He wanted to play for higher stakes, 1,000 a hand. Your dad, feeling lucky, agreed." Hearing this, Qin Xinghan exclaimed, "Mom, didn't we tell you not to gamble so much?" Yang Yu choked back sobs. "I tried to persuade your dad, but he insisted on playing. At first, your dad was indeed doing well. In less than an hour, he won 50,000. He said if he could win another 50,000, he'd stop, and then we could find a good school for Jingxi, so she wouldn't have to suffer bullying every day." Qin Xinghan's face grew more worried. If she knew things could not be that simple. Gao, he would not lose without reason. Yang Yu cried even harder. Because of your dad's greed and Gao He's encouragement, they started gambling even larger amounts, and then, ugh, Xinghan, your father and I have let you down. Yang Yu suddenly burst into tears. Qin Xinghan's heart raced with urgency. She asked, "Mom, did Dad lose?" "How much?" Yang Yu finally replied, "Your dad lost 100,000. 100,000. Qin Xinghan's eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined he could lose so much. Then she comforted Yang Yu, saying, "Mom, it's okay. Let's consider it a lesson learned. I will find a way to pay it back." Though she spoke lightly, she had no idea where to borrow the money. Should she ask her grandfather? They would certainly not help. Yang Yu, filled with guilt, said, "Xinghan, I know it's not easy for you, but you must find a way to save your dad. Gao, he said that if he doesn't get 80,000 tomorrow, he will cut off one of your dad's hands." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan's face turned pale with fear. She urgently said, "Should we call the police?" Yang Yu shook her head vigorously. "We can't call the police. Gao, he is clearly not a good person. If we report this, our family will face significant trouble. Qin Xinghan, please think of a way. Qin Xinghan nodded slightly, but soon after she asked with confusion, Mom, didn't you just say Dad lost 100,000? How did it become 80,000? Upon hearing this, Yang Ye's face visibly flushed with embarrassment, and she mumbled, today. While you were out, I took your ring and sold it. As Qin Xinghan's expression changed, Yang Yu huffed, what $1 billion ocean gemstone? It's just a high-end imitation. I thought I could sell it for a lot, but it only went for 20,000. Qin Xinghan's face darkened further, her gaze a mix of emotions. Suddenly she understood why Yi Fengwu's expression had been so grim upon receiving the ring. He must have known it was no longer the original. Yet he hadn't confronted her directly and had quietly left. With tears of frustration in her eyes, Qin Xinghan lamented, Mom, how could you touch my things? Do you know I just returned the ring to him today? If he finds out it's a fake, what will he think of me? Yang Yu retorted, why return it at all? He stayed in our home for free. A ring is too generous for him. Qin Xinghan felt a wave of shame wash over her as she bitterly replied, Mom, you know nothing. I've already kicked him out today. Yang Yu looked momentarily stunned. It's better that way. He took advantage of us and gave you a fake ring, boasting about it, as if it were unique. Humph. Qin Xinghan shook her head helplessly, realizing her priority was to rescue her father first, then find a way to reclaim the ring. However, she had very few friends and could hardly expect anyone to lend her 100,000. After a sleepless night, filled with worry, the next morning with bloodshot eyes, Qin Xinghan finally managed to call Chen Nan. Xinghan, I'm busy. What's the matter? Chen Nan answered after a few rings. Hesitating for a moment, Qin Xinghan stammered, Chen Nan, could you lend me 80,000? 80,000? Chen Nan was taken aback, then asked, have you encountered some trouble? Qin Xinghan didn't dare to reveal the truth and instead said, I want to transfer Jingxi to another school, so I'm in a bit of a hurry. Chen Nan replied, I can transfer 50,000 to you right away, but the remaining 30,000 I can only send you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Chen Nan. 50,000 will be enough. All right, I'll transfer it immediately. Remember, if you're in trouble, don't hesitate to call me. Yes, thank you. After hanging up, Qin Xinghan searched for an app on her phone. Her car, bought for over 70,000, had been driven for less than 2 years and should sell for around 30 or 40,000, she thought. Since Gao he only gave her 1 day, she couldn't wait for Chen Nan's 30,000 and decided to sell her car instead. However, in her haste, she could only sell it for 3,000. With 80,000 in hand, Qin Xinghan arrived at the address. Yang Yu had given her a large game room, bustling with activity. The room was filled with young people, each exuding a certain swagger that made Qin Xinghan instinctively tense. As she entered, her striking beauty commanded immediate attention, silencing the previously raucous atmosphere. Some even whistled at her. Hey beauty, here to play? Come join our table, I guarantee you'll win. A young man covered in tattoos leered at her. Come to our table, if you win it's yours, if you lose it's on me. Many approached Qin Xinghan with invitations. Her expression wary, she asked nervously, I am looking for Gao He. I want him to release my father. At these words, the tattooed youth stood and approached her, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You must be Qin Xinghan. Indeed, a stunning beauty, far surpassing those movie stars. Qin Xinghan bit her lip, feeling anxious. This is troubling. He waved his hand dismissively. Follow me. She trailed behind him to an office within the game room. As the door opened, Qin Xinghan immediately spotted Qin Ji, who sat rigidly in a chair, his face pale, but not tied up. Seeing her, Qin Ji cried out, Xinghan, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being too greedy. You must save me. Sitting in a swivel chair was a man smoking a cigar, appearing to be in his 30s, with a fierce countenance scarred by a deep gash. This was Gao He, the owner of the game room. By day, the establishment operated normally, but at night, he organized illicit gambling games. Upon seeing Qin Xinghan, Gao He was momentarily stunned, secretly thinking that Lu Fu had been right. Her beauty and elegance eclipsed those of any film star. Qin Xinghan's heart ached at the sight of her father, but she knew she couldn't show weakness. She placed a bag containing 80,000 in cash on the table and said to Gao He, this is 80,000, please release my father. Gao He exhaled a puff of smoke, smirking. 80,000 was yesterday's price. Today, it's a different story. Angered, Qin Xinghan retorted, how can you do this? I have paid you on time. Gao He lounged back, his eyes roving over her with lascivious intent, muttering under his breath about her conservative attire. Your father's situation is serious. In our line of work, cheating is the biggest taboo, yet your father crossed that line. Unless you can come up with 200,000 by 5 this afternoon, I'll send a piece of his arm back to you. Fury and fear surged within Qin Xinghan, while Qin Ji exclaimed, Xinghan, I didn't cheat. They set me up, it was a trap. Though she believed her father's words with him in their grasp, they could claim whatever they wanted, and she was left with no choice but to comply. After a long pause, Qin Qinghan gritted her teeth. Fine, I can only give you 200,000 tomorrow, but you must promise not to harm my father. Gao He chuckled. Dear lady, today it's 200,000, tomorrow it might just be 400. So you better hustle. Fuming, Qin Qinghan shot back. What do you want in exchange for my father's release? We have no grievances with you. Though gentle by nature, Qin Qinghan was astute and realized Gao He had no intention of letting her father go. Gao He snuffed out his cigar in an ashtray, smirking. He'll give you a chance. Attend a dinner tomorrow night, and as long as you show up, your father will come home safely, and the debt he owes me will be wiped clean. Qin Qinghan's eyes widened in shock. This was their real motive. They had set a trap for her father just to lure her into attending a dinner. Yet she had her principles. Shaking her head, she replied, I will repay you the money, but I will not attend the dinner you mention. Gao He seemed to have anticipated her response unfazed. In that case, prepare to receive a piece of your father's arm. And do not report this to the police, or you won't just receive an arm, it'll a body. Hearing this, Qin Ji turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth, telling Qin Qinghan, Qinghan, this trouble is mine to bear, you must not go. Upon hearing her father's words, Gao He frowned, and the tattooed youth punched Qin Ji squarely in the face, splitting his lip. Seeing this, Qin Qinghan cried out in panic, Stop. He'll go. Qin Ji spat out blood. Qinghan, you can't go. Gao He laughed. Weren't you assaulted 8 years ago? Why care so much about your body now? Qin Qinghan's expression turned icy as she glared at Gao He. Tell me the time and place and I will go, but you must keep your promise. Satisfied with her agreement, Gao He grinned. Rest assured, as long as you arrive at Fengwu Hotel at 8 tomorrow night, your father will be free to leave. A promise is a promise, Qin Qinghan said coldly, then turned to her father. Dad, you will leave this place. With that, she left the game room without looking back, even leaving the 80,000 behind. After Qin Qinghan left, the tattooed youth approached Gao He and inquired, Brother Gao, I heard a big shot visited Haihua City. How significant is he? Upon hearing this, Gao He shot the tattooed youth a stern glance and replied gravely, Even Donglong's overlord brother, Hao calls him brother. How significant do you think that makes him? The tattooed youth's mouth dropped open in shock, and after a long pause he stammered, Even brother Hao calls him brother. Then he shrank his neck and chuckled, Brother Gao, Qin Qinghan, must be the gift you prepared for that big shot, right? Gao He lit a fresh cigar, a proud grin spreading across his face as he said, Of course. If it weren't to get closer to brother, how could I let go of such a rare gem? As long as I can catch brother Hao's eye, you all will enjoy a life of luxury in the future. This time Lu Fu has inadvertently helped me. He'll take care of him from now on. Gao He had some connections with the principal Lu Fu. 2 days prior, Lu Fu had approached him complaining that a student's father had assaulted him. That father was a formidable fugitive, and Lu Fu had sung praises of Qin Qinghan's beauty. At first, Gao He was skeptical about such a stunning woman existing, but upon meeting Qin Qinghan, he realized that Lu Fu's compliments barely scratched the surface of her true beauty. Thus, instead of keeping her for himself as he originally intended, Gao He devised a plan. Why not present the extraordinarily beautiful Qin Qinghan, exceeding even movie stars, to brother Hao? This way he could blend in with Donglong's overlord. Meanwhile, the homeless Yi Fengwu had no choice but to temporarily crash at the presidential suite with Lin Chong and the others. The trio was slightly taken aback upon seeing Yi Fengwu, as the instructor had previously claimed that he was happy cuddling with a beautiful wife. Why had he abandoned her to stay with them today? Just as they were about to ask questions, Yi Fengwu kicked them aside forcibly, taking the only large bed for himself. He certainly wouldn't tell them that he had been kicked out by his wife. In her home, Qin Qinghan was tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She had contemplated calling Chun Nin more than once, but Gao He had threatened her. If she called the police, her father would lose his life. On the other hand, Yang Yu was worried that Qin Qinghan was walking into a tiger's den, but she also had her husband of many years to consider, leaving her in tears. At 7 in the evening, Qin Qinghan finally began to groom herself. She applied a long-neglected shade of lipstick and even attempted to line her eyes. She wore fitted trousers, a white shirt, and put on a khaki trench coat. Though her attire was simple, her poise and beauty were enough to dazzle any man. With her pure and exquisite features, she would make anyone gasp in awe. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, a bitter and desperate expression crossed Qin Qinghan's face. At that moment, she realized that the days when she felt the safest were those few days spent with Yi Fengwu. If he weren't a fugitive, if he had no ties to the underground world, I would truly wish for him to be Jingxi's father, Qin Qinghan murmured in profound disappointment. But in this world there are no ifs. Since 8 years ago, her life had been destined for tragedy. Finally, she left her home and took a taxi to Fengwu Hotel. In the presidential suite of this star-rated hotel, Fengwu sat expressionless on the sofa, the ashtray on the coffee table overflowing with cigarette butts. I still refuse to believe you could be that kind of woman. Can a ring really compel you to sell your dignity? Fengwu mused, unable to shake off the disbelief that Qin Qinghan could be such a woman after a restless night. Just then his phone buzzed. It was Jiang Hao calling. After answering, Jiang Hao's voice came through. Brother Wu, I've prepared a welcome dinner for you at Fengwu Hotel. They'll also introduce you to some brothers who have fought alongside me. Fengwu replied nonchalantly, I got it. Just tell me the room number. They'll head over right away. When one is feeling down, they often think of drowning their sorrows in alcohol, and Fengwu was no exception. Without hesitation, he agreed. Jiang Hao informed him, second floor of Fengwu Hotel, the overlord room. After Fengwu left, he took a taxi directly to Fengwu Hotel. Upon arriving, he was momentarily taken aback by the opulence of the establishment. The hotel boasted 15 floors, with the first 5 dedicated to dining, Chinese, Western, and French cuisine, all available, while floors above served as accommodations. It was said that Fengwu Hotel was one of the most luxurious hotels in Haihua City, a super 5-star establishment where patrons were generally individuals of power and influence. Today, Fengwu donned a black Zhongshan suit. His already tall and strong physique appeared even more imposing in this attire, although in this era a Zhongshan suit on a 26-year-old seemed somewhat dated. However, with his robust build and chiseled good looks, even an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit made him stand out. As he stepped through the grand revolving door, he was greeted by a mature woman in a professional skirt suit. She was attractive, her form slightly voluptuous, and her white shirt had 2 buttons undone, revealing an enticing glimpse of skin. The well-fitted knee-length skirt accentuated her curves elegantly. Welcome to Fengwu Hotel. In the lobby, manager Lin Ling. Do you have a reservation, sir? She asked with a warm smile. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, Fengwu's Zhongshan suit accentuated his stature, and combined with his handsome and resolute face, Lin Ling's tone was notably gentle and welcoming. A man of such looks could easily find a partner even without wealth. Fengwu politely replied, My name is Fengwu. I believe a reservation isn't necessary. It seems a room has already been booked. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and decided to flirt a little. She stepped forward and looped her arm through his, brushing against him as she did. How about we sit over there for a moment? You can slowly tell me about yourself, Lin Ling said with a flirtatious smile. Fengwu frowned slightly, feeling the electrifying touch on his arm. He was not fond of such forward women and wanted to pull away, but found himself unable to muster the strength. He decided to let her be. Noticing Fengwu's discomfort, Lin Ling teased, Are you shy, handsome? Are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Her behavior resembled that of a flirtatious woman, causing Fengwu to frown slightly. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Ling rarely showed such a side, as she found him particularly appealing. As she considered using her charm to perhaps end her single status, just as Fengwu was about to mention Jiang Hao's name, a young man with a cigarette strolled over. Despite being dressed in designer brands, his outfit seemed mismatched, and the large gold chain around his neck gave him a rather brash appearance. Upon seeing Lin Ling clinging to Fengwu's arm, the young man smirked and jeered, Wow, Sister Ling is actually flirting with a man. That's rare, huh? Lin Ling shot him an annoyed look and retorted, Chung Zi, get lost. Put out that cigarette. Didn't Brother Hao ask you to welcome an important guest? The young man Lu Cheng chuckled and glanced at Fengwu before looking outside. That esteemed guest should be arriving soon, right? Lin Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I heard that this esteemed guest is someone even Brother Hao calls brother. What does he look like? Is he handsome? At this moment, Fengwu felt a wave of irritation. Lin Ling was essentially sidelining him while clinging to his arm. Lu Cheng then remarked, Though I've never seen him, I've heard Brother Hao say that every woman who meets him feels a sense of security and wants to date him. After hearing Lu Cheng's words, Fengwu instinctively straightened up, thinking that while this young man might not be likable, his words rang true. Lin Ling feigned a love-struck expression, but quickly turned to gaze at Fengwu's handsome face, which matched his tall stature and well-defined muscles. From him she indeed sensed a certain security, a feeling Lu Cheng had unwittingly described perfectly. As the thought crossed her mind, Lin Ling's complexion paled slightly. She tentatively asked Lu Cheng, What is that gentleman's name? Lu Cheng replied, His surname is Yi, and Hao Ge calls him Wu Ge. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Ling's body visibly stiffened, her beautiful face turning pale with panic as she hurriedly released Fengwu's arm. This man named Fengwu with a surname of Yi and a name ending in Wu, combined with Lu Cheng's apt description of him, made it clear to the astute Lin Ling that this was indeed the person Hao Ge was hosting today. Oh dear, what had she done? Not only had she flirted with him, but she had also clung to his arm. Although Lin Ling was familiar with Hao Ge's underlings, she still held a deep reverence for him. Today she had dared to tease someone whom even Hao Ge respected. It was over as she was doomed. Noticing her distress, Fengwu looked at Lin Ling with a playful smile and said, "Are you not going to chat for a bit?" At his words, Lin Ling nearly burst into tears. Though she got along well with Jiang Hao's subordinates, she understood the ruthless nature of Donglong Bawang Jiang Hao. Therefore, she felt even more apprehensive about someone whom Jiang Hao regarded with such respect. With her head bowed in tension, she stammered, Wu Guai, I didn't know it was you." Beside her, Lu Cheng's face also changed, realizing the gravity of the situation. He was well aware of Lin Ling's ability to read people. Could this person truly be the Wu Gu that Hao Ge had mentioned? Thinking this, Lu Cheng quickly crushed the cigarette, but in his palm, and bowed his head to Fengwu, saying, "You are Wu Gu." Fengwu nodded, replying, "If it was Xiao Hao who sent you to fetch me, it must be correct." Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng became even more respectful, saying, "Wu Gu, Hao Ge has been waiting for you in the private room for quite some time. Let me take you there." Fengwu nodded, and as he followed Lu Cheng, he turned back to Lin Ling with a smile, saying, "Sister Ling, it seems we'll have to chat another time." Hearing this, Lin Ling's face was filled with bitterness and anxiety, but Fengwu's gentle smile eased her tension somewhat. As she watched his tall figure ascend the stairs, Lin Ling murmured to herself, "He is truly a handsome man. There is a sense of safety about him. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend, even just to spend a night together." Just as Fengwu reached the second floor, he suddenly slipped slightly. Although Lin Ling's voice had been faint, his keen hearing caught every word clearly. Before long, Lu Cheng led Fengwu into a grand and luxurious private room, marked by two prominent characters on the door, Bawang. As they entered, Fengwu's gaze fell upon the massive marble table within. Jiang Hao was seated at the head, surrounded by 8 others. Upon seeing Fengwu enter, Jiang Hao quickly stood up and smiled. "Wu Ge, why have you come so late?" Seeing Jiang Hao rise, the other 8 also hurried to their feet, collectively calling Fengwu Wu Ge. Among these 8, 3 had met Fengwu before back at the project site. Fengwu replied nonchalantly, "It's not that late, is it?" As he spoke, he casually surveyed the lavish private room, which spanned over 100 square meters. The enormous marble table occupied a third of the space, while the remainder featured karaoke, a bar stocked with fine liquors, and even a steel pole in the center. Could there be a special performance? Jiang Hao chuckled and quickly ushered Fengwu to the main seat, saying, "Wu Ge, let me introduce you. This is Hyena, my most capable subordinate. He met you last time." Jiang Hao gestured towards a slender, yet explosive young man nearby. The youth seemed serious, his eyes harboring a hint of ferocity, adding an air of danger to his already stern demeanor. Fengwu nodded. Coming from a military background, he had lost count of the people he had killed over the past 8 years. Upon seeing Hyena's fierce gaze and the aura of aggression surrounding him, Fengwu could deduce that beneath the youth's stringent exterior lay a dangerously wild side. He must have taken many lives as well. The most telling feature of Hyena was his entire skeletal structure. Though he appeared slender, his frame was broad and his fists were calloused from hard training. "Wu Ge, please take care of me," Hyena said hurriedly, his face displaying a stiff smile as he raised a small wine glass and drank it in one go. Jiang Hao continued with a smile, "Wu Ge, we haven't seen each other in 8 years. I wonder if your combat skills have improved." "Haha, this Hyena was a mercenary in the Silver Triangle and is my most respected brother. You two should spar sometime." Fengwu shot Jiang Hao a glance and replied blandly, "Do you want us to spar?" At this, Jiang Hao shrank back slightly and chuckled. "Wu Ge, I wasn't your match back then, but times have changed. For the past 8 years, I've practiced combat sports every day. While I can't beat Hyena, professional boxers are hardly a challenge for me now, so you definitely won't be able to bully me like you did back then." Though Jiang Hao's words were laced with jest, it was evident he sought an opportunity to gauge Fengwu's current combat prowess. Fengwu rolled his eyes at Jiang Hao and snorted, "If you want to test your skills, the next match will be worse than before." Hearing this, Jiang Hao laughed in disbelief. He suspected he might not be a match for Wu Ge, but he was sure he wouldn't be far behind. Meanwhile, Hyena's gaze towards Fengwu grew serious. As a former mercenary, he possessed combat skills that could rival even the best boxers and harbored a sense of pride. He sensed a confidence emanating from Fengwu, born from an attitude that defied all odds, not merely arrogance. While Hyena respected Fengwu, he also yearned to test the strength of someone who commanded such respect, even from Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao continued, introducing the others, pointing out various individuals. "This is Lu Cheng, whom you've just met. This is Fang Gang, and this is Zheng Tao." Jiang Hao introduced all 8 individuals to Fengwu, concluding with a smile, "They are not only my right-hand men, but also the backbone of Fenghao real estate. Although they have a history of fighting, they are quite capable in real estate matters." The 8 men raised their glasses to Yi Fengwu and drank heartily, exuding unrestrained camaraderie. Yi Fengwu mirrored their actions, finishing his drink as well. At that moment, several waiters began to serve the dishes, quickly filling the large table with an array of exquisite dishes. Lin Ling, the hall manager, approached with a wine glass in hand, arriving at Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao's side. She filled her glass and said, "Wu Gu, I apologize for my earlier transgressions. Please accept this drink as my apology." After saying this, Yi Fengwu smiled and replied, "No need to worry, I wasn't at a loss." Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Lin Ling's face. Being a clever woman, she understood Yi Fengwu's implication. She had rubbed his arm against her chest after all, so he had certainly not suffered any loss. At that moment, Lu Cheng interjected with a teasing tone, "Sister Ling, if you're apologizing, why not perform a pole dance for everyone?" "Huh, let's see one." With Lu Cheng's jest, the others joined in the teasing. Lin Ling shot them a glare, playfully scolding, "Get lost, I wouldn't dance for you all." Lu Cheng continued to tease, "Then dance for Wu Gu. Earlier in the hall you were trying to catch his attention." Caught off guard by Lu Cheng's revelation, Lin Ling's face reddened, even more enhancing her natural allure. Jiang Hao, taken aback by the unexpected connection between Lin Ling and Wu Gu, chimed in humorously, "Lin Ling, since everyone's in good spirits, why not give us a show?" With Jiang Hao's encouragement, Lin Ling felt she couldn't refuse. Glancing at Yi Fengwu and noticing a glimmer of interest in his eyes, she smiled and replied, "Then I'll embarrass myself for everyone." Lin Ling leaned against the pole, her voluptuous figure twisting gracefully to the rhythm of the music. Her movements were enchanting and seductive, yet devoid of any hint of vulgarity. Although Lin Ling wore a professional skirt that was ill-suited for pole dancing, her performance was still fiery. Many of the complex moves she executed were flawless, rivaling even those of professional pole dancers. The only disappointment for the men was that despite the dynamic nature of her performance, the view beneath her skirt was always intentionally obscured at crucial moments, leaving them wanting more. Jiang Hao spoke to Yi Fengwu. "Brother Wu, Lin Ling used to be a talented pole dancing instructor. Unfortunately, her venue was smashed by the West Tiger's black wind. I noticed she has a knack for interpersonal relationships, so I took her in." Yi Fengwu nodded, appreciating Lin Ling. She was clever, and indeed her dance moves were impressive. Jiang Hao looked into Yi Fengwu's eyes with a mischievous smile and said, "Brother Wu, Lin Ling may seem a bit flirtatious on the surface, but none of the brothers have laid a hand on her. Should we?" Before Jiang Hao could finish his sentence, Yi Fengwu shot him a glare and said, "My wife is far more beautiful than her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao chuckled and replied, "That's true. But it's only natural for a man to indulge in a bit of intrigue now and then." Yi Fengwu feigned anger, but he secretly agreed with the sentiment. As Yi Fengwu admired Lin Ling's fiery pole dancing, a group of young men entered the lobby downstairs, led by a scar-faced man named Gao He. Accompanied by 3 underlings with cigars in their mouths, he swaggered to the center of the hall. At that moment, a waiter approached Gao He and frowned, saying, "Sir, smoking is not allowed here." With that, he handed an ashtray to Gao He, his displeasure radiating an undeniable air of arrogance. Gao He quickly placed the cigar in the ashtray, displaying a respectful demeanor even in front of the hotel staff, a testament to the aura of the East Dragon Overlord. The waiter then asked, "Do you have a reservation, sir?" Gao He replied, "Fong Gang is my friend, I'll give him a call." The waiter, recognizing Fong Gang, who was a trusted aide of Brother Hao, softened his demeanor. Gao He dialed Fong Gang's number and said, "Brother Gang, I'm in the lobby." "All right, I'll head up shortly." After hanging up, Gao He frowned slightly and cursed, "Damn it, why hasn't Qin Qinghan arrived yet? Is she planning to back out?" He then turned to one of his underlings and said sternly, "If Qin Qinghan doesn't show up by 8, deal with Qin Ji." The underling nodded in agreement, but then noticed a stunning figure approaching the hotel entrance. A tall woman whose simple attire radiated an indescribable purity and grace. Such a woman was almost unreal in her beauty. It could only be Qin Qinghan. Gao He, upon seeing her, was momentarily captivated. "Hey, gorgeous, you finally made it. I thought you didn't care about your father's well-being." Gao He leered, reaching out to grab her arm. Qin Qinghan stepped back, stiffly evading his grip, and replied, "I arrived on time. You should keep your promise." Gao He laughed, "Of course." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and dialed, saying, "Release Qin Ji and return his phone and belongings." After hanging up, Gao He looked at Qin Qinghan, saying, Gao He, keep my word, your father will be home soon." Qin Qinghan, however, was not easily swayed by Gao He's assurances. She prepared to call her father instead. Before she could dial, Qin Ji's call came through. "Qinghan, I've left the chess room. Hurry back and don't go to that hotel." Qin Ji's voice crackled with urgency. Qin Qinghan replied coolly, "Dad, just let it be." After hanging up, she quickly tapped a few commands on her phone screen, a discreet action that aroused no suspicion from Gao He. Seeing her put her phone away, Gao He said, "Follow me to the second floor, Overlord's suite. If that important figure takes a liking to you, you'll never have to worry about anything again. He'll be 1,000 times better than your current criminal husband." Qin Xinghan remained expressionless, her eyes filled with despair as she ascended the staircase, occasionally brushing her left sleeve. Gao He furrowed his brow slightly, but dismissed her strange behavior. In the private room, Lin Ling continued her sultry dance, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her alluring gaze occasionally aimed towards Yi Fengwu. At that moment, Fang Gang turned to Jiang Hao and said, "Brother Hao, someone wants to meet you." Jiang Hao frowned slightly, asking, "Who is it?" Fang Gang replied, "A minor character named Gao He who runs a chess room in Haihua City and has some underlings. He has been eager to work under you." Jiang Hao expressed his discontent. "Today is for welcoming Brother Wu. We can't let just anyone in." Fang Gang chuckled. "I didn't want him here either, but he mentioned bringing a stunning beauty to introduce to Brother Wu." Jiang Hao's brow furrowed as he considered Yi Fengwu's character. Although he understood that Yi Fengwu was not the type to indulge in just any woman, 8 years had passed, and he had just gotten out of prison, perhaps he might need a woman after all. He finally nodded. "Let him come up." Fang Gang smiled. "They'll go get him." With that, Fang Gang left the private room. Yi Fengwu listened to Jiang Hao and Fang Gang without commenting. Soon the door to the private room opened and Fang Gang entered, followed by the scar-faced Gao He. Although Gao He was used to rough company, he had never seen such an assembly. Not only was Brother Hao present, but so were his formidable aides whose reputations loomed large in all of Haihua City. Consequently, Gao He appeared nervous, unable to straighten his back out of fear. Fang Gang introduced, "Brother Wu, Brother Hao, this is Gao He, the owner of a chess room. He wishes to meet you." Both Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao maintained indifferent expressions, showing no interest in such a minor figure. Nearby, Lu Cheng scoffed, "Gao He, did you come empty-handed? Surely you know our customs. If you show up with nothing, you should leave something behind when you leave." Gao He forced a smile, his face rigid, and said to Jiang Hao and Yi Fengwu, "Brother Hao, how could I come empty-handed? I brought a stunning beauty who wants to witness your charm." He then turned to the door and called, "Why aren't you coming in to meet Brother Hao?" Fang Gang added with a smirk, "This kid isn't lying. The beauty outside is breathtakingly gorgeous, ha." Everyone eagerly turned to the door, anticipating the sight of this astonishing beauty. Jiang Hao smiled at Yi Fengwu and said, "Brother Wu, let's see this for ourselves." Yi Fengwu nodded, both of them gazing towards the entrance. Moments later, a tall, pure-looking woman stepped into view, her face lowered, her entire demeanor stiff. Yet even in such a posture, her devastating beauty silenced the entire room. Even Lin Ling, who had been dancing passionately, was momentarily awestruck by Qin Xinghan's beauty. She had considered herself somewhat attractive, but standing next to this woman, she felt utterly inadequate. In an instant, the expressions on Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao's faces darkened, turning ominously grim. Even the hyena and Zheng Tao beside them were taken aback, recalling the time they witnessed Qin Xinghan nearly being bullied by Jin Bao at a project site for Fenghao Real Estate. Thinking back to that moment sent chills down their spines. At that time, Brother Hao had killed Jin Bao without hesitation, even sacrificing a leg to apologize to Brother Wu. And now why was this sister-in-law reappearing in such a setting? If Qin Xinghan had looked up, she would have seen the cold and terrifying gaze of Yi Fengwu. "My goodness, she's stunning. Far more beautiful than any movie star. Gao He, you're quite the catch." Lu Cheng marveled at Qin Xinghan, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, unable to contain his awe. Except for the hyena and Zheng Tao, the other 5 couldn't resist teasing, "Beauty, you've truly come to the right place." At that moment, a man named Zhong Long, seated at the outer edge, suddenly raised his wine glass and offered it to Qin Xinghan with a smile, saying, "Drink this cup of wine, and you will officially belong to our circle." However, Qin Xinghan did not reach for the glass. Instead, she bit her red lip and replied, I don't drink." Upon hearing this, Zhong Long visibly frowned. Gao He, sensing the tension, immediately coldly warned, "Qin Xinghan, don't refuse a toast only to end up drinking a penalty. Just look around at the caliber of people here. Drink up and sit next to Hao Gu or else." Whoosh. Before Gao He could finish, the hyena suddenly leaped across the 3-meter-wide marble table and kicked the wine glass out of Zhong Long's hand, shattering it. Zhong Long was taken aback, still reeling from the shock, when the hyena swiftly slapped Gao He across the face. The force was so tremendous that Gao He was sent flying over 2 meters, crashing violently against the wall, his lips completely torn. At that moment, Gao He felt no pain on his face as he was utterly stunned by the sudden attack. Had he done something wrong? Beside Yi Fengwu, Jiang Hao's face shifted from pale to red in fury, wishing he could flay Gao Hifang and Zhong Long alive. They were pushing him toward a dead end as he could already sense the icy killing intent emanating from Yi Fengwu. After sending Gao Hifang, the hyena turned and seized Zhong Long by the collar, forcefully pinning him against the table. "Dog brother, what have I done wrong?" Zhong Long stammered in fear. Zhong Long held the hyena in immense regard. Not only was he Hao Guest's most trusted brother, but he was also a madman. Leaning close to Zhong Long's ear, the hyena growled, "Your mistake lies in your blindness." Swish. Without hesitation, the hyena grabbed a silver knife from the table and swiftly plunged it into Zhong Long's palm, the blade penetrating through the marble and pinning him to the tabletop. Zhong Long's face flushed with pain, yet he dared not utter a word of plea. Though he was unsure of his exact wrongdoing, he understood he had certainly made a mistake. Seeing this, Fang Gang, Lu Cheng, and the others who had just teased Qin Xinghan were all struck with horror. The hyena then forced Lu Cheng down onto the table and used another silver knife to stab through his palm as well. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth in silence. In Fenghao real estate, Hao Gu was always the boss, and the hyena's every action represented him. Swish, swish, swish. Without exception, all those who had just dared to tease Qin Xinghan had their palms nailed to the table, blood streaming from their wounds. At this moment, Fang Gang slowly approached the hyena and placed his palm on the table voluntarily. No one dared to inquire why this was happening or what they had done to deserve such punishment. The hyena stood before Fang Gang and asked in a low voice, "Is Gao he your friend?" Fang Gang replied stiffly, "We're just acquaintances, not friends. But he came because of you." The hyena's voice turned icy. As soon as he finished speaking, the hyena kicked Fang Gang violently in the calf, the sharp crack of bone echoing in the room. Then he again drove a silver knife into Fang Gang's palm, pinning him to the table. Meanwhile, Qin Xinghan had lifted her face in response to the sudden turn of events and gazed at Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao, who sat at the head of the table. In that moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. How could he be here? Was it possible that Gao He had intended for her to accompany him? For some reason, Qin Xinghan felt a profound sense of loss, especially after meeting Yi Fengwu's dark and disappointed eyes, leaving her heart bitter. After completing his actions, the hyena picked up another silver knife from the table and without hesitation stabbed it into his own palm. "Wu Gu, Hao Gu, they are my little brothers. I owe you an apology," the hyena said, looking remorsefully at Yi Fengwu and Jiang Hao. Suddenly, Jiang Hao sprang from his chair, and with a crack he aimed a loaded gun at the hyena and Fang Gang. "Wu Gu, just say the word, and he'll take them out right now," Jiang Hao said to Yi Fengwu, his eyes filled with deep guilt. Yi Fengwu's tone was chillingly cold as he replied, "They are your loyal brothers, and the fault does not lie with them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Though he could not bear to kill his brothers, if Yi Fengwu had ordered it, he would not hesitate, for his loyalty and respect for Yi Fengwu surpassed all else. Swish. Suddenly, Jiang Hao twisted the gun's muzzle, directing it at his own thigh, ready to pull the trigger without hesitation. Crack. With a soft sound, just before the firing pin struck, a strong hand pressed down on it. In the blink of an eye, the gun was in Yi Fengwu's grasp, and within a second it was dismantled into a pile of scattered parts, even the 8 bullets from the magazine falling messily onto the table. Everyone stared in shock. Even the hyena was taken aback, believing himself far more skilled with firearms than anyone present. However, he could never have dismantled a gun in under a second, let alone remove all the bullets from the magazine. Yet what shocked them the most was that Hao Gu was willing to sacrifice a leg. What could be worth such a price? Was it for this stunningly beautiful woman? What was her true identity? Swish. Next, Jiang Hao picked up a silver knife and stabbed it into his own palm. Looking at the blood flowing from it, he said with remorse, "Wu Gu, I owe you an apology." At this moment, Gao He was trembling in fear, the sudden turn of events seeming too surreal, as if he had stepped into hell. He couldn't help but glance at Qin Xinghan's back, a gut feeling telling him that he shouldn't have provoked her, nor should he have retaliated for Lu Fu. Looking at Jiang Hao's bleeding hand, Yi Fengwu frowned and said, "Why go to such lengths? I've already said the fault does not lie with you." Jiang Hao did not respond, but endured the pain in his palm. Glaring coldly at the brothers who had knives stuck in their hands, he declared, "Do you know who this woman is? She is Wu Guest's wife, our eldest sister-in-law. You all have some nerve." As his words fell, everyone turned pale with fear, finally understanding the reason for their punishment. Though they may not know Wu Guest's past, they could feel the bond between him and Jiang Hao. Through the lengths Jiang Hao was willing to go to plead for forgiveness. Today they had dared to tease the eldest sister-in-law, and even more infuriating was that this little Gao He had brought her here. Gao He was trembling all over, a stream of urine running down his legs, as he finally comprehended Qin Xinghan's true identity. She was the woman of the man whom even Fengwu referred to as brother. Did that mean he was the formidable criminal Lu Fu had spoken of? Damn you, Lu Fu, you've ruined me. Slap. Immediately, Lu Chengzheng, Tao Zhonglong, and several others removed the knives from their palms, and with faces filled with murderous intent approached Gao He. They felt ashamed, but even more they were furious. Seeing the situation, Gao He cried out in terror, "Brother Hao, Brother Wu, please. Give me a chance. I was blind and didn't recognize my sister-in-law. Give me a chance to atone for my mistakes." "You can go to the king of hell to atone," Zhonglong roared, picking up the bloody knife in his hand, aiming it directly at Gao He's eyes. Whoosh. At that moment, two piercing sounds cut through the air, and Gao He's body crashed violently against the wall once again. Everyone looked down in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, for there were two silver knives pierced into his collarbones, pinning him firmly against the wall. Gao He screamed in agony, his arms drooping helplessly. The one who had thrown those two flying knives was Fengwu. Beside him, the hyena was taken aback. He hadn't seen how Fengwu made his move, but he was even more astonished by the force and accuracy of those knives. He believed he could never achieve such skill. Lu Chengzhonglong and the others stopped in their tracks, all turning their gazes towards Fengwu. It was only then that Fengwu turned his attention to Qin Xinghan and spoke in a low, somber tone. "Why did you come here? Did you consider the consequences of entering this room?" Qin Xinghan lowered her face, a bitter expression etched upon it. "I have my reasons, and we are no longer connected." Bang! As soon as her words fell, a loud thud echoed throughout the room. Fengwu slammed his palm onto the hard marble table, and in an instant the table shattered into pieces. This scene left everyone stunned, especially the hyena, whose body tensed in alarm. What immense strength! What ferocity! In that moment, the hyena felt a renewed sense of inferiority, igniting a desire within him to spar with Fengwu. "Oh!" Qin Xinghan screamed in shock at Fengwu's sudden fury, her body recoiling several steps in fright. Clatter! A metallic sound rang in everyone's ears as a pair of scissors slipped from Qin Xinghan's sleeve. In that instant, everyone understood. Qin Xinghan had certainly been coerced into coming here. Otherwise, why would she hide a weapon on her person? It seemed she was prepared for a fight to the death. Upon seeing the scissors, Fengwu felt a pang of heartbreak, yet also a sense of relief. At least Qin Xinghan hadn't come of her own volition. At that moment, tears streamed down Qin Xinghan's face from the shock. She didn't dare look up at Fengwu, uncertain of whether he would resort to violence against her. Fengwu spoke again. "If you lack the ability to protect yourself, why do you keep putting yourself in danger? You are not a foolish woman, so why do you keep making such stupid choices?" Qin Xinghan's eyes drooped, hot tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. "I've already said I have my reasons." "What reasons?" "Money. Is $100 million not enough for you? Have you ever considered that if the people in this room weren't me and Xiao, how could you return home safely?" Fengwu exclaimed angrily. Upon hearing the mention of $100 million, Qin Xinghan suddenly realized Fengwu was referring to the ring. Indeed, he knew the ring had been switched. Then Qin Xinghan bit her lip and said, "I will return the ring to you, and we have no relationship anymore." At that moment, she still did not believe the ring was genuine, but rather a high-quality imitation that she could redeem for just a few $1,000s. Hearing this, Fengwu felt an immense disappointment. Was the ring truly a switch? Yet his anger grew with the events of the day. Overwhelmed, he snapped, "Nonsense. You drove away my people, but couldn't drive away my heart. From now on, if you dare to put yourself in danger again, I will definitely beat you." Upon hearing Fengwu's words, Jiang Hao, the hyena, and Zhonglong all exchanged peculiar glances, realizing that Brother Wu had indeed been driven out by his sister-in-law. Suppressing a trace of amusement, Jiang Hao said, "Brother Wu, your sister-in-law must have her reasons." Then Jiang Hao turned to Gao He, his voice cold. "Explain why your sister-in-law came here, every detail." Gao He dared not hide anything, pleading, "Brother Hao, spare me. It was Lu Fu who made me deal with her. He coveted her beauty and wanted me to force her into a corner." He then recounted how he had set up a game to make Qin Ji lose money and threatened Qin Xinghan to attend the banquet. After finishing, Gao He, fearing for his life, hastily continued to plead, "Brother Wu, Brother Hao, give me a chance to atone. I will return to make Lu Fu pay for his sins." However, Fengwu didn't even glance at Gao He, instead staring at Qin Xinghan with disdain. "Why didn't you call me when faced with such a situation? I warned you not to put yourself in precarious positions. Do you think my words fell on deaf ears?" In his final words, Fengwu's tone was noticeably harsher. Qin Xinghan's eyes cast downward, nearly unable to meet Fengwu's gaze. Yet her heart was conflicted. Having driven him out of her home, how could she summon the face to seek his help again? Moreover, she had just managed to muster the courage to expel him. For a mere 80,000 you are willing to become a hostess. Is this how you squander your life? Yi Fengwu's anger intensified. How could a ring worth $100 million not be enough? Knowing full well she was walking into a den of tigers, she still allowed Gao He to lead her by the nose. Watching Yi Fengwu reprimand his wife Jiang Hao and the others suppressed their pain, not daring to interject. However, when the term hostess fell from Yi Fengwu's lips, Qin Qinghan's expression noticeably soured. Perhaps she feared Yi Fengwu and each person in this room. Had those words come from anyone else, she would have brushed them off without a second thought. But those words coming from Yi Fengwu ignited her anger. Shut your mouth. Qin Qinghan, taken aback by her own courage, suddenly raised her head and shouted at Yi Fengwu. In Yi Fengwu's moment of surprise, Qin Qinghan abruptly picked up the scissors from the ground and hurled them at his face. Yi Fengwu was taken aback. Qin Qinghan had always been gentle and timid, yet now she was suddenly furious. But then Yi Fengwu's expression darkened as he raised his hand to catch the flying scissors and flung them back toward Qin Qinghan's face. Whoosh! The scissors whistled through the air like a sharp sword. Seeing this, Jiang Hao and the hyena gasped in shock. Had Brother Wu gone mad? However, the scissors were too fast, too swift for anyone to intervene. Whoosh! The blade narrowly grazed Qin Qinghan's cheek, and with a dull thud a splash of blood erupted behind her. Qin Qinghan's face turned pale as she slowly turned to see the aftermath, feeling a violent churn in her stomach. Gag! With just a glance, Qin Qinghan collapsed to the ground, retching. Having barely eaten in the past 2 days, all that came up was bile. On the wall, Gao He's condition was gruesome. The silver knives pinned him against the wall, and a pair of scissors pierced through his forehead, with only the bloodied handle protruding outside. Previously, when Jin Bao and his men were killed by Jiang Hao's subordinates, Qin Qinghan hadn't witnessed it firsthand. Though she felt fear, it was nothing compared to the overwhelming shock she felt now. Today, a living person had been killed by Yi Fengwu with a pair of scissors. Such a bloody scene would undoubtedly leave a profound scar in Qin Qinghan's heart. Seeing her retching uncontrollably, Yi Fengwu realized he had gone too far. He shouldn't have displayed his killing intent in front of her. He hurried over, crouching down to gently pat her back. Don't touch me. Qin Qinghan gasped, her body trembling, as she forcefully pushed away Yi Fengwu's hand. Yi Fengwu felt embarrassed, standing there at a loss. Though he was angry at Qin Qinghan's foolishness, he would never harm a hair on her head, so he vented all his ire on Gao He instead. Beside them, Jiang Hao noticed Yi Fengwu's awkwardness and quickly smiled, saying, Sister-in-law Gao, he deserves a fate worse than death. Even if Brother Wu doesn't take action, I will personally dismember him into 8 pieces. Qin Qinghan felt a surge of fear within her. These were all desperate individuals, and the malevolence emanating from Yi Fengwu was particularly intense. She feared that they would not spare her. Bang! At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with great force, and a woman wielding guns in both hands rushed in. It was Chun Nan. With her alluring figure accentuated by a tight-fitting denim outfit, she presented a captivating silhouette that stirred the blood. Pointing her guns at everyone in the room, she commanded, Don't move. I am a police officer. Upon seeing this strikingly beautiful woman was an officer, Jiang Hao, and the 7 or 8 others, including the hyena, furrowed their brows. Instantly, the atmosphere turned colder. Yi Fengwu was equally surprised to see Chun Nan. He wondered how she had appeared so suddenly. Holding her handgun with a vigilant gaze, Chun Nan relaxed slightly upon confirming that Qin Qinghan was unharmed. However, her expression changed dramatically when she saw Gao He pinned to the wall in a grotesque manner. A life had been lost. She had been training at home when she received a distressing text from Qin Qinghan, prompting her urgent rush to Fengwu Hotel. Yet the scene before her was far beyond her expectations. Jiang Hao might not know Chun Nan, but she had been secretly investigating him for a long time and knew him well. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, a chill ran down her spine, for he was the East Dragon Overlord, a ruthless figure capable of rivaling the West Tiger Black Wind, dominating half of the underworld in Haihua City. She realized that she might not leave the hotel alive, let alone bring Qin Qinghan with her. In the face of this sudden, police officer Jiang Hao and the others maintained their indifference, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of murderous intent. The hyena slowly reached for his waist, while Zhong Long stealthily approached the door, shutting it and locking it behind him. Seeing this, Chun Nan's face paled further. She quickly pulled Qin Qinghan behind her and threatened Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, I advise you not to act recklessly. Come back to the police station with me quietly, and you might receive lenient treatment. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu beside her, Chun Nan's brows furrowed even deeper. She thought to herself that this scoundrel was indeed colluding with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao sneered, Officer, do you think I, the East Dragon Overlord, am a fool? Once we've entered this door, we must face reality. No sooner had Jiang Hao's words fallen than a figure lunged at Chun Nan like a ferocious beast. Whoosh! Two triangular military daggers whistled through the air, aimed straight at Chun Nan's throat. The assailant was none other than the hyena, and his already menacing aura intensified with the daggers in hand. Chun Nan's expression shifted to one of alarm. She swung her gun around and pulled the trigger. However, the hyena was too swift. Before she could even squeeze the trigger, one of the daggers had already knocked her gun away. Yet Chun Nan had trained from a young age, and her reflexes were far beyond the ordinary. After losing her gun, she pivoted and delivered a fierce kick aimed at the hyena's cheek. The hyena ducked effortlessly, raising his leg to kick her squarely in the chest. Chun Nan hurriedly raised her arms to block the blow, and with a loud thud her body slammed against the door behind her. In that instant, despair washed over Chun Nan, as she had not anticipated that this seemingly frail individual possessed such formidable skills. Moreover, the palpable malice emanating from him suggested that he must have taken many lives to acquire such an aura. Realizing she was no match for him, she feared for her life. Whoosh! The hyena attacked with ruthless efficiency, driving the two daggers straight towards Chun Nan's throat. At this sight, Qin Shi Han felt a surge of terror and, summoning unexpected courage, pleaded with Yi Fengwu, save her. Slap! A light sound resonated as the tips of the daggers halted mere centimeters from Chun Nan's fair skin. What stopped them were 4 fingers. The hyena stood in shock, his heart racing with disbelief. He had always struck with full force. These 2 strikes had been executed with all his might. Not only would they have pierced through this police officer, but even the wooden door behind her would have succumbed to such power. Yet such immense force was effortlessly halted by a mere 4 fingers. The one who had caught the daggers was undoubtedly Yi Fengwu. Chun Nan slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing that her savior was Yi Fengwu, her heart raced with mixed emotions. Brother Wu. The hyena spoke stiffly, looking at Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu shook his head at the hyena before releasing the daggers. The hyena stepped back a few paces to the side, but Jiang Hao frowned and said, Brother Wu, we can't let this woman live, as she will bring us trouble. Yi Fengwu turned slowly, stating, this person cannot be killed. At these words, not only did Jiang Hao feel puzzled, but even the hyena and others cast incredulous glances at Yi Fengwu. Jiang Hao asked, why not? She's a police officer and will surely blow this matter out of proportion. Yi Fengwu shook his head and sighed, because she is not someone we can afford to provoke. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao and the hyena widened their eyes in shock. Chun Nan was the granddaughter of Chun Zhuishan, the founder of the Blood Wolf Special Forces. One word from him could obliterate Jiang Hao's influence. Though Jiang Hao was confused, he understood Yi Fengwu's character. If someone could invoke such concern in him, that person must be formidable. Since Yi Fengwu said they could not provoke her, she must indeed have some significant background. However, if they chose not to kill her, the situation could become even more troublesome. At this moment, Yi Fengwu turned to the pale-faced Chun Nan and put on a friendly smile, saying, Sister, it feels like we haven't seen each other in ages. The change in Yi Fengwu's tone left Jiang Hao and the hyena looking perplexed. Even Qin Shi Han was puzzled. How well did Yi Fengwu know Chun Nan? Chun Nan pressed her lips together tightly. She was aware that Yi Fengwu was a recently released convict, but she was no fool. Yi Fengwu possessed combat skills that surpassed that of elite soldiers, and even her grandfather was willing to support him. As for her grandfather's claim of owing him a favor, she found it hard to believe. Thus, she suspected that Yi Fengwu's identity was far from ordinary. Yet she still harbored concerns for her own life. Therefore, she retorted, You should all come with me to surrender. It'll make things less complicated. Yi Fengwu feigned innocence, saying, I can explain how we acted in self-defense. This man kidnapped Qing Han and demanded money from us. We offered a small amount, and he threatened Qing Han's life with scissors. I had no choice but to kill him. Hearing this, Chun Nan gritted her teeth, cursing, I can't believe you. Yi Fengwu immediately grew displeased, adopting a faux, angry demeanor. Yi Fengwu, stand tall and never lie. If you don't believe me, ask Qing Han. Chun Nan turned to Qin Shi Han and asked, Qing Han, is that true? Upon hearing this, Qin Shi Han's expression turned complex, and she didn't even know how to respond. Feeling Chun Nan's gaze fixed on her, she hesitantly nodded. After all, Yi Fengwu had killed Gao He to protect her, and she felt increasingly indebted to him. For some reason, upon seeing Qin Shi Han nod, Chun Nan sighed in relief. She then picked up the handgun from the floor and looked at Yi Fengwu with a stern expression, saying, In that case, you all must come back with me to give statements. Of course, Yi Fengwu replied with a smile. He'll go. I was the one who killed him. The hyena suddenly stepped forward. At this, Chun Nan huffed. This is a murder case. You all need to go to the police station. If the situation checks out, you'll be back quickly. Though Chun Nen wished to see Jiang Hao imprisoned, she knew such trivial matters could never touch him. Yi Fengwu smiled at Chun Nen again, saying, "Sister, since we're practically family, let just one person go. Someone has to clean up this mess." Hearing this, Chun Nen shot him a glare, retorting, "Who do you think you are, family?" Yi Fengwu's expression darkened. "What? You want to back out? Should I involve your grandfather and seek justice?" As Yi Fengwu mentioned her grandfather, Chun Nen gritted her teeth in frustration. She pointed at the hyena and declared, "You come with me. The rest of you will await summons." With that, she grabbed Qin Qinghan and turned to leave. Seeing this, Yi Fengwu quickly blocked their path, taking Qin Qinghan's arm from Chun Nan's grasp. "I'll take my wife home. No need for your assistance." Chun Nan frowned at the words, but knowing he had to deal with a homicide case, he reluctantly nodded, unable to pay much attention to Qinghan. However, it was clear that Qin Qinghan did not want Chun Nan to hand her over to Yi Fengwu. Her red lips were pressed tightly together as she held back her thoughts. Yi Fengwu turned to Jiang Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, make sure to cooperate with the officers during the scene investigation and clean up what needs to be cleaned up." A knowing look flickered in Jiang Hao's eyes. He understood the implication behind Yi Fengwu's words. What needs to be cleaned up referred to the principal of that elementary school, Lu Fu. Brother Wu was as ruthless as ever, ready to eliminate any threat. Suddenly, Jiang Hao seemed to recall something and hurriedly caught up with Yi Fengwu, handing him a black suitcase and the keys to his Ferrari. "Brother Wu, take my car to send sister-in-law." As Yi Fengwu pulled Qin Qinghan's arm and walked out of the hotel, she forcefully shook off his grip, tears brimming in her eyes. "Let me go. I cannot be with a murderer. I don't even know you or anything about you." Inside, Yi Fengwu was still seething with anger. He was furious that Qin Qinghan didn't prioritize her own safety and that she hadn't told him about her troubles. With a surge of frustration, he grabbed both of her hands again. Qin Qinghan winced in pain, frowning as she exclaimed, "Let go of me. You're hurting me." Yi Fengwu fixed his gaze on her, his expression stern. "Do you want to know who I am? Fine. I am an abandoned child. My foster mother found me when I was a month old. My hometown is in a village near Haihua City. My foster mother had a daughter 2 years older than me. When I was 10, my sister went missing, and by the time I was 12, my foster mother passed away. After that, I was left all alone with no one to pity me, only mockery and disdain for being a wild child. For a long time, I lived in a world devoid of security. I dropped out of school and got into fights to fill my belly. I even smashed the glass of a convenience store with a brick. I love fine blades and firearms, especially sniper rifles. I also love novels, and I like you. I am rough, domineering, and proud. I will achieve what I set my mind to, and the woman I like will be pursued. That is who I am." Yi Fengwu spoke at length without taking a breath, sharing his life experiences and interests. Upon hearing this, the initially cold expression on Qin Qinghan's face turned complex. Listening to Yi Fengwu's story, she felt a twinge of pity for him. One could imagine how different his life might have been if someone had helped him back then, inviting him to share a meal and showing him that the world wasn't all bad. However, what Qin Qinghan hated most was Yi Fengwu's domineering nature. She retorted, "Do you know what I hate most about you? I hate your rudeness, your violence. You kill without blinking, and that terrifies me. Do you understand?" Yi Fengwu replied coolly, "You will get used to it." After saying this, he roughly led Qin Qinghan to a silver Ferrari, his actions brusque. Although she was gentle-natured, she was also quite stubborn, repeatedly slapping at Yi Fengwu's arm. Yet to him, her attempts felt no more than a tickle. In the end, Qin Qinghan was forcefully shoved into the passenger seat. Yi Fengwu's anger stemmed from the fear he felt that day. Had he not been in that private room, the outcome for Qin Qinghan would have been drastically different. With a roar, the engine came to life, and the Ferrari shot onto the road like an arrow. The city streets at night were relatively empty, allowing Yi Fengwu to accelerate to 90 miles per hour. His face remained taut, clearly holding back a storm of anger. Qin Qinghan gripped the door handle tightly, feeling a sense of dread wash over her as she sensed Yi Fengwu's rising fury. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before Yi Fengwu's eyes, causing a momentary dizziness. A luxury sports car sped past from the left, darting onto the main road, moving rapidly and recklessly, changing lanes as if mocking him. The sudden emergence of the car made Yi Fengwu instinctively slam on the brakes. With his anger already simmering, this only added fuel to the fire. "Do you know what I hate the most?" Yi Fengwu cast a glance at Qin Qinghan and then back at the departing luxury car, continuing, "I detest people who change lanes without signaling." With a sharp flick of his fingers, he activated the turn signal, his face stern. "Is it that difficult? Just a simple motion of the fingers can accomplish it." With that, Yi Fengwu pressed down hard on the accelerator, speeding up to 100 miles per hour. Qin Qinghan, gripping the safety handle, nervously urged him, "Calm down, there's no need to compete with them." Yi Fengwu attempted to overtake, but the luxury car kept swerving, seemingly toying with him. He had to brake sharply to avoid a collision. Huh. A cold light flickered in Yi Fengwu's eyes as he scoffed. You want me to be calm? Calm towards people with no moral compass. As he spoke, he pressed the pedal down again, the car surging forward as he tightened his grip on the wheel. These spoiled brats know nothing but money. Their hearts have grown cold and indifferent, completely disregarding others' feelings. Even while driving, they can't control their emotions. That is their true nature. As he finished speaking, the accelerator was pushed to the floor and the car shot up to 120 miles per hour. Oh. Feeling the weightlessness, Qin Xinghan was thrown back into her seat. The Ferrari's left headlight collided with the rear light of the luxury car with a dull thud. Though it was a minor bump at such high speed, it sent the luxury car spiraling out of control. The screeching sound of tires scraping the pavement filled the air as the luxury car spun, trailing thick black smoke. It rotated a full 720 degrees before crashing into a sturdy tree with a deafening crash. Swish! Yi Fengwu downshifted and calmly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a flawless 360-degree turn before speeding away. Qin Xinghan was now drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing as she saw two bloodied young men emerge from the wrecked luxury car, shouting curses at the Ferrari. At that moment, Qin Xinghan looked at Yi Fengwu as if he were a madman. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "You've lost your mind. How are you any different from them? You can't control your emotions either." "Inventing aren't I?" Yi Fengwu replied calmly. He was protesting against Qin Xinghan's emotional detachment, against her repeated attempts to distance herself from him, and against her foolish choice to attend the banquet without considering her own safety. In moments of heightened emotion, one's true nature often reveals itself. Oh, perhaps Yi Fengwu's true self was that of a madman. 20 minutes later, Yi Fengwu parked the car beneath Qin Xinghan's apartment. Before the vehicle had completely stopped, she flung the door open. Yet just as she was about to exit, Yi Fengwu grabbed her and pulled her back into her seat, locking the door behind her. With a wary gaze, Qin Xinghan scrutinized Yi Fengwu. "What do you want?" Perhaps due to having vented his frustrations, Yi Fengwu's emotions began to stabilize. With a serious expression, he said, "I know your life shouldn't be like this. If it weren't for that monstrous criminal." "I don't want to hear it." Before Yi Fengwu could finish his sentence, Qin Xinghan cut him off with a cold expression. Some might be able to let go with time, but Qin Xinghan could not. She was an exceedingly conservative person destined to live under the shadow of that past for the rest of her life. Sensing the despondency in Qin Xinghan's demeanor and the hatred in her eyes, Yi Fengwu felt a pang of guilt. He spoke again. If that person was also a victim ensnared by others, would you forgive him?" Upon hearing this, a trace of derision flickered in Qin Xinghan's eyes, a derision that was tinged with desolation. "Forgive him? How could I possibly do that?" Qin Xinghan spoke sorrowfully, hot tears cascading down her cheeks. She gazed into Yi Fengwu's eyes and continued, "He not only shattered my innocence, but also ruined my life. Can you comprehend the despair of a girl who once yearned for beautiful dreams only to be thrust into a future devoid of hope because of a ruthless predator? When I was just a little girl, I dreamed of becoming an artist, traveling the world and painting everything I saw. Because of him, I can no longer infuse any color into my art. I switched my major to management. All I can do now is survive within my family, ensuring that Jing Si grows up well and that my parents, burdened by me, can enjoy their twilight years." As she neared the end of her lament, Qin Xinghan broke into sobs, perhaps for the first time in 8 years, releasing all her pent-up emotions. Feeling the depth of her sorrow, Yi Fengwu's heart ached with guilt, intensifying his resolve to compensate Qin Xinghan. He even regretted ever contemplating giving her up. A mere ring could not define Qin Xinghan. Thus, he desired to offer her an opportunity as well as a chance for himself. "Let me take care of you and your daughter." Yi Fengwu suddenly grasped one of Qin Xinghan's hands, speaking softly. Qin Xinghan attempted to withdraw her hand, but as always, she found herself unable to escape this rough grasp. "Let go of me," she said defiantly, tears welling in her eyes. "I am sincere," Yi Fengwu replied. "Release me. Oh, I want to get out of the car." Perhaps out of fear or overwhelming emotion, Qin Xinghan's feelings spiraled out of control, and she desperately tried to pull her hand back. At that moment, a strange glint appeared in Yi Fengwu's eyes, followed by a reckless thought surfacing in his mind. He unbuckled his seatbelt and suddenly leaned toward Qin Xinghan, fiercely kissing her lush red lips. Qin Xinghan was momentarily stunned, her face paling in shock. This was her first kiss. As she felt something forcefully prying open her mouth, her momentary daze transformed into anger. Without hesitation, she bit down hard. "Ah!" Yi Fengwu gasped in pain and quickly recoiled. Qin Xinghan, her face cold, pressed the unlock button and hurriedly fled upstairs. Inside the car, Fengwu licked the trickle of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth and sighed. That was impulsive, very impulsive. When he turned to glance at the suitcase in the back seat, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten something important: the money borrowed from Jiang Hao for Qin Qinghan's emergencies. However, recalling the impulsive act he had just committed, he anticipated that if he went upstairs now, Qin Qinghan would surely throw him out. Thus, Fengwu directly dialed Jiang Hao's phone. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Qin Qinghan was startled awake by a knock at her door. She had just finished cleaning the dishes and opened the door, revealing a young man with a rigid smile, Zheng Tao, whom she had met the previous evening. Zheng Tao's left hand was bandaged, and he held a black suitcase in his right. Upon seeing Qin Qinghan, he hurriedly called out, "Sister-in-law. Yesterday Wu Ge left in a rush and forgot to give you this money." Bang! Before Zheng Tao could finish his sentence, Qin Qinghan slammed the door shut. Warily she called out, "You should go back. I don't want his money. Sister-in-law, please. If you don't accept this money, I might lose my other hand too." Zheng Tao's pitiful voice echoed from the other side of the door. At that moment, Qin Ji and Yang Yu approached. Yang Yu scoffed, "Since he's here to give you money, why refuse it? Qinghan, you didn't get back the 80,000 you gave to Gao He yesterday." After returning home, Qin Qinghan had told her parents that Chen Nan had rescued her and captured Gao He, omitting the truth about Zheng Tao being a major player in the underground organization of Haihua City. "Sister-in-law, if you don't take this 500,000, Hao Gu will break my leg." Zheng Tao cried out with an air of desperation. When Qin Ji and Yang Yu heard someone was delivering 500,000, their expressions brightened, unbothered by who Hao Ge was. Qin Qinghan remained silent, wiping the table. Yang Yu didn't want to let this opportunity slip away, so she quickly opened the door. "Sister-in-law." As Zheng Tao started to call her again, he suddenly realized that it was not Qin Qinghan who opened the door. Seeing Yang Yu, Qin Qinghan panicked and rushed forward, saying, "Mom, why did you open the door?" Yang Yu glanced at the black suitcase in Zheng Tao's hand, and then scolded Qin Qinghan. "He's here with money. How could you shut him out?" Saying this, she reached for the suitcase. Qin Qinghan hastily blocked Yang Yu, saying bitterly, "Mom, this money belongs to Fengwu. We can't accept it." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu became even more indignant. "That rapist has this much money. If it's his, then we should definitely take it. He's been living off our family. Does he think a fake ring can settle everything?" Qin Qinghan felt anxious and replied urgently, "Mom, you don't understand. He doesn't owe us anything. In fact, I owe him a lot. We absolutely cannot accept this money." After a night had passed, Qin Qinghan was still furious about Fengwu's forceful kiss, but that did not erase her awareness of what he had done for her. Accepting his money again would only compound her debt stamp. At that moment, Qin Ji suddenly said, "Qinghan, just take it. After all the 80,000 you gave Gao He was borrowed, this would just be a repayment." Outside, Zheng Tao stood with the suitcase, watching the mother-daughter duo dispute, too nervous to step inside. Upon hearing that Qin Qinghan had given Gao He 80,000, his eyes lit up, and he quickly added, "Sister-in-law, this suitcase contains Gao He's 80,000. Wu Ge asked me to bring it along." Yet Qin Qinghan still refused to accept it. Yang Yu, however, stepped forward and snatched the suitcase, exclaiming, "Oh, this is the money. We should definitely take it. Thank you, young man." Zheng Tao grinned. "No need to thank me, auntie and uncle, just accept it." Before Qin Qinghan could protest, Zheng Tao hurriedly dashed downstairs. After he left, Yang Yu and Qin Ji eagerly opened the suitcase, revealing stacks of cash amounting to 500,000. Watching her parents' delighted expressions, Qin Qinghan felt bitter. "Mom, Dad, how can you accept this money? You don't even know who Fengwu is. I owe him even more now." Yang Yu, clutching a stack of cash, smiled contentedly. "I don't care who he is, he likes my daughter. Does he expect to get something for nothing?" Qin Qinghan realized that once this 500,000 was in her parents' hands, it would be impossible to return. At that moment, Yang Yu pulled out 80,000, saying, "Qinghan, give 5,000 back to Chen Nan and use the remaining 75,000 to redeem that fake ring, so you won't keep blaming me for selling your ring." Reluctantly, Qin Qinghan accepted her fate, but she vowed to repay Fengwu one day. Then she said, "Mom, please give me the receipt for the ring." 2 hours later, with 30,000 in hand, Qin Qinghan left her house and soon arrived at a pawn shop called West Tiger Pawn Shop. West Tiger Pawn Shop was well known in Haihua City. Unlike smaller pawn shops, this one was spacious, dealing not only in pawned items, but also in the sale of antiques. Upon entering, a woman in a black business suit approached her. "Miss, are you here to look at antiques or to pawn items?" The staff asked politely. Qin Qinghan retrieved the receipt from her bag and replied courteously, "I'm here to redeem a ring I pawned a few days ago. It has a large sapphire." Upon hearing it was for redemption, the polite smile on the staff's face vanished, replaced by an indifferent expression, as if she were a completely different person. The female staff member cast a disdainful glance at Qin Qinghan and said, "Follow me." She led Qin Qinghan to a large glass window and addressed a middle-aged man inside, saying, "She's here to redeem something. It's in your hands now." After that, the staff member stepped aside to play with her phone. The middle-aged man, with an indifferent expression, extended his hand toward Qin Qinghan and said, "Hand me the receipt." Qin Qinghan hurriedly passed the receipt to him. However, after glancing at it, a flicker of unusual expression crossed his otherwise bland face. He then called out to the staff member, who was still on her phone, "Managerly, come here." Though visibly annoyed, she entered through a side security door. Qin Qinghan felt a sense of unease as she noticed the two conversing inside, occasionally glancing her way, and instinctively sensed that this was not a good sign. Soon the staff member emerged, handing the receipt back to Qin Qinghan with a blank expression. "We don't have the ring you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan's brows furrowed. She took the receipt back and asked again, "But this receipt is indeed from the Shihu pawn shop. Please check again." The staff member's impatience grew more evident as she huffed, "There's nothing to find. If you keep causing trouble, I'll call security." At that moment, two security guards equipped with rubber batons approached Qin Qinghan lazily. She was not a foolish woman, she sensed the underlying tension. Did they not want her to redeem that imitation ring? "Miss, please leave," one of the guards said coldly as they stood before her. Qin Qinghan took 2 steps back, torn between leaving and her unwillingness to give up. She bit her red lip and said, I can pay extra. I just want to get the ring back." Seeing her persistence, the staff member said icily, "No means no. No matter how much you offer, it won't change anything. Leave now, or I'll have security throw you out." With that, the security guards put away their batons, grinning lewdly. Such a stunning beauty could be fun if things turned physical. Just then, as they inched closer to her, a strong male voice rang out, "What's going on here?" The group turned to see 4 men in suits emerging from the pawn shop. The middle-aged man at the front appeared slightly thin, but his eyes radiated an imposing aura. One could sense his shrewdness and depth. Upon seeing them, the staff member and the 2 guards quickly called out in unison, "Hello, Director Chun." Faced with the commanding presence of this middle-aged man, both the staff member and the guards straightened up, seemingly fearful of him. Even Qin Qinghan felt a tightening in her chest under his gaze. His impatient eyes lingered on Qin Qinghan for a moment, seemingly taken aback by her stunning beauty and innocent demeanor. He then turned to the staff member with a grunt. "What's the matter?" The staff member hesitantly replied, "Director Chin, this woman is here to redeem a ring." Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. What nonsense. A mere ring causing trouble for a customer. The staff member's face turned pale as she protested, "But we've never received her ring. This lady is just causing a scene." At this, the middle-aged man's gaze turned ominous as he looked at Qin Qinghan. Just then, the man behind the counter leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Immediately, the middle-aged man's expression darkened even further. He addressed Qin Qinghan. "Miss, do you dare fabricate stories? Do you know who I am, Shihu Heifeng? How dare you deceive me in my own establishment?" Upon hearing the name, Shihu Heifeng, Qin Qinghan's face went pale. Although she had never encountered him, she knew he was a ruthless figure notorious alongside the likes of Jiang Hao. It was said that he had once broken the legs of 1,000 villagers over a piece of land. She instinctively stepped back, but beneath her soft demeanor lay a stubborn will. Lowering her eyes, she said, "You're clearly taking advantage of your position. You can check the surveillance footage. If I'm wrong, I will personally apologize." "Fool. Not only you, even the police wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Get her out." The middle-aged man raised his voice, his face darkening. At that moment, a bodyguard behind him lunged forward, aiming a slap at Qin Qinghan's face, swift and brutal, showing no mercy. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the pawnshop's glass door shattered, sending shards flying. Swoosh! A sharp gust of wind rushed in, and a piece of glass struck the bodyguard's hand, penetrating it. He screamed, retracting his hand, blood spilling on the ground. "Chen Yuanzhong, you really have a grand attitude, bullying a woman with a bunch of men. You still lack principles as always," a deep, cold voice called out from outside the shattered door. Upon hearing that voice, Qin Qinghan's pale face turned complex, but she felt a twinge of safety. She turned to see Yi Fengwu, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, walking toward her, his handsome face shadowed by cold fury. Seeing Yi Fengwu, Chen Yuanzhong's brow furrowed, his seasoned gaze betraying a hint of fear as he scoffed. "Night madman, I see you've gotten out of prison." Yi Fengwu replied with a cold smile, "Thanks to you. I wonder if your son Shinshang has healed from his leg injury." His tone dripped with sarcasm and coldness. Years ago, he had been drugged and had harmed the then 16-year-old Qin Qinghan, and the masterminds behind it were none other than Chen Yuanzhong and his reckless son, whom Yi Fengwu had once broken the leg of. Chen Yuanzhong seemed to have anticipated that Yi Fengwu would uncover the truth about his orchestration to send him to prison, but had no idea that Qin Qinghan was the girl he had exploited. At that moment, two bodyguards stepped forward to subdue Yi Fengwu, intent on forcing him to kneel in submission. However, they were halted by Chun Yuanzhang's hand. Turning to Yi Fengwu, he said dismissively, "No need for you to worry. I've already found the best orthopedic doctor." Yi Fengwu smirked, slightly teasing, "That's good, otherwise when I see him I might just have the chance to break both his legs." The threat in Yi Fengwu's words ignited a spark of ferocity in Chun Yuanzhang's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He then said, "Night madman, are you here to show off by causing a ruckus in my shop and injuring my bodyguard?" Yi Fengwu stepped closer to Qin Qinghan, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. "I came to find my wife, but it seems I caught you, the infamous Shi Hu Hei Feng, bullying my woman." As he spoke, his tone turned icy, his eyes gleaming with fierce, killing intent. Qin Qinghan attempted to break free from his embrace, but her body felt stiff and weak, leaving her awkwardly nestled against him. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Yi Fengwu, Chun Yuanzhang's heart sank. "Night madman, I believe there's been some misunderstanding between my sister-in-law and my small shop." Hearing Chun Yuanzhang deliberately lower his tone astonished the three bodyguards, the two security guards, and the female manager, leaving them utterly speechless. Over the years, Chun Yuanzhang had dominated Haihua City, never once lowering his stance before anyone. "Who was this night madman?" Yi Fengwu replied coolly, "I seem to have heard something about a ring. Could you tell me how much she sold it to you for?" Chun Yuanzhang squinted, his eyes locking gazes with Yi Fengwu for a few seconds before turning to the female employee beside him. In a deep voice, he said, "Find the receipt." Hearing this, the female employee was taken aback, and with a stiffened resolve, she stammered, "Chairman Chun, this is something out of thin air. How could?" Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Yuanzhang struck her hard, knocking her to the ground. The thick layer of foundation on her face instantly bore a vivid crimson handprint. "Find it." Chun Yuanzhang's voice was calm but firm. The female employee, frightened, dared not protest further and scrambled to the counter. Within minutes, the bruised half of her face revealed her distress as she approached Qin Qinghan with a receipt in hand. "Miss, this is your receipt." I'm so sorry." The female employee trembled, barely lifting her eyes to meet Qin Qinghan's tears streaming down her cheeks. Though such a sycophantic woman was hardly worthy of sympathy, Qin Qinghan still felt a pang of compassion. After briefly examining the receipt, she looked up at Chun Yuanzhang and said, "I sold the ring for 20,000. If redeemed within a month, you only charge 10% commission." With that, Qin Qinghan pulled out 30,000 in cash from her bag. "Here's 30,000. The extra is for the repair of the store's door. Please return the ring to me." Upon hearing this, the female employee hesitated to reach out for the money, instead glancing nervously at Chun Yuanzhang. Yi Fengwu felt a warm surge in his heart. How considerate his wife was, even thinking of settling the aftermath. A faint smile appeared on Chun Yuanzhang's face. "I truly apologize for the ring. I remember now the staff responsible for the transaction fled yesterday. Not only did he steal the ring, but he also took a considerable amount of cash from the store. I've sent someone to his hometown. If caught, Chun will see to it that he pays dearly by breaking his limbs and returning the ring." Yi Fengwu's expression darkened immediately at this revelation. Qin Qinghan, skeptical, said, "How could that be? It's just a high-quality imitation ring worth 20,000. Hearing her doubts, Yi Fengwu rolled his eyes at her before turning to Chun Yuanzhang, huffing, "It seems the ring is indeed not in your store. Since you've breached your trust with the customers, there should be a penalty." Chun Yuanzhang merely smiled lightly and instructed the female employee, "Go inside and get 100,000 in cash for this young lady." The three bodyguards and the female employee were once again taken aback. The formidable Chairman Chun was being extorted, and it appeared he was willing to comply. Without daring to hesitate, the female employee hurriedly retrieved the 100,000 in cash and handed it to Qin Qinghan. However, Qin Qinghan did not accept the money. Instead, she turned to Yi Fengwu, biting her lip, and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this." Yi Fengwu smiled gently. "The ring was only 20,000. Now you're profiting 100,000. You should be happy." With that, he shoved the 100,000 into Qin Qinghan's bag. After Yi Fengwu and Qin Qinghan left, Chun Yuanzhang's expression soured immediately. The bodyguard with a pierced palm suddenly spoke up, "Boss, are we just letting him go like that?" Chun Yuanzhang slowly turned his grim gaze to the bodyguard and replied, "What else should we do? Let him smash up the store." The bodyguard, unconvinced, said, "Boss, I was injured because he caught me off guard." If. Slap. A resounding slap landed on the bodyguard's face. Chun Yuanzhang said darkly, "Yi Fengwu is not someone to be trifled with. With the three of you, you're no match for him." One of the bodyguards, looking grave, said, "Boss, is that really Yi Fengwu? The rumors say he's extremely dangerous." Chun Yuanzhang nodded solemnly. "When he was just a reckless youth, he caused me quite a bit of trouble. He has no family, no concerns. In his eyes, there are no rules. Thus, when facing such a mad dog, it's best to keep a safe distance until his fangs are pulled. Having navigated the underground world for decades, Chen Yuanzhong was always calculating. He understood the situation today. He had only 3 bodyguards with him and knew they were no match for Yi Fengwu, which was why he had chosen to let him leave first. This way he could preserve the small shop and protect himself from danger. Gradually, Chen Yuanzhong's expression grew serious. Now he has lost some of his madness, but gained a sense of hostility, making him even more formidable. Upon hearing this, the 3 bodyguards looked shocked. They had never seen their boss appear so grave. At that moment, a dozen bodyguards clad in black surged into the pawnshop, led by a burly man with prominent veins on his forehead. His gaze was sharp, and there was an air of ferocity about him. He was Cheng Xiong, the top enforcer under Shihu Heifeng. Rumor had it that Cheng Xiong had dominated the underground boxing scene for nearly a decade without defeat, later bought off by Chen Yuanzhong for a hefty sum. He had been by Chen Yuanzhong's side for over a decade, and in the past, when Yi Fengwu was still an unknown thug, he had taught him a lesson on multiple occasions. If Cheng Xiong had been present earlier, Chen Yuanzhong would never have let Yi Fengwu leave. Brother Chen, was that just now Yi Fengwu? Cheng Xiong approached, his fierce face devoid of emotion. Chen Yuanzhong nodded, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Yes, he hasn't mellowed at all after 8 years in prison, or in fact, it's become more interesting. Cheng Xiong said, Brother Chen is the person Qin Guangnan wants you to deal with him. Chen Yuanzhong nodded. Not long ago, Qin Guangnan had personally visited him, bringing gifts and asking him to send someone to teach his granddaughter's husband a lesson. At that time, Chen Yuanzhong had already sent people to investigate, which was why he had delayed taking action. Chen Yuanzhong scoffed. Yi Fengwu has a close relationship with Jiang Hao. The Qin family wants to deal with him. It's like digging their own grave. Cheng Xiong continued. The Qin family is now collaborating with Fenghao Real Estate, clearly trying to make them their backing. Chen Yuanzhong shook his head with a sly smile. That old fox Qin Guangnan is courting death. He hasn't realized what kind of madman he has provoked. Jiang Hao has given all the projects on that construction site to the Qin family. Such a colossal cake. Head the Qin group is finished. Though Cheng Xiong didn't fully understand the business intricacies, he sensed that Jiang Hao had set a trap for Qin Guangnan. Thus he asked, Brother Chen, what's your plan? Chen Yuanzhong took out a cigar, and a nearby bodyguard hurriedly lit it for him. He then casually said, to not reciprocate is discourteous. Does Yi Fengwu dare to cause a scene in my shop? Well, I'll seize the opportunity and acquire the Qin group first. Cheng Xiong then realized the implications, but his expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something. Brother Chen Sheng Xiao was hospitalized yesterday. Chen Yuanzhong's expression darkened with concern. He just returned from abroad. What trouble has he caused now? Cheng Xiong continued. Yesterday, he was driving back after drinking with friends when he was struck by a Ferrari. The car was totaled, but Sheng Xiao only sustained minor injuries. Hearing that his son was only lightly injured, Chen Yuanzhong breathed a sigh of relief. However, his tone turned grim as he asked, what about the driver? Cheng Xiong frowned. He fled. I've tracked it down. That silver Ferrari belongs to Jiang Hao. Good old Jiang Hao. Chen Yuanzhong's expression instantly turned icy, and he said coldly, tell Sheng to behave himself for the next few days. Avoid causing trouble, especially not to provoke Yi Fengwu. Years ago, he had schemed against Yi Fengwu, and if his son fell into his hands, given that man's temperament, his son's life would be in peril. Therefore, he needed to lay low for a few days and slowly dismantle Jiang Hao's influence. Once Yi Fengwu lost his backing, he could crush him at will. Just then, a bespectacled middle-aged man emerged from the pawnshop office and approached Chen Yuanzhong. Chairman Chun, the ring has been sent to the Luohuang auction house and will be officially auctioned in a few days. Chen Yuanzhong nodded and smiled. Based on your estimation, will that ring really fetch a sky-high price? The bespectacled man nodded confidently. Chairman Chun, my judgment is rarely wrong. The ocean blue gem on that ring is exceedingly rare. There are only 2 in the world. Thus, even the starting bid will be $100 million. Hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's smile deepened. $100 million was enough to acquire several companies. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu drove a black Audi, bringing Qin Qinghan back to her home. However, throughout the journey, his expression remained dark. Qin Qinghan seemed to sense that Yi Fengwu was upset again. As soon as the car came to a stop, she attempted to make her escape. However, before she could unbuckle her seatbelt, a large hand pressed her down. Recalling the scene from the previous night, when he had forcefully kissed her, Qin Qinghan's heart raced with caution, and she bit her red lip defiantly, saying, if you dare to bully me again, I will bite you. At her words, Yi Fengwu almost chuckled in disbelief. Though Qin Qinghan appeared gentle, she was not one to shy away from retaliating against those who dared to infringe upon her. For instance, the infamous Jin Bao had never even touched her hand before she had stamped on his palm with her high heel. The last time when Gao He had forced her to act as a hostess, she had brought a pair of scissors with her, and Fengwu had no doubt that in a critical moment, she would not hesitate to stab him with them. What was more infuriating was that she had actually bitten him the night before. Thus Fengwu, who had initially entertained some wicked thoughts, quickly suppressed them. With a cold expression, he said, "How many more times do I have to save you before you realize you're being a foolish woman? What were you thinking going to Shi Hu Heifeng's territory?" Knowing she was in the wrong, Qin Qinghan lowered her head and murmured, "I just wanted to return the ring to you." Fengwu huffed, "A ring is not worth your life. If I hadn't followed you today, do you know what would have happened? You would have been ravaged by Chen Yuanzhong's men and dumped in the river to feed the fish." Today, Fengwu had intended to apologize for what happened yesterday, so he had followed Qin Qinghan out only to find that she had sold the ring to Chen Yuanzhong's pawnshop. Qin Qinghan was not foolish, as she could feel. Fengwu's anger stemmed from concern for her. Thus she refrained from explaining and pulled out the 100,000 yuan from her bag, saying, "This 100,000 is my compensation to you." Fengwu scoffed. 100,000? That ring is worth $100 million. You think you can brush me off with just 100,000? Not a chance. For a woman like Qin Qinghan, who was impervious to reason, Fengwu began to lose his composure and gradually adopted a more unreasonable demeanor. Qin Qinghan was evidently infuriated by his obstinacy. She exclaimed, "But it's a high-quality imitation worth only 20,000. I'm offering you 100,000. If you think that's insufficient, I'll return all the money you gave me yesterday. Please, I just want you to stop pestering me." Seeing Qin Qinghan's agitation, Fengwu softened his tone, saying, "Do you truly believe that a $20,000 imitation could provoke Shi Hu Heifeng enough to offend me?" Qin Qinghan bit her lip and replied, "But he said the ring was stolen by one of his employees." Fengwu scoffed, "I don't believe a word from that old fox, not even the punctuation." From Fengwu's perspective, the ring was likely already in Chen Yuanzhong's possession, and retrieving it wouldn't be an easy task, which was why he had so decisively taken Qin Qinghan away. However, Qin Qinghan thought differently. She was well aware of Shi Hu Heifeng's reputation in the whole of Haihua City. With just a word from him, no one would dare to disrespect him. Yet Fengwu had not only struck one of his bodyguards, but had also extorted him for 100,000 yuan, all without Shi Hu Heifeng displaying any signs of anger. Instead, it seemed he wanted Fengwu to leave as soon as possible. Thus, Qin Qinghan speculated that Zhang Hao's connections alone were insufficient for Shi Hu Heifeng to be this wary of Fengwu. What on earth had this man done in the past? Furthermore, Fengwu looked at Qin Qinghan and said, "Your grandfather has agreed to your marriage to me. If you force me away, your grandfather will soon arrange for you to be married off to the Zhang group. Jingxi will be sent to a foster family from which you will never be able to find her again. Is that the outcome you desire?" At his words, Qin Qinghan's expression faltered, her hands tightly gripping the fabric of her clothing. She hesitated, knowing that Fengwu spoke the truth. Although her grandfather had expelled her from the Qin family with the family's influence, without Fengwu, she likely would have been forcibly wed to the Zhang family, and even Jingxi would be taken away from her. Reflecting on what Fengwu had done for her recently, she found it hard to overlook his brutishness, his domineering nature, or the fact that he had killed Gao He with a pair of scissors. Qin Qinghan racked her brain to find a redeeming quality in Fengwu, but it seemed difficult. The only redeemable trait appeared to be his genuine kindness toward Jingxi. After a long pause, Qin Qinghan took a deep breath, biting her lip before saying, "I can let you come back, but you must agree to a few conditions." Upon hearing this, Fengwu felt a surge of joy and maintained a calm facade. "Let's be clear, I cannot continue sleeping on the sofa." Qin Qinghan hesitated, but did not refuse. Instead, she replied, "You cannot bully me like last time. You can only sleep on the floor. If you want to get a marriage certificate with me, then you must be a good person and cut all ties with Zhang Hao." Her words left Fengwu astonished, yet filled with delight. It was clear that Qin Qinghan wanted to give him a chance and opportunity to take care of her and her daughter forever, as long as he severed ties with Zhang Hao. However, Zhang Hao had been his brother since childhood, someone he had shared life and death experiences with. On the battlefield, they had trusted each other with their lives. Thus, Fengwu decisively nodded, saying, "No problem. I've long since stopped doing what that kid Zhang Hao does. Let's go home." Qin Qinghan was somewhat surprised, as she had expected Fengwu to resist, yet he agreed so readily. As he stepped out of the car, Fengwu silently mused, "A kind lie is an act of kindness." In reality, although he shared a deep bond with Zhang Hao, he was now a decorated war hero in the military. Once the timing was right, and he revealed his identity to Qin Qinghan, she would surely throw herself into his arms like a little woman. Watching the joy in Fengwu's eyes, Qin Qinghan felt a pang of bitterness. Was bringing him back into her home a blessing or a curse? To leave a better impression on Qin Qinghan, Yi Fengwu suggested taking Jing Si to handle her transfer to the best elementary school in Haihua City that afternoon. The Luo Huang building was located in the most bustling area of Haihua City and was the only 75-story skyscraper in the city. On the top floor was a spacious and bright office simply furnished with a few sets of high-end sofas and coffee tables in the lounge area, along with a desk set by the window. It was evident that the office's owner appreciated a quiet and bright space. The most luxurious and striking feature of the office was the massive glass wall, which offered a panoramic view of the entire Haihua City. At that moment, a tall figure stood beside the glass wall. Dressed in a silver-gray business suit with her black hair neatly pinned up, even from behind one could sense the commanding presence of this woman. Knock, knock, knock. Just then there was a knock at the office door. Come in. The commanding woman remained standing, her voice laced with an undeniable air of authority. With the sound of high heels clicking on the floor, a graceful figure in a white shirt and a blue skirt hurried in. The visitor appeared to be in her mid-20s, sporting an exceptionally beautiful face that revealed hints of determination and capability. Her name was Lin Yu, an assistant to Luo Yihuang, chairman of the Luo Huang Group, and she was responsible for much of the company's operations. Lin Yu stopped behind the commanding woman and spoke with efficiency. Chairman Luo, as you suspected, Qin Qinghan indeed cannot find a job. It's time to extend her an olive branch, the commanding woman said calmly, her tone imbued with an unshakable confidence. When she turned to face Lin Yu, an unparalleled beauty emerged, one that no words could adequately describe. Despite wearing no makeup, her features were flawlessly exquisite. Her narrow phoenix-like eyes sparkled brilliantly, and her naturally red lips were alluringly vivid. If Qin Qinghan's beauty was ethereal, this woman could only be described with the idiom crafted by divine hands, as though Nuwa herself had favored her in creation. She was Luo Yihuang, the chairman of the Luo Huang Group, a 26-year-old woman whose wealth reached billions and was renowned as the most beautiful woman in China. Lin Yu looked on with curiosity and asked Chairman Luo, "It's rare for you to be so invested in someone. Is Qin Qinghan really that capable?" Luo Yihuang replied with a calm demeanor, "She graduated from the Capital Management University, just like me. I took a year, as she took only 8 months." Lin Yu added, "I heard she graduated early to care for her daughter." Luo Yihuang did not deny it, but stated if she lacked the ability, she wouldn't have graduated early. Luo Yihuang appeared to be a woman of few words, exuding an air of regal authority in every gesture. Seated in her swivel chair, she took a sip of tea and continued, "Qin Qinghan possesses a gentle temperament, but in matters of business management, she wields her intellect like a sharp sword. Do you recall the economic crisis faced by the Qin Group 2 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. That year, the Qin Group struggled with cash flow issues, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It was the then 22-year-old Qin Qinghan who turned the tide, not only steering the company through the crisis, but also achieving a remarkable increase in revenue. A year prior, the Qin Group had overlooked Qin Qinghan, allowing her uncle to manage the entire corporation, which nearly led to its acquisition. It was only after Qin Qinghan intervened that the crisis was resolved in a matter of days. Lin Yu scoffed, "Such a treasure, yet the Qin Group fails to appreciate her. How foolish. What position does Director Luo intend to offer her?" Luo Yihuan replied decisively, "The position of president of the headquarters has remained vacant. For now, she will serve as an assistant by your side, after which she will take over as president." There was an undeniable confidence in Luo Yuan's tone, and she seemed unconcerned about whether Qin Qinghan would accept the offer. Lin Yu was somewhat taken aback, but she understood that Director Luo never undertook a venture without assurance. If she had set her sights on Qin Qinghan, it was a testament to the latter's capabilities. Then Lin Yu remarked, "Director Luo, the Qin Group has invested heavily in Fengwu real estate, even mortgaging the entire corporation." Luo Yuan's expression remained calm as she responded, "The Qin Group's reckless attempt to curry favor with Fengwu real estate is quite frankly digging their own grave." Lin Yu continued, "For the Qin Group, that project with Fengwu real estate is akin to a bottomless pit. Without an initial investment of 1.5 billion, they won't even see a profit. It appears Fengwu is deliberately leading them astray." Luo Yihuan nodded, stating, "The Qin family has offended someone, and there are those who wish to see them destroyed." Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Luo Yihuan pressed on, "Have we gathered information on that person?" Lin Yu nodded, her tone tinged with an odd note. "His name is Yi Fengwu. He has no formal education, no family, and has been involved in the underground world since his teenage years. He was imprisoned at 18 for rape and has been out for less than a month. He has a close relationship with Jiang Hao and has been persistently entangled with Qin Qinghan." Luo Yihuan nodded again. "Is there anything else?" Lin Yu shook her head. "That's all we've found." Furrowing her brow, Luo Yuan replied, "Even an ordinary farmer wouldn't have such simple information. This person is abnormal, Is someone orchestrating this? A rapist, whom he is likely just a disguise. Despite her consistently calm demeanor, there was a steady resolve in Luo Yuan's narrowed gaze. Curiously, Lin Yu asked, "Director Luo, why are you interested in a rapist?" Luo Yuan, however, shook her head, her brow furrowed. This individual is far from ordinary. His sudden proximity to Qin Qinghan and his manipulation of Jiang how to set a trap for the Qin group cannot simply be attributed to his background as a rapist. Lin Ye's eyes widened once more in surprise. Are you suggesting that Jiang Hao's actions against the Qin family are directed by Yi Fengwu? How could he have the power to command someone like Donglong Bawang? Though the Luo Huang group feared no underground organizations in Haihua City, there were still some factions that warranted caution. Luo Yuhuan replied coolly, "It's merely speculation, but it's likely close to the truth." Suddenly Lin Yu recalled something. "Director Luo, regarding the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Jinhai City branch the day after tomorrow, I still advise against you attending in person. In the past month, Luo Yuhuan had survived 3 assassination attempts. If she were to leave Haihua City again, who knew what dangers awaited?" Luo Yuhuan responded calmly, "Some do not wish for me to come to harm, and certain matters necessitate my personal attention. Prepare the flight." Despite the 3 assassination attempts resulting in casualties among her bodyguards, Luo Yuhuan was aware that someone was aiding her, and she had long suspected who that was. Lin Yu remarked, "It must be the influence of Director Luo's family." Luo Yuhuan neither confirmed nor denied this. She had left her family at 20 and spent 6 years building the Luo Huang group. It now ranked among the top in Haihua City, but for her family, it was merely minor skirmishes. For 6 years, other than a few close relatives, Luo Yuhuan had refrained from contacting anyone, even rejecting their assistance. This estrangement stemmed from a marriage alliance years ago. Even in today's world, women remain tools for familial interests, especially in prominent families like hers. Luo Yuhuan, proud and defiant, refused to be a mere pawn, as she chose to sever ties with her family, seeking to prove through her own abilities that women were no less capable than men. She aspired to show her family that one day she would amass wealth capable of influencing all of Huaxia. She recalled that upon her birth a betrothal was arranged with the Yi family of human. Had it not been for the disappearance of their infant, she might have been married into the Yi family by now. As evening approached at 7 o'clock, Yi Fengwu returned home with Qin Qinghan and Jing Si. Yang Yu and Qin Ji, having come into a small fortune, surprisingly refrained from playing mahjong and instead watched television. Today, Yi Fengwu and Qin Qinghan had arranged for Jing Si to transfer schools, a place renowned for its nurturing environment and strong academics. It was evident that Qin Qinghan was in a good mood, her usual melancholy slightly alleviated, though she still showed no smile. In the kitchen, Qin Qinghan was preparing dinner, and Yi Fengwu followed in to lend a hand. "I can chop the vegetables for you," he offered cheerfully from the narrow kitchen doorway. As Qin Qinghan selected vegetables, she gently responded, "No, it's okay. You should go watch television, a dinner will be ready soon." At her words, Yi Fengwu felt a wave of delight and obediently headed to the living room, thinking how considerate and gentle his fiancée was. What he didn't realize was that Qin Qinghan preferred he not help because the kitchen was too cramped. Working together would inevitably lead to unintentional physical closeness, and it was clear she still had some reservations about him. Before long, a table laden with fragrant dishes was set before them, and it was undeniable that Qin Qinghan was an excellent cook. Just the aroma of the food was enough to make Yi Fengwu's mouth water. However, just as he was about to dig in, Yang Yu huffed in disdain, "Let me make this clear, if you want to marry my daughter, you need to have a legitimate job. You can't leave Qinghan to take care of this entire family by herself." Qin Qinghan frowned at her mother, wanting to speak, but Yi Fengwu interjected with a smile, "Of course I'll look for a job tomorrow." Yang Yu continued her tirade, "Where were you when we needed you? A couple of days ago, if it weren't for Chun, Nanar Qinghan would have been bullied by those thugs. And you keep bragging about gifting my daughter a ring worth $1 million. That's just a $2,000 imitation. How dare you bring it up?" Seeing Yang Ye's unfiltered remarks, Qin Qinghan felt a pang of worry, fearing that Yi Fengwu might lose his temper. She quickly urged, "Mom, let's eat." Yang Yu shot a glare at Qin Qinghan, retorting, "Am I not speaking the truth? Though I don't know where he borrowed that 50,000 from, you're still the one who has to pay it back." Qin Qinghan's anxiety deepened. Yang Yu had no idea who Yi Fengwu truly was. Even Jiang Hao held him in high regard, and the notorious Shihu Heifeng feared him immensely. Qin Qinghan cast an apologetic glance at Yi Fengwu, signaling him not to take it to heart. Yi Fengwu, however, smiled. "I'll definitely bring the real one for Qinghan next time." Yang Yu scoffed, her disbelief evident. "A real one worth $1 million? You're really full of it. If you can truly bring a genuine one for Qinghan, I'll immediately have her marry you." At her words, Yi Fengwu's expression turned serious. "It's a promise." Qin Shinghan's feelings were mixed had he finally admitted that the ring was just a copy. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu turned to Qin Shinghan saying, "But selling the ring for 2,000 was indeed a loss." Qin Shinghan's face fell. "I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? It's just a worthless imitation." Yang Yu shot back, glaring at Qin Shinghan. Just as she was about to continue, Qin Shinghan interrupted urgently. "Mom, please stop. The food is getting cold." Qin Shinghan's tone was noticeably anxious. Though the ring was merely an imitation, she still didn't want Yi Fengwu to know that Yang Yu had stolen it from her. After all, he had already misconstrued the situation. Even if the truth came to light, what difference would it make? What more could she hope for? The atmosphere turned awkward, but at that moment, a breaking news report flashed across the television screen. The private jet of the Luo Huang Group has suddenly exploded with casualties currently unknown. It is reported that Luo Yihuan, the chairwoman of the Luo Huang Group, was scheduled to board the flight to Jinhai City. We will continue to follow this story. The camera panned to the airport where thick black smoke billowed from a completely charred aircraft lying on the runway. As Yi Fengwu sat there eating, his expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the report, his gaze fixated on the television in shock. Qin Shinghan could clearly sense that something was amiss with Yi Fengwu. She was aware of the Luo Huang Group and the legendary woman Luo Yihuang, yet she was puzzled as to why Yi Fengwu was so agitated. At that moment, Yi Fengwu's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Lu Hui. Yi Fengwu picked up the phone and stepped into the kitchen. After pressing the answer button, Lu Hui's urgent voice rang out. "Instructor, something has happened." A chill ran through Yi Fengwu's heart. Is the target on that plane? If Luo Yihuang was indeed on that plane, it would mean the failure of his mission, his first failure in 8 years among countless others. For someone as proud as Yi Fengwu, such a failure was unacceptable. Lu Hui replied, "The target is safe, but Chang is injured at Safe House 9. After hanging up, Yi Fengwu's expression darkened ominously. Lin Chang, Lu Hui, and Yang Lu were all elite soldiers he had trained. They were not just his subordinates, but also his brothers. The thought of any harm coming to them was something he could not bear. "I'm heading out," Yi Fengwu said to Qin Shinghan, grabbing his coat before leaving, his face grave with concern. Upon seeing this, Qin Shinghan felt an uneasy premonition. Could he be going to do something terrible? Yang Yu muttered, "Look at his serious face. You'd think he was off to do something important." Qin Shinghan replied with a bitter expression, "Mom, can't you say a little less?" Just then, the television screen switched to the news studio where the anchor announced, "The Luo Huang Group remains the most powerful company in Haihua City. It is reported that the chairperson Luo Yihuang has faced 3 attacks within a month. However, this has not affected the normal operation of the Luo Huang Group. Today, it has been announced that their auction house will soon hold an auction featuring a highly anticipated item, a ring known as the Heart of the Sea. Experts estimate this ring to be worth $100 million. Let's take a closer look at this world-renowned Heart of the Sea through our cameras." The scene shifted to a glass display case where a ring gleamed brilliantly inside, with many people taking photographs. As the camera zoomed in, the ring's outline became clear, and even the 2 Chinese characters appeared on the screen. Yang Yu and Qin Ji gazed at the ring on television, their eyes filled with envy. Yang Yu commented, "Qinghan, did you see that? This is the real Heart of the Sea. The one Yi Fengwu gave you, while identical, is merely a replica worth $100 million. Qin Ji frowned and said, "It looks too similar. Could it be the one you sold?" Yang Yu shot him a glare, scoffing, "What are you thinking? Do you really believe the ring Yi Fengwu gave Qinghan is worth $100 million? Let's not even get into whether he could afford it or what man would willingly give that much to Qinghan." At that moment, Qin Shinghan's chopsticks suddenly clattered to the floor, her beautiful face filled with shock and a complex array of emotions. Yang Yu and Qin Ji turned to her in confusion, only to find her tear-filled eyes fixed on the ring on the television. Yang Yu exclaimed, "Qinghan, what are you daydreaming about? Such good fortune won't come our way. Hurry and eat." Just then, 2 hot tears slipped from Qin Shinghan's eyes, landing on the table. It turned out that the ring he had given her was indeed the Heart of the Sea, the Wanio-faken treasure. She had always thought it to be a mere imitation, and her parents often mocked her for it. Yet he had silently endured all the ridicule without a single complaint over the $100 million ring. In that moment, Qin Shinghan finally realized that he had always been tolerant of her. No wonder that Shi Hu and Hei Feng would rather be threatened by him for $10,000 than return the ring. It had always been genuine. "Mom, we wronged him." Qin Shinghan's voice choked with deep remorse and guilt. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's expressions changed dramatically. Yang Yu snapped, "What nonsense are you talking about? You can't think that the ring on TV is the one I sold to Shihu's pawn shop, can you?" Qin Shinghan nodded bitterly, her voice trembling. "Do you know? He never once complained about the ring being sold. I even thought about compensating him with a few $1,000s. I feel so ashamed." Hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces grew serious. Qin Ji asked, "Qinghan, are you saying that the ring Yi Fengwu gave you is really the one on the TV?" Yang Yu expressed her disbelief. "That's impossible. The appraiser clearly told me that while the ring was exquisite, it was just a high-quality imitation." At that moment, Jing Si suddenly spoke up. "Grandma, the ring on TV is the one Uncle gave to Mom. Look, there are two characters on it. One is Feng, and the other is K. I've seen it too." Upon hearing this, Yang Yes' face turned pale. She had been in such a rush back then that she hadn't examined it closely. Now, with Qing Han's strange behavior and Jing Si's description, she sensed an ominous premonition creeping in. After a long pause, Yang Yu finally trembled, asking, "Qing Han, tell me the truth. Is what Jing Si said real?" With tears in her eyes, Qing Han nodded. "Mom, please don't discuss this anymore. I will apologize to him and find a way to return the money." Considering the situation, it was highly likely that the ring had been pawned by Shi Hu and He Feng. Trying to retrieve it from them was akin to chasing the wind. Wailing. Seeing Qing Han nod, tears streamed down Yang Yes' face. At that moment, she felt not guilt, but self-recrimination and regret, realizing how much they had lost. $100 million, enough to secure their family's comfort for generations. Yet she had sold it for a mere 20,000. Yang Yu cried heartbreakingly, finally managing to stammer out, "No, I must go to that pawn shop. I will report them for their deceit." With that, she stood up and stormed out, ignoring her meal. Qing Han hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Mom, you shouldn't get involved. We cannot get that ring back." Yang Yu was furious. With a cold face, she retorted, "That's $100 million. I will take them to court if necessary." Qing Han urged, "That's Shi Hu and He Feng's shop. You could lose your life going there." Upon hearing the names, Shi Hu and He Feng, Yang Yes' bravado instantly faltered, replaced by deep apprehension. Shi Hu and He Feng. Wailing. Soon after, Yang Yu broke down again, lamenting, "What have I done to deserve this? I gave away a $100 million ring to Shi Hu and He Feng in Haihua City, who did not know Shi Hu and He Feng, who did not shudder at the mention of their names." Even Qin Ji, upon hearing those names, displayed a look of despair and defeat. Suddenly, Yang Yes' sobs stopped. She grasped Qing Han's hand, pleading, "Qing Han, you must help your mother. I was deceived to save your father. How about this? You go get your marriage certificate with Yi Fengwu tomorrow. Once you are legally married, he won't hold us accountable." At this, Qing Han felt a deeper bitterness. This was akin to selling herself. She could only nod in agreement, but her heart was heavy with guilt for having misunderstood him, while he had never once uttered a complaint. Qing Han knew very well the domineering and rough nature hidden beneath Yi Fengwu's gentle exterior, yet he had continuously tolerated her. At 8 o'clock that evening, Yi Fengwu finally arrived at the Safe House 9, as mentioned by Lu Hui. This safe house was specially constructed for special operations personnel, equipped with both gear and medical facilities. At that moment, on a high-tech medical bed lay a pale, bandaged figure, none other than Lin Chong. Lu Hui and Yang Lu stood nearby, both looking unwell and nursing minor injuries, which made Yi Fengwu's expression even darker. He approached Lin Chong and felt his weak breath before turning to Lu Hui and Yang Lu. Who could have injured Lin Chong to this extent? Upon hearing this, Lu Hui and Yang Lu exchanged grave looks. Lu Hui spoke, "Instructor, we have never encountered such killers before. They were like monsters." The moment the word monster escaped his lips, Yi Fengwu's brows furrowed deeply. Lin Chong, Yang Lu, and Lu Hui, the three most exceptional soldiers in the military, were not to be trifled with, not even by the world's best boxers. But now both Yang Lu and Lu Hui bore minor injuries, while Lin Chong's condition was dire. He had at least several broken ribs, and likely internal damage as well. The combat prowess of whoever could inflict such harm on Lin Chong was undoubtedly terrifying. At that moment, a weak, pained voice emerged from Lin Chong's lips as he struggled to open his eyes. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu, a wave of guilt washed over his pale face. "Instructor. I'm sorry. We let you down." Lin Chong attempted to rise, but Yi Fengwu quickly pressed him back down, his concern evident. "Rest well. It was my oversight. I shouldn't have allowed you to act alone." A trace of apprehension flickered in Lin Chong's eyes as he weakly replied, "Instructor, it was our negligence." At that moment, Lu Hui spoke up suddenly. "Instructor, we've received word that Luo Yihuang is set to take a private plane to Jinhai City. We tried to intercept her to offer a warning, but she was resolute, even keeping her guard up against us." Yang Lu chimed in. "That woman is clever. She can tell we are secretly protecting her, yet she remains resistant." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu gritted his teeth. "That detestable woman. What is her current situation?" Lu Hui replied, We infiltrated the airport before Luo Yihuang boarded and indeed found bombs on the plane. We also encountered those two monsters. A hint of fear crept into Lin Chong's eyes as he spoke weakly. One was a man and the other a woman. The man was heavily built. Our 20-plus bullets couldn't even touch him, as if they were hitting a steel plate. Lu Hui added, still shaken. The most bizarre part was that woman. She was unarmed, yet she managed to tear open the aircraft's exterior with her bare hands. As they finished speaking, all three men's faces reflected a sense of defeat. After years of following Yi Fengwu, this was the first time they felt so vulnerable. Yi Fengwu's eyes gradually narrowed, his expression growing unusually serious. Lu Hui quickly asked, "Instructor, have you ever encountered such opponents?" Yi Fengwu took a deep breath before speaking slowly. The energy you faced. They have cultivated their internal power known as Ganqi. They are often referred to as superhumans. Compared to ordinary people, they possess longer lifespans and superior physical abilities. Ganqi. Superhumans. The expressions on Lin Chong and the others were filled with shock and confusion. It was their first time hearing about Ganqi. Yi Fengwu continued, "This world is far more complex than we imagine. Ganqi can emanate from within, enhancing muscle strength several-fold, even to the point of tenfold. If mastered throughout the body, it can solidify muscles, rendering ordinary weapons and bullets nearly useless against such defenses. Moreover, when used as a weapon, it can transform into sharp blades." After hearing Yi Fengwu's description of Ganqi, Lin Chong and the others were taken aback. No wonder the two assassins they faced today were so formidable. The man was nearly impervious to blades and bullets, while the woman far exceeded them in both strength and speed. Had it not been for the local forces that arrived in time, they might not have returned alive. After a long pause, Lu Hui curiously asked, "Instructor, how can one cultivate Ganqi?" Yi Fengwu frowned. Ganqi is a latent power within humans. To cultivate it, one must engage in daily muscle-strengthening exercises and await a certain opportunity, an opportunity that may never arrive in a lifetime. Yet some fortunate individuals awaken their Ganqi in moments of life and death. Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and the others felt not just envy, but also a profound sense of disappointment. As elite soldiers, how they longed for greater combat strength, yet they understood that such an opportunity seemed unlikely to present itself. Noticing their disappointment, Yi Fengwu's expression turned serious. Some mercenary organizations use drugs to push human physical limits, thereby unlocking their latent powers, Ganqi. The eyes of the three brightened, intrigued by the mention of this drug. But then a cold splash of reality dampened their spirits as Yi Fengwu continued sternly, "Drugs do not guarantee the development of Ganqi. They are highly unstable, and over 90% of users die from the shock of the drug's effects. Even those who succeed often suffer lingering side effects. Are you still interested?" Instantly, the anticipation in Lin Chong's eyes transformed into disillusionment. Lu Hui grimaced. "Instructor, does this mean we will never have the chance to cultivate Ganqi?" Yi Fengwu replied calmly, "There is another method, though it is equally arduous and carries no side effects." Under the expectant gazes of Lin Chong and the others, Yi Fengwu continued unhurriedly, "By pushing muscle strength to its limits, to the very threshold of what the human body can endure, you will come to sense the existence of Ganqi. Moreover, Ganqi cultivated through this method will far surpass that developed by drugs or those who awaken unexpectedly." Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and the others were filled with overwhelming surprise and excitement, but soon their expressions grew somber. Achieving peak muscle strength seemed achievable only by those with extraordinary talent. For those relying on hard work, they would face countless hardships, and not every body could withstand such extreme training. Yang Lu chuckled in his simple-minded way. "Instructor, everyone knows your muscle strength far exceeds human limits. Why have you not yet cultivated Ganqi?" Lin Chong and Lu Hui looked curiously at Yi Fengwu, all three having worked under him and well aware of his terrifying physical capabilities. They had witnessed Yi Fengwu kick a small car several meters away using only his muscle strength. Yi Fengwu shot them a glare, snorting, "I have my own plans. Remember this, if you wish to cultivate Ganqi, be prepared to endure suffering and sweat 100 times more than the average person." Hearing this, Lin Chong and the others earnestly committed Yi Fengwu's words to memory. It also made them reflect on something. Despite being the strongest in the military with the ability to avoid the hardships they faced, Yi Fengwu had never ceased training his muscle strength. It seemed clear that his ultimate goal was to attain Ganqi. Yi Fengwu suddenly asked, "What are the current arrangements regarding our target?" Lu Hui quickly replied, "Luo Yihuang seems to place great importance on the branch office in Jinhai City. We learned she plans to take the high-speed train to Jinhai City at 8 tomorrow morning, having booked an entire business car." Yi Fengwu cursed. a woman who values money over life. Since you can track her itinerary, the Grim Reaper Guild will surely know as well. Yi Fengwu felt a surge of anger, infuriated by Luo Yuang's stubbornness that had led to his brothers getting hurt. Lu Hui said, "Instructor, let me go with you." Yi Fengwu shook his head. "You all need to recuperate. This time I will go alone." Yang Lu interjected, "That woman is on guard against us, and who knows how many assassins will be on the way. It will be overwhelming for you alone." Yi Fengwu's expression grew grave as he calmly stated, "Covert protection is no longer feasible. Thus we must employ another method, one that she deserves as punishment." Upon hearing this, Lin Chong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions becoming puzzled as they contemplated Yi Fengwu's intentions. At that moment, Lu Hui suddenly lifted a long box over a meter long and 50 centimeters wide, placing it before Yi Fengwu. "Instructor, your weapons have arrived." Upon seeing the long box, Yi Fengwu's eyes brightened significantly, akin to a lover reunited after a long separation. Suddenly, with a click, Yi Fengwu opened the box to reveal neatly organized components of a sniper rifle along with a 10-25x scope. While Yi Fengwu had a penchant for cold weapons, he also appreciated the art of sniping. This particular rifle, named Wolf God, had been specially crafted for him by a military factory and had accompanied him for many years. The rifle measured 1.32 meters in length and was entirely black, using 10.12 mm armor-piercing rounds with an effective range of 2,500 meters. It was said that his most remarkable shot had been made from 3,500 meters away, hitting the satellite antenna of a terrorist organization. The long box had 3 layers. In the second layer lay 2 jet black handguns and 2 daggers, the handguns boasting a large caliber and equipped with 2 boxes of 9.1 mm steel core bullets. Upon lifting the third layer, Yi Fengwu's eyes fell upon a long box measuring 1 meter in length and 15 centimeters in width. He gently caressed the box as if touching a beloved, his gaze brimming with confidence. This was his favorite weapon, a gift from Chun Zhuishan 5 years prior. After ensuring Lin Chong and the others were well taken care of, Yi Fengwu returned home, carrying his weapons. It was already midnight, and he tiptoed into the bedroom, careful not to awaken Qin Qinghan. Using the dim light from his phone, he placed the box atop the wardrobe. With a soft click, the bedside lamp turned on, revealing Qin Qinghan in her pajamas propped against the headboard, her expression complex as she regarded Yi Fengwu. Her eyes flicked towards the box on the wardrobe. Yi Fengwu put away his phone and glanced at the peacefully sleeping Jing Si beside her before whispering, "I woke you up. A friend invited me for tea and is planning to offer me a job." Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan frowned, slightly, doubt creeping into her heart. She sensed that Yi Fengwu was hiding something from her. Gently she replied, "Let's go to sleep." With that, she snuggled under the covers. Qin Qinghan longed to discuss the matter of the ring, wanting to apologize for mistaking it for a counterfeit. However, it was too late, and she decided to wait until morning. The bed was spacious enough for 3, and even though Qin Qinghan occupied the center, there was room for Yi Fengwu to squeeze in. He walked over to the edge of the bed, removed his jacket, and lay down on the makeshift bedding she had prepared for him. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, filling the room with a comforting glow. Qin Qinghan didn't sleep soundly, feeling the presence of a man in the room for the first time in her life, despite him being her nominal husband. Her skin was flawless, as delicate as a baby's, highlighted by high cheekbones and luscious lips. Observing her stunning beauty up close, one could appreciate the perfection of her features, especially her slightly fluttering long eyelashes. Meanwhile, the sleeping beauty was truly captivating, and as the only man in the room, Yi Fengwu certainly did not miss this enchanting sight. Suddenly, Qin Qinghan's trembling eyelashes fluttered, and her hazy eyes slowly opened. Upon gaining clarity, she noticed a mouth leaning towards her face. Instinctively, she raised her hand and slapped it away, then curled back under the covers, her eyes filled with wariness as they locked onto Yi Fengwu beside the bed. Yi Fengwu, embarrassed, covered his mouth, his expression one of disappointment after being caught trying to steal a kiss. He had been unable to resist the allure of the beautiful Qin Qinghan in her sleep, but to his dismay, she had awakened. You promised not to bully me," Qin Qinghan said from her cocoon of blankets, her tone tinged with regret. Yi Fengwu pouted, "I just found a job and need to leave for a few days. I thought I might get a little something sweet before I go." Sigh. Seeing his despondent demeanor, Qin Qinghan felt a pang of sympathy, but remained steadfast in her position. "Give me some time," she replied softly. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu smiled. "Then I'll wait for you." He donned his jacket, picked up a 1-meter-long box from the floor, and slung it over his shoulder. This was the weapon he had stealthily retrieved from the arsenal that morning, the most suitable choice for his trip to Jinhai City. Noticing Yi Fengwu's worn camouflage attire and the box on his shoulder, Qin Qinghan inquired, "You're going on a business trip?" He nodded. My new boss is quite a character. He insists I accompany him fishing. He even bought the fishing gear. You can sleep a little longer. I need to leave now. Qin Xinghan checked her phone. It was only 6:30 a.m. She nodded in response. Be careful on your journey. Yi Fengwu felt warmth in his heart. Having such a gentle and caring wife was truly a blessing. At 7:30 a.m., Yi Fengwu arrived at the high-speed train station in time for the 8 a.m. train to Luoxihuang. As a large terminal, Haihua City was bustling with travelers and long lines formed to pass through security with all luggage undergoing X-ray checks. Yi Fengwu was well aware that the box he carried would not pass security, yet he maintained an indifferent expression as he stood at the back of the queue. Minutes later, just as he was about to pass through the security gate, an officer stopped him. The officer pointed at the box on Yi Fengwu's shoulder and said, "Excuse me, sir, please place your belongings through security." Feigning apology, Yi Fengwu replied, "I'm sorry, I forgot." He placed the box on the X-ray machine, and as the officer turned away discreetly, affixed a thumb-sized electronic chip to the box. When the box emerged from the other side of the machine, the staff member monitoring the screen frowned, but said nothing. Yi Fengwu calmly retrieved the box and discreetly pocketed the chip, which temporarily disabled the X-ray scanner. Though the images would still appear, they would show a false representation due to the chip's interference. Since Yi Fengwu's mission was classified, he had no support, and even worse, no funding, leaving him troubled about how to request resources from the elusive Luoxihuang. By 7:50 a.m., Yi Fengwu boarded the train bound for Jinhai City. His seat was in carriage 9, a business class compartment, while Luoxihuang's seat was in the adjacent carriage 10. Inside the spacious compartment, only Luoxihuang, Linyu, and 5 alert bodyguards occupied the seats. Ms. Luo, it will take 3 hours to reach Jinhai City. You should rest, Linyu said, sitting across from Luoxihuang, her pretty face reflecting a hint of tension. The explosion of the private jet yesterday was certainly no accident, which explained her nervousness. Luoxihuang nodded, her flawless visage maintaining an air of calm. Don't worry, the local forces have been alerted. Even the most audacious assassins wouldn't dare to act on a high-speed train. However, her heart was unsettled. Had the 3 strangers not intercepted her, she would have perished in that explosion. She was aware of her family's covert protection, yet their stubbornness had left her disillusioned. In carriage 9, with dozens of seats occupied by barely half the passengers, Yi Fengwu sat by the window in one of the first 5 rows. Dressed in worn camouflage, the passengers regarded him as a farmer who had splurged on a business-class ticket to flaunt. To make matters worse, he found himself seated next to a strikingly beautiful woman. Appearing to be around 18 or 19, she wore sky-blue jeans and knee-high fabric boots that accentuated her long legs. Her blue coat complemented her flowing black hair that cascaded down to her waist, giving her a mature appearance, while her face remained pure and lovely. But Yi Fengwu's gaze did not linger on the beauty beside him, remaining calm and observant as he silently observed the actions of everyone in the carriage. Some read magazines, others checked their phones. Seemingly ordinary behavior, yet the hostility emanating from them did not escape Yi Fengwu's keen eyes. The only reassuring presence was the pair that Lin Chong had described, a man and a woman skilled in aura manipulation, who were notably absent. So many assassins were dispatched, Luoxihuang must hold significant influence. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed as he noticed the girl beside him exhibiting unusual behavior. Though her attire suggested maturity, her beauty was undeniably sweet and youthful, accompanied by a faint scent of innocence. Yi Fengwu inwardly cursed. Damn it, where did this ordinary person come from? Yang Shushi was beautiful, the school belle, and her stunning appearance accentuated by her meticulous grooming each time she stepped out imbued her with a confidence that was palpable. Thus, wherever she went, she naturally became the center of attention. Yet today she felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, for the handsome man sitting next to her, who resembled a migrant worker, had not spared her a single glance. Yang Shushi was not a vain woman, but that did not mean she lacked a proud heart. Suddenly she turned to the man and smiled. Hey, they're handsome, where are you from? Hearing this, Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow. His goal was to avoid drawing attention, and yet this woman chose this moment to strike up a conversation. Therefore he opted to ignore her, though his eyes remained vigilant, observing the surroundings. Feeling dismissed, Yang Shushi was further disheartened. Usually she was the focal point wherever she went, with people eager to engage her in conversation. But this man not only failed to glance her way, he also responded to her overtures with a chilling indifference. Unwilling to give up, she pouted and muttered, "Uncle, even if we are strangers, I initiated the conversation, and you shouldn't be so rude. I mean no harm." With that, she leaned back into her seat, feigning a sense of grievance. At last, Yi Fengwu glanced at her. Indeed, she was quite beautiful, with big, bright eyes that were clear and innocent, contrasting sharply with her mature attire. To placate her, Yi Fengwu replied coolly, "Haihua City." Upon hearing his response, Yang Shushi was taken aback, but she quickly smiled and said what a coincidence. I study at Haihua University, and my aunt and cousin are also from Haihua City. Yi Fengwu had no desire to continue the conversation, so he said blandly, your outfit doesn't seem very student-like. In response, Yang Shushi flashed a sweet smile and replied, but your attire doesn't resemble a migrant worker's either, uncle. Yi Fengwu regarded her with mild surprise. Yang Shushi glanced at him, pretending to ponder, and said, though your clothes are somewhat tattered and your skin isn't very fair, your physique is quite reminiscent of a migrant worker, however. With a mischievous grin, she continued, but you are so handsome and charismatic, especially with those steady and sharp eyes. You must be a secret agent on a covert mission, right? Hee. What began as a jest caused the other 20 passengers in the carriage to subtly raise their gazes towards Yi Fengwu, their expressions tinged with an odd flavor upon hearing the word agent. Yi Fengwu maintained a calm demeanor, yet inwardly he longed to teach this girl a lesson for her careless words. He then remarked, coolly, little girl, if you're interested in me, you might as well leave your phone number. As he spoke, he deliberately leaned closer, his shoulder brushing against hers. Yang Shushi frowned instinctively and shifted away, her previously playful demeanor stiffening. Uncle, I was just joking. You don't really think I'm interested in you, do you? She said somewhat awkwardly. A smirk crept onto Yi Fengwu's lips as he adopted a lewd expression. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and offered it to her, saying, beautiful lady, have some water, and let's continue our chat. Seeing his lascivious grin and the water bottle in his hand, Yang Shushi's discomfort turned into wariness. Although the water was provided by the train staff who knew if he had tampered with it. Regretting her decision to engage him, Yang Shushi shook her head and said, I'm not thirsty. Yi Fengwu pressed, but I've already opened it. He attempted to thrust the bottle into her hands forcefully, causing her irritation to rise. Why are you being like this? I said I'm not thirsty. This scene should have drawn more attention, but the surrounding glances gradually returned to normal, with a few passengers even chuckling derisively. Noticing her irritation, Yi Fengwu maintained a serious expression, insisting, I've opened it, so you must drink. He extended the bottle once more. Yang Shushi felt not only anger, but also fear. She considered taking it, but was determined not to drink. However, just as her hand reached out halfway, Yi Fengwu tilted the bottle, spilling a portion of the water onto her pants. Oh, she exclaimed, her beautiful face contorting with anger as she glared at him. You're so unreasonable. If you keep this up, I'll call the police. Feigning innocence, Yi Fengwu replied, sorry, I slipped. Fuming, Yang Shushi stood up, stomped her foot, and headed to the restroom to clean up. When she entered, Yi Fengwu hurried to the restroom door. Do you need help? Go away. Her furious voice echoed from within. Slowly, Yi Fengwu turned away, his lewd grin fading into an icy coldness. The atmosphere in the carriage shifted as the other 20 passengers who had been watching with amusement felt the tension rise. The expression in Yi Fengwu's eyes warned them that danger was imminent. In an instant, all 20 passengers stood up. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of flying needles shot toward Yi Fengwu, their speed rivaling that of a bullet. Calm and collected, Yi Fengwu raised his hand, sweeping it before him as he caught all the needles deftly. With a wave of his hand, the needles returned at a speed several times faster than before, far surpassing that of a bullet. Bam! In mere moments, 7 or 8 travelers collapsed in their seats, lifeless, the needles evidently laced with a potent poison. The remaining passengers, aghast, quickly drew their concealed handguns, each equipped with silencers. But before they could aim at Yi Fengwu, he had already closed in on the 2 nearest figures. Whoosh! With a swift motion, he struck their temples, rendering them motionless, their eyes instantly bloodshot, ultimately consumed by crimson. Yi Fengwu, a warrior of the Huaxiao army and an unparalleled assassin and scout, had trained with a singular purpose to eliminate with one decisive strike. He understood every aspect of the human body and was well aware of its lethal pressure points. His speed was blinding, leaving the assassins no time to react. Bam! As the remaining assassins redirected their guns towards him, Yi Fengwu had already seized the handguns from the lifeless hands of his 2 victims. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots echoed, rapid as a machine gun. In less than 2 seconds, the only person remaining standing in the carriage was Yi Fengwu, dual guns in hand. Thanks to the silencers, the sounds were muted, and the 2 layers of doors separating the business class from the rest of the train prevented the commotion from drawing the attention of the staff. Yi Fengwu meticulously arranged the bodies, buckling their seatbelts. If one didn't look closely, they would appear as though they were simply asleep. Finally, he turned his gaze toward the restroom. What a hassle, he muttered, tucking the guns into one of the assassins' clothing, his impatience evident. To save that girl's life, he had to disguise himself as a lewd man. At that moment, the restroom door swung open and Yang Shushi emerged with a sulky expression. Just as she was about to return to her seat, she nearly collided with Yi Fengwu, who was walking toward her. Yang Shushi stepped back, leaning against the restroom door. The sweetness and maturity she had just exhibited vanished entirely, replaced by a look of apprehension on her beautiful face as she glared at Fengwu and said, "What do you want?" "I'm going to call the police." Fengwu, carrying a black box on his shoulder, pointed behind her and said, "I need to use the restroom." Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi felt embarrassed and quickly sidestepped past Fengwu. He turned back and remarked, "You should head to carriage 10. There are no living souls left in carriage 9. At his words, Yang Shushi turned around and stuck her tongue out at him, huffing, "Trying to scare me. Do you think I'm a little girl?" "Humph." As she spoke, she walked toward her seat, but after taking just 2 steps, her expression changed to one of confusion. The passengers in the entire carriage looked strange. Some were lying back in their seats while others had their heads drooping down. Yang Shushi shook her head and returned to her seat. Inside the restroom, Fengwu began to survey the area meticulously. When his gaze swept over the sink, it suddenly paused. The sink had clearly been disturbed, and although the evidence was minimal, he could still tell. With a sharp motion, Fengwu gripped the edge of the sink and forcefully flipped the entire basin over. "Just as I thought," he muttered faintly, as he discovered several glass tubes resembling laboratory equipment hidden beneath the basin, filled with a golden liquid. Moreover, the tubes were connected to a timer, which indicated 56 minutes remaining. This liquid explosive was powerful enough to blow the entire train apart. Fengwu carefully extracted the bomb and examined the maze of wires on it, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he used his fingernail to snip a red wire. With a beep, the timer froze at 54 minutes and 30 seconds. Having successfully disarmed the bomb, Fengwu did not hide it, but instead placed it cautiously back in the basin. As he exited the restroom, he heard Yang Shushi suddenly call out, "Hey, uncle, the atmosphere here is so eerie." Fengwu turned to look, only to see Yang Shushi sitting stiffly in her seat, her beautiful eyes darting nervously around the carriage. Fengwu shook his head, thinking to himself that the target was crucial. There were definitely more than one assassin on this train, and perhaps those 2 individuals familiar with the energy technique were also hiding in one of the carriages. Thus, Fengwu turned and walked toward carriage 10. Upon seeing him revert to that cold demeanor, Yang Shuxi's expression shifted to one of surprise. When she glanced at the oddly positioned passengers nearby, she couldn't help but shiver. Inside carriage 10, as soon as Fengwu stepped in, 5 bodyguards in black immediately stood up and surrounded him. Feigning surprise, Fengwu pointed at the empty seats and said, "I thought all these seats were vacant." Lin Yu stood up and said to him, "I'm sorry, but you should go to another carriage. This one is reserved." In response, Fengwu, with an innocent look, remarked, "Wow, it's good to be rich. A guy like me, a migrant worker, can only search for a seat." He feigned a pitiful expression as if to imply they looked down on migrant workers. "Let him sit," a melodious female voice interjected. The speaker was Luo Yihuang, who was half reclined in her seat at that moment. Lin Yu frowned slightly and said, "Director Luo, we should remain cautious." Luo Yihuang, her eyes half closed, replied indifferently, "If he is indeed an assassin, it's better to keep him in sight than to let him lurk in the shadows." Fengwu, hearing Luo Yihuang's words, felt a flicker of surprise. Just 2 sentences revealed the woman's composure and wisdom. Lin Yu nodded and then pointed to the second row of seats next to Fengwu, saying, "You can sit there." Afterward, she exchanged glances with the bodyguards, who understood immediately. 2 of them took seats behind Fengwu, clearly tasked with monitoring him. Fengwu flashed a hearty smile and said, "Thank you. Where are you from, beautiful? It's hard to find someone as lovely and kind as you in this world." Lin Yu's beautiful face began to show signs of impatience as she coldly replied, "If you can be quiet, you can stay here until we reach our destination, otherwise I'll have them throw you out." With that, Lin Yu returned to her seat. At that moment, Fengwu suddenly stood up and walked directly toward Luo Yihuang's position. The 3 bodyguards in front were focused on the entrance of carriage 11, completely unaware that Fengwu had stood up again. Just then, Lin Yu happened to turn around and was shocked to see the migrant worker had approached her directly, calmly sitting down in the adjacent seat to Luo Yihuang. Seeing this, Lin Yu's expression turned to one of alarm as she stood up and angrily shouted at Fengwu, "What are you doing? Who let you come over here? Do you know? Your bodyguards have poor vigilance." Fengwu replied, ignoring Lin Yu's reprimand, as he turned to Luo Yihuang, who was still meditating. This was Fengwu's first encounter with Luo Yihuang. Rumored to be extraordinarily beautiful and dubbed the most stunning woman in Huaxia, Fengwu initially found it hard to believe. After all, who could be more beautiful than Qin Qinghan? However, upon seeing Luo Yihuang in person, he found himself subtly convinced by the rumors. Even her profile was breathtakingly stunning, her features exquisitely perfect. Luo Yihuang slowly opened her eyes, her slender phoenix-like gaze maintaining an air of calmness. "Now you know," she said softly. As Lin Yu felt a surge of anger, her expression turned increasingly vigilant. How could the 2 bodyguards at the entrance allow him to approach Director Luo? Thus Lin Yu shouted at the two bodyguards who remained seated and indifferent. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Yi Fengwu remarked nonchalantly, they must be asleep. Although Luo Yihuang's bodyguards were stronger than ordinary people, their actual skill level was inferior to any assassin from Carriage 9, allowing Yi Fengwu a multitude of methods to incapacitate them effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned pale. The three bodyguards in front understood the situation and immediately rushed toward Yi Fengwu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Fengwu raised his hand and flicked three small objects which flew out like lightning, simultaneously striking the knees of the three bodyguards. Oh! The three men faltered and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, another three projectiles flew in, accurately hitting the centers of their foreheads, targeting the human Baihui acupoint. A heavy blow to this point would instantly render them unconscious. Seeing the three bodyguards fall without a sound, Lin Yu's face turned even paler. Clatter, clatter. At that moment, Lin Yu finally recognized the 6 items that had rendered the 3 bodyguards unconscious. They were clearly 6 spent bullet casings. He actually subdued her heavily hired bodyguards with just 6 bullet casings. Looking at the 2 bodyguards seated in the front row, also unconscious, Lin Yu finally realized that this man disguised as a migrant worker was an assassin, a highly skilled one at that. He had effortlessly threatened Director Luo's life. Swish. Then Lin Yu's expression hardened. Her right fist aimed directly at Yi Fengwu's throat, her movements not only swift, but also precise and powerful. Seeing this, Yi Fengwu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected this beautiful woman to be a skilled fighter. From her speed and strength, it seemed her combat prowess was likely on par with the police officer Chun Nan, perhaps even superior to those unconscious bodyguards. The corners of Yi Fengwu's mouth curled slightly, and he didn't even bother to rise. Instead, he simply caught her fist, twisting her wrist backward. Lin Yu cried out in pain as she lost her balance. Yi Fengwu forced Lin Yu's arm behind her back, pressing her face down onto his legs. This position was indeed rather undignified, especially for a proud woman like Lin Yu, making it a source of humiliation. With Lin Yu kneeling on the ground, her upper body pressed against Yi Fengwu's legs, she could only use her mouth to resist. Driven by the instinct to survive and the anger from her humiliation, she bit down hard. Yi Fengwu's expression stiffened, his face reddening. How much is my life worth? At that moment, Luo Yihuang suddenly spoke, her demeanor still calm and her tone devoid of much fluctuation. Knight Fengwu was astonished by the composure of the woman before him. Suppressing the pain in his leg, he chuckled, "Are you negotiating with me?" Luo Yihuang slightly turned her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that instantly captivated Knight Fengwu, especially her pair of elongated phoenix eyes, which left him thoroughly impressed. "You didn't kill me right away, which must mean you want to negotiate," Luo Yihuang said in a calm tone. Knight Fengwu replied with a smile, "You're quite a clever woman. However, trying to buy your life from the buyer will prove to be quite costly." Luo Yihuang retorted, "If you intend to kill me, you should recognize that I can afford it. 10 times what the buyer offers, how about that?" Knight Fengwu chuckled, "There are rules in this trade. Breaking trust is a killer's greatest taboo." Her expression remained unflustered as Luo Yihuang continued, "Then how much is your credibility worth?" Knight Fengwu was taken aback by her calmness and laughed again. "It seems your confidence is forever tied to money." "It's not just money that gives me confidence," Luo Yihuang asserted. Knight Fengwu smirked, lowering his gaze slightly, and scoffed, "What about that bullet in your lipstick?" "Trust me, it won't harm me, it will only infuriate me." Upon hearing the threat in his voice, Luo Yihuang's brow furrowed, and she discreetly tucked the lipstick away. Indeed, there was a bullet hidden within her lipstick. This killer had an extraordinary awareness. He sensed her every move without even noticing her. After putting away the lipstick, Luo Yihuang glanced at Lin Yu, who was still biting Knight Fengwu's leg. She noticed a faint trace of blood on Lin Yu's camouflage pants. Thus Luo Yihuang frowned and said, "Release Lin Yu. Let's continue our discussion." Knight Fengwu scoffed, "This little mad dog is quite bothersome. I'll let her sleep for a while." As he spoke, Knight Fengwu attempted to knock Lin Yu unconscious. "Ow!" At that moment, an exceptionally piercing scream echoed through Car No. 9, followed by a pale-faced Yang Shushi rushing into Car No. 10. "Uncle, everyone in Car No. 9, they're all dead." Yang Shushi trembled as she shouted to Knight Fengwu. However, when she saw a woman half kneeling at his legs, her face went blank, quickly turning red with embarrassment. Knight Fengwu turned to her, saying, "I know I killed them. Didn't I tell you there were no survivors?" At his words, Yang Shuxi's eyes widened and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. This handsome uncle is a killer. Only then did she notice the fallen bodyguards, and her heart raced with clarity. As an ordinary university student, she had never witnessed such a scene. Fear gripped her, and her legs shook so much she lost the strength to run away. Knight Fengwu found the situation troublesome. He raised a hand and pressed it against Lin Yu's neck, causing her to groan and return to her seat. What did you do to me? Lin Yu felt utterly weak, unable to even move a finger. Don't worry, you'll be fine in 15 minutes, Knight, Fengwu replied casually. Then he turned to Yang Shushi, fixing his gaze on her with a stern expression. Do you want to live? Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Yang Shuxi's face as she nodded vigorously. Come sit here. Do as I say, and I'll spare your life, Knight, Fengwu instructed, pointing to the seat beside Lin Yu, his demeanor threatening. Terrified Yang Shushi could do nothing but obey, trembling as she walked over and sat next to Lin Yu. Though Luo Yihuang maintained her calm demeanor, she had already resigned herself to fate. Over the years, she had encountered countless killers, but had never met anyone as formidable as this man who effortlessly controlled her life in his grasp. Yet she sensed he had no intention of killing her. Was his aim to kidnap her? Curiously, Luo Yihuang asked, I can't understand one thing. Knight Fengwu with a devilish grin replied, Are you worried about how I'll take you off this train speeding at 300 kilometers per hour? Luo Yihuang did not deny it, but instead inquired, I'm curious about what you plan to do next. Knight Fengwu's smile broadened slightly as he turned to Yang Shushi, commanding, take out your phone and call the police. Both Yang Shushi and the weakened Lin Yu were perplexed, but Luo Yihuang had an inkling of his intentions. Why are you just standing there? Do you want to live or not? Knight Fengwu, irritated, urged Yang Shushi. With a pitiful expression, she replied, Uncle, I'll give you my phone. I won't call the police, just don't kill me. Clearly, Yang Shushi thought Knight Fengwu was testing her. Knight Fengwu shook his head, his expression strange, and impatiently said, Stop wasting time. Just do what I tell you. Fearing his impatience, Yang Shushi's face went even paler. Trembling, she finally took out her phone. After she dialed the emergency number, she looked up at Knight Fengwu with a distressed expression. Uncle, do you want me to call the police on you? Knight Fengwu shot her a glare and scoffed, Do you think I'm foolish? Just say what I tell you to say. Oh. Yang Shushi nodded, her pitiful face appearing even more adorable. At the moment the call connected, Knight Fengwu instructed, Tell the train police that a bomb has been found in the restroom of car No. 9. Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu exchanged skeptical glances. They found it hard to believe there was really a bomb on the train. Yang Shushi, trembling, relayed the message to the train police. In an instant the call was disconnected. Within a few seconds the train intercom crackled to life. This is the train's chief of police. An emergency situation has arisen. All passengers, please return to your seats. All passengers, please return to your seats. Upon hearing the announcement, Knight Fengwu's expression darkened as he cursed, Fools. This announcement would undoubtedly alert the other killers on the train. At that moment, Yang Shushi stole a glance at Knight Fengwu and timidly asked, If the police don't find a bomb, will I be punished for making a false report? Knight Fengwu with a calm demeanor replied, Don't worry, they will find it. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow deeply. If there truly was a bomb in the restroom of car No. 9, she would undoubtedly meet her end today. Thus she was increasingly convinced this was a kidnapping. Knight Fengwu stood up and helped the 3 fallen bodyguards back into their seats, fastening their seatbelts. In less than a few minutes 5 police officers arrived at the restroom of car No. 9. Upon opening the door, one of them exclaimed, There's a bomb. Following that, another police officer emerged holding a liquid bomb. At the sight of the bomb, Luo Yihuang, Yang Shushi, and Lin Yu finally believed that Knight Fengwu was not lying. It seems your placing of a bomb was merely a diversion aiming to stop this train. Luo Yihuang finally understood Knight Fengwu's plan. Knight Fengwu shook his head with a smile. You are a very clever woman. Clever women are often disliked, but I didn't place the bomb. Luo Yihuang's brow furrowed again. At that moment, a police officer remarked in a strange tone, It's strange, this time bomb seems to have been disarmed by someone. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang felt a complex mix of emotions. If the bomb wasn't placed by this man, then he must have disarmed it. But why would he do that? Did it mean there was more than one group of killers on this train? Knight Fengwu turned to Yang Shushi and instructed, Turn off your phone. Yang Shushi was taken aback, but complied obediently. Just as she switched her phone to airplane mode, one of the police officers suddenly made a call, frowning, as he said, The person who reported the bomb has turned off their phone. Who disarmed the bomb? Another police officer with a wary expression said, The train must stop. There may be other bombs on board. We should contact local authorities and have bomb experts inspect the entire train. At this, the other officers nodded in agreement. This is your real objective, isn't it? Luo Yihuang said calmly, looking at Knight Fengwu. Knight Fengwu's lips curled into a slight smile as he gazed at the 3 women before him, threatening, Do not act rashly. If I feel threatened, I won't hesitate to use deadly force. It was clear that Knight Fengwu was threatening them as one of the police officers was approaching them. Sir, ladies, have you seen any suspicious individuals entering the restroom of carriage number 9? The railway officer asked with a cautious expression. Yi Fengwu pointed towards carriage 11, maintaining a serious demeanor. About half an hour ago, I saw a sneaky person run out of carriage 9 and head in that direction. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression grew even more vigilant. Yi Fengwu added with concern, "Officer, is that bomb real? Are we going to die?" The officer frowned. "Of course it's real. Don't make a scene, we are devising a plan." With a troubled expression, Yi Fengwu continued, "Officer, that person was carrying a bag. Could there be another bomb?" Hearing this, the officer's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly retrieved his radio, speaking in a rushed tone. "Emergency stop. There may be another bomb on the train." As soon as he finished speaking, the train slowed down significantly. Beside them, Yang Shushi muttered with a sulky face, "What a show-off." Yi Fengwu shot her a fierce glare, causing her to shrink her neck and swiftly turn her face away. Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu both dared not make any rash movements, fully aware of the man's capabilities. If they alerted the authorities, not only would they be in danger, but the railway officer would be at risk too. After putting down the radio, the officer looked at Yi Fengwu with a frown and said, "Show me your identification." Yi Fengwu obediently handed over his ID. The officer examined it and frowned. "Yi Fengwu from Haihua City. What do you do for a living?" Upon hearing his name, Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu exchanged glances, a flicker of unexpected emotion evident in their eyes. Yi Fengwu chuckled sheepishly, "Just doing some odd jobs. You see, I'm accompanying my wife and 2 sisters-in-law back home to visit my mother." As he spoke, Yi Fengwu suddenly wrapped his arm around Luo Yihuang's waist, feeling the softness beneath his palm. Luo Yihuang stiffened immediately, her eyes filled with intense anger. It was the first time a man had touched her, yet in order to survive, she gritted her teeth and endured it. The officer glanced at Luo Yihuang, Lin Yu, and Yang Shushi, feeling a pang of jealousy as he cursed inwardly. This guy dresses like a laborer, yet his wife and sisters-in-law are stunning. What a lucky guy. After returning the ID to Yi Fengwu, the officer intended to check the IDs of Luo Yihuang, Lin Yu, and Yang Shushi. However, Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed. Lin Yu was still in a weak state and couldn't retrieve her ID, which would inevitably invite trouble. Yi Fengwu discreetly glanced towards carriage 9, waiting. "There are dead bodies here. Oh my God, they have guns." Suddenly, a railway officer's startled cry came from carriage 9. At this, the officer abandoned the ID checks and dashed towards carriage 9. Yi Fengwu sighed in relief. At that moment, Luo Yihuang forcefully freed herself from his grip, huffing, "Everything is under your control. It seems I can't even choose to die now." Yi Fengwu chuckled, "You won't die, but you might have to suffer a bit." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang's brow knitted once more. The train had now come to a gradual stop, and the announcement rang out again, "I am the conductor of this train. Due to an emergency, please disembark immediately." With the conductor's announcement, alarms blared throughout the train, and all doors opened in succession. Yi Fengwu once again wrapped his arm around Luo Yihuang's waist. "Let's go. There might still be bombs on board." Once enveloped by Yi Fengwu again, Luo Yihuang pressed her body tightly against his chest, struggling angrily. "Let go of me. I can walk myself." Yi Fengwu didn't relent, but instead coldly replied, "If you want to survive, you need to put away that pride." Saying this, he prepared to force her off the train. Luo Yihuang struggled fiercely, snapping, "I can't just leave them." She glanced at the weak Lin Yu and the several unconscious bodyguards. If there were indeed more bombs, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow and then reached out to pull Lin Yu into his embrace. "I won't carry a man." With that, he stepped off the train, and Yang Shushi, not daring to linger, followed him down. In less than a minute, a throng of passengers rushed out from the train. The train was headed towards Jinhai City and had only been traveling for an hour with nothing but a small grove visible in the distance. Not a single house or road was in sight. Once outside, Yi Fengwu's gaze scanned the fleeing crowd when suddenly his expression sharpened as he noticed a group of over 10 men in black approaching swiftly from the far end of the carriage. Their eyes were unmistakably fixed on Luo Yihuang in his arms. Yi Fengwu turned to see another pair approaching, a tall and muscular man in a leather jacket and a woman with striking purple hair, her alluring figure rivaling that of Chen Nan. The tight leather outfit she wore elicited excitement from those around them. In an instant, Yi Fengwu's expression turned serious. He sensed danger from the duo. They were likely the ones who had severely injured Lin Chong and lightly hurt Lu Hui and Yang Lu. Luo Yihuang also noticed the 2 sets of pursuers and the gravity in Yi Fengwu's eyes. "It seems I really am worth a lot," she remarked with a sarcastic huff. Yi Fengwu glared at her, retorting, "Perhaps they're after your body." After saying this, he handed the weak Lin Yu to Yang Shushi. "She's in your hands." Then Yi Fengwu grabbed Luo Yihuang and ran towards the grove. It wasn't that he feared the assassins, he simply needed to ensure Luo Yihuang's safety. Seeing Yi Fengwu escape with Luo Yihuang, the assassins quickly redirected their weapons and gave chase. Emerging from the grove, they found a road just as a truck drove by. Yi Fengwu had the urge to kill these assassins to avenge Lin Chong, but he knew that the two superhumans would be difficult to deal with. Any confrontation would only endanger Luo Yihuang. Thus, he pulled Luo Yihuang towards the road, trying to flag down the truck. Luo Yihuang, her face pale, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? We'll get run over." The truck showed no signs of slowing down. Yi Fengwu insisted, "We'll jump to the back and shake them off." Luo Yihuang retorted incredulously, "At that speed, how can we jump on? Not to mention the truck was traveling over 100 miles per hour. The back of the truck was at least 2 meters high. How could a human leap onto a speeding truck 2 meters high?" As they spoke, the truck pulled up before them. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu scooped Luo Yihuang into his arms. Her face flushed with anger as she struggled, but he quickly crouched down, and she felt herself flying through the air. With Yi Fengwu holding her, they soared over the Tumterhai truck railing and landed steadily in the cargo area. At that moment, Luo Yihuang was astonished, gazing at Yi Fengwu as if he were a monster. Could this person actually fly? How could he jump over 2 meters while carrying her? Noticing her dazed expression, Yi Fengwu quipped, "What's the matter? Don't want to get down." Realizing she was being carried by a man, Luo Yihuang covered her nose and frowned as she dismounted from his arms. The cargo area was filthy, seemingly having transported livestock with remnants of manure scattered everywhere. "Get down," Yi Fengwu suddenly ordered, pressing her down. Caught off guard, she lost her balance and sat down hard, landing right on a dry pile of excrement, which infuriated her given her usual fastidiousness. Yet she understood she was a hostage. Even though she wanted to tear him apart, she had no choice but to endure. Yi Fengwu looked up and saw the group of assassins loitering on the road. Luo Yihuang took a deep breath and coldly proposed, "How about we discuss terms?" Yi Fengwu shot her a glance and scoffed, "Is it about money?" "It concerns your life," she replied flatly. Yi Fengwu feigned surprise, saying, "Go on then." Luo Yihuang stared ahead with a calm gaze and said softly, "If I manage to escape, I will offer a bounty of 1 billion to kill you. If I die, the forces behind me will scour the world for you until they have you torn to shreds." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu grinned wickedly and replied, "Doesn't that mean I must die regardless?" Luo Yihuang shifted her body slightly and leaned against the railing before saying, "Release me, and I will give you 1 billion. You can live incognito for the rest of your life, enjoying your days as you please." After hearing Luo Yihuang's words, Yi Fengwu feigned hesitation. Luo Yihuang kept her eyes fixed on Yi Fengwu, clearly observing his indecision. After a long silence, Yi Fengwu finally nodded and said, "It seems I have no choice but to let you lead me by the nose. It's a deal. I will take you back to Haihua City." A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Yihuang's eyes, thinking to herself that this man agreed far too readily. However, 1 billion was indeed a tremendous temptation. She shook her head and said, "Just find a safe place for me to get off, and someone will come to take me back." Yi Fengwu shook his head in response. "That won't do. I rely on you for my future, so I must personally ensure you return to Haihua City. Only then can I guarantee the 1 billion will be transferred." Luo Yihuang maintained a steady gaze on Yi Fengwu, who met her eyes with equal intensity. After a long pause, Luo Yihuang finally nodded. But it was only a temporary concession, as she did not fully trust this man to truly let her go. At this moment, Yi Fengwu suddenly said, "Call your assistant and tell her not to report to the police. 1 billion won't buy my life." At the station where the train had stopped, all passengers were evacuated by the train attendants to a nearby grove, and several bodyguards began to regain consciousness. Yang Shushi approached Lin Yu and said, "Sister, let's call the police." Lin Yu, having regained her strength, shook her head. "No, we can't do that. My boss would be in danger. But that person killed an entire carriage of people." Yang Shushi continued. Lin Yu's gaze drifted to the 20 or so corpses not far away. Those people were likely killers too. Just moments ago, the train attendants had removed the bodies, each armed with handguns and various concealed weapons, and their identities had been classified as unknown assassins. Then Lin Yu turned to Yang Shushi and said, "We'll give you 1 million, or just pretend you didn't see what happened. Please." Lin Yu refrained from calling the police because she was waiting for the assassin's call. Luo Dong would certainly send her a signal. Yang Shushi nodded, realizing that calling the police would threaten the life of that beautiful sister. She bobbed her head and said, "All right, but I don't want any money." Just then Lin Yu's phone finally rang, the caller being Luo Yihuang. Lin Yu quickly pressed the answer button and spoke immediately, "Luo Dong, what should I do?" Luo Yihuang's voice followed. "Return to Haihua City and take care of the matters I instructed you about. Don't do anything else, especially don't call the police." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's beautiful face showed a complex expression, and she asked, "Is it useful?" Luo Yihuang replied, "He cares about her, so it might be useful." "I understand," Lin Yu said, ending the call. In the fast-moving truck's rear compartment, Yi Fengwu listened to all of Luo Yuang's conversations on the phone, but was puzzled about what she had instructed. He then remarked, "Having a smart woman by your side is truly exhausting." Luo Yuang replied calmly, "Rest assured, as long as I return safely to Haihua City, you will receive the billion transfer." Yi Fengwu looked at Luo Yuang, his lips curling slightly as he said, "Smart, wealthy, stunningly beautiful, and with a powerful background. Truly a goddess everyone dreams of. Does that include you?" Luo Yuang turned to gaze at Yi Fengwu, her cool, yet enchanting phoenix eyes filled with pride. Yi Fengwu merely shook his head playfully. "I don't like calculating women. Who knows, I might end up dead in your bed one day." Luo Yuang replied indifferently, "That day will never come." "Is that so?" Yi Fengwu grinned mischievously, then calmly seized Luo Yuang's phone and tossed it onto the road. Upon seeing this, Luo Yuang's captivating expression immediately soured, but she knew any resistance would be futile. Yi Fengwu said, "Your phone has already been tracked." In this technologically advanced world, locating a phone is quite easy. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Haihua City, Qin Xinghan was still troubled by work. After making a dozen calls in the morning, as usual, no company was willing to hire her. Feeling dejected, she could only clean her room, nearly wearing down the paint on her wardrobe. Suddenly, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Qin Xinghan put down her cloth and answered eagerly, "Hello? Hello, is this Miss Qin Xinghan?" A polite woman's voice came from the other end. "Yes, who is this?" Qin Xinghan replied softly, "I am Lin Yu, the assistant to the board of Luo Huang Group." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan was taken aback and asked, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Lin Yu replied, "Miss Qin, we have assessed your capabilities from your time at the Qin Group and are aware that you are currently unemployed. On behalf of our board, I would like to formally invite you for an interview at our company." As soon as those words were spoken, Qin Xinghan was left stunned. Having once been a senior executive at the Qin Group, she understood what a colossal entity Luo Huang Group was. Not only was it one of the top companies in Haihua City, but it also held significant recognition throughout Huaxia. However, she never dreamed that Luo Huang Group would invite her for an interview. "Hello, is Miss Qin still there?" Hearing the prompt from the caller, Qin Xinghan composed herself and hurriedly said, "I am sorry, I just find it surprising. If Miss Qin is interested in our company, then please come to the top floor of Luo Huang Building at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for a face-to-face discussion. How does that sound?" Qin Xinghan felt even more thrilled and quickly agreed. "Okay, thank you. I will definitely be there on time." After hanging up, she found herself unable to recover from the joy of possibly joining Luo Huang Group. Even if it meant starting as a low-level employee, she would be more than satisfied. After Lin Yu ended the call with Qin Xinghan, she suddenly noticed Yang Shushi looking at her with wide-eyed surprise. Yang Shushi asked timidly, "Sister, did you just call someone named Qin Xinghan?" Lin Yu, slightly puzzled, replied, "Yes, our company is currently hiring, and she was among those we assessed." Yang Shushi continued, "Is she from Haihua City?" Lin Yu nodded and then furrowed her brows. "Do you know her?" Yang Shushi quickly shook her head, her gaze evasive. "No, I don't know her, just heard of her." However, Yang Shuxi's unusual demeanor did not escape Lin Yu's notice, and she observed a hint of meaning in her eyes. Lin Yu then said lightly, "Qin Xinghan is a pitiful woman, as she was forced at 16 and is now married to a criminal." Upon hearing this, Yang Shuxi's beautiful face filled with astonishment. Lin Yu noted Yang Shuxi's expression and continued, "Moreover, this criminal is likely an unidentified assassin." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Yang Shushi instinctively asked, What do you mean?" Looking into Yang Shuxi's worried eyes, Lin Yu reiterated, "The man who kidnapped my boss is called Yi Fengwu, and he is Qin Xinghan's husband." "What? How is that possible?" Yang Shuxi's mouth fell open, her face marked with concern. At that moment, Yang Shushi suddenly glanced towards the grove and said, "I need to find a place to use the restroom." After saying that, she hurried into the grove. Watching Yang Shushi disappear into the trees, Lin Yu murmured, "Let's use your voice to make Qin Xinghan aware of what her husband has done." Having been by Luo Yuang's side for several years, Lin Yu's intellect was not something a college student like Yang Shushi could compare to. Thus, upon hearing the name Qin Xinghan Lin, you could already guess, based on Yang Shuxi's unmasked expression, that the girl certainly knew Qin Xinghan and had a close relationship with her. If she could use Yang Shushi to inform Qin Xinghan about the situation, it would be far more effective. Neither Luo Yuang nor Lin Yu had ever contemplated harming Qin Xinghan. Instead, they intended to use her to coerce Yi Fengwu, betting on his affection for Qin Xinghan, thus preventing him from taking reckless actions against Luo Yuang. When Lin Yu reached a place where she could no longer see her, Yang Shushi quickly dialed a number. "Hello, cousin, are you married?" As soon as the call connected, Yang Shushi asked. Meanwhile, far away in Haihua City, Qin Xinghan had just hung up one phone call when another came in. Qin Xinghan was initially worried that the Luo Huang group might have changed their mind, but her anxiety dissipated when she saw that the caller was her cousin Yang Shushi. She pressed the answer button with a sense of relief. However, as soon as the phone was at her ear, she heard Yang Shuxi's worried voice. This cousin had always been close to her, and was the only one among their relatives and friends who often provided her with comfort. Not really. What's the matter, Shushi? Qin Xinghan asked, a hint of confusion in her tone. Is his name Yi Fengwu? Yang Shuxi's voice came through urgent and frantic. At this, Qin Xinghan's expression changed slightly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. She quickly asked, Shushi, how do you know him? Then Yang Shuxi's shocked gasp echoed through the line. Oh my God, cousin, what have you done? Do you know he just killed an entire carriage of people in a very short time? Not only that, but he also kidnapped a sister who is as beautiful as a fairy. Qin Xinghan knew that Yi Fengwu was a notorious criminal, but hearing Yang Shushi describe him as a killer made her face turn pale, her tone laced with urgency as she exclaimed, How could this be? He said he was going on a business trip. Yang Shushi huffed over the phone. I was on the same train in the same carriage, and he was sitting right next to me. I saw everything he did with my own eyes. If I hadn't been clever, he might have killed me too. With a crash, the phone Qin Xinghan had been holding slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground as she sat frozen on her bed, as if struck by lightning. Hey, cousin, are you okay? Yang Shuxi's worried voice came through the phone. Pale-faced Qin Xinghan's exquisite features were now marred by despair. It was no wonder even Jiang Hao and Shi Hu Haifeng were so wary of him. No wonder he could kill Gao, he with just a pair of scissors. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind, and she hurried to retrieve a long box from her wardrobe. When she opened the box, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning again. Although she had never seen a sniper rifle, she could tell from the scattered parts, the scope, and the two long boxes of bullets that it was indeed a sniper rifle. As she opened the second layer of the box, 2 handguns and 2 daggers came into view once more. In an instant, Qin Xinghan covered her mouth and began to cry, hot tears streaming down her hands. At that moment, despair filled her heart. It turned out he was not just a violent criminal, but also a killer. Initially, she wanted to give him a chance to give herself a chance because he truly could provide her with a sense of security. Yet all her hopes had transformed into an abyss of despair. After a long silence, Qin Xinghan picked up the phone from the ground, her voice trembling as she said, Shushi, I beg you for one thing, don't call the police. I want to wait for him to come back. If he really is a killer, I will persuade him to turn himself in. Yang Shushi replied anxiously, Cousin, are you crazy? He kills without blinking. Why would he listen to you and turn himself in? What I'm most worried about is whether he will hurt you and Jingxi. Qin Xinghan shook her head. He won't hurt us. Yang Shushi pressed, Cousin, why are you so stubborn? He's a killer. Qin Xinghan's tone remained calm. I can feel it, he won't harm us. Please. Hearing this, Yang Shushi sighed. All right. You're not the only one asking me not to call the police. I'll come to Haihua City in a few days. After the call ended, Qin Xinghan collapsed back onto her bed. The wide road was flanked by dense woods with no vehicles passing by, creating an eerie silence. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps broke the stillness, and 2 figures sprang from the woods like swift beasts, their skills and speed remarkably adept, reminiscent of cinematic effects. One was a burly man, and the other was a woman with a sultry figure, her tight leather outfit accentuating her curves. The woman raised her wrist to reveal a high-tech tracking device, where a red indicated their current location. Her alluring eyes scanned the area before settling on a patch of grass. She walked over in her knee-high leather boots and bent down to pick up a mobile phone from the grass. Crack! With a sharp sound, the woman effortlessly crushed the phone in her hand. The one who kidnapped Luo Huang is quite skilled, far superior to those 3 at the airport, she remarked, gazing at the burly man, her sultry eyes narrowing slightly. The man grunted. He managed to kill more than 20 of us without alerting anyone. He's definitely no ordinary person. He must be a soldier, perhaps someone the Luo family sent to protect Luo Huang secretly. Ha. And he's quite a handsome man. Ew, I really want to dig out his heart and taste it. The woman laughed, a sound that sent chills down the spine, her purple-black, painted nails curling into a fist. At that moment, a strange green glow flickered in the air. After nearly 2 hours of driving, the truck carrying Yi Fengwu and Luo Huang veered off course according to the navigation on Yi Fengwu's phone. He held Luo Huang and jumped down from the truck. As they landed, Luo Huang, filled with anger, struggled out of Yi Fengwu's embrace, her beautiful eyes scanning their surroundings. They found themselves at a fork in the road, surrounded by dense woods with no sight of anything in the distance. According to the navigation, they had indeed strayed far from Haihua City. It would take at least 600 or 700 kilometers to return. Luo Yihuang turned to Yi Fengwu, her long hair a tousled mess from the wind cascading down her shoulders. If you could lend me your phone to make a call, a helicopter would be here to pick us up in less than 2 hours, Luo Yihuang said, casually flicking a strand of hair away as she spoke to Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu subtly slipped his phone into his pocket, glancing around before responding. You underestimate those assassins. I can assure you that your backup won't make it to you. Having had a run-in with the Death God Guild, albeit minor, Yi Fengwu was acutely aware of their capabilities. They could mobilize advanced high-tech weapons in any city. Trust me, your backup will only lead them to us sooner, he reiterated. Luo Yihuang frowned, realizing he had his own agenda, but she couldn't deny the accuracy of his analysis. For the past month, her every move seemed monitored by those assassins. However, she still couldn't ascertain which side Yi Fengwu belonged to. Yi Fengwu walked over to a large tree by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and leaned lazily against the trunk. If we wait here for a moment, a vehicle will come to take us to Haihua City. That way we can completely evade those assassins. Reluctantly, Luo Yihuang complied. Even though she didn't believe that Yi Fengwu would actually let her go as a hostage, she had no authority to make decisions. An hour passed then too, still the vehicles Yi Fengwu promised never appeared. His expression grew increasingly grim, a hint of embarrassment evident in his eyes. Luo Yihuang scoffed lightly. Was this part of your plan? Hearing the sarcasm in her tone, Yi Fengwu retorted, Of course. I told you I wanted you to learn a lesson. Come on, if we walk along the road for a bit, we'll catch a ride. He stepped forward to grab Luo Yihuang's wrist, but she clearly disliked being touched by men. She raised her wrist and walked ahead. As the sound of her stilettos clicked against the ground, a smile crept onto Yi Fengwu's lips. He found her compliance amusing. 2 hours later, the clicking sound still echoed on the silent road, but its rhythm had grown slower. Yi Fengwu remained relaxed and at ease behind Luo Yihuang, while her steps were becoming increasingly stiff, her long legs trembling slightly, as if she were struggling with something. If Knight Fengwu had been able to take a closer look at Luo Yihuang's face, he would have noticed the beads of sweat glistening on her snow-white skin, even her brows tightly knitted in distress. Suddenly, Luo Yihuang's legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees. Observing this, Knight Fengwu frowned and remarked with a hint of exasperation, What a hassle. In truth, Knight Fengwu had anticipated that this woman wouldn't be able to endure for long, especially with those 7 to 8 centimeter high heels she wore. Glistening with sweat, Luo Yihuang shot a glare at Knight Fengwu and questioned, Did your plan account for the hostages being unable to move? Knight Fengwu approached her and said, If we don't find a vehicle or a place to stay before dark, you'll be facing more than just exhaustion. You'll also be battling hunger and cold. Luo Yihuang clenched her teeth, replying, I'm already starving and thirsty. She was a clever woman, never allowing herself to be in a vulnerable position. Even as a hostage, she maintained her composure and poise. Yet it seemed that this man was deliberately wearing down her resolve, and the fatigue and thirst were slowly eroding her initial calmness. Knight Fengwu wore a faintly amused smile, finding her attempts to elicit sympathy rather endearing in their coldness and stubbornness. Glaring at his playful demeanor only fueled her frustration. Casually, Knight Fengwu lit a cigarette and quipped, If we don't find a car, you'll starve to death. Though his face remained impassive, he inwardly cursed the desolation of their surroundings. There wasn't a single vehicle in sight, and as they pressed forward, the terrain grew increasingly barren. All that met the eye was a winding road surrounded by vast stretches of yellow earth. To make matters worse, his phone had died an hour ago. Luo Yihuang, having walked in her high heels for over 2 hours, was not only exhausted, but also painfully hungry. The most pressing issue was that her feet could no longer support her. Seeing her silently rubbing her ankles while sitting on the ground, Knight Fengwu's brows furrowed in concern. Without warning, he knelt and reached for her right foot. Startled, Luo Yihuang quickly pulled back her leg, exclaiming, What are you doing? Knight Fengwu retorted, Just checking. He forcibly grasped her feet, and as she attempted to kick him away in anger, he swiftly removed her high heels. Luo Yihuang cried out in pain, feeling as though her feet had been pricked by needles. In an instant, Knight Fengwu's expression turned serious upon seeing her delicate feet covered in blisters, some of which had burst and begun to bleed. Her feet were indeed beautiful, exquisitely shaped, with neatly polished nails painted a shade of purple. This revealed a truth: even the most dignified women possess their own vanity and desire for beauty. Biting her lip in frustration, this was the first time a man had touched her feet, and aside from the embarrassment, she felt a surge of anger. When she tried to push him away, she unexpectedly felt the gentleness in his grip. However, the very next moment, Knight Fengwu uttered a remark that made her wish she could kill him. You don't even wear socks, they stink. He said this as he carefully peeled away the torn, bloodied skin. Though his movements were gentle, the pain made Luo Yihuang wince. Of course, her feet were not foul-smelling. Instead, they exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. Next night, Fengwu produced a lighter and heated a thin needle over the flame for several seconds. Watching his every action, Luo Yihuang realized he intended to pop her blisters. It was hard to fathom that a cold-blooded killer would take the time to assist a hostage in such a manner. However, her attention sharpened when she recognized the needle. It was unmistakably the brooch pinned to her chest. When had this rogue taken it? With a gentle touch, Knight Fengwu punctured each blister, carefully squeezing out the fluid inside. After several minutes, he finally lifted his gaze, letting out a sigh of relief. All done. This brooch was quite helpful. He shamelessly held it out to her. Fuming, Luo Yihuang gritted her teeth. Her pride and upbringing prevented her from cursing him outright, so she coldly asked, "Why don't you just kill me then?" Knight Fengwu placed the brooch back in his pocket and replied with a casual smile, "Dead people aren't worth much." "Well, I can't walk anymore." She turned her face away defiantly. His expression darkened as he said, "Do you still not realize you're a hostage?" Yet Luo Yihuang ignored him, refusing to even glance back. Knight Fengwu gritted his teeth. Spoiled and pampered. With that, he seized one of her arms. She gasped in surprise, and before she could react, he had thrown her onto his back. Feeling his sturdy shoulders and the strong scent of masculinity, Luo Yihuang exclaimed in exasperation, "Put me down. I can walk myself. Now you want to walk. It's too late. I don't want to be unable to drink a drop of water before dark." As he spoke, Knight Fengwu bent down to carry her heels in his hand. "Let me down. I don't need you to carry me," she struggled fiercely. Gradually, annoyance flickered in Knight Fengwu's eyes, and he smacked her bottom sharply. The sudden action silenced her, and her flawless face flushed red like a ripe apple, perhaps from embarrassment, but more likely from anger. Dealing with proud women with this tactic is always effective. "Even if you refuse to cooperate, I'll gladly teach you a lesson." Noticing her silence, he smiled with amusement. Luo Yihuang's expression turned icy as she coldly remarked, "You'd better not let me leave alive." Knight Fengwu unfazed replied, "If I can't ensure your safety, then recognize the reality. I can do anything I want to you. They want you alive, not concerned with your completeness." At his words, Luo Yihuang's brows knitted tightly again. Time passed slowly, and she grew increasingly weary and thirsty. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually dozed off on Knight Fengwu's back. She had no idea how long she had slept, but a cacophony of sounds finally stirred her from her slumber. When her hazy eyes opened, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and she realized she was still on Knight Fengwu's back. "I thought you'd sleep all the way to Haihua City," he said with irritation. Ignoring him, she lifted her gaze and spotted a large tattered billboard nearby that advertised tire repairs, refueling, lodging, and dining. Her eyes brightened at the sight, and when she glanced at her wristwatch, she realized it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. She had slept on his back for nearly 3 hours. A complex look crossed her features. This man had carried her for 3 hours with remarkable stamina. Yet she couldn't help but consider that aside from his rudeness and annoying demeanor, he hadn't harmed her. However, that thought quickly turned to indifference. Perhaps he was only motivated by the 10 billion reward. As they approached the billboard, they finally saw a spacious junkyard littered with abandoned cars and worn-out tires. The only silver lining was a row of buildings illuminated by lights. Upon entering the junkyard, they noticed a vehicle being serviced for a tire change. A man was swearing loudly, "Boss, I came to fix a flat, not to change tires. Is this a scam?" Almost immediately, a scruffy, disheveled man stood up, tossed his wrench to the ground, and huffed, "We only change tires, no repairs. If you don't want to change, get lost." The man's face flushed with anger, but the nearest repair station was still 400 to 500 kilometers away. Thus, no matter how furious he felt, he could only swallow his indignation. I'll change, he muttered, lowering himself to plead with the scruffy giant of a man. In today's world, humanity's innate kindness had become distorted in order to adapt to society. Benevolent people would lend a hand in times of need, while unscrupulous merchants thrived on the misfortunes of others for profit. It was akin to a rare heavy snowfall on the highway, stranding countless drivers. There would always be someone ready to sell instant noodles for 20 yuan a bowl or water for 10 yuan a bottle. One could say that adapting to the times was essential for survival, yet kindness often failed to warm this indifferent world, leading many to conceal their innate goodness. "Let me down." Luo Yihuang struggled to free herself from Yi Fengwu's back. As her delicate feet touched the ground, she winced in pain. Yi Fengwu tossed her high heels aside and remarked, "What a burden." Looking at the shoes on the ground, Luo Yihuang realized she had never disliked high heels as much as she did now, almost as much as she loathed Yi Fengwu. However, it was clear that he too had grown weary of carrying her, so she endured the pain and slipped on the heels. As they approached a row of shabby 2-story buildings, the sounds of drinking and laughter grew louder. Yi Fengwu pushed open the door, revealing 6 or 7 people gathered around a table drinking and chatting. Their skin was rough and weathered, a testament to long exposure to the elements, and their clothing was disheveled. When the door swung open, everyone turned to look, and for a fleeting moment, they were captivated by Luo Yihuang's breathtaking beauty. Hungry and thirsty, she sat down at a nearby table waiting for Yi Fengwu to order food. "Eating or lodging?" asked a short, plump, middle-aged man who emerged from behind a rickety counter, addressing Yi Fengwu with a nonchalant tone. At the sight of the man, Yi Fengwu's brow furrowed slightly, for the man's appearance was indeed unappetizing. The man's balding head glistened with grease, and a grimy apron hung over his protruding belly, stained with who knows how long of accumulated grime. Yet feeling famished, Yi Fengwu replied, "First food, then lodging." The plump man cast a glance at Luo Yihuang, his eyes flickering with unexpected admiration, before turning to head into the kitchen. Yi Fengwu found it odd that no order had been taken. Just as he sat down in front of Luo Yihuang, the man returned with a large tray. With a loud thud, the tray was carelessly placed on the table, splashing soup everywhere, with a few droplets even landing on Luo Yihuang. Her enchanting face soured, but she said nothing. The plump man seemed to take pleasure in this, grinning widely, clearly having done it on purpose. "Get us 2 bottles of water," Yi Fengwu said coolly. The man lingered for a moment, his gaze lingering on Luo Yihuang with a lewd glint, before he turned and left. The food he brought was clearly 2 bowls of pig offal and a few steamed buns. Looking at the greasy broth and the dirty buns marred with fingerprints, Luo Yihuang lost her appetite, her beautiful face flaring with indignation. Even Yi Fengwu's expression darkened. However, in an effort to chastise the pampered young lady, he picked up his chopsticks and said, "What's the matter?" "Not to your taste." Luo Yihuang clenched her teeth and replied coldly, "I can't eat this." In response, Yi Fengwu smirked, "Spoiled, perhaps the next meal will be even worse." With that, he picked up a piece of fatty intestine and put it in his mouth. As he intended to boast about its flavor, his eyes widened suddenly, and he spat the chewed piece onto the floor. Luo Yihuang couldn't help but smirk. Spoiled. Laughter erupted from the table nearby, where 6 or 7 people were mocking him. Just then the plump man returned, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, placing 2 bottles of mineral water in front of Yi Fengwu and Luo Yihuang. Yi Fengwu snapped, "Boss, this intestine wasn't cleaned properly." Indeed, the piece Yi Fengwu had just tasted carried an off-putting odor, and even with his hunger he found it hard to swallow. The plump man shrugged indifferently, "That's our specialty. You still have to pay if it doesn't suit your taste." Yi Fengwu could hardly be bothered to argue with someone from such a remote area, and instead turned his gaze to the bar, where several instant noodle buckets and bread were displayed. He pointed at the counter and said, "Get us 2 buckets of noodles and 4 pieces of bread." The plump man merely shrugged, "Not for sale." Yi Fengwu's expression darkened instantly. At that moment, 2 men from another table approached carrying beer. One of them leered at Luo Yihuang and said, "Hey, beautiful, come sit with us. You can order anything you want." He reached out a filthy hand toward her face. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brows and without hesitation smashed the steaming bowl of pig offal into the man's face. The freshly cooked bowl, topped with scalding grease, instantly blistered the man's skin. "Oh!" he screamed in agony, rolling on the ground in pain. Yi Fengwu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that beneath Luo Yihuang's calm demeanor lay such a fiery side. The others who had been leering at her stood up in rage and began to encircle her. One of them sneered, "You're quite spicy, huh? Just so you know, in this place, even if you die, it'll take years for anyone to find out." Luo Yihuang's exquisite face remained serene as she replied, "Is that so? How unfortunate." Her calmness stemmed from one fact: Yi Fengwu was a top assassin capable of eliminating over 20 foes in the blink of an eye. What could these men possibly do against him? They mistook her tranquility for fear, their confidence swelling. One of them glanced over at Yi Fengwu and mocked, "You little man can't even let out a fart. Do you really think he'll save you?" As they pressed closer, seemingly ready to overpower this woman more beautiful than a fairy, Yi Fengwu's expression shifted oddly. "I think I'll call the police." The group paused, then burst into loud laughter. "Huh? Call the police? The nearest station is 500 kilometers away. By the time they arrive, we'll have plenty of time to do whatever we want with your woman." Yi Fengwu's lips curled into a slight smirk as an ominous glint flickered in his narrowed eyes. "Oh really? That puts my mind at ease," he said, his tone cool and collected. Before they could grasp the meaning behind his words, they caught sight of Yi Fengwu's icy gaze. In an instant, they shivered involuntarily, for those eyes were terrifying, like those of a bloodthirsty wolf king. "Damn it!" one of them swore, trying to suppress his fear with anger. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Fengwu suddenly stood up, and the man felt his head pressed down with force. With that overwhelming strength, he was rendered incapable of reacting. Boom! With a dull thud, the man's face met the table, creating a large hole in the surface. As he fell unconscious, a strange thought crossed his mind. He never imagined his face could be so resilient. The sight of their comrade's head penetrating the table left the others in stunned silence, mouths agape. Especially the plump boss, who trembled and backed away until he crashed into the bar behind him. Breathless, Fengwu showed no signs of stopping. He seized another man's head and slammed it down onto the table once more. Boom! Another loud thud echoed as that man's head also created a large hole in the table. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the remaining few dared not remain idle and swung their fists towards Fengwu. However, their strikes appeared to move in slow motion before him. Boom! With another dull thud, the third person's head was forcefully embedded into the dining table. Fengwu seized the fourth individual, dragging him towards the table while cursing, "Damn it, I've trudged for 3 hours carrying a woman just to enjoy a meal, and you won't even grant me this little wish." Listening to Fengwu's furious tirade, the man being gripped by the nape of his neck resembled a helpless chicken, his face contorting into a look more sorrowful than crying. "Big brother, spare my life." Boom! The only response he received was the same grim fate of the dining table. Fengwu felt no sympathy for such individuals, nor did he show any mercy. Consequently, the rest of the group suffered the same punishment, including the man whose face was blistered from Luo Yihuang's scalding. None could escape Fengwu's wrath. Luo Yihuang observed Fengwu's violent methods throughout, sensing the deep-seated hostility within him. At the same time, she felt a subtle unease. Compared to these people, he had shown her enough mercy. At least he had not mistreated her. Clapping his hands with an expression as calm as still water after subduing everyone, Fengwu turned to the short, chubby boss cowering in the corner of the bar. "Can the vehicle outside be driven?" Upon entering, Fengwu had noticed a dilapidated off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. The boss's face turned pale at the question, his teeth chattering as he recalled his earlier attempts to make things difficult for Fengwu. He dreaded the thought of this violent man smashing his head into the table as well. Thus the chubby man hurriedly nodded. "The car belongs to those poachers. I believe they won't mind." Fengwu's lips curled slightly. It seemed these people were poachers, and he had indeed gone easy on them. Throughout his life, he harbored a deep hatred for poachers who mercilessly hunted countless animals to fill their own pockets. At that moment, Luo Yihuang approached the bar, her demeanor calm as she addressed the boss. "4 tubs of instant noodles, 4 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of water. Please pack them up." Hearing this, the chubby boss dared not refuse, trembling as he scurried to the back of the bar, placing the noodles, bread, and water on the counter. Luo Yihuang bundled everything into a bag and said indifferently, "Have him settle the bill." With that, she turned and strode out, her presence exuding an air of authority. Fengwu was once again taken aback by Luo Yihuang. This woman truly knew how to take advantage of a situation. He pointed at the few individuals whose heads were still lodged in the table and said casually, "Charge it to their tab." Afterward, Fengwu left with a nonchalant flourish. Just as he reached the door, he paused and added, "If you report a robbery, just say it was that woman who did it." "No, I won't." The chubby boss was nearly in tears. He wouldn't dare call the authorities. Outside, he found Luo Yihuang already seated in the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle, nibbling on a loaf of bread and sipping a bottle of water, savoring each bite. Although Luo Yihuang was famished, she maintained her composure, avoiding the appearance of wolfing down her food. This prompted Fengwu to smirk mockingly, noting her insistence on preserving her image. Without hesitation, he took the driver's seat, relieved to find the fuel tank full. Virum. With the roar of the engine, the old off-road vehicle sped away from the grocery store. Inside the vehicle, Fengwu tore open a bag, stuffing half a loaf of bread into his mouth in just a few bites. Meanwhile, Luo Yihuang had barely finished half of hers. With his cheeks bulging, he offered a bottle of water to Luo Yihuang, mumbling, "Help me open this." Despite his request, Luo Yihuang continued to nibble delicately on her bread, her cold gaze fixed ahead, showing no intention of assisting him. Fengwu, feeling parched, struggled to swallow the remaining bread as he pressed once more, "Help me open it." The road was rough, necessitating one hand on the wheel, hence his need for her assistance to open the water. Yet instead of complying, Luo Yihuang elegantly twisted off her own bottle cap and raised it to her lips. Annoyance flickered in Fengwu's eyes. He snatched the bottle from her, pouring it greedily down his throat. Oh! Due to his excessive vigor, water splashed onto Luo Yihuang's face, leaving her in a disheveled state. Luo Yihuang could hardly believe this rogue had the audacity to steal her water. Watching him guzzle down the remaining half of her bottle, appearing unsatisfied, she felt her temper flare. As they drove for nearly 4 hours, they finally spotted the county town in the distance. Luo Yihuang, exhausted and weary, found it impossible to sleep in the vehicle. Not that she couldn't, but she dared not, fearing Fengwu might take advantage of the opportunity. Thus her eyes were caught in a constant battle between fatigue and alertness. Suddenly spotting the county town, she turned to Fengwu, and said coldly, "I need to rest to find a hotel." Glancing at her, Fengwu slammed on the brakes. Swoosh. The vehicle skidded dramatically across the road before coming to a halt at the roadside. Luo Yihuang was taken aback, her complexion paling as her stomach churned violently. She wanted nothing more than to kill Fengwu, but realized any action on her part would be futile and only provoke him further. Fengwu unbuckled his seatbelt, stating, "Since you want to sleep, let's go." As he opened the door and stepped out, he recognized that she had been holding herself together for too long. If she didn't get some rest, he would have to divert his attention to care for her. Luo Yihuang frowned slightly and huffed. "Are we walking?" Lighting a cigarette, Fengwu replied, "Of course. Is this car yours?" This vehicle bore no license plates. Entering the town could easily attract the attention of the police, a situation Fengwu wanted to avoid. Hearing this, Luo Yihuang clenched her teeth in frustration. She truly did not want to walk anymore, as her feet still throbbed with pain. However, under Fengwu's impatient gaze, she forced herself to endure the agony and got out of the car. Once they reached the roadside, Luo Yihuang saw Fengwu unscrewing the fuel cap. Before she could comprehend his intentions, he suddenly kicked the side of the vehicle. Boom. To her astonishment, the hefty off-road vehicle flipped 180 degrees under his foot, shattering the windows with a resounding crash. A torrent of gasoline spilled forth, filling the air with a choking scent. In that moment, Luo Yihuang finally understood Fengwu's plan. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her feet, she hastened away from the scene. Fengwu took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicking the ash away as a spark ignited and landed perfectly on the gasoline-soaked ground. As flames erupted, he leisurely approached Luo Yihuang. Boom. When they had both moved a safe distance of 20 meters, a deafening explosion lit up the night sky. The 1-kilometer stretch took them nearly an hour to traverse, with each step causing Luo Yihuang to bite down hard on her lip, the searing pain in her feet becoming increasingly unbearable. To make matters worse, Fengwu relentlessly mocked and teased her from behind. Finally, the two arrived at a modest in which, though small, offered a place to rest for the night. With a slight limp, Luo Yihuang approached the front desk and addressed the young man engrossed in his phone, "2 sweets, please." Upon hearing this, the young man put down his phone and leisurely looked up. In an instant, he was struck by an otherworldly beauty that made him momentarily dazed. Her delicate fair face was marred by fatigue, beads of sweat dotted her smooth forehead, and her long dark hair hung in disarray, evoking a sense of pity. "Sweets," the young man stammered, flustered by the presence of such an enchanting woman. At that moment, Fengwu stepped forward, placing his ID on the counter with a smile. "Brother, my wife comes from a prestigious family and always stays in suites. Just give us a standard room with a single bed." In such a small, and suites were a rarity. A woman of Luo Yihuang's caliber, worth billions, had likely never stayed in such a cheap place. Luo Yihuang seemed to realize her miscalculation, but upon hearing Fengwu refer to her as his wife and request a room, her brows furrowed. "2 rooms," she insisted firmly. The young man's expression turned awkward, his gaze towards Fengwu now tinged with a hint of something else. Fengwu leaned closer to Luo Yihuang, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, and smiled again at the young man. "Sorry, I've been on her bad side lately. We'll leave first thing in the morning." As he spoke, he tightened his grip around Luo Yihuang, grinning at her. "It's just a sports car. I'll buy you one when we get home tomorrow." Throughout it all, Fengwu maintained a natural and composed demeanor. To anyone unaware, it would be impossible to tell he was acting. He truly was a seasoned player in the game. Luo Yihuang felt stiff all over, wanting nothing more than to kill Fengwu. Yet she knew that resisting would be futile. If the innkeeper sensed anything amiss, Fengwu could easily silence him. At another villa, Luo Yihuang gritted her teeth, reluctantly playing along her hand, squeezing the back of Fengwu's hand at her waist. At last, the innkeeper picked up Fengwu's ID to start the registration process, his heart already burning with envy. Beautiful women always seem to be at the mercy of wealthy men, even one as ethereal and graceful as Luo Yihuang. Their room was on the 2nd floor. After paying, Fengwu took the key and headed upstairs, his hand never leaving Luo Yihuang's waist. Once inside the room, Luo Yihuang was struck by its simplicity. The space contained only a single bed and a chair, but thankfully there was a washroom. She shrugged off Fengwu's hand from her waist and made her way to the washroom, muttering as she walked, "If you're interested in signing with my film company, you'd make a fine actor." Fengwu paid no heed to Luo Yihuang's sarcasm. Instead, he walked to the window, his expression serious as he scanned the surroundings. He then pulled the curtains shut and turned off the overhead lights, leaving only the 2 bedside lamps lit. Before long, Luo Yihuang emerged from the washroom, her stunning face etched with impatience. She had intended to take a hot shower, but there was no bathtub and she had no change of clothes. The only thing that deterred her from bathing was her wariness of Fengwu. She possessed a proud heart, a queenly desire to rise above men, but that did not mean she had never dreamed of love. She never expected that her first time alone with a man would be with a killer. At that moment, Fengwu sat calmly in a chair smoking a cigarette, the strange black box still at his feet. Luo Yihuang felt exhausted, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the single bed, unwilling to lie down. Noticing her, Fengwu looked up and said casually, "If I wanted to do anything, I could have done so countless times during our journey. Sleep soundly. Oh, I'm not interested in a domineering queen like you." Luo Yihuang's eyes narrowed at his teasing tone. She wished he had no interest in her, but his words still made her uncomfortable. "Where will you sleep?" she asked flatly. Fengwu extinguished his cigarette, and eyeing her beauty replied mockingly, "If you think I'll squeeze into bed with you, you can forget it. My wife is far more beautiful and gentle than you." Luo Yihuang shot him a cold glance, hoping Lin Yu would successfully handle her affairs the next day. Unable to resist her fatigue any longer, she slipped under the covers without even taking off her coat. "Before you fall asleep, I need you to confirm something for me," Fengwu suddenly said, pulling out his phone. Luo Yihuang didn't even open her eyes, merely responding with a dismissive grunt. "Speak." He continued, "You really don't have any communication devices on you, right?" Luo Yihuang turned over, ignoring him entirely. Fengwu persisted, "Don't underestimate those killers. If you have any communication device without a ghost chip installed, they can pinpoint our location with precision." As an experienced soldier, Fengwu had already equipped his phone with anti-eavesdropping and tracking chips. "Are you done? If so, shut up," she said, pressing her pillow over her ears, desperate for silence as sleep overtook her. However, Fengwu's next words nearly made her jump up and strangle him. "Aside from 2 specific places on your body, I've checked everywhere else. I hope you truly have no other communication devices." In mere minutes, Fengwu heard Luo Yihuang's steady breathing, indicating she had fallen asleep. Gradually, the playful glint in his eyes turned serious. Even though they were less than 200 kilometers from Haihua City, he knew the real danger had yet to pass. At least the 2 killers knowledgeable in Qi had not yet revealed themselves. Fengwu took a charger from his pocket and plugged in his phone. The next morning at 8 o'clock, in a grocery store hundreds of kilometers away, the restaurant that had suffered Fengwu's wrath was bustling. 7 or 8 people were seated around a table, nursing bruises as they ate breakfast. They were the poachers who had been violently taught a lesson the previous day, their faces swollen and one wrapped in bandages. The squat, portly owner's cigarette dangling from his mouth was busy tapping away on a computer, calculating the week's earnings. Suddenly, the restaurant door burst open and 2 figures starkly contrasting in size strode in. One was nearly 2 meters tall and robustly built. The other was a woman clad in tight leather, her already alluring curves accentuated to an enticing degree. The poachers, still simmering from their earlier humiliation, glared at the newcomers. When their eyes landed on the voluptuous woman, a lewd glint flashed in their eyes. The woman sashayed over to the counter, her hips undulating like a serpent, and cast a sultry glance at the portly owner. "Hey, handsome, I need to ask you something." She held up her phone, revealing a picture of a breathtakingly beautiful face. "Luo Yihuang. This is our boss. She's been kidnapped by a man. Do you recognize him?" The woman tilted her chin in a provocative manner, smiling alluringly. The owner paused momentarily, taken aback by the photo, but soon a lewd smile spread across his face. "I might have seen her, or I might not have. Who's to say?" As he spoke, his filthy hand rubbed together in front of the woman, clearly trying to extort her. "You're so cute," she giggled, her laughter both enchanting and unsettling. Suddenly, with blinding speed, she drew a sharp knife from her waist and plunged it into the back of the owner's hand. "Ah!" His scream echoed through the restaurant, resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Throughout it all, the woman's playful gaze remained unchanged, a mocking smile lingering on her lips, revealing her true nature as a ruthless individual. The short and stout boss attempted to pull the dagger pinned to the counter, but in a flash a blade appeared in the woman's hand, once again pinning his other hand to the counter. "Oh!" Tears streamed down the boss' face as he writhed in pain. "Damn it!" At this moment, several poachers surged forward. Boom! In an instant, a loud crash echoed as a burly man seized the head of one of the attackers and slammed it forcefully against the counter. Splash! A spray of blood erupted, and the poacher's body crumpled to the ground. The remaining poachers were momentarily stunned, and upon seeing the deep dent in the fallen poacher's forehead, they began to vomit. Crack! The woman withdrew one of the daggers and slowly brought it to her crimson lips, licking the blood from the blade with her delicate tongue. "Shall we return to our previous discussion?" The woman cast a playful glance at the stout boss. Beads of sweat dripped from the boss' bald head as he nodded in a pleading manner. Yesterday, they merely intended to tease the woman, only to be ruthlessly dealt with by that violent man. Today, however, these two had killed someone at the first sign of trouble. Having run his shop for decades, the boss had seen his fair share of greed-driven crime, but he had never witnessed a scene where lives were extinguished over mere words. Last night a man and a woman came in. The man was quite handsome, carrying a box on his shoulder, and the woman was beautiful. They had a conflict with us, and then they stole our car and left. The boss gritted his teeth to endure the pain in his hands while relaying the events to the alluring woman. Upon hearing this, the enchanting woman exchanged a glance with the burly man, both seeing a glimmer of amusement in each other's eyes. She then turned back to the stout boss and asked, "What kind of car? What's the license plate number?" The boss hurriedly replied, "A gray-green vintage SUV. No license plate." We only know that much because they left without even eating." The woman and the burly man shared another glance, a strange and ruthless gleam rising in their playful eyes. Swish! Suddenly the woman yanked the dagger from the boss' hand, transforming it into a streak of light. With each swing, blood sprayed forth like a sword of death. In mere seconds, the restaurant was left with nothing but lifeless bodies scattered across the floor, each with a precise thin cut across their throats. The woman was not only quick, but each strike was fatal, a testament to her experience in taking lives. Such efficiency was not achievable without having claimed countless victims. These two were members of the Reaper Guild, a mysterious organization that had stood tall in the world for centuries. The woman was known as C-46 and the burly man as C-45. In the Reaper Guild, members did not reveal their true names. They were identified only by code names with the letter C denoting their rank. The assassins killed on the train, numbering over 20, were merely F-level members. Above them were B, A, and S levels. S-level members rarely made appearances, often said to possess combat abilities that could be likened to that of gods. Even A-level members were capable of commanding respect in this bustling metropolis. C-46 licked her crimson lips and said to C-45, "What a troublesome little wildcat. Once I catch her, I will certainly have some fun." C-45's expression turned serious as he replied, "We need her alive. A dead person cannot serve as the saintess." C-46's seductive gaze dimmed slightly, adopting a bitter expression as she replied, "I truly don't understand why they want a Huaxia woman to be the saintess. I've heard that Huaxia is full of hidden talents with the Five Tigers and the Dragon Soul Group." Decades ago, an S-level predecessor suffered a great loss in Huaxia, nearly being forever trapped by a master from the Dragon Soul Group. The Five Tigers of Huaxia controlled the military power of the nation, tasked with safeguarding territorial integrity. The Dragon Soul Group, however, was an even more enigmatic organization renowned for producing exceptional talents that embodied the spirit of Huaxia, responsible for resisting superhumans who acted recklessly within Huaxia. C-45's expression grew serious, yet he remarked, "That's just a rumor. If it were true, they wouldn't have sent only clever members like us." C-46 shook her head, insisting, "Do not underestimate this nation. The upper echelons likely want to avoid attracting the attention of those hidden masters in Huaxia by not sending A or B-level members." Her words made C-45's expression turn even more grave. C-46 licked the blood from the dagger and smiled seductively. "Do you think the one who took Luo Yihuang could be from the Dragon Soul Group?" C-45 shook his head, scoffing. "His skills are indeed impressive, and his counter-surveillance abilities are unexpectedly strong, but he lacks any true energy. He's likely just an exceptional soldier. I could snap his neck in 3 moves." C-46 shook her head, somewhat regretful, and sighed. What a pity, such a charming young man. Afterward, the two left the restaurant, where a luxurious black business car awaited them outside. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in a spacious office on the top floor of the Luo Huang building, Lin Yu sat comfortably on a plush sofa, her tailored business suit accentuating her already stunning beauty. Opposite her sat a woman clad in a white trench coat paired with light-colored trousers. The woman exuded a gentle aura, her silky black hair tied up in a high ponytail, enhancing her already enchanting visage with an air of purity. This was Qin Qinghan, who had arrived as promised. However, the joy she felt upon receiving the invitation from the Luo Huang group yesterday had completely dissipated, replaced by a hint of melancholy in her captivating eyes. If her cousin Yang Shuxi's words were true, how should she confront Yi Fengwu? He had deceived her into thinking he was on a business trip while actually abducting a woman. Across from her, Lin Yu observed the absent-minded Qin Qinghan, surprise flickering across her beautiful face. Despite being a woman herself, Lin Yu felt a twinge of inferiority in the presence of Qin Qinghan's beauty and grace. Lin Yu smiled. "Miss Qin, you are even more beautiful in person than in your photos. I never expected that apart from our chairman, there would be someone as stunning as you in Huaxia." Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan smiled shyly and said, "Thank you." Then she took a resume from her bag and said, "Assistant Lin, here's my resume." "No need," Lin Yu interrupted, smiling. "We have already thoroughly investigated Miss Qin's work capabilities. The purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the position and salary. Of course, this depends on whether Miss Qin is interested in working for our company." "Ah." Qin Xinghan looked visibly surprised and taken aback, hastily responding, I would certainly like to thank you, Assistant Lin, for this opportunity. I will work hard." For the past few days, Qin Xinghan had been exhausted from job hunting. Her most pressing need was employment. She would gladly accept any position, even in a small company, let alone a prestigious one like Luo Huang Group. Seeing Qin Xinghan's agreement, Lin Yu smiled and asked, "What are your salary expectations, Miss Qin?" Qin Xinghan hesitated again, unsure whether to say 8,000 or 10,000 a month. She had absolute confidence in her work abilities. Even as a minor employee, she could bring great profit to the company. However, it was her first time entering such a large corporation, making her hesitant to state her salary expectations boldly. Noticing Qin Xinghan's bashful demeanor, Lin Yu laughed. "How about we set the salary at 10 million a year for now, excluding year-end bonuses and dividends? What do you think, Miss Qin?" "Ah, 10 million. Qin Xinghan exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape as she questioned, "Isn't that too much?" Lin Yu smiled. "We believe that Miss Qin's abilities undoubtedly exceed that. The chairman has prepared the position of executive president for you, which means you will be one of the highest-ranking officials in the company after the chairman. We hope you will take good care of us moving forward." In an instant, Qin Xinghan was once again left in a daze, her mind spinning. Originally, she had been content with applying for a minor position. Yet the Luo Huang Group was offering her the role of executive president, meaning she would hold one of the highest management positions in the company aside from the chairman. After a long time, Qin Xinghan finally recovered from her shock. She pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, "Thank you, Chairman and Assistant Lin, for your expectations of me, but I have never managed such a large company. I just want to apply for an ordinary position." Even Lin Yu was slightly taken aback by Qin Xinghan's polite refusal. She had never imagined someone would be so naive as to give up such a promising future. This was the position of executive president of the Luo Huang Group, a role that many dreamt of. However, Luo Yihuang had once advised her to retain Qin Xinghan at all costs. The position of executive president was meant for her alone. Thus, Lin Yu insisted, "Miss Qin, we believe in your abilities. This is also what the chairman has repeatedly requested. Or is it that Miss Qin doubts her own competence?" Once again, Qin Xinghan hesitated. How could she have imagined that the chairman of the Luo Huang Group, that legendary woman, would hold such high hopes for her? She also knew that if she refused, she might never have the chance to enter the Luo Huang Group again, even as a lowly employee. After much hesitation, Qin Xinghan finally nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you, Chairman and Assistant Lin. I will do my utmost." Only then did Lin Yu smile with satisfaction, saying, "That's more like it." Then Lin Yu took out a contract from the side, placing the company's seal right in front of them. "If there are no other issues, Miss Qin, please sign this simple contract." Lin Yu pushed the contract toward Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan nodded and picked up the pen, carefully signing her name and personal information. When she turned to the last page, she noticed it required the name and phone number of a family member, which made her frown. After a moment's hesitation, she prepared to fill in her father's information. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had been observing Qin Xinghan's expressions and movements. Just as Qin Xinghan was about to write, Lin Yu suddenly said, "Miss Qin, you are married, right?" Hearing this, Qin Xinghan paused her actions, her beautiful face suddenly becoming complex. Was she married? Fengwu remained a mystery to her, someone she longed to be close to but dared not approach. After a long moment, Qin Xinghan finally nodded, saying, "Yes, is there a problem?" Lin Yu smiled calmly and pointed to the contract, saying, "Of course not. However, if Miss Qin is married, then the family information section needs to include your husband's name and phone number. I hope you understand." Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan bit her red lips, took out her phone, and retrieved Fengwu's number, filling it in. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the words on the contract where Qin Xinghan had written the name Fengwu. Once the contract was signed, Lin Yu eagerly stamped it with the company seal, smiling. "Miss Qin, it is an honor to have you as our executive president. If convenient, please come to the company to officially start work tomorrow." Qin Xinghan nodded, saying, "All right, thank you, Assistant Lin." Afterward, Lin Yu escorted Qin Xinghan out of the Luo Huang building. Upon returning to her office, Lin Yu's beautiful face instantly turned serious. She then took out the contract and searched for Fengwu's phone number. In a small county 200 kilometers from Haihua City, a dilapidated and exuded a damp, musty smell. Inside the room, Fengwu sat upright on a rickety chair. Beneath his feet lay the peculiar black box. Fatigue was evident in Fengwu's eyes. He had not slept all night. Although having good physical stamina was essential for tackling tricky tasks, he dared not let his guard down knowing that two skilled individuals were hot on his trail. He glanced at his phone. It was already 10 in the morning, but the queen on the bed had yet to awaken. The night before, Luo Yihuang had gone to bed at 2 in the morning, and after a long journey, 8 hours of sleep was definitely insufficient for her. At that moment, Fengwu suddenly stood up from the chair, making a series of crackling sounds. "Hey, it's time to get up," Fengwu said, impatiently nudging Luo Yihuang's shoulder. He watched as her long eyelashes fluttered, seemingly trying to force her eyes open. Luo Yihuang let out a soft groan, lazily raising her arm. As he gazed at her slowly awakening, especially when she stretched, revealing a smooth, slender belly free of any excess flesh, Fengwu felt an undeniable surge of impulse. Despite having not slept all night, he was still a man, and such physiological reactions were inevitable in the morning. Finally, Luo Yihuang's beautiful eyes slowly opened. Upon seeing the man's face before her, her initially drowsy gaze sharpened, and she sat up, suddenly alert. Fengwu scoffed, "The sun is already up." As he spoke, he glanced at her shapely figure. Luo Yihuang shot him a cold glare before getting up and heading toward the bathroom, humming, "It's the first time in my life a man has woken me up, and he's a killer no less." Fengwu replied playfully, "Don't make it a habit." Just then Fengwu's phone rang. It was a strange number calling from Haihua City. His brow furrowed. Not many people knew his phone number, and this unfamiliar call made him wary. He pressed the answer button and grunted, "Who is this?" "Mr. Yi, I am the assistant to the chairman of the Luo Wang Group. I have good news that you might be interested in hearing." A woman's voice came through the phone. Fengwu's memory was sharp, and in an instant he recognized the voice as belonging to Lin Yu, who was beside Luo Yihuang. "How did you get my number?" Fengwu asked, frowning slightly. Lin Yu replied calmly, "Mr. Yi, the Luo Wang Group is currently hiring for the position of executive president, and your wife Qin Qinghan happens to meet our recruitment criteria. Just a few minutes ago, I signed an employment contract with Miss Qin, and she will officially start working with us tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Fengwu's expression turned cold in an instant. His greatest weakness in life was Qin Qinghan and her mother, and now Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu had set their sights on them. What a clever woman," Fengwu said coldly, his dark gaze shifting toward the closed bathroom door. At that moment, he recalled something. Yesterday, when Luo Yihuang had her subordinate call him to report safety, she had said a bunch of strange things. It seemed she had already thoroughly investigated him and Qin Qinghan. From the moment he took her away, she had begun to plan. What an annoying, clever woman. Lin Yu continued, "Mr. Yi, Miss Qin will have a few days of internship. As long as our chairman returns safely, she will soon officially take over the position of executive president." Fengwu coldly replied, "You dare to harm a single hair on her head, and you'll regret it." In the face of Fengwu's threat, Lin Yu merely smiled, "Mr. Yi, it's clear you care a lot about Miss Qin. How about this? Let me speak with my boss for a moment." Her intention was clear. She wanted to confirm whether Luo Yihuang was safe. Fengwu didn't reply and instead strode toward the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, upon hearing Fengwu's phone ring, Luo Yihuang pressed her ear to the door. She knew that Lin Yu had executed her plan to have Qin Qinghan apply for the job. Hearing Fengwu's footsteps approaching, a trace of apprehension flickered in Luo Yihuang's eyes, and she quickly retreated to the corner of the bathroom. Bang! Fengwu kicked the bathroom door open and glared coldly at Luo Yihuang, saying, "You're playing with fire." Though there was a hint of trepidation in her eyes, Luo Yihuang remained calm and composed, replying, "Don't worry, I admire Qin Qinghan. Regardless of you, I will hire her as the executive president of the Luo Wang Group." Fengwu fixed his gaze on Luo Yihuang, a hint of amusement in his smile as he replied, "Where do you see that I care about that woman? She's merely a temporary plaything for me." Luo Yihuang responded with a faint smile, her tone calm, yet piercing. "Is that so? From what I gather, you've had Jiang Hao deal with the Qin family for her sake. You've even gone so far as to offend the Western Tiger and Black Wind alone. My guess is that the Qin family has little time left to live, and all of this was done for Qin Qinghan. You are quite the enigma. I cannot decipher your identity. Even now I still question whether you truly are an assassin. However, one thing is for certain, you care deeply for Qin Qinghan, don't you?" As she spoke, Luo Yihuang flashed a subtle smile that held an undercurrent of menace within her impossibly beautiful eyes. Fengwu was taken aback by Luo Yihuang's insights. He had underestimated her intelligence. He then shrugged and admitted, "All right, I confess. I am not an assassin. I am here to protect you, and you must have felt how much I have looked after you throughout this journey." Luo Yihuang gritted her teeth and replied, "Well, I truly appreciate it." Throughout the journey, this scoundrel had only shown rudeness and arrogance, and she hadn't seen any real care from him. He had left her feet in such pain that she could hardly walk. It was clear that Luo Yihuang couldn't genuinely believe Knight Fengwu was there to protect her, as his every action was inscrutable. Luo Dong, what should I do? At that moment the phone was on speaker, and Lin Ye's voice reached Luo Yihuang's ears. Luo Yihuang instructed, let Qin Qinghan intern for half a month. I will arrange something for her upon my return. You better hope she doesn't lose a single hair, Knight Fengwu said sharply into the phone before hanging up. Throughout the exchange Luo Yihuang remained composed. Her seemingly simple words had effectively threatened Knight Fengwu. The implication was abundantly clear. Qin Qinghan was waiting for her return to be assigned work, and if anything happened to her, then Qin Qinghan would not be safe either. Go buy me a pair of flat shoes, Luo Yihuang said as she brushed past Knight Fengwu, her demeanor returning to that of a domineering queen. Knight Fengwu, gritting his teeth, retorted, do you really think you have the leverage to negotiate with me? The size is 38, and please get me breakfast as well. Thank you, Luo Yihuang replied as she walked to the bedside and took a sip of mineral water, her gaze still fixed on Knight Fengwu. His anger mounted, and he coldly replied, size 38. How fitting. Yet he did not leave, but insisted, for your own sake you'd best come with me. Luo Yihuang elegantly sat on the bed, showing no intention of rising. Her feet were in such agony that she was too weary to walk. Seeing her like a queen waiting to be served, Knight Fengwu's anger flared, but as he looked at her delicate feet peeking out from her disposable slippers, his fury began to wane, replaced by a sense of helplessness. Her feet were indeed in a deplorable state, covered with blisters. Knight Fengwu approached the window, lifted the curtain, glanced outside, and then tossed an object onto the bed, grumbling, I hope you won't need this. Afterward, Knight Fengwu left the room, locking the door behind him. Luo Yihuang's gaze fell upon the item on the bed, her beautiful eyes narrowing in anger. The object was none other than her lipstick, which contained a bullet. Though not as powerful as a handgun, it was enough to pierce a person's body. Throughout the journey, she had thought it lost, only to realize it had been swiped by Knight Fengwu. The lipstick was something she always carried with her, and being someone who typically shunned male contact, she was unaware of how many places he had touched. I hope you have the life to spend that 10 billion, Luo Yihuang muttered coldly, if she would not allow a killer who could threaten her life to live. Suddenly, Luo Yihuang unbuttoned 2 buttons on her shirt, revealing a flash of enticing white skin. She reached into the collar and pulled out a small object resembling a recording pen. Recalling Knight Fengwu's words from yesterday, she felt an intense rage towards him. That scoundrel had searched her thoroughly without her knowledge, but thankfully he had not touched her most private areas, otherwise this small device would have been taken as well. With a few gentle presses, the device emitted a series of beeps. Yihuang, how could you be in a small county? What's happened? A woman's voice emerged from the device, sultry yet tinged with concern. Clearly, it was a mini mobile phone. I've been kidnapped by an assassin and another group of killers is pursuing me. Luo Yihuang disclosed her situation to the woman on the line. After a brief silence, the woman's voice returned. Where did your captor go? He went to buy something. I promised him 10 billion plus other incentives. He'll take me back to Haihua City. I want you to help me kill him. His name is Knight Fengwu, Luo Yihuang said matter-of-factly. Knight Fengwu. The voice on the phone took on an odd tone before the woman continued. Yihuang, your situation is very dangerous. Destroy the phone immediately. If I can locate you, those killers can too. You should not be using this phone. Luo Yihuang's face paled slightly at those words. She recalled Knight Fengwu's warning from the previous day. I will leave here at once and destroy the phone, she assured. The voice on the line then took on a more serious tone. Yihuang, if you trust me, then temporarily trust Knight Fengwu. With him you will definitely reach Haihua City safely, and I will head there immediately. As the call ended, Luo Yihuang found herself torn by the warning. Why should she trust an assassin? It was clear she recognized Knight Fengwu. She felt a shift in the atmosphere the moment she mentioned his name, sensing something was amiss on the other end of the line. Without hesitation, Luo Yihuang went to the bathroom and tossed the small phone into the toilet, flushing it away. Bang, bang, bang. After freshening up, she was startled by a sudden knock on the door that made her tense up. Who is it? She called out, clutching her lipstick and addressing the door. Officer, routine inspection, a woman's voice replied from outside. Luo Yihuang did not relax her guard. Instead, she said, my boyfriend has the keys. Please come back in 5 minutes. That won't do, the voice outside replied playfully. Instantly, Luo Yihuang felt a sense of foreboding. Just as she was about to rush to the window, a loud crash echoed as the door was smashed open. In walked a man and woman. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall with a robust build, while the woman, clad in leather though not spectacularly beautiful, had a mesmerizing figure. Someone disobeyed and used a phone. The woman smirked at Luo Yihuang, her tone dripping with allure. In that instant, Luo Yihuang realized her grave mistake. She should have listened to Knight Fengwu. The newcomers were C-45 and C-46, who had arrived early that morning in this small county, frustrated at not being able to track Luo Yihuang until they intercepted a faint mobile signal they were certain belonged to her. It seemed their pursuit had been effortless after all. "Just come with us and save yourself some pain," C-45 said, stepping heavily towards Luo Yihuang, his iron grip reaching for her. Luo Yihuang retreated a few steps, hastily pulling out her gun and aiming it at C-45's chest. Bang! The gun fired, and a bullet struck C-45 squarely in the chest. Thud, thud, thud. The shot sent C-45 stumbling back 2 steps, a hint of faint pain flashing across his rugged face. A soft clatter reached Luo Yihuang's ears as a small object fell from C-45's body. In an instant, her complexion drained of color. The object that had dropped was a deformed bullet. The bullet had failed to pierce through the sturdy man's skin, merely sliding off his thin jacket, leaving no visible trace of injury. Luo Yihuang instinctively took a few steps back, retreating to the window. Despite facing 2 assassins who could easily take her life, her expression remained calm and composed. She coolly remarked, "Superhumans, it seems those who wish to kill me are truly going all out." Though Luo Yihuang was not fond of martial arts, her background had already acquainted her with the existence of individuals in this world who transcended ordinary humanity, mutants who had awakened certain powers and were thus referred to as superhumans. Their strength and speed far exceeded that of normal people, rendering conventional weapons ineffective against them. "Don't worry, you won't die. You're a smart woman. If you think resisting will be of any use, then go ahead and try," C-46 said, slithering closer to Luo Yihuang like a venomous snake. At that moment, Fengwu, holding a pair of cheap white flats, had just exited a store when he heard the sudden gunfire. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he hurried toward the hotel. Upon arriving outside the hotel, he saw numerous guests rushing out, their faces marked by panic, and a crowd quickly gathering around, eager to witness the commotion. Suddenly, a police car screeched to a halt, and 2 young officers, a man and a woman, stepped out. "What's going on?" the female officer asked a terrified guest. The guest pointed toward the 2nd floor of the hotel and stammered, "Officer, there's gunfire inside. Someone might get killed." Upon hearing this, the officers' expressions changed. They drew their service weapons and took cover behind the car. The male officer grabbed his radio and began calling for backup. Just then, a figure rushed toward the hotel. It was Fengwu himself. Seeing this, the young female officer shouted, "Hey, it's dangerous. Come back. The people inside are not something you can handle. Evacuate the crowd quickly." Fengwu said, his gaze fixed intently on the window of the 2nd floor, where he could vaguely see a shadow. The male officer, feeling a surge of irritation, retorted, "What are you doing? Get away and don't obstruct our investigation." Fengwu turned to face the 2 officers and insisted, "Your guns won't hurt them. You might end up losing your lives. So evacuate the crowd and leave the rest to me." Hearing this, the female officer's hands trembled slightly as she gripped her weapon. It was her first time experiencing such a situation, and fear crept into her heart. Yet she understood that her police uniform symbolized responsibility. She could not waver, even at the cost of her life. She glanced at the male officer, who, catching her gaze, straightened up and stepped out from behind the car. With a serious expression, he admonished Fengwu, "I warn you again, don't interfere with our mission. Backup is on the way." Fengwu replied coolly, "My friend is inside. Oh, she may not survive until your backup arrives." The female officer, her expression conflicted, said to the male officer, "I need to go in. What if the people inside are in real danger?" The male officer firmly responded, "No, it's too dangerous. We should wait for backup. This is an order." Frowning, the female officer gritted her teeth and replied, "The people inside could very well die." Taking a deep breath, she prepared to rush toward the hotel entrance. Suddenly, Fengwu stepped forward, blocking her path. He placed the flats into her arms and urged, "Evacuate the crowd quickly." With that, he dashed toward the hotel, moving like a gust of wind. Alarmed, the female officer shouted, "Hey, it's too dangerous. Come back." With a powerful leap, Fengwu stomped onto the roof of a parked van, launching himself 4 to 5 meters into the air, crashing through the hotel's 2nd floor window with the force of a predator. With a loud crash, the window shattered, creating a large hole. Below, the male and female officers gaped in disbelief at the sight of this acrobatic feat. "Is this a movie? How can a person jump so high?" the male officer exclaimed, nearly dropping his radio in shock. The female officer, clutching the flats, was equally astonished, her face reflecting her disbelief. Inside the hotel room, Luo Yihuang had retreated to the window, while C-45 and C-46 closed in on her. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted as the window behind Luo Yihuang shattered. A figure rushed in, wrapping an arm around her waist, causing her to gasp in surprise. However, upon seeing Fengwu's familiar face, a sense of relief washed over her. Seeking death. C-45, although immensely strong, reacted with remarkable speed. As Fengwu crashed through the window, he seized the only wooden table in the room and hurled it towards him. With tremendous force, the table flew through the air like a cannonball. Fengwu could evade it, but Lo Yihuang would surely be struck. So he pivoted, embracing her tightly and shielding her with his back. With a thunderous crash, the heavy wooden table slammed into Fengwu's back, splintering into a shower of wooden shards. Lo Yihuang felt herself being propelled out of the window alongside Fengwu, plummeting toward the ground from a height of 4 to 5 meters. At the moment of impact, Fengwu twisted in midair, landing firmly on his feet. Cough. A suppressed cough escaped from Fengwu's lips, and he furrowed his brow, clearly enduring some pain. Lo Yihuang's expression turned complex as she momentarily forgot that she was still in Fengwu's embrace. This guy, is he really protecting me with his body? Is it really for that billion? She murmured to herself. How did they find you so quickly? Fengwu, suppressing the pain in his back, looked at Lo Yihuang with confusion. He had left her alone for less than 20 minutes. Even if they could guess she was in this county, they shouldn't have found her so accurately. This was precisely why he had risked leaving her behind in the hotel. Lo Yihuang averted her gaze and replied coolly, "How would I know? They just found me." Meanwhile, the male and female officers had witnessed the scene unfold from the second floor. The robust man had hurled a table weighing dozens of pounds, sending 2 people flying over 10 meters. Was this even humanly possible? Pale-faced, the officers realized they had never encountered such a monstrous individual in their small county. The tall and handsome man could leap 5 meters in an instant, while the muscular C-45 could launch a table with the force of a cannonball. They were certain that if that table struck them, their bones would shatter upon impact. Suddenly, the male and female figures from the second floor jumped out of the window, calmly approaching Fengwu. "Don't move. Raise your hands," the female officer shouted, her voice laced with tension. Confronted with the gunpoint, the assassins remained unfazed. C-46 smirked and said, "Little sister, you might just lose your life." In a flash, C-46 drew 2 gleaming daggers from his waist. The female officer, fueled by an unknown courage, fired her weapon at the 2 of them. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 6 rounds consecutively, but what followed left her horrified. The alluring woman dashed forward like a ghost, wielding her daggers with deadly precision. The sound of clashing metal echoed, sparks flying as 6 bullets fell uselessly to the ground at her feet. The sight left both the female and male officers dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how someone could deflect bullets with daggers. If you had an assault rifle, you might pose a threat to them. But now, the Night Wind warrior Lo Yihuang pushed the female officer to the forefront and said, "Protect her." "Can you do that?" The female officer trembled as she nodded, gritting her teeth. I will do my best." With that, she seized Lo Yihuang and ran towards the distance. At that moment, the Night Wind warrior turned his gaze back to the male officer cowering behind the police car. Seeing the intensity of his stare, the male officer hurriedly retrieved a megaphone, shouting to the crowd, "Everyone evacuate immediately. Stay away from this place." After yelling, he dashed toward the crowd, without a backward glance, abandoning the arrogance he had shown earlier when he reprimanded the Night Wind warrior. When the 2 assassins saw Lo Yihuang fleeing, they exchanged glances. C-45 remarked coolly, "He'll handle this. Just 3 moves to snap his neck." C-46 nodded, then in a flash pursued Lo Yihuang, moving with the speed of a charging cheetah. Suddenly, a figure appeared like a specter, blocking C-46's path. It was the Night Wind warrior. "You are the ones who injured my 3 brothers, he said, coldness flickering in his eyes. C-46 licked her red lips mockingly, saying, "Handsome boy, you've caused us quite the trouble. But darling, I still can't bring myself to kill you." With a playful wink, she exhibited a flirtatious demeanor. The Night Wind warrior merely scoffed. "Is that so? I have no such reservations." At his words, the flirtation in C-46's eyes faded, replaced by a fierce intensity. She declared, "Then you shall die." With that, C-46 lunged forward like a sword, her 2 daggers aimed at the Night Wind warrior's throat. Her speed was astonishing. In an instant, she was upon him, her lips curling into a smirk, as if she could already see blood gushing from his throat. However, the Night Wind warrior stepped back half a pace, leaning slightly away as the chilling blades grazed his skin. Then, with a swift turn, he executed a powerful whip kick aimed at C-46's delicate waist. C-46 was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected this seemingly unarmed man to evade her lethal strike. When the kick came, her expression shifted to one of surprise. His reactions were quick and fluid, seamlessly transitioning from defense to attack. Such perfect physical capabilities were unlike anything she had encountered before. With a thud, C-46 was sent sliding 4 or 5 meters sideways before regaining her balance. The Night Wind warrior's face grew serious. He understood the strength behind that kick. Even Lin Chong and his companions would have been incapacitated by it. Yet this woman appeared unscathed as though he had struck a steel plate. Chi energy indeed. No wonder Lin Chong and the others fell to you, he remarked coldly. At this moment, the playful glimmer in C-46's eyes had vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Now she regarded the Night Wind warrior as a worthy opponent rather than the easy prey she had initially assumed. Beside her, C-45 frowned, saying, "C-46, you're not seriously considering this pretty boy, are you? If we delay any longer, the entire precinct will be here." C-46 spun her dagger gracefully before replying, "We underestimated him. This man is not comparable to the 3 warriors we encountered at the airport. His reaction times and speed are the limits of human capability." C-45's brows furrowed in disdain. "You're overestimating him. He'll break his neck in 3 moves." With that, C-45 charged toward the Night Wind warrior, his massive fist hurtling toward his head. C-46's expression changed, warning, "Don't underestimate him." C-45 dismissed her concerns, believing no ordinary man without chi could threaten him. His punch was already upon the Night Wind warrior. The Night Wind warrior's face tightened. As the colossal fist approached his face, he finally moved. He sidestepped with a subtle maneuver, evading the blow. His feet spun in a swift 360-degree motion, and in an instant, he was behind C-45, delivering another whip kick with full force to C-45's lower back. With a loud thud, C-45's mountain-like body was propelled forward, crashing into a police car 10 meters away. The vehicle crumpled under his weight, leaving spectators in shock. The 2-meter-tall giant must have weighed over 200 pounds, and yet the handsome man had kicked him over 10 meters away. Could this be the power of a human? Such a scene was far more shocking than any special effects in a film. The Night Wind warrior did not hold back. Once he launched the hefty assassin, he lowered his body and leaped more than 3 meters into the air, landing atop the police car. Mountain crushing down. A thunderous shout erupted from the Night Wind warrior as he bent a knee and plummeted like a rock on a C-45's chest. Boom. An explosive sound rang out as 2 tires on the side of the police car burst under the impact of the Night Wind warrior's strike. C-45 spat blood, feeling something inside him break. In that moment, he finally believed C-46's words. This man was a being far beyond a warrior. How could such a freak exist in the world? Despite having no chi, he possessed unparalleled speed and strength. On him, C-45 couldn't spot a single flaw. After the mountain-crushing blow, the Night Wind warrior sensed that C-45 still had fight left in him. He threw a punch aimed at C-45's temple. Boom. But C-45 had clearly begun to take things seriously. He tilted his head just in time to avoid the strike, then retaliated with a punch directed at the Night Wind warrior's face. The Night Wind warrior dared not take the hit, performing a backflip to land more than a meter away. Meanwhile, the female and male officers stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if watching a horror film. "Are they aliens?" the male officer finally murmured after a long silence. Luo Yihuang gazed at the Night Wind warrior, thinking, this guy can actually injure a superhuman. He truly is a weirdo. C-46, watching C-45 embedded in the car, showed no intention of aiding him. Instead, she teased, "I told you not to underestimate him. If you don't go all out, you might find yourself in a dire situation." Boom. C-45, perhaps enraged by C-46's words or humiliated by being overpowered, felt his eyes turn bloodshot, an eerie blue aura flickering around his frame. Crack, crack. His physique seemed to grow even larger. The already massive body resembled a mountain with muscles firmer than before. "You are the first ordinary person to make me take you seriously. Even in death, you should feel honored." C-45 glared at the Night Wind warrior, his eyes wild like a beast. The Night Wind warrior's expression grew graver. He could sense the surge of power within the assassin had increased, at least several times stronger than before. Unconsciously, he reached for the box behind him. "Die!" A rough voice erupted from C-45 as his mountain-like body charged rapidly towards Fengwu. Fengwu stepped back with his right foot, his face turning grave, for this burly man was indeed faster than before. Not only that he had laid bare all his flaws before Fengwu, it could even be said that he no longer cared about any vulnerabilities. He had abandoned defense, transforming into a true killing machine. Whoosh. Fengwu barely evaded a punch, but almost immediately another massive fist came crashing down. In a moment of desperation, he raised his arms to shield his chest, only to be struck by an overwhelming force. Bang! A deafening thud echoed as Fengwu's body was sent sliding backward, his feet gliding across the ground for a full 10 meters before he stabilized himself. At that moment his arms felt numb. This was not his first encounter with a superhuman, yet he remained immersed in the thrill of facing a formidable opponent. This was someone he had long wished to face again. Unbidden, a faint smile crept onto Yi Fengwu's lips, his gaze devoid of worry, instead tinged with a hint of exhilaration. What enviable strength you possess. However, by forsaking defense in favor of reckless offense, you have sealed your fate. C-45 scoffed in response. Against an opponent of equal strength, abandoning defense is indeed a grave mistake. You, while your strength and speed are close to those of a novice martial artist, still do not comprehend the essence of Qi, nor can you breach my defenses. Thus, prepare to witness my true power. As his words fell, C-45 suddenly turned, grasping the dilapidated police car behind him with both hands. Roar! A resounding shout erupted from C-45, his arms bulging with veins the sheer size of his muscles, causing a shiver down onlookers' spines. Whoosh! In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded, as C-45 hefted the police car and hurled it towards Yi Fengwu. From a distance, a male and female officer, along with a crowd of spectators, stared wide-eyed, barely able to believe what they were witnessing. At that moment, the two officers recalled Yi Fengwu's previous warning. Had they recklessly charged into the hotel, they might have been reduced to a mere pulp by that hulking man. How could one man contend with a vehicle weighing nearly a ton of force akin to a cannonball? Many already envisioned a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Yet faced with the oncoming vehicle, Yi Fengwu remained unfazed, swiftly retrieving a black box from behind him. Bang! The black box slammed hard against the ground, leaving a crater in the solid pavement. Crack! From the top of the black box, two pitch-black handles emerged, resembling the grips of two blades. Clang! Suddenly, Yi Fengwu grasped the handles, and with a clear sound, two dark, gleaming tang knives appeared before the eyes of all. Each blade measured 2.5 feet in length and 1 inch in width, devoid of blood grooves, but strange patterns shimmered along the surface. Though the blades were entirely black, they exuded an aura of chilling sharpness that sent shivers through the crowd, causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. Clang! A massive metallic slicing sound rang out as the police car, like a cannonball, was cleaved in two, crashing down on either side of Yi Fengwu. My God! In the crowd, someone exclaimed in shock, their voice filled with disbelief. Everyone could clearly see the cut on the police car was remarkably smooth, as if it had been sliced by some laser weapon. Yet they had witnessed this vehicle being severed by a mere man wielding knives. Smack! The male officer struck his own face, disbelief etched across his features as he muttered, I must be dreaming. With knives in hand, Yi Fengwu's cold gaze remained fixed on C-45 as he calmly stated, I warned you, forsaking defense guarantees your demise. In an instant, the expressions of both C-45 and C-46 turned grave, evidently shocked by the display of skill. What sharp blades? Who exactly are you? C-45's disdain evaporated, replaced by a newfound seriousness towards the man before him. Beside him, C-46, who had previously exuded a languid charm, now appeared tense. She too wielded a blade, though it was a dagger, empowered by Qi, yet even she could not imagine cleaving through a car at her current level. Her gaze fixated on Yi Fengwu's dual blades, an unsettling familiarity creeping in. Suddenly, a tremor of recognition flashed in C-46's eyes, and she gasped, Mo Feng Shuangren. You are that person. C-45, momentarily taken aback by C-46's exclamation, quickly grasped the implications, a wary expression overtaking his rugged features. If the blades in this man's hands were indeed Mo Feng Shuangren, then the outcome of today's conflict was uncertain. For 2 years prior, the Grim Reaper Guild had received credible intel regarding a young man who wielded 2 black tang knives during a mission in the Silver Triangle. Although he was not a martial artist, he had single-handedly repelled 8 martial artists, including 1 intermediate level. Though they had refrained from mass slaughter during that mission, the man with the dual blades had forced them to retreat. If this man was indeed that same individual, then he would be a formidable adversary. C-45 scoffed, let's not forget our mission. If we fail, we meet our end. Why not challenge him properly? Though Mo Feng Shuangren has some reputation, it does not guarantee he is as formidable as the rumors suggest. C-46 nodded, her expression serious, as she stepped closer to Yi Fengwu. Positioned on either side of Yi Fengwu, she declared, in that case, let us see whether Mo Feng Shuangren is merely a name or possesses true skill. Clearly, the two assassins had shifted from their initial disdain to a willingness to confront him, together revealing their apprehension towards Yi Fengwu's dual blades. Swish! Yi Fengwu raised his knives, retorting, shall we go together? That suits me just fine. As his words fell, Yi Fengwu surged towards C-45's towering figure, a flash of black slicing through the air, the blades imbued with a lethal coldness aimed directly at C-45's head. C-45, wary of the blade's sharpness, tilted his head just in time to evade the strike. Splurt. A spray of blood erupted from C-45's shoulder. Although he had dodged the fatal blow, he was unable to escape entirely. The chi he had once taken pride in among ordinary people now seemed futile against Fengwu and his knives. Whoosh. Suppressing the pain in his shoulder, C-45 unleashed a powerful punch toward Fengwu's waist. Too slow. Fengwu's voice dripped with disdain as he effortlessly sidestepped the fierce blow. Though this assassin was a novice martial artist, he had never faced the relentless training Fengwu had endured over the years in combat and reaction. Consequently, C-45 could not match Fengwu's reflexes or combat skill. Fengwu pursued the pinnacle of human potential. No one could fathom the immense sacrifice he made in his quest for perfection. He had once carried a weight of 200 kilograms across a 10-kilometer stretch of river battling the tumultuous waters where he faced death on multiple occasions. He had even trained to intercept bullets with his blades, his body marked with countless scars from gunfire. It could be said that there was no one else like Fengwu in this world. If given another chance, Fengwu would never dare to choose this path again. Yet dedication bore fruit. Years of rigorous training had honed him to perfection, leaving no room for flaws. Die! Fengwu uttered softly, his dual blades fanning out in a fierce display. Swish! In an instant, a torrent of blood erupted from C-45 as his massive head rolled away from his body. This encapsulated Fengwu's combat style. He would never overlook an enemy's vulnerability, and in a life-or-death struggle, each flaw could be fatal. As C-45 fell lifelessly, C-46's seductive visage paled, her initial confidence in their combined strength crumbling in the face of Fengwu's prowess. She had anticipated that together they could contend with him, yet she had not expected him to dispatch C-45, a novice martial artist, in the blink of an eye. At that moment, she finally believed the rumors of a man who had forced 8 martial artists to team up without success were not mere exaggerations. As a killer for the Reaper Guild, there was no retreat for her. She faced either death or the completion of her mission. Yet she was acutely aware that she could not possibly contend with this opponent. Suddenly, her sharp gaze shifted to the crowd in the distance, landing on Luo Yihuang. Whoosh! In an instant, she hurled a dagger from her hand, aimed directly at Luo Yihuang. The speed of the dagger was akin to that of a swift arrow, rivaling even that of a bullet from a handgun. In that brief moment, Luo Yihuang felt a heavy weight in her heart. Faced with this sudden attack, she knew she could not evade it. Whoosh! A flash of black light shot forth. A tang knife, dark as ink, precisely deflected the flying dagger aimed at Luo Yihuang. Whoosh! At the moment Fengwu threw the tang knife, another dagger in C-46's hand was already hurtling toward his face, revealing her true intent. This unexpected ambush caught Fengwu slightly off guard, but his reflexes were beyond ordinary. He raised the tang knife in his left hand and deftly blocked the incoming dagger. "I see your opening," a voice filled with excitement rang out from behind Fengwu. In the next moment, he felt a tearing pain rip through his back. Clearly, C-46 had taken advantage of the chaos to slip behind him while he was busy deflecting the 2 daggers. Fengwu seemed to have anticipated this. His quick-thinking mind enabled him to discern the immediate threats, allowing him to deflect the lethal dagger while exposing his back to the enemy. Behind him, C-46 appeared to savor the sweetness of victory. However, as her talon, capable of tearing through iron, sliced across Fengwu's back, an expression of shock overtook her features. She had expected this strike to penetrate deep enough to extract his heart, but to her astonishment, the flesh of this seemingly defenseless individual was remarkably resilient, no less formidable than C-45. Thus, instead of delivering a fatal blow, she merely left 5 shallow gashes on his back. Swish! At that moment of C-46's astonishment, a chilling sensation swept across her neck. The blade moved swiftly, and she even caught a glimpse of a swirling world. Bang! With the thud of a headless corpse hitting the ground, a heavy silence enveloped the area. The spectators witnessing such a horrifying scene could not help but turn away, with many starting to retch uncontrollably. It was as if they had just witnessed a breathtaking action film. Fengwu retrieved the tang knife from the ground and placed it back into a black box before boarding the business vehicle that had brought the assassins. With a graceful drift, he maneuvered the car to Luo Yihuang's side, opening the passenger door and saying, "Get in." Luo Yihuang had already slipped on a pair of $30 flats, probably the most inexpensive shoes she had ever worn. Upon hearing Fengwu's command, she climbed into the car without hesitation. "You can't leave. You killed someone and need to come with us to the station," a female officer suddenly shouted, leaning against the car door. The male officer beside her turned pale in fear and hurriedly said, "Don't be reckless. We should wait for backup. They will be here in a few minutes." Clearly, the male officer was utterly awestruck by Yi Fengwu's combat prowess, but the female officer stubbornly insisted, but he killed someone. Even if there was a valid reason, he should clarify things at the station. Yi Fengwu appreciated the integrity of such a police officer, as honest public servants were a rarity. Someone will come to clarify everything, he replied to the female officer, and with a swift press on the accelerator, they sped away toward Haihua City. Along the journey, Luo Yihuang remained silent, casting a glance at the blood still trickling down. Yi Fengwu's back her thoughts a tangle of complexity. If Yi Fengwu had indeed abducted her for money at first, now he was genuinely risking his life for her. At the very least, he had saved her life. At that moment, she recalled the woman's words, "If you trust me, then temporarily trust Yi Fengwu. With him around, you will definitely reach Haihua City." After a long silence, Luo Yihuang suddenly remarked, "You're bleeding." Hearing this, Yi Fengwu was taken aback. He glanced at her and said, "What a surprise, you actually care about me." Luo Yihuang retorted, "I just want to get back to Haihua City safely. If you die, my situation will be even more perilous." Yi Fengwu was aware of the ripping pain in his back, but he had no time to tend to his wounds. He feared that more assassins awaited them on the road and needed to get Luo Yihuang back to Haihua City as quickly as possible. At that moment, he pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Hu's number. "Have someone handle the situation in Yangshan County. If all goes well, I should arrive in Haihua City in 2 hours." After ending the call, he had just set his phone down when another call came in. He glanced at the screen to find it was from Qin Qinghan, which warmed his weary heart. "Hello, Qinghan," he answered gently with a smile. After a moment of silence, a complex voice came from Qin Qinghan on the other end. Where are you?" Her voice was soft and melodious, filling Yi Fengwu with strength. He maintained his composure and smiled. "I've just returned from out of town and am on my way to take our boss back to Haihua City. I will definitely be home before dinner." After his words the line fell silent once more. "Hello, Qinghan." Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow, slightly sensing something unusual about Qin Qinghan. Had Lin Yu informed her about his taking Luo Yihuang away? He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Luo Yihuang beside him. Finally, Qin Qinghan's voice broke the silence on the line. "You. When you return, I have something to ask you. Be careful on the road and stay safe." Before Yi Fengwu could respond, the call ended. Qin Qinghan's concern filled Yi Fengwu with sweetness, yet his expression remained serious as he turned to Luo Yihuang, asking, "Your assistant wouldn't be foolish enough to tell my wife about your situation, would she?" Luo Yihuang replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Lin Yu knows how to handle things." Then she suddenly looked at Yi Fengwu and remarked, "It seems Qinghan truly doesn't understand you." Yi Fengwu coldly retorted, 10 billion, not a cent less, along with those $30 flats you're wearing." $30? Luo Yihuang shot him a glare, realizing why they were so uncomfortable. She then leaned back in her seat and said, "Don't worry, as long as I can safely return to Haihua City, the money can be transferred to you." Yi Fengwu scoffed again. "If you hadn't secretly hidden a phone, we would have already arrived in Haihua City. Next time I will search you thoroughly." At this, Luo Yihuang was taken aback. This guy had guessed she had called someone, but the following statement made her grit her teeth. Next time there would definitely not be a next time. Yi Fengwu drove swiftly but smoothly, and before long Luo Yihuang found herself drifting off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden jolt roused her, and she opened her eyes to find Yi Fengwu shaking her shoulder. "We're home. If you want to sleep, do it at home," he said gruffly. Luo Yihuang realized she was in a familiar villa community, and before her stood a grand, luxurious villa, her home. "How did you know where I live?" she asked, a note of suspicion in her voice. Yi Fengwu gazed ahead. At the entrance to the villa, a throng of people was approaching, with Lin Yu in a professional skirt leading the way, followed closely by several well-trained bodyguards. "Do you want me to push you out of the car?" Yi Fengwu grunted. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang felt a surge of mixed emotions. He had indeed brought her to Haihua City, and throughout the journey, despite his rude demeanor, he had never exhibited any intent to harm her. Could it be that he was genuinely here to protect her? This thought flickered through Luo Yihuang's mind. "Are you getting out or not?" Yi Fengwu pressed, his voice laced with urgency, needing to tend to his back wound. As he had promised Qin Qinghan, he would be home before dinner. Reluctantly, Luo Yihuang opened the door, her heart a tumult of emotions. After he had forcefully taken her from the high-speed train, she had felt as though death was imminent. Yet what she had not anticipated was that the same person who had saved her life twice from assassins and brought her home was the very one who had initially abducted her. Thus, Luo Yihuang resolved to call that woman to find out what role Yi Fengwu truly played. "When will I receive the 10 billion? Yi Fengwu suddenly recalled something and called out to Luo Yihuang. Having gone 2 days without a shower, her clothes were somewhat disheveled and her hair was quite messy. Yet even in such a state, her unparalleled beauty was refreshing to behold. She walked towards Lin Yu and calmly stated, such a large sum of money can only be transferred once I'm at the company. Then he'll come to your company tomorrow to collect the debt, Fengwu said, revving the engine and driving off. Luo Yihuang glanced back at his retreating car disdainfully, saying, if you have the guts, come back. At that moment, a glint of intent to evade payment flickered in her eyes. After leaving the villa community, Fengwu made a trip to the safe house. Lin Chong was recovering well and could move normally now. Subsequently, Fengwu instructed Lu Hui to find a place to dispose of the business car he had driven and took a moment to treat his back wound before hurriedly returning home, promising Qin Xinghan that he would be back before dinner. At 7:30 in the evening, Fengwu finally opened the door to his home. The moment he stepped inside, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Just then, Qin Xinghan emerged from the kitchen holding a plate of dishes. Upon seeing Fengwu, a complex emotion flickered in her enchanting eyes before she softly said, "You're back." Fengwu nodded and smiled, asking, "Where are Jingxi and your parents?" Qin Xinghan placed the dishes on the dining table and replied, "Mom and Dad said they went out for a few days to relax, and Jingxi is doing her homework in her room." At that moment, the bedroom door opened and Jingxi's petite figure entered Fengwu's line of sight, causing his heart to soften. He had never imagined having a family, nor had he fantasized about a wife and daughter waiting for him to come home for dinner. All of this was a result of a serendipitous turn of events, or perhaps it was fate. "Uncle, you're finally back," Jingxi exclaimed, her porcelain-like face lighting up with joy as she dashed toward Fengwu. He crouched down to scoop her up, kissing her cheek gently and smiling. "Did you miss your uncle?" With a nod, Jingxi pursed her lips and replied, "I did." Watching Jingxi's affection for Fengwu, Qin Xinghan felt a surge of complex emotions. Suddenly, Jingxi leaned closer to Fengwu and whispered, "Uncle, I have a secret to tell you. Mom has been daydreaming these past few days. It seems she's been thinking about you too." Fengwu turned to glance at Qin Xinghan, who stood by the dining table, his eyes lighting up with delight. Although Jingxi's voice was soft, it reached Qin Xinghan's ears, causing her face to flush crimson, extending to her neck. She lowered her shy face and gently said, "Jingxi, come eat." Fengwu felt a surge of happiness, glad that Qin Xinghan was slowly accepting him. He leaned into Jingxi and whispered, "Your mom is shy. You should tell me these things in secret from now on, all right?" "Okay, I will," Jingxi replied with a playful smile. Qin Xinghan felt overwhelmed with embarrassment. The interaction between the two, although seemingly a whisper, felt more like a conversation meant for her ears. Yet one thing reassured her: Fengwu treated Jingxi genuinely well, a kindness that could not be feigned. However, if he had indeed done something morally reprehensible these past few days, how would she cope? Just as Fengwu was about to take Jingxi to eat, she suddenly sniffed and asked curiously, "Uncle, are you hurt?" Fengwu was taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes. Qin Xinghan, who was serving rice, also looked up at him, her expression tinged with concern. He chuckled and shook his head, saying, "How could that be? Uncle is strong." Jingxi pouted in disbelief, "But you smell like blood and disinfectant." Fengwu was once again astonished. He had only treated the wound on his back lightly. The bandage was secure enough that even he couldn't detect any odor, yet Jingxi could. Qin Xinghan, with a complex tone, remarked, "Jingxi has a keen sense of smell. Should I check on you?" Fengwu looked at Jingxi, sensing that the little girl was unusual, but he smiled and replied, "It's nothing serious. I just fell while fishing today." Qin Xinghan did not press further, but she knew Fengwu was not being truthful. Jingxi seemed a bit troubled and said, "Uncle, I'll give you a talisman. That way you won't get hurt anymore. It's very effective." With that, Jingxi pulled out a red string from her collar tied to a triangular object. "Don't take it off." Suddenly, Qin Xinghan called out to Jingxi with urgency, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Hearing her warning, Jingxi pouted, "But I want Uncle to be safe." Qin Xinghan gently caressed Jingxi's face and said softly, "Jingxi, didn't I tell you to keep that talisman close to you?" Qin Xinghan's heightened emotions surprised Fengwu. He chuckled, "It's fine, Uncle is very capable and doesn't need a talisman." As he spoke, Fengwu reached to return the talisman to Jingxi's clothing. However, when his gaze fell upon the talisman, his expression suddenly darkened, his eyes fixated on the slightly dimmed object. "What is this?" Fengwu's tone became fervent, and he turned to Qin Xinghan, his expression now grave. Noticing Fengwu's intense gaze, Qin Xinghan explained, "Jingxi was frail as a child, crying uncontrollably at night from the age of 2 to 4. Someone gifted her this talisman, and since then she hasn't exhibited any abnormal behavior." Seeing that Fengwu still bore a serious expression, Qin Xinghan continued, "It's just a talisman for safety. The doctor said Jingxi's emotional outbursts were due to past trauma. She hasn't cried or made a fuss in recent years." Yi Fengwu fell silent, knowing that this talisman was certainly not the kind Qin Shi Han described. He sensed an aura emanating from it that only the dead could possess. Jing Si's tears were not merely from fright, they stemmed from seeing things beyond the ordinary. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu lifted Jing Si's collar and glanced at her neck, discovering her skin was fair and delicate, showing no signs of abnormalities, which eased his worry. However, Qin Shi Han's complex emotions deepened at Yi Fengwu's action. Jing Si looked up at Yi Fengwu and lifted her sleeve, saying, "Uncle, are you looking for this? How did you know I have a birthmark?" Yi Fengwu looked down, his body jolting as he saw a dark purple birthmark resembling the character for Ghost on Jing Si's slender arm. With just a glance, Yi Fengwu felt a chill seep into him. Lingjia Ghost mark, a spiritual body capable of perceiving the realms of Yin and Yang, crossing the Naiha Bridge and entering the Ghost Gate. A voice echoed in Yi Fengwu's mind words he had heard long ago. This kind of physique was unlike that of martial practitioners. They were favored by the Creator, endowed with eerie abilities, yet these powers consumed their lifespan. Judging by the dim talisman, Jing Si's life force had evidently waned significantly. "Shall we eat?" Suddenly, Qin Shi Han's somewhat cold voice reached Yi Fengwu's ears, her beautiful face carrying a hint of frost. The intensity of Qin Shi Han's emotions hinted at something deeper to Yi Fengwu. He instinctively touched the back of his neck, unable to fathom how such a thing could manifest on his daughter. The talisman she wore likely wouldn't last much longer. Qin Shi Han must know something, but didn't want Jing Si to find out. The dinner felt stifling, with Qin Shi Han setting down her bowl and chopsticks after only a few bites, her captivating face filled with melancholy and unease. Yi Fengwu barely moved his chopsticks. Despite being only 7, Jing Si was exceptionally perceptive, skilled at reading between the lines. She sensed that her mother and uncle were hiding something from her. After finishing half a bowl of rice, Jing Si stood up, saying, "Mom, I'm full. I'm going to my room to do homework." Qin Shi Han forced a faint smile. "All right, go ahead." Once Jing Si entered her room, Yi Fengwu finally spoke, his tone grave. "Who gave Jing Si that talisman?" Qin Shi Han took a deep breath. She wasn't sure what Yi Fengwu had discerned, but she seemed reluctant to discuss it, casually saying, "It's just a safety talisman. Let's not talk about that. I have something to ask you." Yi Fengwu abruptly stood and moved closer to Qin Shi Han, gripping her wrist with urgency, asking again, "Jing Si's condition is serious. Please tell me everything you know, all right?" Qin Shi Han met Yi Fengwu's gaze, reading the worry in his eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, "What good will it do to tell you?" The fortune teller said, "Jing Si won't live past 10. I just want her to have a happy childhood." Qin Shi Han's lips trembled, her eyes filled with heartbreaking sorrow. "I strive to give her everything she desires, but I have failed. I can't even provide her with a loving father." As she spoke, her voice cracked and tears fell through her fingers. As he watched Qin Shi Han weep, Yi Fengwu felt a deep ache in his heart. He yearned to pull her into his embrace, but she turned her body away. "I know you care for Jing Si. I wish you were her biological father, but you are not. You cannot fathom the burden of raising a child alone," she said, her voice laden with emotion. Over the years, Qin Shi Han had not only raised Jing Si by herself, but had also endured much criticism and ridicule from those around her. Despite her tireless dedication to the Qin group, she received no praise, only further oppression. Yet she persevered, determined to live for Jing Si. "I'm sorry." Yi Fengwu uttered, his voice filled with guilt as he grasped her somewhat cold hand. "From today onwards, I will be Jing Si's father. I won't let anything happen to her. I promise you, no matter the cost, I will ensure you see her grow into a beautiful young woman." At his words, Qin Shi Han's sobbing seemed to halt. She looked at him with a complex gaze, regardless of who he might be or whether he could fulfill his promise. This assurance touched her deeply. After a long silence, she wiped away her tears, though they continued to flow. Her eyes, still misty, locked onto Yi Fengwu as she spoke earnestly. "I truly hope you can be Jing Si's father. However, I've heard that you kidnapped a woman. If you continue down this unlawful path, I cannot share a life with you." Yi Fengwu's expression darkened at her words, cursing under his breath. Had that assistant of Luo Yihuang revealed everything to Qin Shi Han? Yet he quickly composed himself and replied seriously, "When did that happen? I was on a business trip for 2 days. I wouldn't engage in such actions." Qin Shi Han shook her head sadly. "I know you have many secrets, and I could choose to remain unaware. But I hope you won't lie to me again. You know I can sense every time you do." Yi Fengwu felt a flush of embarrassment. Did he have some tell when he lied? That was something he had to rectify. He then resolutely said, "Qing Han, I do have things I'm keeping from you, but they won't harm you. I assure you, once the time is right, I will reveal everything." Qin Shi Han continued to shake her head, her earlier wariness of Yi Fengwu having vanished, replaced with concern and reliance. After a long pause, she spoke bitterly. I tried to give you a chance which was also a chance for myself. But I cannot take risks because I am increasingly dependent on you. If you cannot keep yourself in check and something happens, I truly lack the courage to return to my previous life. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face once more. Ever since Fengwu had entered her world, her heart had found a measure of peace, and she had begun to glimpse a future beyond despair. Thus, she could no longer face a life devoid of hope. If he could not ensure safety, why not sever the ties before she fell completely in love with him? It was clear that Qin Xinghan wanted to push him away again, causing bitterness to swell within Fengwu. He longed to disclose everything to her, yet feared the risk involved. If Qin Xinghan truly hated him, he would have no further chances to reach out to her and Jingxi. After a moment of steeling himself, Fengwu suddenly clasped Qin Xinghan's hands tightly, resolutely declaring, I want leave. You have pushed me away once, but this time no matter what I will stay. You are my wife and Jingxi is my daughter. No one can tear us apart, not even you. At that, Fengwu pulled Qin Xinghan into his embrace, hoping to warm her heart with his affection. However, he overestimated himself and underestimated her resolve as she struggled fiercely, slapping his back repeatedly. Let me go? With each strike, pain shot through Fengwu from his injuries, prompting a hiss of breath as he felt his wounds reopen. Noticing his contorted expression, Qin Xinghan recalled Jingxi's earlier words. Was he truly hurt? A wave of concern washed over her, and she said softly, You need to let me go. Yet Fengwu persisted. You want to push me away? How can I let you go? Qin Xinghan's gaze softened, and she sighed. Please just let me look at your wounds. Reluctantly, Fengwu released her, smiling. It's nothing serious, just a scratch. As she looked down at her palm, which was smeared with his blood, concern and guilt flooded through her. You need to take off your shirt. We have a first aid kit at home. With that, Qin Xinghan dashed to the bedroom, returning moments later with a medical kit in hand. By then, Fengwu had removed his outer coat, revealing a white shirt stained with blood. Tears welled in Qin Xinghan's eyes as her heart ached. Was she truly feeling this pain for him? At that moment, she seemed to forget how he had been injured, or whether he had indeed kidnapped a woman, as her worry took precedence. As Fengwu began to unbutton his shirt, Qin Xinghan trembled as she gently helped him remove it, her movements tender and cautious. Feeling her warmth behind him, Fengwu thought the injury was worth it. Perhaps he should find more opportunities to get hurt in the future. The thought made him realize how twisted he had become. At that moment, Qin Xinghan froze, her gaze fixed on the back of his neck, where a purplish-black birthmark lay, radiating an unsettling chill. Its shape unmistakably resembled the character for Ghost. Qin Xinghan was all too familiar with that shape, for Jingxi bore the same mark on her arm. The birthmark on Fengwu and Jingxi was almost identical. How is this possible? Qin Xinghan's heart raced with shock, astonished that two people could share such a similar birthmark. Fengwu was initially immersed in the bliss of his gentle wife tending to his wounds, when he suddenly sensed something unusual about Qin Xinghan behind him. Before long, Fengwu seemed to recall something, silently cursing himself for forgetting the birthmark on his back. He hurriedly said, You saw the birthmark on my body, didn't you? It's almost identical to Jingxi's. In reality, such birthmarks are not uncommon. Many people have them, though some can be harmful, while others are harmless. Is that so? Qin Xinghan replied in a faint tone, her voice laced with an unusual undertone. Qin Xinghan was not foolish, in fact, she was quite astute. She simply seldom exposed others' lies. And Fengwu was indeed lying. How could there be identical birthmarks in this world unless... Qin Xinghan closed her eyes slightly, trying to avoid thinking along that line, for it was too coincidental. She loathed the rapist who had ruined her life. Even after 8 years, she could not let go, nor could she forgive that person. Deep down, she hoped Fengwu was that man, yet another layer of hatred within her prevented her from pursuing that thought. If this man who had suddenly entered her life and allowed her to glimpse a future was indeed the one who had brought her endless suffering, then she feared she might uncontrollably stab him with the scissors beside her. After a long while, Qin Xinghan finally wiped away the tears in her eyes and gently draped her windbreaker over Fengwu's back. Is your birthmark harmless? She asked, her tone noticeably colder than before, as if she were suppressing a tremor. Fengwu quickly nodded. I'm a bit luckier than Jingxi, don't worry, nothing will happen to her. That's my promise to you. Fengwu did not know what Qin Xinghan was thinking. He merely hoped she would not guess the truth, for he would be at a loss if she did. However, he was clearly lying again. His birthmark was also a mark of the spirit realm, which had begun to manifest when he was 2 or 3 years old. During those years, he often saw eerie shadows, figures that were visible yet untouchable, as if they existed in a weightless space. Some wailed while others harbored resentment. Endless grievances and pain seeped into his mind, nearly driving him mad. As he grew older, he gradually adapted to this state and ultimately understood that he was not witnessing illusions, but rather perceiving things invisible to others. However, at the age of 10, he noticed his health declining, growing weaker. Only later did he realize he had consumed too much of his life force. One day, a beautiful woman came to his home. She made him eat a blade of grass. Yes, just a blade of grass, sweet, yet slightly bitter. The stunning woman earnestly warned him, "Never attempt to awaken the power within you, it will cost you your life." Afterward she left, and he could never forget the warmth of her embrace, but she took away his 12-year-old sister when she departed. For a long time, Knight Fengwu could not fathom what kind of power resided within him that could awaken. It was not until he was imprisoned and later brought to a military camp in secret that he learned from the dual role of mentor and friend Shinzuishan that this world was filled with wondrous things only found in fairy tales. He also learned about the existence of qi, with those wielding it being referred to as superhumans, beings that could be deemed divine in an ordinary city. Knight Fengwu longed for such power, but Shinzuishan cautioned him that awakening the qi would lead to his demise. At least until a definitive solution was found, he could not force the awakening of the qi within him. Thus, Knight Fengwu chose another path of cultivation, one that aimed to strengthen his muscular power at all costs, perfecting himself until there were no flaws. As Knight Fengwu sank into memories, Qin Qinghan returned from the bedroom, draping a blanket over him. Her gesture exuded an indescribable gentleness, yet her expression bore an unspoken coldness. Knight Fengwu looked up at Qin Qinghan and smiled. "I can just cover myself with a blanket when I sleep in my room later. If I dirty your windbreaker or the blanket, just sleep here." She interrupted, her words clear and decisive. Upon hearing this, Knight Fengwu felt a tremor in his heart, his expression clouded with bitterness. Did I do something wrong again? At that moment, Qin Qinghan had already entered the bedroom and locked the door behind her. Upon witnessing this, Knight Fengwu's face turned pitiful. Now he had nowhere to sleep on the floor. He greedily inhaled, savoring the faint fragrance lingering on Qin Qinghan's windbreaker. In the room, Qin Qinghan changed into her pajamas, leaning wearily against the headboard. Her captivating gaze was filled with sorrow and an indescribable fear. She feared that her suspicions were correct. Jingxi did not know what had transpired between Qin Qinghan and Knight Fengwu, but she sensed her mother's distress. So she climbed out of her bed and nestled into Qin Qinghan's embrace, weakly saying, "Mom, uncle is injured. Will it be all right for him to sleep outside?" Qin Qinghan gently stroked Jingxi's little head, increasingly worried as Jingxi appeared to rely more and more on Knight Fengwu. "Uncle likes to sleep outside, don't disturb him, all right?" Jingxi felt guilty, thinking it was her wish to give uncle a protective talisman that had upset her mother. "Is it because I wanted to give uncle the amulet?" Hearing Jingxi's self-reproach, Qin Qinghan managed a strained smile, shaking her head. "No, it's on me, just sleep. You have school tomorrow." Only then did Jingxi leave Qin Qinghan's embrace, obediently crawling back into her own bed. Qin Qinghan remained silent for a long while before picking up her phone to message Chun Nan. "Chun Nan, I need a favor." Ding. Chun Nan's reply came swiftly. "Qinghan, just tell me what you need. I'll help you with anything I can." Chun Nan had always been loyal to Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan's fingers lingered on the phone screen for a while before she finally mustered the courage to type a line. "I want you to help me investigate Knight Fengwu's information. When did he go to prison, and what was the name of the girl he harmed?" As soon as she sent the message, Qin Qinghan's expression turned fearful, a tinge of regret creeping in. What if it truly was him? What would she do then? Before long, Chun Nan replied on the screen. "I checked, this guy's information is too simple. But I'll look into it more when I get to work tomorrow. He'll call you." Qin Qinghan replied with 2 words, "Thank you." On the sofa in the living room, Knight Fengwu quietly listened to the sounds from the bedroom. His hearing was extraordinarily sharp, far surpassing that of ordinary people. He had not heard Qin Qinghan make a phone call, but he did catch the sound of her receiving a message. Unconsciously, Knight Fengwu thought of someone. Policewoman Chun Nan, Qin Qinghan's good friend. He guessed that Qin Qinghan would likely ask her to investigate him. His publicly available information was quite simple, and given Qin Qinghan's intelligence, she would surely sense something was amiss. Thus he took out his phone and messaged Lu Hui. The next morning, Knight Fengwu was awakened by the sounds of Qin Qinghan making breakfast. To protect Luo Yihuang, Knight Fengwu had gone 2 days without sleep, yet he could still sense that Qin Qinghan had checked on him at least twice the previous night. The extra blanket on him was undoubtedly placed there by her. Once again, he was deeply moved by Qin Qinghan's warmth and kindness. Even though she suspected he was the rapist who had ruined her life, she still could not disregard him completely. "Uncle." At that moment, Jingxi, freshly washed and tidy, suddenly ran up to Knight Fengwu and whispered in his ear, "Uncle, Mom is so gentle. Why do you always make her angry? You should apologize to her, so she will let you sleep in your room again. Hearing Jing Si's counsel, Knight Fengwu felt a wave of warmth in his heart. He gently pinched her small nose and replied, Uncle will definitely do that. He'll try to get back to sleep on the floor as soon as possible. Hee. Jing Si giggled playfully. Jing Si, it's time to eat. Mom will take you to school in a bit, Qin Xinghan called out, bringing breakfast to the table. Knight Fengwu hurriedly stood up and sat down at the dining table, shamelessly preparing to eat. However, just as his hand reached for a slice of bread on the plate, he noticed Qin Xinghan moving the plate aside, without a word starting to eat her breakfast quietly, her demeanor exuding coldness. Knight Fengwu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His hand hovered awkwardly in the air, unsure whether to pull back or shamelessly reach for the bread again. Nearby, Jing Si stifled a laugh, leaning closer to Knight Fengwu and softly saying, Uncle, you didn't wash your hands. Mom doesn't like people who are unhygienic. At these words, Knight Fengwu finally sighed in relief, thinking that at least Qin Xinghan was still allowing him to eat. Yet he remained uncertain in his heart. As the night breeze swept through, Yi Fengwu rushed to the bathroom, splashed some water on his face, and returned to the dining table. He glanced at Qin Xinghan, who was expressionlessly eating, and like a thief reached for the food on the plate. Throughout the meal, he covertly observed her demeanor, noticing that her cold, indifferent gaze didn't spare him a glance. Finally, he grasped a slice of bread, letting out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally, I can eat. Beside him, Jing Si was unable to contain her laughter at how frightened Yi Fengwu was of their mother. He took a bite of the bread and winked at her. After the meal, Qin Xinghan washed the dishes. Today, she not only had to drop Jing Si off at school, but also had to report to work at Luo Wang Group. It was her first day on the job, and she could not afford to be late. Today, Qin Xinghan donned a new women's business suit, and her high heels accentuated her already tall and graceful figure. Her physique was remarkable. Though she was a bit slender, her curves were undeniably alluring, and the term delicate barely encapsulated her beauty. From the side, Yi Fengwu had a clear view of her perfect curve. Passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads to gaze at her, and even the cars slowed down as they passed by. Knowing Qin Xinghan would need a taxi, he said, with the 500,000 I gave you last time, you could buy a car. If that's not enough, I will pay you back, and I'll find a way to buy back the ring. Qin Xinghan replied, her tone still cold as she looked at the approaching taxi. Yi Fengwu understood her stubbornness, but he continued, you have to go to work and Jing Si has to go to school. You can't rely on taxis and buses every day. Just then, a red luxury BMW pulled up in front of Qin Xinghan. It appeared to be a Topophthalene limited edition model worth at least 3 million, its gleaming paint mesmerizing all who passed by. The door opened, and a beautiful woman in a professional skirt suit stepped out. It was Lin Yu, assistant to Luo Yihuang. Lin Yu smiled at Qin Xinghan, saying, President Qin, Director Luo asked me to bring your car. Qin Xinghan was somewhat taken aback by Lin Yu's arrival, but her surprise deepened when Lin Yu continued, you shouldn't take a taxi, President Qin. It wouldn't reflect well on Luo Wang Group if our executive president had to rely on public transport every day. But Qin Xinghan hesitated, only to be interrupted by Lin Yu. President Qin, this is a gift from Director Luo. You wouldn't want to make a poor impression on your first day, would you? Lin Yu's eloquence and charm made it impossible for Qin Xinghan to refuse. She could only nod, thank you, Assistant Lin. Let's go then. I'll drop your daughter off at school first, and then I'll take you to the company. Director Luo has been waiting for you and has arranged your first task supervising today's auction at Luo Wang Auction House, Lin Yu explained. Qin Xinghan nodded and then climbed into the luxurious BMW with Jing Si. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu stood awkwardly to the side, feeling overlooked as if he were merely a passerby. With the car door closing, Lin Yu shot Yi Fengwu a glance before the vehicle sped off onto the road. Inside, Jing Si waved goodbye to Yi Fengwu, momentarily warming his disappointed heart. After all, his daughter was the one bright spot. However, Yi Fengwu was surprised to learn that Luo Yihuang had indeed hired Qin Xinghan as the executive president of her company. He had researched Luo Wang Group, which was worth hundreds of billions. Being its executive president was a position of great power. Yet Qin Xinghan had come from the relatively modest Qin family enterprise. What exactly were Luo Yihuang's intentions? This thought lingered in Yi Fengwu's mind. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Old Chen, are you still in Haihua City? The old Chen he referred to was his superior Chen Zuoshan, a figure of great repute in China and even globally. Yi Fengwu sought Chen Zuoshan's advice for Jing Si, hoping he would know how to control the demonic imprint from the spirit realm. After dropping Jing Si off at elementary school, Qin Xinghan followed Lin Yu to the top floor of Luo Wang building. They stood before the office door of the chairman. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yu rapped on the door. Come in, a woman's voice, crisp and melodious, yet commanding, responded from within. Lin Yu pushed the door open, leading Qin Qinghan inside. Upon entering, Qin Qinghan felt a wave of nervousness. She was about to face the legendary woman of Haihua City. This woman, born the same year as her, had built a fortune of hundreds of billions in just a few short years. Rumor had it she was not only exceptionally talented, but also breathtakingly beautiful, often hailed as the most beautiful woman in China. At the far end of the spacious office, a graceful figure in a silver-gray suit stood by the massive glass window, gazing out at the view below. Even from behind, this figure emanated an unparalleled elegance, but Qin Qinghan was slightly taken aback to see that the legendary woman was wearing a pair of white flats, shoes more suited for casual outings than for someone of her stature. What Qin Qinghan didn't know was that Luo Yihuang's choice of footwear was entirely due to Yi Fengwu's influence. Of course, these flats were far from the cheap pair Yi Fengwu had once bought her. Director Luo, President Qin is here, Lin Yu announced to the enchanting figure exuding a queenly aura. Hello, President Qin. Qin Qinghan said nervously, directing her greeting towards Luo Yihuang's back. Qinghan, it has been 5 years since we last met, hasn't it? Luo Yihuang slowly turned around, her typically icy demeanor softening into warmth. As Luo Yihuang fully turned to face her, Qin Qinghan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. In fact, she had recognized the familiar features from the moment Luo Yihuang turned halfway. You, Bingyan. A voice filled with shock and excitement escaped Qin Qinghan's lips. Luo Bingyan, her former close friend with whom she had shared meals, studies, and aspirations for the same profession. Though their time together had been brief, their bond was unspoken yet profound. That year, Jingqing University became the most prestigious institution in all of China, not for its educational superiority, but for the two extraordinary women, one known for her beauty and intellect, the other celebrated for her ethereal grace. They were dubbed the Pearls of Yin and Moon, with Yin referring to Luo Bingyan and Moon to Qin Qinghan. The latter was often called the Fairy of the Moon Palace, due to her delicate beauty and the cool glimmer in her eyes. In that year, countless wealthy suitors vied for their affection, even pledging to exhaust their fortunes to win one of them. However, the Pearls of Yin and Moon had no interest in such pursuits, focusing entirely on their studies. Once Luo Bingyan had planned to persuade Qin Qinghan to join her in establishing a groundbreaking business empire after their graduation. However, soon after, Qin Qinghan received a phone call that changed everything. To this day, she could vividly recall the urgency in her demeanor, and soon after, she graduated early. Luo Bingyan wished to help her friend, but as a mere student, she felt powerless despite having access to her family's influence. There was a significant rift between her and her family at the time, leaving her to watch helplessly as her only friend left. Not long after, she too graduated early, declining numerous offers from listed companies to fly solo to Haihua City. There she finally learned why Qin Qinghan had left so abruptly. It was because her friend had a 12-year-old daughter who was suffering from a rare illness. Though she had been destined for a bright future, she found herself in the Qin family's modest enterprise. As Luo Yihuang's company grew, she often thought of inviting Qin Qinghan to join her. However, she recognized her friend's stubbornness hidden beneath a gentle demeanor. She waited for an opportunity, and now that Qin Qinghan had been ousted from her family, the moment had finally come. 5 years had passed without seeing each other, and as their gazes met, tears glistened in their eyes, a testament to their profound friendship. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, though maintaining a calm facade, was internally astonished. She had initially thought Director Luo merely knew Qin Qinghan, but judging by their expressions, it was evident that their relationship was far deeper than mere acquaintances. Qin Qinghan could never have anticipated that the legendary woman who had built a commercial empire in just a few short years was none other than her former close friend Luo Bingyan. However, although they had once been the most sincere of confidants, times had changed. Luo Bingyan was no longer the brilliant star known as Yin Yueming, but rather a struggling worker seeking a livelihood. Thus, the surprise and excitement in Qin Qinghan's eyes gradually transformed into a more nuanced expression. She smiled politely and said, "Director Luo." Just as the words left her lips, Luo Yihuang had already walked up to Qin Qinghan, and with warmth in her demeanor, she embraced her. In that moment, Qin Qinghan felt as if the friendship of years past had returned. Luo Bingyan was still the same, cold as ice, yet the one who enjoyed discussing life with her. Qin Qinghan vaguely recalled a statement Luo Bingyan once made. She aspired to build a commercial empire that would influence all of Huaxia, to transcend all men, and to let the world know that women were not merely pawns in familial alliances. A woman could be stronger than any man. Lin Yu, standing nearby, was still in shock. She had never seen Director Luo so affectionate with anyone, not even another woman. Surprisingly, this empress-like figure could have such a caring friend. It was evident that even if Yi Fengwu had not returned Luo Yihuang, she would have never allowed herself to harm Qin Qinghan. "I'm sorry, I should have helped you sooner," Luo Yihuang said, releasing her grip on Qin Qinghan, her face filled with regret. Qin Qinghan could only manage a bitter smile and shake her head. She understood that Luo Yihuang had not appeared for so long out of respect for her own circumstances. Luo knew that Qin Qinghan could never abandon the Qin family. Then Luo Yihuang looked at Qin Qinghan with satisfaction and said, "From now on you will help me. With you by my side, my confidence will be bolstered." Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan replied with a wry smile, "I have never managed such a large company, am afraid I will." Luo Yihuang interrupted her with a smile, saying, "I have no such concerns because I believe you will excel. This is not a burden, but rather my acknowledgement of your capabilities." Qin Qinghan's expression turned even more pained. She shook her head and smiled. "You haven't changed at all. You are always so confident about what you have set your mind to." Luo Yihuang smiled warmly, and then pulled Qin Qinghan to sit on a nearby sofa, their every movement reminiscent of two affectionate sisters. Lin Yu quietly poured tea for the two, still in a state of shock. She had never seen Director Luo so happy today. Her smile was brighter than it had been in years. "Bring your daughter over another day. Oh, I would like to have a goddaughter," Luo Yihuang said with a smile. At these words, a fleeting sadness crossed Qin Qinghan's eyes. The thought of Jing Si was her greatest sorrow. Since Jing Si's temperament became erratic 5 years ago, Qin Qinghan had scarcely slept well. She would wake up in the middle of the night, instinctively checking for Jing Si's breath, terrified that she would find her daughter cold and lifeless the next morning. After a long moment, Qin Qinghan smiled and nodded. "All right." Luo Yihuang could see the trace of sorrow in Qin Qinghan's eyes, but she did not press for details, as she never forced Qin Qinghan to reveal what she did not wish to share. Then Luo Yihuang turned to Lin Yu and instructed, "Arrange 2 seats for the auction this afternoon. I want Qinghan to sit with me." Lin Yu nodded. "It's all arranged. The auction starts at 2 this afternoon, and at 7 there will be a celebration banquet for General Qin at Fengwu Hotel. All the branch company heads have been notified." Luo Yihuang nodded, trusting that Lin Yu would take care of everything. Upon hearing about the banquet, Qin Qinghan felt a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly said, "There's no need for a banquet. I'm not ready yet." Luo Yihuang replied with a smile, "If you don't face those cunning company heads, you will never be ready." Lin Yu added, "The formal dress for General Qin will arrive at the headquarters by 5 this afternoon. Does General Qin need anything else?" Qin Qinghan quickly shook her head. She had never held the position of executive president in such a large company, so she was entirely unprepared for the attention. Luo Yihuang took a sip of fragrant tea and looked at Qin Qinghan, saying, "Qinghan, there is something of immense value at today's auction, something delivered by Shi Hu Hei Feng, Chen Yuanzhong a few days ago. You should know about it. Let's go see it together." Upon hearing the name, Shi Hu Hei Feng Chen Yuanzhong, the first thing that came to Qin Qinghan's mind was a ring, but she was unsure, as she still did not fully believe that the ring was genuine. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was reviewing the schedule on her phone and abruptly asked, "Director Luo, should we arrange for the recruitment of bodyguards tomorrow?" Luo Yihuang nodded and responded, "The bodyguards should preferably be retired special forces. Arrange for them to interview in the gym on the 50th floor and let Paying test their capabilities one by one." After the assassination attempts they had faced over the past month, Luo Yihuang was now more concerned with the strength and adaptability of her bodyguards. For some reason, Luo Yihuang suddenly thought of Yi Fengwu. If every bodyguard were as formidable as he was, she could travel the world without worry. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the high-ranking officials' compound of Haihua City, Yi Fengwu arrived at the Chun family's villa with familiar ease. "Who goes there?" At that moment, a figure appeared from nowhere with dark skin and a robust physique that exuded power. It was none other than Chun Zuoshan's guard Li Hu. When Li Hu's steely gaze fell upon Yi Fengwu's face, it instantly transformed into one of respect, his eyes filled with admiration. Previously, Li Hu had not known that Yi Fengwu was the Blood Wolf King revered by countless soldiers, and had even shown disdain and impatience in his presence. This had troubled Li Hu for several nights, as he had hoped for another chance to apologize to Yi Fengwu. With a crisp salute, Li Hu stood at attention and addressed him, "Instructor." As he began to say, "Instructor," he recalled his superior's instructions to keep the identity of the Blood Wolf King confidential and hurriedly changed his words. "Brother Yi, you're here." Yi Fengwu smiled and nodded, "Is old Chen inside?" Li Hu replied eagerly, "The commander has been waiting for you." As he spoke, Li Hu couldn't help but laugh internally. There was only the Blood Wolf King who would dare call the commander Old Chun. Yi Fengwu nodded and was about to step into the villa when Li Hu suddenly called out, "Brother Yi, last time I didn't recognize your greatness. If I offended you in any way, I hope you." Yi Fengwu turned around and interrupted Li Hu with a grin, "You're a soldier after all. Have you ever seen a man in our army so concerned with trivial matters?" At those words, Li Hu's earlier anxiety vanished, replaced by a look of astonished relief. Finally, he could sleep soundly again. Yi Fengwu could not comprehend Li Hu's nervousness. He had always admired the military deity the Blood Wolf King, and had felt that his previous impression had not been favorable. This thought weighed heavily on his mind like a mountain that prevented him from resting well. With a helpless shake of his head, Yi Fengwu turned and entered the villa. In the villa's hall, Chen Zuoshan was enjoying tea, just as he had during Yi Fengwu's last visit. Upon seeing Yi Fengwu, Chen Zuoshan's sharp eyes lit up with a hint of a smile, and then he scolded playfully. "You brat, your actions are always reckless. Many people have complained to me." Yi Fengwu knew Chen Zuoshan was referring to the time he had killed over 20 assassins on the train and openly eliminated 2 more in a small county. In his mind, Yi Fengwu had done nothing wrong. It was a situation that required immediate action. Chen Zuoshan poured a cup of tea for Yi Fengwu and remained silent, seemingly waiting for him, as he could see the gravity in Yi Fengwu's usually composed demeanor. Yi Fengwu did not take the tea, but instead took a deep breath and said earnestly, "Commander, I would like to ask you for a favor." At these words, Chen Zuoshan halted, his cup suspended in midair as he regarded Yi Fengwu with penetrating eyes. After a long pause, he replied, "Gravely speak." Then he placed his cup down and quietly studied Yi Fengwu. For 8 years, he had treated Yi Fengwu as his own child, and he understood the temperament of this proud individual who possessed a heart that would never concede defeat. Therefore, he had never asked anything of himself, nor had he ever displayed such deference in front of him. He was deeply curious about what could provoke this aloof Blood Wolf King to show signs of pleading. Yi Fengwu lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his eyes filled with endless self-reproach, before saying, "My daughter has inherited my constitution." Upon hearing this, Chen Zuoshan, who had always stood firm like a mountain, trembled slightly, and his withered old face was filled with shock. After a long pause, he sighed, the spiritual body. "I never expected such a thing to occur. Alas, this constitution is both a blessing and a curse. It grants you a power that ordinary people spend their lives pursuing, but that power could also cost you your life. The whims of fate are indeed cruel." Yi Fengwu was engulfed in profound guilt. He had never anticipated that his constitution would be passed on to Jingxi. If it were possible, he would willingly exchange his life for hers. He wished that the woman who had once nurtured him would return, as she could certainly save Jingxi. However, after all these years, he had not laid eyes on that gentle face. Observing the guilt in Yi Fengwu's eyes, Chen Zuoshan spoke gravely, "How much time does she have left?" Yi Fengwu gritted his teeth. "Less than 2 years. If not for someone giving Jingxi a suppression talisman, she would have likely succumbed 5 years ago due to her frail constitution." A suppression talisman. Chen Zuoshan was momentarily stunned, then sighed. The one capable of creating such a talisman is certainly not simple. However, he likely cannot cure her entirely, otherwise if he was willing to help the girl, he wouldn't have left just a talisman. Yi Fengwu nodded. He had considered that as well. He owed that person a significant favor. After a long silence, Chen Zuoshan seemed to make a decision in his heart and said to Yi Fengwu, "Focus on your mission. Leave this matter to me. Even if I have to swallow my pride and plead with those old monsters, I will find a solution for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Fengwu felt a stirring in his heart, and his nose tinged with a hint of bitterness. For 8 years he had appeared to be Chen Zuoshan's subordinate, yet Chen Zuoshan had always regarded him as a junior, treating him like a grandson. He was well aware of Chen Zuoshan's esteemed reputation throughout China, but to humble himself to seek help was a mark of true worthiness that justified Yi Fengwu's sincere bow. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu rose and knelt before Chen Zuoshan, resolutely declaring, "Chief, regardless of the outcome, my life belongs to you. This bow should have been given to you 8 years ago." Thud. Immediately, Yi Fengwu's forehead struck the ground, this bow carrying a promise and a pledge of loyalty. Chen Zuoshan was evidently taken aback by Yi Fengwu's gesture, his old face betraying a moment of astonishment. However, he did not stop him. He sensed that Yi Fengwu was willing to forsake everything for his daughter. He might not be a perfectly obedient husband, but he was undoubtedly a good father. He recalled how years ago he had asked Yi Fengwu to kneel to become his apprentice, but he had stubbornly refused. Today he willingly bent his knees for his daughter. "Well, good lad, I shall set out tomorrow. If I cannot provide you with a solution, I will have no face to meet you." Chen Zuoshan was also moved, speaking firmly to Yi Fengwu, his words laced with a promise. After rising, Yi Fengwu no longer dwelled on Jingxi's plight, for he trusted that Chen Zuoshan would handle it. He then informed Chen Zuoshan of his plan, saying, "I intend to apply for a bodyguard position at the Luowang group tomorrow. The Death God Guild has lost 2 assassins with vitality. They are likely to take this seriously." Chen Zuoshan nodded. The Death God Guild is notorious for their relentless approach. They will undoubtedly send high-level assassins. If my guess is correct, the 2 you killed were likely class assassins, most of whom are novice practitioners of vitality. Be cautious if you encounter intermediate vitality practitioners. Their mastery over vitality is far superior, and their combat power is not to be compared with novice practitioners. Fengwu nodded gravely. He had fought intermediate vitality practitioners before. In that battle, he had faced 8 vitality practitioners at once. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he knew how formidable intermediate vitality practitioners could be. Then, as if a thought struck him, Fengwu frowned and said, "I sense that the assassins from the Death God Guild do not want Luo Yihuang dead, rather they want her alive. What do you think?" At this, Qin Zuoshan also furrowed his brows, falling into contemplation. After a long pause, he seemed to arrive at a conclusion, his gaze growing colder as he huffed. "If I am not mistaken, they likely want to make that girl from the Luo family their saintess." Saintess? Fengwu was slightly taken aback. With a serious expression, Qin Zuoshan explained, "It is said that the saintess acts as the guide to hell for the Death God Guild. Each generation of saintess possesses the ability to communicate with the messengers of hell in the West, thereby conveying commands to the guild. For hundreds of years, the Death God Guild has pursued a mysterious plan, yet no one knows its details. However, I can sense that once this plan is complete, the entire world will be plunged into peril." Listening to Qin Zuoshan's grave tone, Fengwu also frowned inwardly, but he was particularly intrigued by the saintess with spiritual powers. He couldn't help but voice his curiosity. "So Luo Yihuang possesses spiritual powers, but I have yet to perceive any special aura from her." Qin Zuoshan shook his head, saying, "The power within you is suppressed. Naturally, you cannot sense anything. If one day your spiritual seal is unsealed, you will discover the wonders of this world. However, until you find a perfect way to counteract your spiritual seal, you must not recklessly use your vitality. Doing so could very well unleash the suppressed power within you, and at that point, even the gods would be unable to save you." Fengwu nodded, a bittersweet feeling swelling within him. Vitality was something he had always yearned for, but never dared to wield. At this moment, Qin Zuoshan furrowed his brows slightly and said, "More than 20 years ago, the previous saintess of the Death God Guild suddenly betrayed them and has been missing ever since. It is rumored that she fell in love with a Chinese man, which is likely why the guild is so desperate to find the next saintess." Hearing this, Fengwu was also slightly surprised. The saintess fell in love with a Chinese man. It truly was a vast world where anything could happen. He couldn't help but secretly admire that Chinese man for managing to win the heart of the saintess of the Death God Guild. After chatting with Qin Zuoshan for a while, Fengwu took his leave. As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, the Luowang auction house, part of the Luowang group, was already crowded. The auction house was renowned throughout China for buying and selling valuable items, including antiques, diamonds, and jewelry, with exorbitant commissions to match. Yet despite this, people flocked from all over the country to auction their items. Today, every item slated for auction was world famous, with the most valuable being a ring called the Heart of the Blue Sea, which housed one of only 2 remaining Blue Sea gemstones in existence. Many of the wealthiest individuals from Western nations had traveled great distances to bid on the one-of-a-kind Heart of the Blue Sea. Suddenly, the crowd stirred, and a group of bodyguards entered through the front door. Among them were Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan, surrounded by a dozen bodyguards. Both women were dressed in professional suits that accentuated their exquisite figures, but the most striking were their breathtakingly beautiful faces. "Oh my God, it's Luo Yihuang, the chairwoman of the Luowang group. She is absolutely stunning, truly a celestial being. Who is that beautiful woman beside her? What a gentle aura. My heavens, I thought there was only one Luo Yihuang in the world, but today I see a woman who can rival her beauty." In an instant, many turned their eyes towards Qin Xinghan, curious about this beauty, who was not far behind Luo Yihuang in appearance. Luo Yihuang exuded an air of regal arrogance, like an empress gracing her domain, radiating a powerful presence. In contrast, Qin Xinghan possessed a gentle charm, her soft demeanor seemingly more enchanting and captivating. In that moment, a flurry of reporters rushed over their cameras, all aimed at Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. If it were not for the throng of bodyguards blocking the way, the cameras would have eagerly trained their lenses on Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan's faces. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd, followed by a dozen black-clad bodyguards shoving the media and television reporters aside. "Hey, do you have no manners? You." A male reporter, seemingly incensed by the rough treatment, began to curse, but when he turned to see the middle-aged man surrounded by bodyguards behind him, his anger drained away, leaving his face pale. "I am sorry." After uttering those words, the reporter quickly burrowed into the crowd, trembling like a mouse in the presence of a cat. The other reporters, pushed aside, also caught sight of the middle-aged man, and without exception paled and stepped back, no longer daring to press forward. "Mr. Luo, we finally meet," the middle-aged man said as he walked forward with a smile directed at Luo Yihuang. Not a single person dared to step closer. At this moment, however, all of Luo Yuang's bodyguards stood firm in front of her, shielding both her and Qin Xinghan. The middle-aged man was none other than Chen Yuanzhong, known as the West Tiger of Black Wind, a figure dominating half of the underworld in Haihua City. Even the reporters dared not approach, and the crowd that had surged forward to catch a glimpse of Luo Yuang's extraordinary beauty now watched from a distance in fear. Chen Yuanzhong, a ruthless individual who had stirred up trouble in Haihua City over a decade ago, was a name known and feared by all. Gazing at the man blocking her path, Luo Yuang spoke coldly, "Step aside." Those two words, delivered with a chilling detachment, signified her lack of fear towards Chen Yuanzhong, for it was she and her Luo group that truly drove Haihua City's economy. Unfazed by Luo Yuang's icy tone, Chen Yuanzhong maintained his smile. He had investigated her, but found nothing concrete, which only suggested that her background was formidable enough to deter him from provoking her. "Mr. Luo," he continued amiably, "I still believe that my Baotian real estate is the most suitable partner for the project at the East Coast Strait. To this end, I am willing to concede 5% of the profits. What do you think?" A trace of derision flickered in Luo Yuang's eyes. The East Coast Strait was a tourist destination her Luo group planned to develop with an investment of at least 10 billion, and the potential profits were astronomical. Developers nationwide were eager to get a piece of the pie, and as a local power player, Chen Yuanzhong was doing everything he could to secure the project. Despite his repeated visits to court, her Luo Yuang had consistently turned him away. While she indeed needed partners, she had no intention of allying with someone from a predatory underground organization like Chen Yuanzhong's. "I said step aside," she repeated, her expression still frosty, her tone now even colder. Chen Yuanzhong's patience began to wear thin, yet he retained his smile. "Ms. Luo, if you agree to partner with my Baotian real estate, it would help you avoid many unnecessary troubles. Surely you understand my influence in Haihua City, so I am the most suitable candidate for this project." His words were unmistakably a threat. As a ruler of half the underworld, he could easily create trouble for the Luo group. Luo Yuang had lost her patience with Chen Yuanzhong's brazen attitude, but she was reluctant to offend such a figure unless absolutely necessary. She knew that if this local tyrant became enraged, it would certainly complicate the project's development. Just as she hesitated on whether to have her bodyguards remove Chen Yuanzhong, a new commotion erupted from the back of the crowd, and a group of youths approached. Upon seeing the leader, Luo Yuang's brows furrowed deeply. "The most suitable partner should be me, Fengwu Real Estate. Ms. Luo, I am willing to concede 10% of the profits." The youth at the front smiled at her. Bearing a conspicuous scar across his face, he was Zhang Hao, known as the East Dragon Overlord, the only one bold enough to confront Chen Yuanzhong in Haihua City. Luo Yuang's frown deepened. One Chen Yuanzhong was already troublesome enough, now another figure of equal notoriety, Zhang Hao, had appeared. If it were not for dire necessity, she would truly prefer to avoid antagonizing both of them. It wasn't that she feared them, she simply wished to avoid complications. The arrival of Zhang Hao caused the crowd to retreat further. The two fiercest figures of Haihua City's underworld had unexpectedly converged at the Luo auction house today. Beside Zhang Hao stood his capable subordinate Hyena. Though Hyena's gaze remained calm, a latent hostility seeped through, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who dared to meet his eyes. Zhang Hao had similarly plotted to collaborate with the Luo group on the East Coast Strait project. He held animosity towards Chen Yuanzhong, and as a competitor was unwilling to be outdone. Upon seeing Zhang Hao, Chen Yuanzhong's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing across them. Yet having matured beyond youthful impetuosity, he would not let Zhang Hao's mere words provoke him. Thus, with a composed smile, Chen Yuanzhong replied, "Zhang Hao, is one Qin family not enough for you? Have you become so greedy as to extend your reach to the East Coast Strait?" At this, Qin Xinghan's expression shifted. What did that mean? Was Zhang Hao planning to target the Qin family? Could it be that he was instigated by Yi Fengwu? Although the Qin family had been unkind to him, they were still his family. Zhang Hao regarded Chen Yuanzhong with cold eyes and replied indifferently, "It seems your information is quite current. Some people oblivious to their own mortality need to be taught a lesson. They truly believe I, Zhang Hao, am a paper tiger." While Zhang Hao spoke of the Qin family, his implications were unmistakably a threat towards Chen Yuanzhong. Being from the older generation, Chen Yuanzhong was shrewd and composed. Without a change in his demeanor, he replied, "Young man, if you wish to compete, I shall entertain you. But to swallow a family's power alone, I fear you may lack the capability." Zhang Hao's eyes gleamed with cold intensity. Just as he was about to respond, he felt Hyena nudge him with his elbow, signaling him to look forward. Zhang Hao, puzzled, swept his gaze across the crowd, but when it landed on Luo Yuang beside Qin Xinghan, he suddenly halted, bitterness flooding his face. Only then did he notice Qin Xinghan, who had been standing quietly beside Luo Yuang all along. He inwardly cursed himself for speaking out of turn, recalling Yi Fengwu's repeated warnings not to let Qin Xinghan know about his plans against the Qin family. At that moment, Lin Yu, standing behind Luo Yihuang, leaned in to whisper, "Ms. Luo, the auction is about to begin." Luo Yihuang's expression turned slightly frosty. If these two did not step aside soon, she would have to resort to more forceful measures with her bodyguards. "Can you step aside?" At that moment, Qin Xinghan suddenly lifted his gaze, softly addressing Jiang Hao. Qin Xinghan's sudden interjection not only left Luo Yihuang momentarily stunned, but also drew curious glances from the surrounding crowd, many of whom found the scene somewhat amusing. After all, they were facing two titans of Haihua City, and even Luo Yihuang seemed at a loss of what could a subordinate of the Luo group possibly do. "Clear the way. Anyone who dares to block us will be thrown out." Jiang Hao's commanding voice cut through the murmurs, and with a wave of his hand, he signaled his burly subordinates. In an instant, the group of imposing men parted the crowd, creating a path with ease. The hyena stepped forward, standing defiantly before Qin Yuanzhong and his entourage, an intimidating aura radiating from his eyes that made Qin Yuanzhong's bodyguards uneasy. Beside Qin Yuanzhong, a robust figure stepped forward, undeterred by the hyena's presence. This was Cheng Xiong, Qin Yuanzhong's most formidable subordinate, his pronounced temples a testament to his strength. Cheng Xiong had once ruled the underground boxing scene, remaining undefeated for a decade, while the hyena had been a mercenary in the Silver Triangle, his hands stained with blood. Both men eyed each other with palpable tension. However, Qin Yuanzhong placed a hand on Cheng Xiong's shoulder, saying, "Since President Luo is eager to attend the auction, we should not continue to obstruct her path. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to President Luo." Maintaining his composure, Qin Yuanzhong understood that a brawl with Jiang Hao would only invite trouble. He also had no desire to offend Luo Yihuang. Hearing this, Cheng Xiong retreated behind Qin Yuanzhong, yet his cold gaze remained fixed on the hyena. Both men were the foremost experts beside their respective leaders, each contemplating a test of strength, but today was clearly not the right moment. Qin Xinghan's words had prompted Jiang Hao to unhesitatingly clear a path, shocking everyone present, including Luo Yihuang. Realizing the implications, she glanced at Qin Xinghan and quickly understood. Although she could not ascertain the full extent of Yi Fengwu's influence, she knew Jiang Hao held him in high regard, treating him with utmost respect. This could be an opportunity to navigate through potential troubles, thanks to Xinghan. Yet rather than discussing this with Qin Xinghan immediately, she simply said, "Let's go." Qin Xinghan nodded in agreement and followed Luo Yihuang towards the auction hall. As they passed Jiang Hao, she softly expressed her gratitude with a single "thank you." Jiang Hao was taken aback by her thanks, waving his hand awkwardly. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries, he noticed Qin Xinghan had already left, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. However, he managed a grin, knowing she was his sister-in-law. Even if she were to demand his life, he wouldn't dare protest. Turning to the hyena, Jiang Hao instructed, "Tonight the Luo group is hosting a celebration at the Fengwu Hotel. If I'm not mistaken, the star of the evening will be my sister-in-law. Make sure everything is arranged perfectly and replace all security with our people. If my sister-in-law is displeased, well, all face Wu guess wrath." The hyena nodded seriously in response. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzhong watched Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan in the distance, then shifted his calculating gaze towards Jiang Hao. He remarked to Cheng Xiong, "Haven't you always wanted to test the prowess of the legendary night madman?" Cheng Xiong blinked, interest flickering in his eyes. "Well, soon you'll have that chance," Qin Yuanzhong replied with a faint smile, then proceeded towards the auction hall. If the ring in question truly was the fabled Heart of the Blue Sea, it would yield a significant profit. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction finally commenced. The spacious hall was packed with attendees, and numerous media outlets had set up cameras. Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan occupied the front row, flanked by Lin Yu and a dozen bodyguards. The rows behind them were filled with the wealthy and elite, including many foreign guests. Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan quickly became the focal point of discussions, both possessing breathtaking beauty. Luo Yihuang resembled an empress attending a grand event, while Qin Xinghan appeared as a delicate fairy. It seemed that even the Heart of the Blue Sea would pale in their presence. Suddenly, a blonde foreigner in his 30s approached, flashing a smile as he spoke in English. "Ladies, you are the most beautiful women I have ever encountered. I would like to bid on the Heart of the Blue Sea today, using it as an invitation for you both to dinner." Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan exchanged glances, their expressions remarkably indifferent. It was clear that the foreigner was a wealthy scion who, had his words been directed at any woman in the vicinity except for them, it would have undoubtedly been successful, perhaps even leading to an irresistible embrace. However, Luo Yihuang's icy demeanor radiated regal arrogance. She wouldn't be swayed by a mere ring, let alone a palace. As for Qin Shinghan, though gentle-natured, she held her pride and would not compromise her values for wealth. Seeing the aloofness in their demeanor, the foreigner assumed they did not understand English. He could hardly believe any woman would reject his offer, especially for the heart of the Blue Sea. Just as he prepared to speak again, Qin Shinghan in fluent English interjected, "I'm sorry, but I am married." The foreigner's face fell slightly, but he was not ready to give up. In the face of money, he believed nothing could be truly unattainable. However, before he could intensify his persuasion, he felt a sudden grip at his collar, lifting him off the ground. It was Jiang Hao, his face marred by a menacing scar, his gaze terrifying. Behind him stood a gang of equally intimidating subordinates, which not only made the foreigner pale, but also caused the onlookers to instinctively recoil. "Who is this blind lamb? Do you want to leave on your own, or should I have my men chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish?" Jiang Hao growled fiercely. The foreigner, standing at over 6 feet tall and weighing at least 180 pounds, found himself helplessly suspended by a single hand. The sight of Jiang Hao's formidable entourage rendered him nearly paralyzed with fear, though he could not comprehend the words spoken in Mandarin. At that moment, Luo Yihuang stepped in, translating with a voice as steady as Qin Qinghan's. He said, "If you don't leave, he'll chop you into pieces to feed the fish." The foreigner, terrified, quickly stammered several apologies. Jiang Hao finally released him, and the foreigner hurriedly retreated into the crowd, abandoning any further thoughts of participating in the auction. Those who had considered approaching Luo Yihuang and Qin Shinghan quickly reconsidered, not wishing to end up as fish food at the hands of the fearsome Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao straightened his coat, flashing a goofy smile at Qin Shinghan before turning to leave. Luo Yihuang, intrigued, glanced at Qin Shinghan, teasing, "Shinghan, you certainly have a powerful ally." Qin Shinghan's expression soured, and she replied helplessly, "Yihuang, please don't tease me. Ooh, I fear they may come back." Luo Yihuang shook her head. "That's impossible. Yi Fengwu's gift of the rare heart of the Blue Sea to you shows his regard. As Jiang Hao is his friend, he will undoubtedly treat you as a sister-in-law." Qin Shinghan's expression became complex. She was surprised Luo Yihuang knew about her situation, but shook her head, saying, "I'm still not certain if this ring is indeed the one he gave me." Luo Yihuang chuckled softly, but said nothing further, knowing that Qin Shinghan had already sensed that the auction ring was the one gifted by Yi Fengwu. She was simply conflicted, unsure of the misunderstandings between her and Yi Fengwu. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit took to the auction stage. He was the chief auctioneer of the Luo Group. "Welcome, friends from all over the nation and around the world. I am the chief auctioneer of Luo Auction. I believe you are all eager to see today's auction items, so I will refrain from any further delays. Let the auction begin." As the auctioneer's voice faded, a clear image of a rare artifact appeared on the large screen behind him. Some were intrigued by the artifact, but many more were drawn by the allure of the heart of the Azure Sea. Nonetheless, as the auctioneer delivered a sharp introduction, the artifact gradually fetched an astronomical price. Throughout the auction, no one noticed the figure seated in the last row. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit and wearing sunglasses, he gazed with interest at the delicate silhouette in the front row. This individual was none other than Yi Fengwu, who had arrived long before and witnessed the intense confrontation between Jiang Hao and Chen Yuan. The auction lasted for an hour and was nearing its climax, with the much-anticipated heart of the Azure Sea finally set to be auctioned. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you already know what the highlight of today's auction is. Indeed, it is the one and only heart of the Azure Sea, the auctioneer proclaimed with palpable excitement. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze to the large screen behind him. Soon, a remarkably clear live video appeared on the screen, revealing a ring that shimmered with brilliant light. "Oh my, it really is the heart of the Azure Sea. To behold such a treasure, my life will have no regrets," many exclaimed, their hearts racing at the sight of the unique radiant ring. The camera slowly panned, capturing every contour of the ring. The azure gemstone gleamed dazzlingly, especially the 2 Chinese characters engraved on the inner band, Feng and K, drawing everyone's attention. When Qin Shinghan saw those familiar characters again, her expression turned complex, and even her hands resting on her thighs clenched tightly together. Luo Yihuang noticed Qin Shinghan's unusual demeanor and realized she recognized the ring. The chief auctioneer continued, "This ring has been appraised at a market value of 100 million USD, but I believe it is worth far more, for it is priceless. Its gemstone is as blue as the ocean. It symbolizes status and eternal love, and the 2 characters inscribed on it may have been intentionally chosen by its previous owners, signifying the proof of their love. To possess it is to receive eternal blessings for your love." As Yi Fengwu listened to the auctioneer's captivating rhetoric, he couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Many in the front row were already breathless, eager to wear it immediately. Yet Yi Fengwu's expression darkened, for this ring was a gift from that enchanting woman. If she discovered it was sold for a mere 200 yuan, her temper would surely lead her to strangle him. More critically, the ring had been sold by Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan gripped her clothing tightly, her eyes filled with unspeakable turmoil and embarrassment. She was now certain this was the ring Fengwu had given her. Luo Yihuang sensed her growing distress and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Qin Xinghan shook her head, biting her lip, and asked, "Yihuang, is this ring really the heart of the Azure Sea?" Without hesitation, Luo Yihuang nodded and replied, "Absolutely, it could at least auction for 150 million USD. Oh, Qin Xinghan's face paled further. 150 million US dollars was an amount she could never repay in several lifetimes. She suddenly recalled her parents had mocked Fengwu for giving her a fake ring more than once, and she had never believed it could be the genuine heart of the Azure Sea. Yet he had never shown a hint of resentment, not even a single complaint. Why had he been so kind to her? At that moment, the auctioneer called out, "The starting bid for the heart of the Azure Sea is 80 million USD with a minimum increment of 1 million USD. Let us see who will claim such a treasure today." As soon as he finished, several bidders immediately raised their paddles, and within a minute the bidding price had already soared to 100 million USD. Each successive bid made Qin Xinghan's heart tremble. Luo Yihuang chuckled, observing Qin Xinghan's reaction. "Your mother sold that ring for 200. Fengwu must be going crazy." Qin Xinghan gasped, "How do you know everything?" Luo Yihuang laughed. "I am aware of many things around you." "I am curious, how expressive was Fengwu's face back then? He didn't hit or scold you, did he?" In the end, Luo Yihuang asked with concern, "Are you sure he didn't say anything?" Qin Xinghan shook her head bitterly. He didn't even utter a word of complaint. She refrained from telling Luo Yihuang that Fengwu had always thought she was the one who sold the ring. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flickered in Luo Yihuang's calm eyes as she remarked with a light laugh, "What a strange guy. It seems he truly cares for you, but he's also quite mysterious." Luo Yihuang grew increasingly intrigued by Fengwu, not just for his identity, but for the way he returned to Haihua City for 1 billion yuan, yet bestowed upon Qin Xinghan a ring worth 100 million US dollars without a second thought. This led her to conclude that he had not returned for the money, rather it must have been a deliberate decision. But she couldn't comprehend why Fengwu chose to masquerade as a kidnapper, forcing her to endure so much hardship. If Luo Yihuang knew that Fengwu was merely seeking to avenge his 3 brothers, she wondered how she would react. Unbeknownst to her, a tear slipped down Qin Xinghan's cheek. Perhaps it was a tear of emotion, but more so, it was a manifestation of the guilt she felt. She owed him a debt that could never be repaid. Minutes later, the auction price for the heart of the Azure Sea had reached 150 million, surpassing Luo Yihuang's estimate. Yet observing the trend, more paddles continued to be raised. In the last row, as the price for the heart of the Azure Sea climbed, Fengwu's expression grew increasingly grim. He pulled out his phone, his face filled with hesitation. With just a call, he could borrow money to secure the ring, but he hesitated to make that call. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept by, followed by a remarkably graceful figure in a red dress who approached Fengwu. Her alluring curves drew the attention of many, and he could even hear the sound of swallowing from those behind him. The red dress hugged her figure, perfectly showcasing a flawless silhouette that seemed to ignite the desire of any man who caught sight of her. The woman in the red dress sat down beside Fengwu, leaning so close that their bodies nearly touched. He looked down at his phone, his expression blank, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness, even holding his breath in her presence. "Hey there, are you alone?" A sultry voice laced with playful teasing reached his ears. Fengwu felt a rush of warmth as a fragrant breeze brushed against him. His eyes were not filled with apprehension, but rather with an inexplicable tension akin to a guilty secret weighing heavily on him. Thus he remained silent, stealing a glance at the woman beside him. She wore a large red sun hat that obscured much of her face, but the glimpse of her profile was captivating, making him want to remove her hat and uncover her true visage. She raised her delicate arm to slightly lift the brim of her hat, offering him a coy smile. In that fleeting moment, Fengwu caught a glimpse of her stunning beauty. Her allure was undeniable, yet there was a sharpness to it as well. The woman in red turned her gaze to the auction screen, sighing wistfully, "What a pity. I once had an identical ring engraved with the names of my beloved and myself." Then, looking back at Fengwu, her earlier melancholy transformed into playful mockery as she asked, "Do you think such coincidences really exist in this world?" The mocking voice of the woman in the red dress wafted through the night air, intoxicating like an orchid's breath, causing beads of sweat to rise on Fengwu's skin. He muttered in a strangely peculiar tone, "Perhaps such coincidences do exist." Giggle. Unbidden, the woman in the red dress covered her mouth and laughed, her laughter enchanting and vibrant. She possessed a beauty that rivaled Qin Qinghan, complemented by an alluring demeanor that seemed capable of ensnaring the souls of all men with a single smile. Yet as Yi Fengwu listened to her laughter, a sense of unease prickled at his scalp. After the laughter subsided, the atmosphere around the woman grew cold, imparting a sense of capriciousness. She then calmly stated, "The two characters on the ring were inscribed by my own hand, symbolizing my loyalty to him, proving that this ring belongs solely to him and me. 2 years ago, I gifted him the ring as a token of our love, ha." With a soft chuckle, she seemed lost in the memories of that time before continuing. Though he was reluctant, he accepted it. The woman directed her seductive gaze towards Yi Fengwu's profile, giggling. "He told me that if one day he places the ring on my finger, I would be his woman. But I've waited for him for 2 years. Oh, what a heartless man he is." In her final words, her tone turned profoundly melancholic, her eyes fixed on Yi Fengwu with an almost pathetic longing. Yi Fengwu could scarcely raise his eyes to meet the woman in red. She lowered her head slightly, trying to gauge his gaze, then smiled again. "Handsome, what do you think I should do? Should that heartless man be punished, or should I kill the beautiful woman who has intruded between us, a woman I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards?" As her words fell, Yi Fengwu's expression hardened. He turned to face the woman in red and coldly replied, "Think the ring was a gift from me to her. If you dare harm a single hair on her head, I will never forgive you." The woman feigned surprise, her voice laced with melancholy. Who would have thought that the once mighty blood wolf king has turned into a devoted protector of his wife? Are you worthy of me? Though her tone remained enticing, Yi Fengwu discerned the underlying chill. This woman's temperament was unpredictable. He could never guess whether she would laugh or cry, whether she would express joy or rage in the next moment. Luo Bing, a woman of unique status and formidable strength, was someone Yi Fengwu had no confidence in defeating. Their acquaintance dated back 3 years to a mission involving an international coalition of elite soldiers and mercenaries from over a dozen countries. The objective was to thwart a mysterious organization from undermining the sovereignty of their nations, an organization known as the Reaper Guild. That was Yi Fengwu's first encounter with the Reaper Guild, a battle that witnessed dozens of their members, including 2 high-level martial artists, 1 mid-level, and 7 low-level fighters. The clash was harrowing. Soldiers and mercenaries from other nations fell in droves, while Luo Bing single-handedly faced an onslaught of 10 martial artists, managing to slay 2 high-level ones. On that day, she donned a red battle suit and red knee-high boots. Her fighting style was both elegant and fierce, like a red-clad angel harvesting demons from the earth. However, despite her ferocity, she could not withstand the relentless assault from her opponents and had exhausted herself by the time she took down the 2 high-level fighters. Only later did Yi Fengwu learn that her energy had been severely depleted, leaving her on the brink of death. After forcing back a mid-level martial artist one last time, Luo Bing finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell forward. At that moment, Yi Fengwu, wielding dual blades, rushed forward, preventing her from hitting the ground by catching her with his back. From that moment on, he faced the 8 martial artists looming before him, including a mid-level fighter. Feeling the solid support beneath her, Luo Bing weakly remarked, "If you carry me, you won't escape either." Yi Fengwu resolutely replied, "I will not abandon any comrade." As he swung his blades, he became a true bloodthirsty wolf king who, despite lacking energy, he forced the 8 martial artists to keep their distance, partly due to their prior injuries inflicted by Luo Bing. A smile crept onto Luo Bing's lips as she whispered, "In this lifetime, no man has fought for me. What if I fall in love with you?" While battling, Yi Fengwu retorted, "Many men would fight for you, but I simply refuse to abandon my comrades. Besides, to easily fall in love with someone, I must suspect you are a sentimental woman of the world." Giggle. Yi Fengwu's words made Luo Bing laugh, her beauty radiant, yet once she recovered from her injuries, she used this very remark to teach him a harsh lesson, though that was a story for another time. Once her laughter faded, her tone turned serious. "You can leave me behind, I won't hold it against you. But if you mean to kill me, I refuse to fall into their hands." Yi Fengwu remained silent, focusing intently on the ambush before him. Luo Bing insisted, "Carrying me you cannot escape, either, well, both die." Yi Fengwu huffed, "I'm sorry, but despite my feelings for you, I will not abandon any comrade. Compared to forsaking my ally's death, is but a trivial matter." Though his words made Luo Bing want to bite him on the shoulder in frustration, for some reason, she felt a twinge of emotion at his declaration. In that fierce battle, Yi Fengwu faced 8 martial artists while carrying Luo Bing on his back, sustaining over 20 cuts and numerous bullet wounds. Yet despite his injuries, he ensured that not a single hair on Luo Bing's head was harmed. At that moment, Luo Bing realized she had developed a profound interest in this man. Even the proudest of women could become entrapped once they found a man who captivated them. Though devoid of martial energy, Yi Fengwu appeared to possess endless stamina. Drenched in blood, he fought with increasing ferocity, instilling fear in the hearts of the 8 martial artists. Ultimately, their apprehension forced the 8 martial artists to retreat temporarily, knowing they would pursue once they had recovered. Yi Fengwu, aware of their intentions, carried Luo Bingke and fled at full speed. For 7 days and nights, Yi Fengwu scarcely closed his eyes, his sole aim being to safely return his comrade to Huaxia. During this time, Luo Bingke, aware of her injuries and the relentless pursuit by the Reaper Guild, sought to spare Yi Fengwu the burden. Several times she attempted to slip away, only to be caught and returned by him as easily as one would catch a chick. After countless attempts, she resigned herself to the notion that if death awaited, she would face it with him. After all, he was the only man she had ever loved. After 7 days and nights of flight, they finally returned to Huaxia. Upon ensuring their safety, Yi Fengwu collapsed backward, the last shred of his resolve dissipating. Luo Bingke's eyes were clouded with tears. It was the first time she had cried, the first time tears fell for a man. When Yi Fengwu awoke, he found Luo Bingke sitting beside him, holding a dazzling ring adorned with a deep blue gemstone. Luo Bingke declared, "Accept this, and you will be my Luo Bingke's man." Refusal. "I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Even if you hide in the military camp, I will storm in after you." At her words, Yi Fengwu coldly huffed. "A forced fruit is not sweet." Luo Bingke teased, "Do you mean to say I'm pressuring you? Isn't it obvious?" Yi Fengwu replied with a stern expression. Her face filled with frost. Luo Bingke retorted, "Accept it or refuse." Yi Fengwu frowned, gritting his teeth. "I'll accept it, why wouldn't I?" A hardened soldier, he expressed disdain in every word directed at Luo Bingke, yet deep down, he could hardly resist the overwhelming allure of such a stunning beauty. Clinging to pride would one day exact a toll. As he carefully stowed the heart of the ocean away, the coldness in Luo Bingke's eyes transformed into warmth. However, her tone turned bittersweet as she said, "You are my man, but I will not marry you." Hearing this, Yi Fengwu scolded her with a cold face. "Are you teasing me?" Seeing the furious expression on Yi Fengwu's face, Luo Bingke couldn't help but giggle. With a gentle demeanor, she bestowed her first kiss upon him, her voice laced with a feigned innocence. "My identity is quite special, you know." Yi Fengwu discreetly licked his lips, attempting to savor the fleeting sweetness of that brief moment. He snorted, "Are you implying that I'm supposed to just watch you marry and bear children with another man?" Luo Bingke feigned innocence. "Isn't an affair stimulating? Get lost." Yi Fengwu's expression darkened further. Luo Bingke seemed to take delight in provoking Yi Fengwu's jealousy. She laughed again, her laughter bright and enchanting. After a moment, she added, "Silly, the only man worthy of me, Luo Bingke, is you, Yi Fengwu. However, I truly cannot marry in this lifetime, unless I sever ties with that organization." "Then sever them," Yi Fengwu stated bluntly. Luo Bingke adopted a pitiable expression, pretending to be vulnerable, as she replied, "I can't. I've sworn loyalty to my country and my organization. At the very least, when you cheat, don't let me catch you, and don't wear the ring I gave you on another woman's hand, or else." Luo Bingke's once charming gaze gradually descended, resting between Yi Fengwu's legs. "Or else, I might just get angry." Though her tone was seductive, the intensity of her gaze made Yi Fengwu's heart race, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He knew that while Luo Bingke appeared to be a captivating enchantress, she was fundamentally proud and exceptionally ruthless. Her temperament could shift unpredictably. One moment, she could be as gentle as a dove, and the next she might wield a sword to kill. Yi Fengwu had believed he would end up with Luo Bingke, but upon discovering that a woman in the bustling city had borne him a daughter and was living a life filled with scorn, he resolutely chose to return to the city to provide them with enduring protection. This was both a responsibility and a penance for Yi Fengwu. Thus, he had always avoided confronting Luo Bingke, even hesitating to call her. She had taken his salary card, leaving behind a single remark: "Once a man acquires wealth, he will become corrupt." Consequently, she stripped him of financial control. Luo Bingke's words plunged Yi Fengwu into a reverie of their past together. Meanwhile, Luo Bingke seemed lost in thought, as well deepening Yi Fengwu's anxiety. He silently resolved to keep a close watch on this enchantress, ensuring she did not get too close to Qin Qinghan. At that moment, the auction price for the Heart of the Blue Sea had reached a staggering $70 million, far exceeding many people's expectations, which resulted in fewer bidders. The auctioneer wore a broad smile. The higher the bidding, the greater his commission, and the price of the Heart of the Blue Sea had far surpassed his predictions. In the third row, Chen Yuanhong's expression was equally ecstatic. $70 million after deducting Luo Huang's auction fees would still net him over $50 million. Who would have thought that a ring he acquired for $20,000 could fetch such a high price? This would double his wealth, And if he could obtain the Luo Huang Group's development project on the East Coast, then he would be in an even stronger position to eliminate Jiang Hao, the thorn in his side. Suddenly, Chun Yuanhong's previously bright demeanor darkened as he felt an unsettling chill run down his spine, as if pierced by a thorn. He couldn't resist glancing back. In that fleeting moment, he spotted Yi Fengwu, who wore sunglasses. Instantly, his brows knitted in surprise. Why did being scrutinized by him evoke such a sense of impending doom? It was terrifying. In contrast to the reckless youth he had been 8 years ago, today's Yi Fengwu was composed yet defiant, his temperament and intellect far more formidable. Qin Yuanzhong suspected Yi Fengwu must know he had deceived Qin Qinghan regarding the ring, but so what? 8 years ago he had managed to send Yi Fengwu to prison with a mere trick, and 8 years later he could easily ensure he stirred up no trouble. 70 million once. 70 million twice. At this moment the auctioneer raised his gavel ready to bring down the hammer. The bidder at 70 million was an elderly foreign man, and that amount was his limit. His eyes were fixed on the gavel, praying for it to seal the deal. 80 million. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from the front row, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The speaker was Luo Yihuang, the chairman of Luo Huang Auction House. She had raised her bid by $10 million, clearly meant to intimidate others. Her last-minute bid was also to prevent anyone from thinking she was artificially inflating the price. In an instant, no one dared to bid again, and even the auctioneer appeared momentarily stunned. But soon he resumed calling 80 million once, 80 million twice, 200 million. As the auctioneer lifted the gavel again, a slightly enchanting voice echoed in everyone's ears. The voice came from the back row and attracted all eyes. A ripple of gasps filled the air as onlookers swallowed hard, for the owner of that voice was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure, clad in a red dress, seemed to captivate all souls, making it hard to believe she was merely sitting still. She appeared to be an enchantress. Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan turned to look, and in an instant their expressions were a study in contrast, for they too had noticed the woman in red leaning intimately against Yi Fengwu, their closeness unmistakable. Luo Yihuang thought, she's here. It seems she indeed knows Yi Fengwu. Qin Qinghan's expression grew even more complicated, a subtle pang of jealousy blooming within her heart. That woman. She was so beautiful. What was her relationship with him? Amidst the multitude of gazes, the woman in red remained composed and unbothered. She flashed a charming smile at the auctioneer and softly inquired, "If no one else is bidding, can we conclude the auction?" The auctioneer, seemingly enchanted by her alluring voice, dazedly brought down his gavel. In the end, the heart of the Blue Sea was sold to Luo Bingke for $200 million. Yi Fengwu's expression darkened considerably. He was acutely aware of Qin Qinghan's reaction, compared to before. Her gaze was now markedly colder. However, soon Yi Fengwu's disappointment faded, and he bitterly smiled to himself. She has already decided to drive me away. Oh, she probably never cared for me in the first place. Why would she be angry with me? Thank you to everyone from around the world. This auction has concluded successfully. Our staff will escort the bidders to the VIP room for transactions, the auctioneer politely announced. Only then did Luo Bingke slowly rise, placing her delicate hand against Yi Fengwu's chest in an intimate gesture. Yi Fengwu's expression soured once more. He could hardly bring himself to look ahead, sensing a pair of eyes fixated on him. In the front row, Qin Qinghan felt a deep sense of loss. With great difficulty, she turned her face away from Yi Fengwu, sighing internally, "What is wrong with me? I had resolved to let him go, yet what am I hoping for?" Just then a bold thought began to take root in her mind. Perhaps it was her pride and stubbornness that compelled her, as she seemed unwilling to concede, not wanting the man who had entered her heart to leave so easily. So she began to hope her suspicions were wrong, wishing she could keep him by her side. At that moment, Qin Qinghan's phone suddenly rang. Looking down, she saw a document sent by Chun Nan. Gazing at the file on her phone, Qin Qinghan hesitated for a long time before finally tremblingly tapping to open the folder. Inside were several images, and upon opening the first one, the text immediately captured her attention. It contained information about Yi Fengwu, detailing his imprisonment and the crime for which he was convicted, raping a 16-year-old girl. The information was not particularly detailed, but upon confirming that Yi Fengwu indeed had committed such an atrocity, Qin Qinghan's heart began to race uncontrollably. This was particularly haunting for her, as she too had been 16 when she suffered similar trauma. The painful memories were etched deeply in her mind, yet she had never caught a glimpse of her assailant's face. With a mix of trepidation and determination, she opened the next image, which clearly displayed the identity details of another girl. The Yingying female was assaulted one evening while returning home from work, dragged into an alley by a suspect, Yi Fengwu. At this revelation, Qin Qinghan covered her lips, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Although she had long known Yi Fengwu was a criminal, seeing the facts laid bare still left her heart aching. The final image revealed He Yingying's home address, located in a remote village 200 kilometers southwest of Haihua City, known as Hezhuang Village. Ding. At that moment, a message from Chun Nan arrived. Qinghan, I have been investigating the scoundrel who harmed you all those years ago, but it seems he has vanished without a trace. Despite my efforts and connections, I cannot find a single lead, which only proves the depth of his background. Qinghan replied, Thank you, but there's no need to investigate further. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison and has already been punished. I no longer care. But did she truly not care? The answer was a resounding no. She simply wished to avoid revisiting the painful memories of the past. She feared that knowing the true identity of the man would trap her heart in an unending torment. Another reason loomed. If that man indeed possessed the powerful connections Chun Nan suggested, it could endanger Chun Nan himself. Soon another message from Chun Nan came through. Qinghan, I must uncover the truth and bring him to justice myself. Chun Nan had always been caring and righteous toward Qinghan, and she held onto this bond dearly. Chun Nan sent yet another message. Qinghan, why do you want to investigate Yi Fengwu? Qinghan replied, I just want to confirm something. If I can find the time, I might visit Hezhuang Village. Chun Nan responded, All right, I'll accompany you. Without even probing into her intentions, he readily offered to go with her. Upon seeing this message, Qinghan did not refuse. Instead, she responded, Thank you, Chun Nan. At that moment, Luo Yihuang noticed Qinghan was engrossed in texting and asked, Qinghan, is something the matter? Qinghan shook her head and put her phone away. Luo Yihuang said, Let's go, the dresses should have arrived. The celebration banquet is at Fengwu Hotel at 7. After the auction, Luo Yihuang and Qinghan returned to the company, while Yi Fengwu had been trailing them in the shadows, worried not only about the assassins from the Death God Guild, but also about the unpredictable enchantress Luo Bingke. By around 5 in the afternoon, when they entered Luo Yihuang's spacious office, their expressions shifted slightly. Sitting on the office sofa was a captivating figure, the woman who had bid $200 million for the Heart of the Sea at the auction. Luo Bingke flashed a flirtatious smile at Luo Yihuang, saying, surprised. Luo Yihuang replied expressionlessly, What are you doing here? Luo Bingke lit a lattice cigarette, taking a delicate puff, and replied, Didn't I tell you I would come? Besides, you need protection now more than ever. She refrained from directly telling Luo Yihuang that she was being targeted by the Death God Guild, revealing that would only instill more fear. Standing silently to the side, Qinghan wore a complex expression on her beautiful face, pondering the woman's connection to Yi Fengwu. Luo Bing's gaze lingered on Qinghan for a moment before she smiled. Your dresses have arrived. Only then did Luo Yihuang turn her attention to the desk, where indeed 3 gift boxes were placed. She had prepared 2 sets, and the extra set implied that Luo Bingke was also planning to attend the celebration. Luo Yihuang said flatly, You won't cause any trouble, will you? At this, Luo Bingke shot her a glare, pouting, Do you think I'm that reckless? Yes, Luo Yihuang replied without hesitation. Qinghan, filled with confusion, wondered who this woman was and how she seemed so familiar with Luo Yihuang. Luo Bingke chuckled, her alluring demeanor becoming even more enticing. My dear sister, after all these years apart, can't you say something nice? Indeed, Luo Yihuang and Luo Bingke were sisters 2 years apart, yet with entirely different personalities. Luo Yihuang was proud and aloof like an iceberg, keeping others at bay, while Luo Bingke was charming and whimsical, though just as proud. For any man unable to resist her allure, the outcome would likely be his demise. Suddenly, Luo Yihuang's gaze fell upon an exquisite jewelry box on the coffee table, realizing it likely contained the Heart of the Sea. Curiously, she asked, You're not the type to be fond of jewelry, why spend $200 million on a ring? Even Qinghan turned her gaze to Luo Bingke, intrigued. Luo Bingke extinguished the half-smoked cigarette and with a playful look turned to Qinghan, saying, Because it originally belonged to me. Both Qinghan and Luo Yihuang were momentarily taken aback. They knew this ring was from Yi Fengwu. Luo Bingke opened the jewelry box, revealing the ring, and its dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire office. Looking at the 2 characters engraved on the inner circle of the ring, Luo Bingke softly remarked, My name has K in it, and his name has Feng. So can't you guess? Instantly, the expressions on Qinghan and Luo Yihuang's faces became even more vivid. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brow. Are you saying this ring was a gift from you to Yi Fengwu? Luo Bingke feigned a sorrowful expression, saying, Yes, but that ungrateful man gave it to another woman. What do you think I should do to punish him and the woman who interfered in our relationship? At this, Qinghan's face turned pale, her eyes filled with deep guilt. I'm so sorry, I had no idea he was with you, Qin Qinghan stammered, tears brimming in her eyes, her tone laden with remorse even as her heart twisted in agony. She couldn't comprehend why she felt such distress. Luo Yihuang, observing Qin Qinghan's expression, said, "Stop it. With someone like you, which man could ever catch your fancy?" Yet Luo Bingke replied with a pitiful tone, "Nothing is absolute. Yi Fengwu just happens to be the man I like." With that, she disregarded Qin Qinghan's tears and took a gift box into the dressing room. As she walked away, she called out with a laugh, "I hope I didn't pick the wrong dress. Ew, I can't fit into yours." Luo Yihuang then approached Qin Qinghan to offer comfort, saying, "Qinghan, although I also dislike Yi Fengwu, this woman is a temptress. Her words are best taken with a grain of salt." Qin Qinghan responded bitterly, "I know. What she says is true. I will sever ties with him." As she said this, it felt as if something within her shattered. The dressing room, spacious and over 100 square feet, had cabinets on 3 sides. While Luo Yihuang's taste appeared rather monotonous, aside from professional suits, there were only casual clothes, with not a single fashionable dress in sight. Luo Bingke opened the gift box to reveal a stunning red gown. Calmly, she removed her clothing, her movements graceful and enticing, as if deliberately so. Once the gown enveloped her curves, which could drive countless men to madness, Luo Bingke approached the mirror, elegantly turning to admire her perfect silhouette. "Who has the better figure, me or your wife?" Suddenly, she spoke to the mirror, her gaze fixed in the direction of the reflection against the opposite wardrobe. However, aside from a row of clothes, that area was shrouded in darkness, making her question seem more like a soliloquy. Luo Bingke continued to admire her figure in the mirror, turning from side to side before she casually remarked, "Should I drag you out?" As soon as her words fell, a rustling sound emerged from the wardrobe opposite the mirror, followed by the shuffling of clothes. A rather embarrassed figure stepped out. It was Yi Fengwu, who had secretly entered the office before Luo Bingke. As the finest soldier in Huaxia, slipping past layers of surveillance cameras to access the chairman's office on the 75th floor was a trivial task for him. However, he never anticipated that Luo Bingke would come in to change clothes. If she hadn't been the first to enter then. At that moment, embarrassment washed over Yi Fengwu's face once more. This was undoubtedly an accident, and he had no lecherous intentions. Luo Bingke seemed to have known all along that Yi Fengwu was hiding inside. After confirming that there were no flaws in her reflection, she slowly turned to face him, exhaling softly, as she asked, "You still haven't answered my question." As she spoke, Luo Bingke pressed her stunning figure against Yi Fengwu. Feeling guilty, he could only respond, "Honestly, your figure is even better." Giggling, Luo Bingke laughed charmingly, leaning in so that her red lips brushed against Yi Fengwu's, her hand gripping his collar as she slowly backed away. Amidst the sweetness of her lips, Yi Fengwu felt as if he were an unfaithful man caught in an affair, yet such matters were inherently indefinable. In a sense, he and Luo Bingke had established their relationship earlier, but from another perspective, his encounters with Qin Qinghan predated his connection with Luo Bingke. Thus, Yi Fengwu found himself in a dilemma, lamenting that being an exceptional man was indeed troublesome. As Luo Bingke pressed herself closer, Yi Fengwu had no choice but to retreat, gradually nearing the dressing room door. At that moment, an ominous feeling crept over him, and he inwardly cursed his luck. Yet it was already too late. He caught a mischievous glint in Luo Bing's eyes just before she flung the dressing room door open and pushed him against the chest. "I've caught a peeping Tom. Do with him as you please." Luo Bingke walked out of the dressing room with a sly smile directed at Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan. At that moment, Yi Fengwu stood exposed in the center of the office, akin to a man caught in bed with another woman, feeling awkwardly inclined to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He didn't even dare to glance back at Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan and Luo Yihuang were engaged in conversation when they abruptly witnessed a man awkwardly retreating from the dressing room, their eyes widening in shock. Luo Yihuang's expression turned icy as she approached him, and upon realizing it was Yi Fengwu, a surge of murderous intent ignited within her. If the one changing clothes had been her, that scoundrel would have seen everything. With this thought, Luo Yihuang's anger intensified, and she walked to the desk, retrieving a handgun and pointing it directly at Yi Fengwu. Qin Qinghan recognized him merely by his silhouette, and in that fleeting moment her anger flared. How could he hide in the dressing room to spy on someone changing? However, when Luo Yihuang drew her handgun, all of Qin Qinghan's indignation vanished, replaced by a singular instinct: she could not allow him to come to harm. Without hesitation, she stepped in front of Yi Fengwu. This surprised not only the watching Luo Bingke, but also caused Luo Yihuang to furrow her brow. "Qinghan, step aside. I'm going to kill this scoundrel," Luo Yihuang said angrily. Qin Qinghan fixed her gaze on the gun, unflinching, and pleaded, "No. Yihuang, I beg you." Yi Fengwu felt the acute awkwardness of the situation, wishing for an explanation, even harboring thoughts of punishing Luo Bingke for her mischief. Yet when he saw Qin Qinghan unflinchingly standing before him, he felt both shocked and touched. But soon after a chill coursed through him. In a flash he moved in front of Qin Qinghan, positioning himself to face Luo Yihuang's gun. "Do you really dare to pull the trigger?" Yi Fengwu asked coldly, his voice laced with disdain. Luo Yihuang, gripping the gun, was filled with turmoil and fury. "I will." Yi Fengwu scoffed. "Is that so? If you truly intend to shoot someone, you'd best disengage the safety first." At his words, Luo Yihuang's striking countenance faltered, her gaze wavering as she contemplated disengaging the safety on the gun. "Yihuang," Luo Bingke interjected seriously, "put the gun down. The moment you disengage the safety, he will genuinely harbor murderous intent." This insight into Yi Fengwu's character allowed Luo Bingke to discern his concern for Qin Qinghan. The gun would pose no threat to him, but he likely feared for Qin Qinghan's safety. Seeing Luo Yihuang still struggling with her decision, Luo Bing's tone turned more earnest. "Yihuang, trust me. He could disarm you before you even disengage the safety." Though reluctant, Luo Yihuang hesitated, having witnessed Yi Fengwu's terrifying prowess firsthand. 2 days prior in that small county, a police officer had fired 6 shots without harming the 2 assassins, while Yi Fengwu single-handedly dispatched them. She understood that her gun would pose no threat to him whatsoever. With a sharp sound, Luo Yihuang finally slammed the handgun onto the desk. Luo Bingke sighed with a tinge of regret. "It seems I've played with fire." Though she expressed remorse, her demeanor hardly reflected any genuine guilt. Rather, it bore an air of schadenfreude. Finally, turning to Qin Qinghan, Yi Fengwu noticed her face was already streaked with tears. Qin Qinghan met his gaze, and after a long silence, bitterly said, "Why are you so shameless?" At her words, Yi Fengwu's face flushed red, longing to explain, yet realizing that the more he tried, the more convoluted it became. He could only shoot a glare at Luo Bingke. It was then that Luo Bingke recognized she had truly overstepped. She approached the coffee table, picked up a Heart of the Azure Sea, and walked over to Qin Qinghan, appraising her stunning beauty with a hint of jealousy. "You're truly beautiful. You know, when I learned your mother sold this ring for 20,000, I was genuinely furious." As the words fell, Qin Qinghan's expression shifted instantly, for she had let Yi Fengwu believe that she was the one who sold the ring, fearing his anger towards her mother. Unconsciously, Qin Qinghan cast a furtive glance at Yi Fengwu. Indeed, surprise filled his eyes, yet contrary to her expectation, he displayed not anger, but rather a sense of relief. Yi Fengwu certainly wouldn't be angry. Initially, he believed that Qin Qinghan sold the ring for money. Her kindness and innocence were what drew him in, and he found it difficult to accept that such a perfect person had a blemish. He had even questioned her character, but with the truth out, she remained as flawless as ever. In fact, Yi Fengwu felt a pang of guilt for having once misjudged Qin Qinghan. Luo Bingke grasped Qin Qinghan's left hand, attempting to place the Heart of the Azure Sea onto her finger. With a playful smile, she said, "Sister, I'm just joking. In truth, I have no such relationship with him. The story about the ring was entirely fabricated." "Don't you think it sounds quite real?" Luo Bing's nonchalance made it easy for anyone to believe she was merely jesting. Yet a hint of complexity flickered in Qin Qinghan's eyes. She sensed that this woman's temperament was wildly unpredictable, making it impossible to discern which of her words were genuine and which were false. However, she was certain that there was some connection between her and Yi Fengwu. Qin Qinghan withdrew her hand from Luo Bing's grasp and said softly, I can step back." At her words, Yi Fengwu, standing nearby, shuddered. He was about to say something when he caught Luo Bing's meaningful glance, which silently urged him to remain silent. Then Luo Bingke turned back to Qin Qinghan and said, "The person who knows me best is Yihuang. You can ask her if I'm the type to fall for a man easily. Besides, this guy is a complete rogue. He once mingled in the underworld. Although he has turned over a new leaf, he hasn't completely severed ties with those people." Listening to Luo Bing's explanation, the complexity in Qin Qinghan's gaze turned chaotic. She thought to herself that Luo Bingke was right. Yi Fengwu had indeed been a rogue, but could it be true that they had no real connection? Beside them, Luo Yihuang remained silent. She understood Luo Bingke well enough to affirm that her sister must have some link with Yi Fengwu. For although her sister appeared to be a seductive fairy, her inner nature was profoundly conservative. Not only would she be mortified by being spied on in a changing room, but if any man touched her hand, the aftermath would surely be disastrous. Thus, Luo Yihuang grew increasingly suspicious of Yi Fengwu's identity. He could not merely be a simple rogue, nor could he be a killer. All of Luo Bing's words seemed to be a cover for him. What troubled Luo Yihuang most was the thought of her sister associating with such a detestable person as Yi Fengwu. Qin Qinghan's expression remained complex as she refused to accept the Heart of the Azure Sea, deeming it far too precious. Seeing her reluctance, Luo Bingke tossed the heart of the Azure Sea to Yi Fengwu, as if it were a mere trinket worth $2 million. Don't lose it again, she said, casting him a meaningful smile. Yi Fengwu caught it in his hands, his own emotions equally tangled. Although Luo Bingke was a whimsical sprite, she possessed a prideful and stubborn temperament. She was not the type to back down before any woman, yet today, she willingly compromised to resolve the misunderstanding with Qin Xinghan. As Yi Fengwu wrestled with his thoughts, Luo Bingke snapped at him. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Do you want to see my sister undressed as well? At her words, Luo Yuang's expression grew colder, and Qin Xinghan shot her a look of reproach. Feeling awkward, Yi Fengwu let out a sheepish laugh and hurriedly exited. Upon reaching the elevator, the doors opened just in time for him to nearly collide with Lin Yu. Lin Yu almost bumped into him, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise as she stared at him for quite some time. What a coincidence you're working here too. Yi Fengwu greeted her, then stepped casually into the elevator. Lin Yu's astonished gaze remained fixed on him as if she had seen a ghost. How could this guy possibly be at the company? Just as the elevator doors closed, Lin Yu suddenly recalled something and hurried to Luo Yuang's office. At 7 in the evening at the Fengwu Hotel. The Fengwu Hotel, a super 5-star establishment, was luxuriously decorated, and the spacious lobby was bustling with guests. Even so, it was nearing full capacity, with waitstaff delivering trays of fine red wine and champagne to each guest. The attendees, clad in suits and elegant evening gowns, were the executives and key personnel from the Luo Huang Group's headquarters and its branches, as well as the executives of various companies, large and small, who had prospered thanks to the Luo Huang Group. I hear the new executive president is a young woman in her 20s. I wonder what merits she possesses to catch President Luo's eye. A group of 4 men and 1 woman gathered, seemingly engaged in conversation. The heavily made-up woman, wearing a gray-blue gown that accentuated her curves, directed a condescending gaze at a man in his 50s beside her, saying, President Liang, everyone knows you are the most qualified to be the executive president. We are all quite skeptical about President Luo's decision. At her words, the other 3 men nodded in agreement, one adding, President Liang, if you have any grievances, we will stand by you. The man referred to as President Liang was the vice president of the headquarters, Liang Xinghua. Before Qin Xinghan took office, he had been the de facto second-in-command under the chairman. Liang Xinghua, a middle-aged man with a somewhat portly figure and a receding hairline, listened to the flattery from his subordinates with a slight huff. President Luo has her reasons for arranging things this way. Perhaps our new president truly does have the capability. Though he said this, there was a clear disdain and hint of resentment in his eyes. A veteran of the Luo Huang Group, he had made significant contributions to the company and believed that the position of executive president rightfully belonged to him. Yet unexpectedly, a young girl had taken his place. The woman, unyielding, countered, President Liang, you are highly respected in the company. You mustn't resign yourself to fate just because of President Luo's oversight. With just a word from you, we would all support you. The others nodded in agreement. Noticing their reaction, a hint of smugness appeared in Liang Xingguo's otherwise indifferent gaze. He had connections and capabilities. How could he possibly lose to a young girl? At that moment, a tall figure passed by, causing Liang Xinghua to tense up before he quickly approached the man with a glass in hand. Brother Hao. Liang Xinghua greeted the imposing figure politely. Jiang Hao frowned and replied coolly, President Liang. It was evident that Jiang Hao was not particularly fond of this man, although he knew Liang Xinghua, who was the vice president of the Luo Huang Group, and had previously collaborated with him, even helping him solve several problems. Liang Xinghua smiled obsequiously. Brother Hao, just call me Lao Liang. I can hardly claim the title of President Liang. Today was a celebration banquet arranged by Jiang Hao at the Fengwu Hotel, and he had many matters to attend to, not wishing to engage in lengthy conversations. Just as he turned to leave, Liang Xinghua called him back. Brother Hao, the other day my son got into some trouble at a bar, and someone threatened to break his legs. I hope you can help me out. I promise to prepare a great gift for you, Liang Xinghua said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao replied blandly, I'll arrange something. With that, Jiang Hao turned and walked away. Liang Xinghua's expression brightened, and he repeatedly thanked Jiang Hao as he departed. Returning to the group of 4, he was met with envious glances. The woman remarked, President Liang, you seem quite close with the Dragon Overlord. In Haihua City, everyone knew the name of the Dragon Overlord. Just having a slight connection with him could make one walk tall in the city. What the 4 had witnessed suggested that President Liang and the Dragon Overlord were not merely acquaintances, but perhaps even friends. With a hint of pride, Liang Xinghua said, I've collaborated with Brother Hao a few times. He has helped me out quite a bit. The envy in the eyes of the others deepened. Just then, commotion arose at the entrance, and shortly after, 3 beautiful figures flanked by bodyguards made their way in. The newcomers were Luo Yihuang, Qin Xinghan, and Luo Bingke. Luo Yihuang, clad in a sky-blue gown, accentuated her already tall and exquisite silhouette, exuding an air of regal elegance that was unmistakable with every step she took. Qin Xinghan, in a white evening dress, possessed a figure that rivaled Luo Yihuang's grace. Her long dark hair cascaded down to her waist, styled similarly to Luo Yihuang's, adding a touch of nobility to her gentle and elegant demeanor. If Luo Yihuang resembled a graceful empress gracing the world, then Qin Xinghan was like a pure angel descended from the heavens. The elegance and innocence that enveloped her were qualities that Luo Yihuang lacked. Lastly, there was Luo Bingke, dressed in a striking red gown. Her figure was equally tall, yet more delicate than that of Qin Xinghan and Luo Yihuang, with every smile and frown seemingly capable of captivating souls. If one had to use a single term to describe her, it would undoubtedly be fairy. Though the gowns of the three women were modest, they could not conceal their extraordinary beauty. In just a fleeting moment, the hotel was filled with countless pairs of eyes that could no longer divert their gaze from these three enchanting figures. At that moment, a woman in a tailored business suit with a curvaceous silhouette navigated through the crowd and approached the trio. She held a tray with 3 glasses of red wine. "Director Luo, welcome to Fengwu Hotel. I am Lin Ling, the lobby manager here." The newcomer was Lin Ling, the very one who had once dared to tease Yi Fengwu and had even performed a pole dance in a private room. Luo Yihuang nodded and took a glass of wine from the tray. Luo Bingke did the same, holding her glass delicately. Lin Ling then stepped before Qin Xinghan, smiling politely as she said, "Sister-in-law, we met last time. I hope you will look after your little sister in the future." Lin Ling was well aware of Qin Xinghan's identity and had witnessed the scene where Brother Hao had wounded himself in front of Brother Wu to make amends. Being a perceptive woman, she understood the significance of the title sister-in-law. Qin Xinghan was somewhat flattered. She raised her glass and nodded towards Lin Ling, saying, "Thank you." Although unfamiliar with Lin Ling, she recalled seeing her perform during a time when she had been threatened by Gao He. It was surprising to learn that she was the lobby manager of Fengwu Hotel. "Congratulations on your promotion to the position of president of the Luo Huang Group's, sister-in-law," Lin Ling said with a smile. "Thank you." Qin Xinghan, who was not adept at conversation, could only repeat her gratitude. Lin Ling added, "If you need anything, just call for me. I will always be at your service." With that, she departed. Once again, Qin Xinghan felt flattered, realizing it was all due to Yi Fengwu. Luo Yihuang observed the scene before her, her eyes reflecting a hint of amusement. She realized her investigation had not been thorough enough. From Brother Zhang's reaction upon seeing Qin Xinghan to the lobby manager's words, she could deduce that the relationship between Yi Fengwu and Brother Zhang was likely quite close. Beside her, Luo Bingke scanned the entire lobby with her alluring gaze. When her eyes caught sight of a corner in the hall, her lips curled slightly, and she walked over holding her wine glass. Luo Yihuang led Qin Xinghan to the staircase on the 2nd floor, while all eyes in the lobby remained fixed on the 2 goddesses. Liang Xingguo wore a faint smile as he slowly approached the front. Luo Yihuang surveyed the crowd below and calmly announced, "Starting today, Qin Xinghan will be the executive president of the Luo Huang Group." Luo Yihuang's words were succinct. She offered no superfluous remarks or explanations, for that was her nature. Once she made a decision, there would be no further discourse. She was well aware of the murmurs and whispers among the employees, but sought not their opinions, only their absolute obedience. Her gaze shifted to Qin Xinghan, who appeared somewhat anxious. Biting her lip, she took a moment before addressing the audience softly. "I am Qin Xinghan. I hope to gain your understanding in the future." Her words were met with silence, not even a hint of applause, which only amplified Qin Xinghan's unease. In a corner at the back of the crowd, 2 figures sat on a spacious sofa, Yi Fengwu and Luo Bingke. Luo Bingke, holding a glass of red wine, focused on the angelic woman at the forefront, then remarked with a teasing smile, "Crazy, your wife seems a bit overwhelmed." Crazy was the term Luo Bingke had always used to refer to Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu took a drag from his cigarette and replied coolly, "Though her demeanor is gentle, she possesses a strong spirit. You should have faith in your sister's judgment." Yi Fengwu understood Qin Xinghan well. She was kind-hearted, but that did not equate to weakness. She was a woman who had even dared to bite herself and had thrown herself out of her own home. At the front of the crowd, Luo Yihuang appeared to have anticipated this situation. She remained silent, quietly observing Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan bit her lip again, then lifted her gaze to address everyone. "I know I cannot earn the trust of each one of you, but I assure you, I will make this company better." Still no applause followed. Liang Xingguo's expression was laden with mockery, clearly relishing Qin Xinghan's discomfort. Then Liang Xingguo stated earnestly, President Qin, if I recall correctly, you were merely a department manager in a small family business before hardly qualifying as an executive. I believe I am not the only one here questioning your capabilities." As his words settled, another voice chimed in. "We are veterans of the Luo Huang Group. While we cannot claim sole credit for the glory of the company, your background is far too ordinary, President Qin, making it difficult for us to trust a person so young and unremarkable to manage the entire company." One by one, others echoed their skepticism and derision towards Qin Xinghan. Her face grew increasingly distressed, the delicate features seemed on the verge of tears. Already timid, the sharp words of the crowd only eroded her confidence further. "A woman who was forced at 16 has no right to be our president." Suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd, and Qin Xinghan's complexion shifted instantly to pallor. Pain flickered in her gentle eyes, mingled with a faint stubbornness and anger. This remark stirred a storm in the room, and the expressions directed at Qin Xinghan morphed into something more scornful. It dawned on everyone that she was the very Qin Xinghan from the Qin family. As a result, the eyes of the crowd turned even more derisive. Beside her, Luo Yuang's brow furrowed deeply, yet she remained silent. In the corner, Yi Fengwu's expression turned icy, a murderous intent radiating from him that sent shivers down spines. Luo Bink, sensing Yi Fengwu's unusual demeanor, frowned slightly and sighed. Some people truly don't know their place. Liang Xinghua had also researched Qin Xinghan's past. Seeing her expression of restrained anger, his sense of triumph intensified. As long as he could crush her spirit, she would lose any courage to stand here. A mere girl was unworthy of the position of executive president. Thus Liang Xinghua added fuel to the fire, saying, "President Qin, we sympathize with your unfortunate experience, but sympathy does not mean we are willing to entrust such a large company to your management." The emphasis Liang Xinghua placed on the word "unfortunate" was clearly intentional, aimed at provoking. This remark drove Qin Xinghan's already painful emotions to the brink. It was a scar she could never erase. Though accustomed to the cold words of others, having it publicly exposed once again was unbearable. The crowd was thoroughly entertained watching her humiliation, as if they anticipated the new female president would soon flee in disgrace. Is it truly that satisfying to salt someone else's wounds, eh? Suddenly a cold voice emerged from Qin Xinghan's lips. The sorrow in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a profound chill and stubbornness. She scanned the crowd before declaring, "How about a wager? If I cannot increase the company's profits by 20% within 6 months, I will voluntarily resign. If I succeed..." Qin Xinghan's gaze turned icy, her voice resolute. "Then all of you must apologize for the humiliation you have inflicted on me today." At that moment, she seemed transformed from a fragile woman in need of protection into a fiercely determined and domineering president. As her words fell, Liang Xinghua and the other executives stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Luo Yihuang observed the familiar pride in Qin Xinghan, her lips curving upward slightly. The once gentle, yet fiercely proud friend was returning. In the corner, Luo Bingke appeared, taken aback, a hint of a smile breaking through her enchanting eyes as she turned to Yi Fengwu, saying, "Not bad. I thought she would run away." Yi Fengwu's eyes held a faint smile. Though his expression remained calm, he was already sweating with concern, admiring her stubbornness. However, the smile in his eyes faded, replaced by a cold grunt. "I hope Xiao Hao will not disappoint me, otherwise I will make sure to reclaim this for my wife." Yi Fengwu's tone was icy, a trace of murderous intent glimmering in his gaze. He could tolerate many things, but he would never accept even the slightest insult towards Qin Xinghan. In just 6 months, raising the revenue of the Luo Wang Group by 20% was a grand declaration that sounded like an absurd joke to everyone present. "Mr. Qin, you truly are a product of a small company, brazenly fearless like a newborn calf. Do you have any idea how much revenue Luo Wang Group generates in a year? A 20% increase. Should I commend your youthful enthusiasm, or should I call you arrogant?" Liang Xinghua said mockingly, swirling his glass of red wine. Qin Xinghan looked at Liang Xinghua and replied coolly, 3 years ago, the total profit of Luo Wang Group was 105 of the previous years. 2 years ago, it was 106 of the prior year. However, last year, the profit dropped to 92 of the previous years, nearly 10 percentage points lower than the 2 preceding years. As far as I know, the fundamental reason for last year's profit decline was due to 2 decision-making errors by Mr. Liang, leading to the company's losses. Mr. Liang, I speak only the truth. Although it was her first day at work, Qin Xinghan had taken the time to review a considerable amount of company data, particularly focusing on the 2 business dealings that had led to last year's losses. With a bit more caution, the responsible parties could have completely avoided the losses. While Qin Shinghan had not managed such a large company before, she could tell at a glance that the previous leaders had not acted with due diligence, which is a significant commercial taboo. Qin Shinghan was not one to blame others after the fact, nor did she take pleasure in degrading someone by pointing out their mistakes. Yet Liang Xinghua and others had crossed her line. They could doubt their own abilities, but they had no right to demean her using their past failures. For a moment, Liang Xinghua's face turned ashen, and he scarcely dared to look at Luo Yihuang. Had it not been for the kindness of Director Luo last year, he would have been dismissed on the spot. Now he found it unbelievable that Qin Shinghan could uncover these details from the company records. A chill crept into Liang Xinghua's eyes. If you want to play, then I will play with you to the end. He raised his eyes to Qin Shinghan, coldly scoffing. Since Mr. Qin has promised a 20% increase in profit within 6 months, let all executives bear witness. I hope Mr. Qin will not go back on his word. All eyes turned to Qin Shinghan, casting her glances laden with subtle mockery. The confidence and pride in Qin Shinghan's eyes remained undiminished as she asserted, "It's a promise." Clap, clap, clap. Luo Yihuang slowly began to applaud, seemingly encouraging Qin Shinghan's bold proclamation. Yet the room remained eerily silent, no one joining in the applause. Liang Xinghua's smirk deepened, convinced that the entire executive team was his to command. With only Director Luo's trust in Qin Shinghan, how much of a stir could she truly create? Suddenly, applause erupted from the back of the crowd, followed by a thunderous wave of clapping. Everyone turned in surprise, their eyes widening. Standing at the rear were over 20 figures. Leading the pack was the formidable Jiang Hao, known as the East Dragon Overlord. Beside him stood a slender man with a piercing gaze, exuding an aura that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. Just a glance was enough to send chills down the spine. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. Jiang Hao, accompanied by his entourage, walked slowly towards Qin Shinghan. Confusion spread among the onlookers as they observed this unusual scene. Seeing Jiang Hao, Liang Xinghua quickly exclaimed, "Brother Hao, this is our new president, a young girl who came from a small company with quite a few blemishes on her record." Liang Xinghua spoke casually, seemingly trying to assert his connection with Jiang Hao to Qin Shinghan and Luo Yihuang, as if to say, "I know, Brother Hao, we are good friends." He thought that with Jiang Hao backing him, he could speak freely even in front of Luo Yihuang. However, before he could finish, a menacing chill radiated from Jiang Hao. His cold, murderous gaze fixed on Liang Xinghua. In an instant, Liang Xinghua felt as if he was plunged into an ice cavern, his face turning pale, bewildered by Jiang Hao's sudden fury. "You're looking for death," Jiang Hao spat, swinging a powerful slap that struck Liang Xinghua's face. Slap. The force of the blow sent Liang Xinghua staggering 3 meters away. Before he hit the ground, a mouthful of blood mixed with a few teeth spurted out. Wailing in agony, Liang Xinghua clutched his swollen face, speechless. He was stunned, unable to comprehend why Brother Hao had suddenly lost control. Around him, everyone stood in shock. Wasn't Liang the friend of the East Dragon Overlord? Why had he suddenly turned violent? The realization dawned, being friends with someone from such dark underworld circles was perilous. A single misstep could cost one their life. Liang Xinghua attempted to rise and explain, but he caught the cold glare of one of Jiang Hao's followers, who growled, "Stay down." The fierce look in the follower's eyes was enough to make Liang Xinghua lie back down, trembling. At that moment, in front of all the company executives, he lay there like a dog. The bravado he had displayed while mocking Qin Shinghan completely dissipated. He couldn't even comprehend how he had offended Jiang Hao. Finally, Jiang Hao and his crew arrived in front of Qin Shinghan. "Congratulations, sister-in-law, on your promotion to president. May your work go smoothly." Led by Jiang Hao, over 20 voices rose in a powerful chorus. "May you live as long as the southern mountains." As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, another voice quickly followed. In an instant, Jiang Hao's expression darkened. He turned to his follower in the middle, who was staring at the ground, looking guilty. "You can't remember just a few simple phrases? Get out of my sight," Jiang Hao barked. The scolded follower felt extremely embarrassed, scratching his head, cursing his poor memory. He had intended to fake it and recite a few blessings, but ended up adding a few extra words. What should have been a moment of shared laughter turned into a tense silence as everyone processed the implications. Sister-in-law. Was it referring to President Qin Shinghan? Good heavens, what had they done? Even Jiang Hao, who controlled half of Haihua City, was respectful enough to call Qin Shinghan's sister-in-law. This suggested there was someone of even greater authority behind her. In the crowd, a weaselly-looking, bespectacled man began to tremble, his eyes darting as if he intended to flee. This man had been involved in the incident of Qin Shinghan's assault at 16. On the floor, Liang Xinghua felt as if all hope had vanished. In that moment, he finally understood why Jiang Hao's slap had landed on his face. He didn't know who this terrifying figure was whom even Jiang Hao addressed as brother, but one thing was clear: Qin Shi Han was someone not to be trifled with, someone whom even Jiang Hao respected. It's over. Completely over, Liang Xinghua lamented, internally wishing he could slap himself for offending Qin Shi Han, as that also meant offending Jiang Hao. With just one word from Qin Shi Han, he could easily find himself as fish food in the Haihua River the following day. Even his plea for Jiang Hao to save his son would likely fall on deaf ears. Before Jiang Hao, Qin Shi Han was equally taken aback by Jiang Hao's sudden actions. She looked helplessly at Luo Yihuang beside her, only to find Luo Yihuang seemingly unbothered by Jiang Hao's assault on Liang Xinghua, instead watching her with an amused expression. In this moment, Luo Yihuang felt somewhat surprised. She had initially been concerned about holding the celebration banquet on Jiang Hao's turf, fearing that his youthful exuberance might cause her trouble. Yet now, with Qin Shi Han present and the looming threat of Fengwu behind them, Jiang Hao was obediently complying. Thus, Luo Yihuang began to contemplate how to leverage this East Dragon overlord to eliminate some of Luo Wang Group's troubles. "What are you doing?" Qin Shi Han felt a bitter pang in her heart. She said to Jiang Hao in exasperation. Despite Fengwu's presence, she still felt wary of someone like Jiang Hao. In a corner of the hall, Fengwu with a dark expression muttered, "This kid is truly out of control." Luo Bingke shot Fengwu a disdainful glance and retorted, "He lifted your wife to the heavens. Who would dare bully her now? I bet you're secretly overjoyed." A suppressed smile glimmered in Fengwu's eyes. He hadn't expected Jiang Hao to pull such a stunt, but it was fortuitous. This way Qin Shi Han would fit in even more seamlessly at Luo Wang Group. After a moment, Fengwu slowly rose, saying, "The intimidation has been established, now it's time for punishment." In front of the crowd, Jiang Hao suddenly turned and glanced at them, coldly snorting, "Find him out." As soon as he spoke, two of his underlings pushed through the throng and dragged out a scrawny man with glasses who had been hiding in the midst of the crowd. In an instant, the bespectacled man was so frightened that he began to weep, a foul odor emanating from beneath him, causing many nearby to recoil in disgust. The man was a department manager at a branch of the Luo Wang Group, known for his sharp tongue. Seeing the goddess Qin Shi Han, who was as beautiful as a fairy tale princess, he felt a sense of inadequacy and thus made it his mission to slander her, even going so far as to expose her scars to humiliate her. Such people are often cowardly and timid. He had never imagined that one day he would be dragged out by individuals from the underground world. Now his body felt weak, and before Jiang Hao's underlings could present him before Qin Shi Han, he had already lost control, collapsing to his knees in a puddle of his own urine. The underground world has its own way of doing things. Revenge for revenge, grievances for grievances. They would never endure a moment of humiliation. Qin Shi Han was their sister-in-law, and even Jiang Hao had once harmed himself out of remorse for offending her. The fate of this bespectacled man who had the audacity to insult their sister-in-law was all too predictable. "My wife is kind-hearted. Has she ever offended any of you? Why would you do this?" At that moment, a cold voice laced with a hint of murderous intent emerged from the back of the crowd. Following that, a tall and strikingly handsome man stepped forward. Fengwu's voice was low and his expression notably calm, yet the moment he appeared, all eyes upon him trembled in fear. He exuded an aura that sent chills down their spines, reminiscent of facing a bloodthirsty wolf king. Particularly the sharp glint in his tranquil gaze made them feel as though they had a thorn prickling their backs. Qin Shi Han was momentarily taken aback by Fengwu's appearance, but she quickly felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. The very thing she had feared the most had come to pass. She understood Fengwu well, beneath his gentle demeanor lay an extremely violent nature. Could it be? He was Qin Shi Han's husband, the terrifying figure whom the notorious Jiang Hao dared to call brother. Yet in terms of appearance, he and Qin Shi Han truly made a perfect match, a couple of beauty and talent. However, while Qin Shi Han radiated warmth, this man was cloaked in a heavy aura of menace far too terrifying. "Wu Go, I can handle this." Jiang Hao stepped in front of Fengwu, his demeanor filled with shame. Initially, he had meticulously arranged this celebratory banquet to surprise his sister-in-law. Yet he had never anticipated that these people would dare to provoke her. Jiang Hao's handle clearly bore a strong scent of blood, which sent waves of fear through the bespectacled man and Liang Xinghua. Even those who had been whispering in the crowd now trembled, their eyes darting about in fear that they might be next. They had no doubt that if Jiang Hao wished to throw them into the sea, the next day's news would not report a word about it. Fengwu waved his hand dismissively and then walked over to the kneeling bespectacled man with a dark expression. The man was so terrified that his face turned pale, resembling a corpse, and he didn't even dare to meet Fengwu's gaze. "Big brother, I was wrong, please spare me." The bespectacled man stammered, his lips trembling with fear. Fengwu's voice was cold as ice. "Spare you? Did you ever think about sparing my wife when you rubbed salt into her wounds? Were you truly pleased by that? Those words left the bespectacled man in utter despair. Slap. Fengwu struck the man across the face, shattering his glasses into shards of glass. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 3 meters away, losing consciousness upon impact. Though Fengwu had spent 8 years in the military, his former ferocity had not diminished, rather it had intensified, infused with an even more terrifying aura. In the military, men vowed to protect their homeland. However, if each citizen possessed such a narrow heart, then they should be the first to be eliminated. In that moment, the aura of menace surrounding Fengwu became palpable enough to fill the entire hall with a chilling atmosphere. Beside him, Liang Xinghua quivered in fear, prostrating himself on the ground, not daring to lift his face. At that moment, he had been thoroughly intimidated by Fengwu's presence. Had he known that Qin Xinghan had such a terrifying husband, even with 10 times the bravery, he wouldn't have dared to question her. Fengwu's icy gaze swept over all present. As his eyes roamed, faces quickly fell, and soon the entire hall was silent, everyone avoiding Fengwu's gaze. He coldly snorted. If you only questioned my wife, Fengwu might be displeased, but I wouldn't say anything. However, you should never under any circumstances expose her scars. Who among you has experienced her pain? Suddenly, Fengwu pointed at a woman in the crowd, his voice cold. You. Tell me, does her past relate to her abilities? The woman who had previously mocked Qin Xinghan alongside Liang Xinghua nearly collapsed at his sudden attention, almost kneeling in fear. I'm sorry, President Qin. I shouldn't have questioned you. I was wrong, please spare me. Tears streamed down the woman's face as she trembled and bowed profusely toward Qin Xinghan, nearly falling to her knees. Qin Xinghan felt a pang of compassion. From the moment Fengwu appeared, she had anticipated this scenario. She wanted to stop him, but she knew that intervening would embarrass him. This was how matters were resolved in the underground world. Though her heart was kind, it didn't mean she was naive. Jiang Hao was his brother, and there were many underlings around. If she pleaded for leniency, it would only place Fengwu in a difficult position, possibly even causing him to resent her. Thus Qin Xinghan turned her face away, saying nothing and refraining from pleading. Seeing this, Fengwu felt a flicker of astonishment. He had thought Qin Xinghan would plead for them, but it appeared that she had matured. Beside them, Luo Yihuang quietly observed the scene before her. These people were her employees, and while Fengwu and Jiang Hao's punishment displeased her, she also wanted them to face consequences for humiliating Qin Xinghan. So she too remained silent, hoping that Fengwu wouldn't go too far. Fengwu nodded at Jiang Hao, saying, "It's up to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao also nodded, then turned a fierce expression toward everyone present. "Qin Xinghan is my sister-in-law, and if you dare to act with such audacity, then kneel and bow to me. Anyone who doesn't bleed from their bowing will find me personally taking their blood." Jiang Hao bellowed, cursing at everyone. "Kneel! Kneel!" In an instant, the 20 or so underlings shouted at the rest. Everyone turned pale with fear in this day, and age bowing in apology was an immense humiliation for anyone. Yet this was the way of the underground world. Humiliation was precisely why they would be forced to do so. Only through experiencing true humiliation would they understand the gravity of their mistakes. Luo Yihuang's expression darkened, her brows knitted tightly. Qin Xinghan's face turned anxious. She had never imagined that Fengwu would take things this far. Initially, she believed he would only teach a lesson to 1 or 2 people, but now it was clear he intended to suppress everyone in the company. In doing so, everyone would unconditionally obey her, but was this truly Fengwu's intention? Enough! Suddenly, a quiet yet firm voice emerged from Qin Xinghan. She didn't know where her courage came from, but she truly shouted it out. This caused Jiang Hao's underlings to take a step back, all eyes turning to Jiang Hao and Fengwu. Those who were on the verge of kneeling also looked up, a glimmer of hope in their eyes, anticipating that Qin Xinghan would plead for them. Fengwu turned to look at Qin Xinghan, expecting her not to plead, yet she spoke up. Qin Xinghan bit her red lips before addressing Fengwu. "I understand. I know you're doing this for me, but I just want you to realize that fear doesn't equate to respect. If you truly care for me, then give them a chance and give me an opportunity to prove my abilities. Please." By the end, her tone carried a hint of pleading. Qin Xinghan's plea for mercy was entirely within Fengwu's expectations. He knew she would make her appeal at the last moment. This was precisely what Fengwu desired. Although he revered martial prowess, he understood the importance of winning people's hearts. While he harbored a desire to eliminate these individuals, such an action would undoubtedly be detrimental to Qin Xinghan, as she required their obedience. Qin Xinghan was correct in stating that respect does not equate to fear. If he were to allow Jiang Hao to ruthlessly suppress these people today, it might force them to show deference to Qin Xinghan, but it would not inspire genuine loyalty from their hearts. Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Yi Fengwu, seemingly questioning whether he should heed his sister-in-law's advice. Yi Fengwu adjusted his well-ordered attire and replied with an indifferent expression, "I apologize for interrupting your celebration. Shouldn't there be a ball next?" The sudden shift in Yi Fengwu's demeanor left everyone astonished. Jiang Hao quickly understood the situation. He waved his hand, signaling the 20 or so underlings to retreat. In an instant, a wave of relieved breaths filled the crowd, who realized they had narrowly escaped disaster, all thanks to the newly appointed President Qin Shinghan, whom they had previously mocked mercilessly. At that moment, all employees of the Luo Wang Group felt a complex mix of emotions, their eyes reflecting deep guilt. They had treated their new president poorly, not only questioning her abilities, but also cruelly discussing her tragic past, an act that indeed resembled that of petty individuals. Consequently, they now felt admiration for Qin Shinghan's magnanimity and kindness. Meanwhile, Liang Xing was still sprawled on the ground, was overwhelmed by conflicting feelings. He sighed, realizing everything was over. Offending Qin Shinghan equated to offending Brother Hao. With his son currently in a world of trouble, he feared for his own safety as well. If possible, he hoped to personally apologize to Qin Shinghan tomorrow, wishing for her to accept his contrition. Qin Shinghan visibly sighed with relief, surprised by Yi Fengwu's leniency towards her. She had prepared herself to be publicly reprimanded. As for the ball mentioned by Yi Fengwu at that moment, who had the heart to dance? With a pained expression, Qin Shinghan turned to Luo Yihuang and said, "Yihuang, I'm sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I truly apologize." Luo Yihuang smiled and shook her head, responding, "You did excellently. Be on time for work tomorrow. I have a task for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan nodded, reassured that Luo Yihuang would not hold this against her, yet she still felt a pang of guilt. Subsequently, facing all the employees of the Luo Wang Group, she deeply bowed and said, "Everyone, I sincerely apologize for the scare I caused. I truly hope today's events won't affect our future work. I'm sorry." As her words fell, all the employees of the Luo Wang Group shook their heads vigorously, too afraid to accept Qin Shinghan's apology. Liang Xing was still on the ground, felt even more guilt due to Qin Shinghan's magnanimous demeanor. After speaking, Qin Shinghan lifted her long skirt and ran toward the entrance of the Fengwu Hotel, no longer possessing the courage to face what lay ahead. Luo Yihuang did not attempt to stop her. After all, Qin Shinghan had done remarkably well. In a corner, Luo Benke pursed her red lips, her eyes filled with a hint of admiration as she softly remarked, "What a pure and kind-hearted woman. No wonder she can captivate him so completely." Watching Qin Shinghan flee in panic, Yi Fengwu immediately chased after her. At that moment, Luo Yihuang finally spoke, pointing at the bespectacled man who had been knocked unconscious by Yi Fengwu's slap, saying calmly, "Which company does he belong to?" A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly replied, "Director Luo, he is a department manager from the Jinhai branch named. Compensate him with 3 months' salary. Tomorrow morning, his resignation letter should be placed on his superior's desk." Luo Yihuang expressed her disinterest in knowing the man's name, directly announcing the termination of his employment. She anticipated that many would question Qin Shinghan, but she had not expected that among them would be someone who would use Qin Shinghan's tragic past to humiliate her. For such a narrow-minded employee, Luo Yihuang would not tolerate his presence. Ultimately, the ball did not proceed as planned, and the celebration hastily dispersed following Qin Shinghan's departure. In the dimly lit hall of the Qin family villa, an elderly figure sat in the shadows. It was Qin Shinghan's grandfather, Qin Guangnan. Opposite him was Qin Shinghan's uncle, Qin Fei. Both men wore grim, weary expressions, and the oppressive atmosphere was further heightened in the dim light. After a long silence, Qin Fei finally spoke, "Dad, the president of Zhongxiao Bank has rejected our loan application again." Qin Guangnan appeared to have anticipated such a turn of events, his face darkening, as he said, "Who is targeting our Qin family? Do they intend to drive us to ruin?" Qin Fei replied with a bitter expression, "Dad, can't you see? It must be Jiang Hao's doing. He allocated all the projects to our Qin family, leading us to invest a substantial amount. As of now, our company is completely bankrupt, unable to sustain the projects on the construction sites." Hearing this, Qin Guangnan's expression remained grim. He could not suppress his suspicions, yet he was unwilling to believe that the usually loyal Donglong overlord would turn against the Qin family. Moreover, he faced not just the bank's demands, but also Jiang Hao's oppression. Should the construction project cease to operate, Jiang Hao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to expel the Qin family. If that happened, the hundreds of millions he had invested would vanish. Qin Guangnan unwillingly retorted, "Our Qin family has no grievances with Jiang Hao. Why would he do this?" Qin Fei lamented, "Dad, I urged you to be cautious, but you insisted on trusting Jiang Hao. Now look, our Qin group has become a shell company ripe for takeover. Shut up." Listening to Qin Fei's grievances, Qin Guangnan felt a surge of anger, slamming his hand on the sofa as he scolded, "If it weren't for your incompetence, would I need to worry myself sick over the company? If Qin Shinghan were still here, the company wouldn't be in this state." In that moment, Qin Guangnan finally recalled his granddaughter Qin Shinghan. Although he had never favored her, it did not mean he was unaware of her capabilities. In recent years, the Qin Group had faced bankruptcy twice, both times rescued by Qin Shinghan, but now it was too late for regret. Then Qin Guangnan abruptly said, "Tomorrow go to Qin Ji's home and bring Qin Shinghan to the company. Restore her position, perhaps she has a solution." Qin Fei responded despondently, "Qin Shinghan has already secured a position at the Luowan Group. She probably won't come back." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan furrowed his brows and said she was able to get a job at the Luowan Group. She's probably just a lowly employee. After a brief silence, Qin Guangnan's face darkened as he declared, "The Qin family cannot be allowed to perish under my watch, no matter what means I must employ." Then, seemingly resolved, Qin Guangnan added, "There's only one way left, an alliance with the Zhang family. I will contact the chairman of the Zhang Group shortly, and you are to bring Qin Shinghan before young Master Zhang. Even if I have to force her, I want her to marry him." Qin Fei nodded with a strange expression. This was likely the only way to save the Qin family. Yet he then asked, "What about that wild girl from Qin Shinghan's family?" Qin Guangnan's expression darkened ominously. "Find a few men from the underworld to take her away when she gets out of school. As long as that girl is a threat, there's no way Qin Shinghan won't comply with marrying young Master Zhang." Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu and Qin Shinghan were entirely unaware that Qin Guangnan and his son were conspiring a scheme. Exhausted, Qin Shinghan drove her luxurious BMW to pick up Jing Si, who had been entrusted to an after-school program. Upon returning home, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and Qin Shinghan went to her room without even taking a shower. During this time, she hadn't exchanged a single word with Yi Fengwu. In the living room, Yi Fengwu gazed at the narrow sofa, feeling somewhat fortunate that he could still sleep here tonight. At the entrance, Jing Si turned to Yi Fengwu with a sweet smile and softly said, "Uncle Mom looks so beautiful today." Yi Fengwu replied with a smile, "Isn't she?" Then Jing Si glanced at the sofa next to Yi Fengwu and sympathetically asked, "Are you still sleeping on the sofa tonight?" Yi Fengwu feigned a pitiful expression and sighed, "Uncle made a mistake and Mom is punishing him." Jing Si shrugged, helplessly indicating that she couldn't help him before entering her room. However, Qin Shinghan had already taken the bedding from the sofa that morning. Thus, Yi Fengwu had no choice but to enter Qin Shinghan's bedroom to grab a blanket. Upon pushing the door open, Yi Fengwu began, "I'm just taking a..." But before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. At that moment, Qin Shinghan stood by the wardrobe wearing only a white set of underwear, her exquisite curves fully on display for Yi Fengwu to see. He knew he would never forget this scene. Despite having given birth, Qin Shinghan's abdomen remained flat, without an ounce of excess flesh, her skin smooth as snow, exuding an indescribable perfection. "Oh." Surprised by the sudden intrusion, Qin Shinghan froze for a moment before exclaiming. Instinctively, she grabbed a gown from the bed to cover herself, her face a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Why did you come in without knocking?" Qin Shinghan reproached Yi Fengwu. Still staring at her with wide, bright eyes, Yi Fengwu awkwardly replied, "The door wasn't locked, so I came in." Meanwhile, Jing Si, snuggled in her blanket, watched the two with amusement. Qin Shinghan turned to Jing Si and scolded, "Didn't Mom tell you to lock the door?" Looking apologetic, Jing Si replied, "Sorry, Mom, I forgot." Though Qin Shinghan felt frustrated with Jing Si, she wouldn't truly blame her. However, when she turned back to Yi Fengwu, she noticed he was still standing there, his gaze fixed on her. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his intense stare, she urged, "Can you wait outside until I change?" Yi Fengwu pointed to the bedding on the floor and said, "I'll just grab the blanket and leave." As he bent down to pick up the blanket, Qin Shinghan's expression turned complicated. After a moment's hesitation, she said, You can sleep here." Hearing this, Yi Fengwu felt a surge of joy and immediately spread out the bedding. However, just as he was about to blissfully lie down, he heard a slightly impatient voice say, "Can you please step outside first?" "Oh." Yi Fengwu sprang up, his face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly exited the room. In the living room, the unforgettable image lingered in his mind. A smile crept onto his lips when suddenly his phone rang, displaying Jiang Hao's name. "Xiao Hao, what's up?" he answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Brother Wu, we can close the net on the Qin family now," Jiang Hao informed him. Yi Fengwu nodded before asking, "Are you sure he has no chance of turning things around?" There was a brief silence on the line before Jiang Hao replied, "I've cut off his funding from the bank. The Qin family can't come up with a single penny now. As long as I use the excuse of delaying the project to kick them off the site, the Qin family will be left with nothing. At that point, I can rightfully acquire the Qin group." Yi Fengwu nodded and said, "Go ahead, but be cautious of Chun Yuanzhong and the Luo Huang group." Jiang Hao sounded puzzled. "Brother Wu Qin Yuanzhong is my sworn enemy. I'm not surprised he would try to snatch the Qin group from me. But the Luo Huang group, being such a large company, shouldn't have any interest in the Qin group." Yi Fengwu scoffed. "A woman like Luo Yihuang won't let any opportunity for profit slip away. If she has already set her sights on the Qin group, she will undoubtedly act faster than you. So be careful." After hanging up, Yi Fengwu's expression grew slightly solemn as he dialed Lu Hui's number. The next day after breakfast, Qin Qinghan prepared to take Jing Si to school before heading to work. However, when she saw Yi Fengwu getting into the car as well, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Yi Fengwu smiled and said, "Just drop me off at your company's entrance. I have some matters to attend to." He didn't dare mention that he was going to apply for a bodyguard position at the Luo Huang company, fearing Qin Qinghan would kick him out, especially since he had caused such chaos at the Luo Huang group's celebration banquet the day before. At 8:15, Qin Qinghan arrived on the 75th floor of the Luo Huang building. Inside the office, Luo Yihuang was seated at her desk reviewing a file. Upon seeing Qin Qinghan, she said, "Qinghan, I have a task for you." Qin Qinghan approached and opened the folder Luo Yihuang handed her. After just a glance, her expression turned complex. She looked up at Luo Yihuang, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Yihuang, are you sure you want to do this?" Luo Yihuang nodded. "Qinghan, I know you have a kind heart, but you're well aware of what the Qin family has done to you. They never treated you like family, so I'm giving you this opportunity to take control of the acquisition of the Qin group." Indeed, the document in Qin Qinghan's hands was the plan to acquire the Qin group. Now the Qin group had become a shell company. Once the timing was right, they could be directly acquired, and with just a bit of funding, the Qin group could be operational once again. Luo Yihuang was astute. After the Qin family signed the contract with Jiang Hao for the construction site, she realized that Jiang Hao intended to ruin the Qin family. As a former manager of the Qin group, Qin Qinghan understood everything about it. With just a slight maneuver, she could ensure 100% success in acquiring the Qin group. Yet she felt a pang of reluctance. It wasn't that she had feelings for the Qin family, rather it was because this crossed her moral line. "They'll give you a day to think it over. However, I must remind you that it's not just our Luo Huang group eyeing the Qin group, the other two are even more ruthless," Luo Yihuang said to Qin Qinghan. The complexity in Qin Qinghan's eyes deepened as she bitterly remarked, "It must be Fenghao Real Estate and Chun Yuanzhong's Baotian Real Estate." Qin Qinghan's business acumen was on par with Luo Yihuang's, so after reviewing the document, she quickly grasped the current trajectory of the Qin group and deduced how many others were watching it closely. Sighing heavily, Qin Qinghan thought that if her grandfather and uncles knew she was the one acquiring the Qin group, they might just want to kill her. Just then a knock sounded on the door, followed by Lin Yu entering with an unusual expression. Luo Yihuang asked, "What's going on?" Lin Yu, who was supposed to be recruiting bodyguards on the 50th floor, looked troubled, suggesting something unexpected had occurred. "Director Luo, President Qin, you both should come and see," Lin Yu said. Hearing this, Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan exchanged puzzled glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. The gym in the Luo Huang building was lavishly renovated by Luo Yihuang, rivaling some of the most upscale fitness centers. It boasted every type of exercise equipment imaginable, covering an expansive area of over 1,000 square meters, with a 20-square-meter boxing ring at its center. Half of the space was designated for training the company's bodyguards, while the other half was an extravagant private workout area for Luo Yihuang herself. At that moment, a man clad in a fitted t-shirt and loose black pants stood atop the boxing ring. His tight shirt showcased his impressive muscles, instilling in him an unmistakable sense of confidence. This man was Pei Ying, the head bodyguard of Luo Huang Group. Once a national fighting champion, Pei Ying had faded into obscurity after suffering a defeat, but his past glory earned him a position as a bodyguard at the Luo Huang Group, where he commanded a hefty monthly salary of 200,000. With his hands clasped behind his back, Pei Ying regarded the 10 applicants below him with a serious expression, a hint of arrogance mingling with his otherwise plain features. He had been tasked by Chairman Luo to assess the candidates for the bodyguard position. The job of a bodyguard isn't easy, he declared, adopting the demeanor of a commanding officer addressing recruits. If you have the courage to apply at Luo Huang Group, your sole aim is to impress me. At this moment, Lin Yu entered the gym accompanied by Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan. Pei Ying turned to look, his eyes widening in surprise. As the head bodyguard, he was accustomed to seeing Luo Yihuang, yet each time he laid eyes on her stunning figure reminiscent of a blooming snow lotus, his heart raced with excitement. However, he soon found his gaze drawn to another woman beside Luo Yihuang. In contrast to Luo Yihuang's icy beauty, this woman possessed an elegance that evoked compassion from any man. Both women were breathtakingly beautiful, but while Luo Yihuang was like a snow lotus atop an icy peak, the woman next to her radiated the softness of a celestial angel. So this is the new President Qin Xinghan. She truly is a peerless beauty, just as I heard. Pei Ying's gaze lingered on Qin Xinghan for a moment longer, his heart yearning for the day he could serve as her personal bodyguard, perhaps winning her affection with his remarkable skills. Hello, Chairman Luo. President Qin Pei Ying greeted silently in his heart, though his eyes remained fixed on both women as they approached the 10 candidates. Just a glance was enough to reveal the tension in their expressions. Among the 10, one tall figure stood out clad in a black Zhongshan suit. It was unclear whether he owned multiple suits of the same color or simply never changed his clothes. This man was Yi Fengwu, known for his impressive stature and strong physique, complemented by his chiseled features. In the crowd, he resembled a crane among chickens. While the others displayed signs of nervousness, Yi Fengwu appeared composed and understated, emanating a unique aura that instilled a sense of security. Qin Xinghan gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. She could hardly believe that Yi Fengwu would come to Luo Wang Group to apply for a bodyguard position. Given his relationship with Jiang Chun, he had no need for such work, unless he had ulterior motives. From her recent interactions with him, it seemed he always had a purpose behind his actions. Luo Yihuang was equally taken aback that Yi Fengwu had the audacity to apply for a bodyguard position at her company. Although Luo Bingke had assured her that Yi Fengwu was trustworthy, she struggled to lower her guard. After all, this was the same man who had once kidnapped her, and his actions during that ordeal were far too vivid in her memory. Yi Fengwu shot a sidelong glance at Qin Xinghan, offering a meaningful smile. Pei Ying observed this interaction, inwardly scoffing. How dare an applicant flirt with President Qin with just a glance? He resolved to teach the young man a lesson. At that moment, Luo Yihuang turned to Pei Ying and said coolly, Pei Ying, select a few candidates from among them whom you deem capable. The method is yours to decide. Pei Ying nodded, his serious gaze sweeping over the 10 applicants. When his eyes landed on Yi Fengwu, a chill seemed to creep into his demeanor. I am Pei Ying, and I might become your team leader. However, if you lack true skill, you do not deserve my leadership, he announced, his voice brimming with arrogance. To be under my command is simple. Pei Ying paused, gesturing toward the boxing ring, and continued, step up. Whoever can last 10 rounds against me has the right to stay, otherwise you may leave. As his words settled, several faces in the crowd turned pale with anxiety. Yi Fengwu remained unperturbed, keeping his gaze firmly on Qin Xinghan, who blushed and lowered her head, flustered by the attention. Pei Ying, noticing this, felt his anger rise. He was determined that if this young man didn't suffer a bit, he'd be unworthy of being Luo Wang Group's top bodyguard. Today we aim to recruit 5, but it's quite possible we may not hire anyone at all, Pei Ying added, narrowing his eyes at Yi Fengwu. Who will step up first? His words hung in the air, and none of the 10 moved forward, caught in hesitation and nerves. Pei Ying's disdain only deepened at their lack of initiative. I will finally, declared a robust man from the left, stepping forward and entering the ring. Brave of you. Let's see if you have real skill, Pei Ying remarked nonchalantly, his hands still behind his back. The large man gritted his teeth and lunged at Pei Ying, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face, seemingly without holding back. Pei Ying easily sidestepped the blow, a smirk forming on his lips. You have strength, but your speed is lacking. After missing, the man attempted a left hook aimed at Pei Ying's jaw. Pei Ying disdainfully shook his head, finally bringing his hands into play. He swiftly moved to the man's left side, delivering a precise punch to his ribs. The man doubled over in pain, and Pei Ying followed up with a heavy blow to the back of his neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Next, Pei Ying called out, effortlessly eliminating one contender. He cast a proud glance at Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan, but the 2 women seemed entirely indifferent to his display, lacking any applause or praise. The second applicant stepped up, but was also swiftly defeated, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, each unable to withstand even 5 hits. Now only Yi Fengwu and another slender young man with sharp eyes remained. Yi Fengwu briefly assessed the young man, whose unremarkable features masked an unsettling aura that caught Yi Fengwu's attention. Upon entering the ring, the black-clad youth wasted no time and launched a sudden attack aimed at Pei Ying's throat, the most vulnerable point on the body. A strike there could incapacitate even the strongest fighter. Pei Ying, caught off guard by the youth's sudden and rapid movement, barely managed to evade the strike. Yet the black-clad youth was quicker, deftly dodging Pei Ying's counterattacks and making each of his own strikes seem capable of toppling the seasoned bodyguard at any moment. Pei Ying felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. Losing to this person would mean losing face in front of President Luo and General Qin, which was far from what he desired. Thus, he summoned all his strength, determined to bring down his opponent swiftly. However, the young man in black seemed to anticipate Pei Ying's every attack, evading with ease and countering with strikes that caught Pei Ying off guard. The 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th moves. Pei Ying had already exhausted his skill set and his impatience grew, making him increasingly aware of his inability to overcome his opponent. Suddenly, the black-clad youth missed a strike, causing Pei Ying's eyes to light up as he finally spotted an opening. Without hesitation, Pei Ying crouched and wrapped his arms around the young man's waist, then threw him out of the ring with a powerful heave. Thud! The young man landed gracefully outside the ring, his sharp eyes reflecting no sign of defeat, but rather a glimmer of faint amusement. On the ring, Pei Ying let out a silent sigh of relief, thinking that if he hadn't found the opponent's flaw at the last moment, he might have faced a humiliating defeat. Below the ring, Fengwu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. This was interesting. He could see that the young man in black had intentionally revealed a weakness. Had he been serious, Pei Ying would not have lasted 3 rounds. At that moment, Pei Ying smiled at the young man in black, saying, "You are impressive. It's been a long time since anyone has pushed me to fight so vigorously, so you are selected." "Thank you," the young man replied with a faint smile. Pei Ying maintained a serious demeanor and added, "However, to be a competent bodyguard, one must possess not only skill, but also the keen perception to notice everything. I believe that under my training you will become a remarkable bodyguard." Finally, Pei Ying turned his gaze to the last remaining competitor, Fengwu, who he had been waiting for. "You? Come up here," he commanded, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. Fengwu shook his head with a smile, saying, "Perhaps not. You have already exhausted quite a bit of energy." At this, Pei Ying frowned and retorted, "Enough of your nonsense, I can handle you easily." Reluctantly, Fengwu stepped onto the ring. Qin Qinghan watched him approach with a complex expression, a hint of worry flickering in her delicate gaze. Luo Yihuang turned to her, thinking Qinghan seems unaware of just how formidable Fengwu truly is. As Fengwu positioned himself, he was caught off guard when Pei Ying's fist came hurtling towards him, as if Pei Ying were eager to teach him a lesson. Reacting swiftly, Fengwu raised his left palm and caught Pei Ying's fist. Pei Ying's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected Fengwu to block his strike. However, as he tried to retract his fist, his expression changed drastically. It felt as though his fist was clamped in an iron grip, making it impossible to withdraw. In a panic, Pei Ying launched his other fist towards Fengwu's face. Fengwu shook his head, finding it amusing, then released Pei Ying's fist, and with a low stance delivered a brutal shoulder charge directly into Pei Ying's chest. Thud! In an instant, Pei Ying was sent flying, his nearly 200-pound frame crashing against the edge of the ring before rebounding off the ropes and landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, Pei Ying felt as though his insides had shifted, leaving him in agonizing pain and unable to rise. What embarrassed him the most was that he had failed to withstand even a single blow. He thought of how he had confidently assessed everyone just moments ago, and now he could not endure even one attack. How would President Luo view him? What would General Qin think? It was over. He could never hold his head up in front of the goddess again. He wished he could just knock himself unconscious on the ring. Below the ring, Luo Yihuang remained expressionless, as if she had anticipated this outcome long ago. In contrast, Qin Qinghan's mouth fell open in shock. Though she did not understand martial arts, Pei Ying's previous performance indicated that he was quite formidable. Initially worried that Fengwu would struggle, she now realized that Fengwu was far superior to Pei Ying. What had he done in the past? Coughing, Pei Ying suddenly swayed as he stood, his face flushed red, perhaps from pain or from the embarrassment of losing to a job applicant in front of President Luo and General Qin. "I underestimated my stamina, and I was careless. Let's go again." Pei Ying gritted his teeth and said to Fengwu. Fengwu paused, surprised. "Are you sure?" Pei Ying's eyes flickered with hesitation, but to salvage his reputation before President Luo and General Qin, he steeled himself and replied, "Of course." "No need to continue," Luo Yihuang interjected. Pei Ying visibly relaxed at her words, but quickly feigned composure. "President Luo, while he has some skills, he is definitely no match for me. If I hadn't exhausted my energy, I could have defeated him within 10 moves. "You cannot do that, and that is enough," Luo Yihuang replied, coolly, showing no respect for Pei Ying. Instantly, Pei Ying's face flushed once more, his shame deepening. He cast a resentful glance at Fengwu. Luo Yihuang pointed at the young man in black whom Pei Ying had thrown off the ring and declared, "You are selected. The rest of you may leave." Upon hearing this, Fengwu's expression darkened, and he scoffed at Luo Yihuang. "I won." Qin Qinghan looked at Luo Yihuang with a complex expression, aware of her disdain for Fengwu. Luo Yihuang replied coldly, "As the employer, I have the final say on who becomes the bodyguard." Observing Luo Yihuang's icy demeanor, Fengwu felt for the first time that she was insufferably harsh. Angered, he gritted his teeth. "As a company director, you are being untrustworthy." Luo Yihuang retorted calmly, "The purpose of hiring a bodyguard is to ensure safety for both the company and individuals. Therefore, I require not only a skilled bodyguard, but also one of good character, upright, honest, and loyal. You possess none of these qualities." At those words, Yi Fengwu felt a strong urge to throw Luo Yihuang down on the ring. Meanwhile, Qin Xinghan felt a mix of bitterness as she cast Yi Fengwu a helpless glance. He truly lacked those qualities. Pei Ying, feeling triumphant, mocked Yi Fengwu. To be a bodyguard, one must have one crucial trait: the ability to perceive any potential dangers around them immediately. That is what a competent bodyguard must possess. I have already resolved several crises for President Luo. At this, not only did Yi Fengwu feel disdain, but even Luo Yihuang shook her head. Luo Yihuang was well aware of the attacks she had faced over the past month. Each one had been perilous, and she had survived due to someone's covert protection, with Pei Ying having little to do with it. However, up to this point she believed that Yi Fengwu was the one who provided her the most sense of security, yet she still could not fully trust him. The derision in Yi Fengwu's gaze deepened as he laughed. "So you claim to perceive potential dangers around you?" Pei Ying puffed out his chest and declared naturally. Yi Fengwu smirked slightly and pointed to the young man in black below the ring, saying casually, "Then, could you not see that if this man wished to kill you, it would require only one strike?" Pei Ying's anger flared as he gritted his teeth. "I already defeated him, and everyone saw it." However, Yi Fengwu's words caused Luo Yihuang's expression to grow serious, her icy eyes locking onto the black-clad youth. She knew Yi Fengwu would not make such statements without reason. Was that person deliberately defeated by Pei Ying? Facing Pei Ying's refusal to accept defeat, Yi Fengwu pressed on. "Is that so? Then did you not perceive that this person has already posed a threat to your employer's life?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Yihuang's expression changed to one of alarm. Though she disliked Yi Fengwu, she had experienced his capabilities firsthand. He would not make baseless claims. Subconsciously, Luo Yihuang's gaze on the young man in black became more intense. Even Qin Xinghan appeared bewildered, thinking to herself, "What is he talking about? Why involve that person?" As Yi Fengwu continued to target Pei Ying, the young man in black's expression grew colder, his piercing gaze radiating a subtle chill. Pei Ying scoffed. "What are you joking about?" Aside from a grudging admiration for the young man's skills, Pei Ying felt nothing else. His gaze towards Yi Fengwu became increasingly derisive. "He is not joking," a chilling voice suddenly emanated from the young man in black, filling the gym with an eerie coldness. A sudden chill emanated from the young man in black, confirming Luo Yihuang's suspicions. Without hesitation, the dark figure shot towards her like a swift arrow. In a flash, two oddly shaped swords materialized in his hands, the cold gleam intensifying the surrounding chill. This unexpected turn of events left everyone except for Yi Fengwu utterly shocked. The young man's target was clearly Luo Yihuang. At that moment, Lin Yu stood behind her, while Qin Xinghan was on her left, both helpless women without any means of defense. The closest person to Luo Yihuang was Pei Ying, standing on the arena. Pei Ying was equally alarmed. He never imagined a killer lay in wait here, completely unaware of the danger. He felt embarrassed in front of Luo and Qin, but he thought that if he acted heroically to save the damsel, he could regain some lost dignity. Thus, he leapt from the platform and rushed towards the young man in black, without a second thought. Boom. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as Yi Fengwu kicked a pillar at the edge of the arena, shattering it, and sending debris crashing towards the young man. With a cold expression, the young man did not halt his advance towards Luo Yihuang. Instead, he slashed the flying pillar with his fist sword. Swish! With a soft sound, the pillar, nearly 30 centimeters in diameter, split smoothly into the cut as polished as a mirror, instilling an indescribable fear. In that instant, Pei Ying, who was about to intercept the young man, widened his eyes in terror. His earlier determination to be a hero crumbled at the sight of such a fierce strike. He recalled Yi Fengwu's earlier words. He would undoubtedly perish in a single exchange with the young man. Instinctively, Pei Ying halted, a primal urge to survive warning him that taking another step would mean certain death. The young man was now just a few meters away from Luo Yihuang. In mere moments, her life would be extinguished. Yet Pei Ying chose to flee instead of seizing the chance to buy her some time. Just then, a delicate figure suddenly stepped in front of Luo Yihuang. "Qinghanyu." Luo Yihuang gasped in shock, unable to believe that Qin Xinghan would shield her. Qin Xinghan's face was pale, but her gentle gaze held no hesitation. She had forgotten about her own daughter and parents, as she could not bear to watch her best friend die before her eyes. The young man in black, upon seeing this unexpected barrier, showed a flicker of hesitation in his icy gaze. That moment of uncertainty cost him the perfect opportunity to strike, for a towering shadow had now approached him. It was the man who had seen through him entirely. Boom! Yi Fengwu unleashed a kick filled with immense power. The young man could only retract his fist sword and shield his chest with his arms. The force of the blow sent him staggering back several meters before he regained his balance. Yi Fengwu's expression was chillingly fierce as he shot a glare at Qin Qinghan, seemingly reproaching her for risking her life. He then turned his cold gaze back to the young man and said, "You dare to kill my wife." His voice was so icy it felt as though one were plunged into a frozen abyss. The young man's expression turned serious. That kick was far from what an ordinary soldier could deliver. This man had sensed his assassin nature and possessed combat abilities comparable to a soldier, leading him to suspect that this man's identity was far from ordinary. "You're impressive," the young man replied coolly. "You possess the fighting prowess of a soldier, but you are no match for me." Yi Fengwu's expression remained unfazed. "How do you want to die?" In response to Yi Fengwu's arrogance, the young man replied coldly, "With your strength you may be a standout in this world, but there are realms beyond this one, and some individuals you will never be able to surpass." Yi Fengwu scoffed. "Is that so? The last two who said the same are now but bones." As soon as the words left his lips, the young man's face turned astonished. How did he know about the elite warriors? A mere applicant for a bodyguard position not only possessed the strength of a soldier, but could also see through him as an elite warrior. His expression grew graver as he regarded Yi Fengwu and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "The man who will kill you," Yi Fengwu replied coldly, and in an instant he dashed towards the young man. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fengwu closed the 10-meter distance, moving even faster than the young man. Swish! The young man did not underestimate the approach of someone without elite energy. He swung his fist sword, aiming straight for Yi Fengwu's throat. Yi Fengwu leaned back slightly, easily evading the attack, but the young man's fist sword quickly targeted his heart once more. Yi Fengwu pressed down with both fists, separating the young man's shoulders, then bent his knees and thrust upward into the young man's chest. A hint of surprise crossed the young man's icy features. His thoughts raced. This man possesses flawless combat skills. Every attack flows seamlessly without a single flaw. The young man retreated swiftly and aimed a side kick directly at Yi Fengwu's face. Boom! Yi Fengwu raised his arms to shield his chest, sliding backward for several meters until his back collided with a weightlifting rack. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Through this exchange, he discerned that the young man was a novice elite warrior with considerable combat experience. In a life-and-death struggle, he believed he could defeat the two assassins from the Death God Guild he had killed days prior, provided it was unknown. Below the arena, Qin Qinghan was filled with deep concerned, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Luo Yihuang furrowed her brows, tightly puzzled. His speed seemed slower than before, his reactions aren't as sharp. Although Luo Yihuang had only a basic understanding of martial arts, she could tell that Yi Fengwu's movements had significantly slowed since days prior. Qin Qinghan worriedly remarked, He must be injured, his wounds are likely reopened." At this thought, tears nearly fell from Qin Qinghan's eyes. Their relationship was complicated, yet witnessing Yi Fengwu in battle made her heart ache. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang recalled that Yi Fengwu had indeed been injured. He had been wounded on the back when she was attacked by that alluring woman. Though she had never seen his wounds, the image of his bloodied back remained vivid in her memory. And all this was to save her. In that moment, Luo Yihuang's gaze towards Yi Fengwu shifted, realizing he had been crude and domineering, yet he had genuinely saved her twice. Meanwhile, Pei Ying watched the fierce battle between the two, a sight that even the best special effects in films could not replicate. He reflected on his own abilities, feeling a profound sense of shame. The young man regarded Yi Fengwu 10 meters away with a trace of admiration in his eyes. A person without elite energy was managing to engage him in such a fierce struggle. Then the young man remarked, "You're quite formidable. Below elite warriors, you have no rivals. If I am not mistaken, you must be a soldier. Unfortunately, you are not him." Yi Fengwu shifted his shoulder, feeling a sticky sensation on his back. He realized his wound had reopened. He promptly removed his outer jacket and tossed it to the ground. In an instant, Qin Qinghan and Luo Yihuang noticed his white shirt stained red with blood. Ugh! Qin Qinghan covered her mouth, stifling a cry. Luo Yihuang's expression grew increasingly complex as she looked at Yi Fengwu, her gaze shifting from disdain to something more nuanced, perhaps even unrecognized admiration. The young man seemed to notice Yi Fengwu's old wound, as well, surprised that he could still threaten him despite being injured. Yet even that did not compel him to act hastily. He continued, "He is the only one I truly respect. He is the god of war in the military of Huaxiao, also without elite energy, yet he fought against 8 elite warriors and emerged unscathed. I can candidly say that he gave me a second chance at life and transformed me." As he spoke, a distant look came into the young man's eyes, as if he were reliving memories from the past. 2 years ago, he received a mission to assassinate a general from a small nation, accompanied by several other assassins from different organizations. He could never forget the sudden appearance of a figure clad in black wielding two black Dao swords. Each strike was chillingly lethal, leaving a corpse on the ground. He had no internal energy within him, yet he still lost, barely surviving less than 5 exchanges. On that day, he knelt on the ground yearning for a swift end, but the cold blade never fell upon him. "You are different, oh, a flicker of kindness still resides within your heart," the figure had said. Meanwhile, bitterness coursed through him as he recalled the countless innocents he had slain, his hands stained with blood. He reminded himself that a killer could have no principles, yet must retain humanity. His presence in that impoverished nation was due to the suffering of its people, with the only help for the destitute coming from the very general he was to assassinate. Should that general be killed, the country would fall under the control of armed factions, plunging its citizens into chaos. The figure departed, showing no interest in revealing his face hidden beneath a mask, and he too could not glimpse the true visage of this mysterious man. That day marked a turning point in his life. He vowed never to accept another mission, even if it meant becoming a target himself. Later he learned of the man's notorious name, Bloodwolf King, a war god of Huaxia known for having fought against 8 powerful warriors in a single battle. Observing the hesitation in the eyes of the black-clad youth, Yi Fengwu furrowed his brow slightly. "Oh." Suddenly, Yi Fengwu's gaze fixed upon the sword in the young man's hand, a sense of familiarity washing over him. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he casually remarked, "So it's you. If I am not mistaken, you must be the renowned assassin ranked 123 in the world, Chong Jian Xingfeng." At those words, the black-clad man's expression turned to shock. He looked at Yi Fengwu with grave intensity, asking, "How do you know me? Who are you?" Indeed, the black-clad youth was Chong Jian Xingfeng, ranked 123 among assassins, not based on strength, but on the number of successful killings. Anyone who held a position on that list had bloodied hands. Yi Fengwu replied coolly, "Chong Jian Xingfeng, known as the oddity of the assassin world, once slaughtered hundreds of armed men in the Silver Triangle region for a mere 1 yuan. What baffles me is why you are here." He pondered aloud. Killing hundreds for a single yuan was a violation of assassin protocol, inviting the enmity of the entire assassin community. Yet Xingfeng had done so, compelled by a girl who had only that 1 yuan left from her parents, slain by armed men. A complex emotion flickered in King Feng's eyes, as if he were wrestling with some inner turmoil. Yi Fengwu seized upon this moment, stating, "Regardless of your reason, I can let you go today. But if we meet again, I will kill you." For some reason, Xingfeng did not perceive Yi Fengwu's words as mere bravado. Instead, he shook his head, his tone laden with complexity. "I once vowed never to kill innocents again, but I have broken that vow. If you attempt to stop me, I will have to kill another innocent." With that, Xingfeng lunged at Yi Fengwu, his sword even sharper and swifter than before. Yi Fengwu remained still, his right hand resting on his belt buckle, as he calmly declared, "If you insist, then this time I can only kill you." This time, no one understood the deeper significance behind Yi Fengwu's words, yet King Feng's expression shifted slightly, his steps unyielding. Moreover, the sword in his hand shimmered with a faint, icy light, rendering the scene eerie. From a distance, Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan could distinctly sense a razor-sharp aura emanating from that faint blue glow, causing them to tense involuntarily. Worry deepened in Qin Xinghan's eyes as she nervously clutched her clothing, praying for his safety. Clang! Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed throughout the gym, followed by a blinding white light, revealing Yi Fengwu now holding a soft sword. The blade, thin as a cicada's wing, curled and coiled like a serpent, producing a rustling sound in the air. As the sword's brilliance emerged, the temperature around plummeted, sending chills down the spines of Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. From that gleaming soft sword, they sensed an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Qin Xinghan had no idea that Yi Fengwu concealed a soft sword at his waist, and thinking of the box in his home, filled with firearms, only deepened her bitterness. This sword was named Bloodfrost. Once drawn, it would not return without tasting blood. With the sword in hand, Yi Fengwu's aura turned chillingly cold, as if he and the sword had become one. Clang! With a single stroke, the cold light burst forth, the blade slicing through the air with unstoppable ferocity. Upon seeing the soft sword in Yi Fengwu's grasp, King Feng's eyes widened in shock, a hint of bitter despair surfacing within. Nevertheless, he thrust his sword forward with all his might. Clang! The soft sword clashed against King Feng's weapon, sparks flying as he felt a numbing shock travel through his arms, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. The soft sword was among the most difficult of weaponry to master. While ordinary swords could be wielded by anyone, the soft sword required expert finesse, an unparalleled skill that even the most adept could not master with ease. Yet Yi Fengwu's mastery of the soft sword had reached an extraordinary level. Despite its delicate weight, he wielded it with the force of 1,000 pounds. The weight of the blade dictated the speed of its wielder, and the soft sword's unpredictable nature combined with its unmatched swiftness rendered it an unparalleled instrument of death. As Qing Feng retreated, Yi Feng's second strike surged forth. The slender blade darted toward King Feng's chest like a swift viper. In a moment of panic, Qing Feng desperately raised his sword in defense. Clang clang. But that serpentine assault from the soft sword was impossible to anticipate. The quivering blade effortlessly deflected King Feng's strikes, and as he attempted to withdraw, the blade pierced through his right chest. King Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt no pain, only an overwhelming chill enveloping him, as if encased in ice. Yi Feng's voice rang out softly. I do not enjoy using this weapon, for its intent to kill is too strong. Once drawn, blood is inevitable. King Feng's hands slowly fell, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Yi Fengwu. He dared not move a muscle, fully aware that this sword could easily cleave him in two. From a distance, Qin Han covered her mouth in shock, her expression one of disbelief. She knew Yi Fengwu was violent, but she had never witnessed such prowess. His combat was more exhilarating than any cinematic spectacle. Yet she hoped he would refrain from killing, for she did not wish to see him become a bloodthirsty monster. Beside her, Pei Ying was even more astounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. A master! He had never encountered anyone so formidable. Their battle unfolded in the blink of an eye, and he was certain that in their hands he would be as defenseless as an infant. Even if the world's champions of combat united against them, they would pose no threat whatsoever. In that moment, Pei Ying felt his face flush with embarrassment for having boasted of teaching them a lesson. Whoosh! Yi Fengwu swiftly withdrew the soft sword from King Feng's chest, not a drop of blood staining the blade. Swish! In an instant the sword was sheathed, and Luo Yihuang and Qin Han could barely comprehend the sword's complete form, for Yi Feng's sheathing was executed with such speed. Thud! In a moment of utter disbelief from Qin Han and Luo Yihuang, Qing Feng suddenly knelt before Yi Fengwu. If one looked closely, they would scarcely notice the slender cut in his chest. Why are you letting me go again? Qing Feng spoke, his head drooping as if defeated. Again. The word again instantly ignited confusion in Luo Yihuang and Qin Han. The moment Yi Fengwu drew the soft sword, Qing Feng recognized him. Although he had never witnessed Yi Fengwu wielding the sword, the fierce and commanding aura surrounding him could only belong to the Blood Wolf King. If you had harbored even the slightest intent to kill that woman just now, this blade would have pierced your heart, Yi Fengwu stated coolly. The woman he referred to was clearly Qin Han. At the moment Qin Han had shielded Luo Yihuang, he had sensed a flicker of hesitation within Qing Feng. His target was Luo Yihuang, not any innocent bystanders. And it was precisely that hesitation that had allowed him to survive. Qing Feng had never anticipated that a fleeting moment of hesitation faced with that woman would ultimately save his life. He remained as formidable as ever, exuding an aura of invincibility that he knew he could never attain. Suddenly, with his head bowed in shame, Qing Feng spoke. I'm sorry. I've disappointed you. Yi Fengwu replied calmly, you have 3 days to handle this. Meet me again in 3 days. Can you manage that? Upon hearing this, Qing Feng raised his gaze to Yi Fengwu, his expression grave as he said, thank you. I will resolve this matter and surely come to meet you. Their conversation may have seemed perplexing to an outsider, but the two men understood perfectly what was at stake. Although Yi Fengwu had only met Qing Feng once, he could discern the remnants of righteousness still lingering within him. Qing Feng could slaughter hundreds for a mere coin, yet in the past 2 years Yi Fengwu had never heard of him emerging from seclusion. Thus, the assassination of Luo Yihuang must have been driven by unavoidable circumstances, perhaps blackmail or a debt of gratitude. Yi Fengwu was willing to grant him a chance, but it came at a cost. Qing Feng would have to risk his life for him. Initially, Yi Fengwu thought protecting Luo Yihuang would be straightforward. However, the emergence of the Death God Guild complicated matters, prompting him to seek several skilled individuals to serve him. Among the junior warriors, Qing Feng was indeed exceptional, which is why Yi Fengwu spared him. Yi Fengwu's assumptions were correct. Qing Feng was indeed bound by an unavoidable obligation to someone. He owed a debt of gratitude that he could not ignore. Thus he agreed to act for that person one last time, never anticipating that he would encounter his long-admired figure from the past. Perhaps this was fate guiding him away from deeds that contradicted his conscience. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Luo Yihuang suddenly ran over. What followed made Yi Fengwu's brow furrow slightly. Luo Yihuang drew a petite handgun and aimed it directly at the kneeling Qing Feng. Clang! A flash of cold light flickered, and Luo Yihuang felt a chill envelop her. Instantly, she watched as her handgun was cleaved in two. This scene ignited fury within Luo Yihuang. Despite only catching a glimpse of the white flash, she knew it was Yi Fengwu's soft sword that had severed her weapon. With a cold expression, she rebuked, "Are you mad? He's trying to kill me, and you want to let him go. Qingfeng's expression remained calm, displaying no fear despite the gun aimed at him. He understood that if that person chose to spare him, he was certainly not destined to die. Fengwu replied indifferently, "You're still alive, aren't you?" Luo Yihuang was furious, but she realized she could not stop this madman, causing the slight fondness she had just felt towards Fengwu to dissipate entirely. However, being a clever woman, she knew that since she could not alter the current situation, she could only defuse the conflict. Qingfeng slowly rose and walked out of the gym, clutching his wound. Luo Yihuang watched helplessly as her would-be assassin departed, turning to Pei Ying to say have the finance department settle his salary. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hastily pulled out her phone and immediately called finance without a moment's hesitation. Pei Ying looked utterly defeated but refrained from voicing any objections, as if he had prepared himself for this outcome. As a bodyguard, when his employer's life was in danger, he was supposed to protect them with all his might, yet he had faltered. If he could not even bear the risks of his profession, how could he claim to safeguard anyone? The other 8 bodyguards who had come for interviews also departed one after another. Today, that tall and handsome man had imparted to them one of life's most memorable lessons: there are always greater forces at play, and the bodyguard profession is indeed fraught with challenges. At last, only Fengwu, Qinghan, Luo Yihuang, and Lin Yu remained in the gym. Fengwu turned to Luo Yihuang and asked, "So am I hired?" Luo Yihuang glanced at Lin Yu beside her and replied coolly, "Lin Yu, can we keep someone like him?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before analyzing. "I must say, he is quite formidable, with an unparalleled sense of danger." Hearing Lin Yu's affirmation made Fengwu feel quite pleased with himself. Lin Yu continued, "However, his identity is unclear and he lacks discipline, making it difficult to fully trust him. I suggest we do not keep him." Her words darkened Fengwu's expression. Seeing Fengwu's displeased face, Luo Yihuang's icy gaze flickered with a hint of mischief as she addressed Qinghan. "What do you think, Qinghan?" Upon hearing this, Qinghan felt a pang of bitterness. She pursed her lips and said, "Yihuang, can I just not be involved in this?" Luo Yihuang shook her head. "As the president of the company, you must approve all matters large and small. Therefore, it's up to you to decide." Qinghan felt helpless. Yihuang knew well the dynamics of their relationship. By putting her in charge, she was clearly complicating things for her. Subconsciously, Qinghan glanced at Fengwu, only to find him looking at her with eager anticipation. "Darling, you always wanted me to have a legitimate job, and now that I've finally gotten close to it, you wouldn't just give up on me, would you?" Though Qinghan felt resistance at Fengwu calling her darling in front of Yihuang, she also felt a sense of resignation. She shook her head and sighed, "I know you won't harm me or Jingxi." At these words, Fengwu's eyes lit up with hope. But then Qinghan added, "However, I don't understand why you want to be a bodyguard. You're not lacking in money, and I can't fathom your intentions, so I cannot give you an answer." Fengwu's face turned sour. This girl was clearly rejecting him while attempting to be polite. Despite this, he still found Qinghan endearing. Even her rejections were delivered with such tenderness. Beside them, Luo Yihuang wore a cold smile, igniting a flicker of anger within Fengwu. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Luo Yihuang, you still owe me 10 billion. When will you repay it?" This statement caught not only Qinghan by surprise, but also Lin Yu, who looked up in disbelief. "Is that true? When did that happen?" Luo Yihuang feigned surprise. Qinghan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Was he really attempting to play the blame game? Was this because he was rejected? This made it difficult for Qinghan to even look Luo Yihuang in the eye. It was so humiliating, considering he was clearly her man. As she observed Luo Yihuang's act of ignorance, Fengwu felt even more irritated. He scoffed, "Are you trying to dodge your debt?" Luo Yihuang regarded him with calmness, a hint of cunning in her eyes, as she said, "I have a poor memory. Would you like to remind me why I owe you 10 billion? At her words, Fengwu swallowed the retort that had risen to his lips. If he confessed that the debt stemmed from her kidnapping, Qinghan would surely learn everything, diminishing her impression of him further. Watching Fengwu fall silent, Qinghan felt anxious. She softly implored, "Please, just stop this." Qinghan was genuinely embarrassed. After all, he was still her husband, and now he was acting like a rogue in front of her close friend and superior, which left her feeling utterly humiliated. Luo Yihuang patted Qinghan's shoulder and said, "Let me explain. A few days ago on a train to Jinhai City, I was kidnapped by someone who made me suffer greatly. Although he promised to send me back to Haihua City, the condition was that I give him 10 billion. Upon hearing this, Qinghan's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing as she seemed to recall something. A few days prior, her cousin Yang Shushi had called her, mentioning that a person named Fengwu had abducted an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Realizing this, Qinghan felt a wave of despair wash over her. She could hardly bear to imagine that the person Fengwu had kidnapped was Yihuang. Luo Yihuang observed the complex emotions flickering across Qin Xinghan's face, and then shot Yi Fengwu a teasing glance reiterating, "And that person is your husband, Yi Fengwu. Xinghan, tell me, can I trust him to be my bodyguard?" Qin Xinghan felt an overwhelming sense of shame, her heart aching at the thought that Yi Fengwu had truly intended to kidnap someone and threatened to demand 10 billion. She realized that she was dangerously close to falling for him, yet he continuously shattered her moral boundaries. With a soft plop, 2 crystalline tears streamed down Qin Xinghan's face as she hung her head lost in turmoil. Noticing her distress, Yi Fengwu shot a fierce glare at Luo Yihuang, who seemed to have overstepped her bounds. She had not known that Qin Xinghan harbored genuine feelings for this man. "You know very well that I saved your life from the hands of more than 20 assassins," Yi Fengwu gritted out through clenched teeth. "But you've done many things to me, many intolerable things," Luo Yihuang retorted. At this, Qin Xinghan looked up at Yi Fengwu, her eyes shimmering with a mix of anger and tears. Her trembling lips uttered, "What? What have you done to Yihuang?" Seeing Qin Xinghan's furious expression, Yi Fengwu opened his mouth to explain, but Luo Yihuang interjected, "Xinghan, he's nothing but a rogue and a lecher." Every time she recalled how he had searched her body, thoroughly forcing her to wear high heels for hours, her anger flared anew. This accusation only deepened the intensity of Qin Xinghan's ire as she glared at Yi Fengwu in silence, yearning to reprimand him, yet unable to find any suitable words of reprimand in her vocabulary. Yi Fengwu, with a cold glare directed at Luo Yihuang, muttered, "After saving you time and again, this is how you repay me." Luo Yihuang scoffed, "But your methods of saving me are infuriating." With that, she took Qin Xinghan's arm and turned to leave. Yi Fengwu, gritting his teeth in frustration, called out from behind, "Am I even hired or not?" Without looking back, Luo Yihuang replied, "You start tomorrow with a monthly salary of 8,000. 1,000 will be deducted for each late arrival and 2,000 for each absence. Your phone must be on 24 hours a day, ready to respond at any time." Yi Fengwu's expression darkened, wishing he could throw Luo Yihuang into the ring for a good beating. She has the face to entice nations into chaos, yet her disposition is that of a wicked witch. "I truly can't fathom which man would want to spend a lifetime with her," he cursed in solitude at the gym. Suddenly his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Lu Hui. Upon answering, Lu Hui's voice came through. "Instructor, you were right. Someone indeed wants to kidnap your daughter." In an instant, Yi Fengwu's expression soured, a chilling aura emanating from him, causing the temperature in the gym to plummet. He steadied his voice, trying to appear calm as he asked, "Have they caught anyone?" "Not a single one has escaped," Lu Hui informed him, providing the location as well. After hanging up, Yi Fengwu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he coldly remarked, "The Qin family is indeed taking action. Prepare for their downfall." The previous day, after receiving a call from Jiang Hao, Yi Fengwu had sensed that the Qin family might act out of desperation, possibly trying to force Qin Xinghan back into their fold. They might even arrange for her to marry into the Zhang family, seeking their aid through marriage, with Jing Si being the only leverage against Qin Xinghan. Thus, Yi Fengwu had instructed Lu Hui to protect Jing Si discreetly, and today his predictions had come to pass. In Qin Xinghan's office, a folder lay on her desk containing a proposal to acquire the Qin group. However, her mind was not on this matter. It was filled with thoughts of Yi Fengwu. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and a flicker of worry crossed her complex gaze. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed Yi Fengwu. At that moment, Yi Fengwu had just exited the Luo Huang building. As he stepped outside, his phone buzzed again. Seeing it was Qin Xinghan calling, he hastily answered, forcing a smile. "Wife, please don't listen to that woman's distorted version of events." "Are you still at the company?" Qin Xinghan's gentle voice came through. Hearing her tone, which lacked anger, Yi Fengwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I just got downstairs. Do I have some matters to attend to?" I just noticed that your wound has reopened. You should go to the hospital to get it bandaged," she urged. At her words, warmth blossomed in Yi Fengwu's heart, almost bringing him to tears, though he knew he wouldn't actually cry. "Thank you for your concern, dear. I'll head to the hospital now." Later, he began wishing to say something sweet, but before he could finish, Qin Xinghan had already hung up. Half an hour later, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Haihua City, a tall SUV was parked inside, flanked by 2 muscular men, Lu Hui and Yang Lu. Kneeling before them were 3 men, trembling with their hands clasped behind their heads, their faces bruised and battered. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the warehouse, slowly advancing towards the 3 men. It was Yi Fengwu, his eyes narrowing as he cast a cold gaze over the trio. He then turned to Lu Hui and asked, "Where is Jing Si?" "She's in a safe house being looked after by Lin Chong. Don't worry, she's brave and unharmed," Lu Hui assured him. At this, a murderous intent radiated from Yi Fengwu, filling the air with a chilling aura that made the three kneeling men shudder, as if plunged into an ice cavern. Yang Lu stepped forward, handing Yi Fengwu a silenced pistol. This is what they brought. Yi Fengwu took the gun, expressionlessly chambering around as he coldly stated, 2 questions: who hired you, and who do you work for? You have only one chance. Speak or remain silent. With a resounding crack, Yi Fengwu pulled the trigger at the man on the left. Blood and a piece of scalp erupted from the back of his head. At the sight, the remaining 2 men nearly lost their minds, one of them about to speak when, crack! Another shot rang out, and the right side's head exploded, dropping him lifelessly to the ground. The last man, terrified, wet himself, shutting his eyes and screaming, I'm Qin Yuanzhong's subordinate. Qin Guangnan ordered us to capture a little girl. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. Please. In that moment, his mental defenses crumbled completely. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Fengwu replied indifferently. If only he had spoken sooner. The last man wore a pained expression, feeling worse than death itself. He thought you could at least follow the usual protocol for interrogation. You shot one after another, leaving us no time to confess. Thus the last man felt a flicker of gratitude for having spoken so quickly, otherwise he too would have been shot. This was Yi Fengwu's typical method of interrogation. He aimed to instill the true fear of death in his captives. Before the criminal could gather his thoughts, Yi Fengwu pulled the trigger, ensuring that the suspect had no time to hesitate. Once their mental defenses were shattered, the instinct to survive would compel them to divulge everything they knew. Yi Fengwu stated coolly, call Qin Guangnan and tell him the hostage is hidden safely. Lu Hui threw the man's phone to the ground. Fearful of defiance, the man hurriedly dialed Qin Guangnan's number. He understood that to survive he had to execute everything perfectly, so his conversation with Qin Guangnan flowed naturally. Qin Guangnan did not instruct him to bring Jing Si to the Qin family villa, but rather to keep her hidden until he called. Crack! Yi Fengwu pulled the trigger once more, leaving the man in disbelief. Despite having followed every instruction, he still became an unwilling casualty. Qin Yuanzhong Qin family, you are truly digging your own graves. Yi Fengwu's expression turned icy as he pocketed the man's phone and dialed another number with his own phone. Do me a favor and keep an eye on my daughter for 2 days. At 6 in the evening, Yi Fengwu returned home. He sat quietly on the sofa, the living room shrouded in swirling smoke, the ashtray on the coffee table already piled high with cigarette butts. Yi Fengwu's expression was troubled as he waiting for a phone call specifically from Qin Qinghan. If she didn't hear from Jing Si after work, she would surely be frantic. The mere thought of Qin Qinghan distressed and helpless on the streets tore at his heart. Forgive me, but this is the only way to make you resolute in dealing with the Qin family. This is the punishment they deserve, Yi Fengwu whispered to himself. Moments later, his phone finally rang, the caller ID displaying Qin Qinghan. After a brief hesitation, he pressed the answer button, striving to keep his voice as natural as possible. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Qinghan's panicked sobs echoed through the line. Jing Si is missing. You have to help me please find her. I'll do anything. Oh. A pang of pain struck Yi Fengwu's heart. He hurried to comfort her. Qinghan, calm down. Perhaps she's just out playing with friends. Jing Si would never do that. She waits for me every day to pick her up, and someone saw 2 men take her away. What if she's been kidnapped? Please hurry and help me find her. Qin Qinghan's voice was choked with desperation, her anxiety palpable. Yi Fengwu could feel the helplessness and urgency of a mother who had lost her daughter. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated revealing the truth to Qin Qinghan, but to prevent her from remaining weak, he had to go through with this, even if it meant being hated by her later. Qinghan, please calm down. Go home for now. I will find a way to bring Jing Si back to you safely. I can't calm down. Jing Si has never left my side. I'm going to call the police. Don't call the police, Yi Fengwu urged, his tone serious. We don't even know who took Jing Si. If it is a kidnapping, alerting the police could incite the kidnappers. For Jing Si's safety, please go home. I'll think of something. After hearing Yi Fengwu's warning, there was a moment of silence on the line, punctuated only by Qin Qinghan's muffled sobs. Finally, she replied, I'll go back now. Half an hour later, Qin Qinghan opened the door, her eyes red and brimming with tears. Yi Fengwu rushed to comfort her, but before he could reach her, she threw herself into his arms, weeping like a lost child. Holding her fragile form, Yi Fengwu felt a mixture of pain and guilt. Qin Qinghan buried her face in his chest, lifting her tear-streaked face to plead, I'm so scared. I've never been this scared before. I know you have connections. Can you ask Jiang how to help find Jing Si? I'll do anything. I know you like me, and I can really marry you as long as we find Jing Si. Yi Fengwu felt a bitter pang in his heart. Was she really using herself as a bargaining chip? That thought caused an ache deep within him. Please try to calm down, he urged gently. Qin Xinghan shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. I can't calm down. Jingxi is only 7 years old. She has never left my side. Who could be so cruel as to kidnap a child? Yi Fengwu sighed. Xinghan, deep down you already know the answer, don't you? At his words, Qin Xinghan's sobs ceased momentarily. She looked up, her gaze meeting Yi Fengwu's, and her eyes filled with sorrow. Yes, she had indeed guessed, but she was terrified to acknowledge it. The Qin family was in a precarious situation, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even if she returned to the Qin family, now she wouldn't be able to save it. The only chance for a revival lay with the Zhang family, and their condition was singular: she must marry Zhang Gu, the son of the chairman of the Zhang group. The Qin family knew she would refuse, so they sought to threaten her, and kidnapping Jingxi was the most logical method. They knew Jingxi was her Achilles heel. As long as she was in their grasp, Qin Xinghan would become a puppet easily manipulated. How could they do this? Even now, Qin Xinghan struggled to believe that her grandfather and uncle had orchestrated Jingxi's kidnapping. After all, they were her family. Yi Fengwu seemed to perceive her thoughts, and said, You know full well that for years the Qin family has never treated you as one of their own. What kind of family would use such methods to coerce their own granddaughter? Qin Xinghan's tears flowed freely, her heart heavy with endless sorrow. They hadn't just failed to treat her like family, they had stripped her of her humanity. Yi Fengwu drew her into his embrace. Perhaps the Qin family will act soon. Until then, Jingxi will be safe. Suddenly, there was a loud and aggressive knocking at the door. Qin Xinghan jumped, a flicker of anticipation flashing in her eyes before she hurried to open the door. As the door swung open, 4 or 5 men surged inside, led by her uncle Qin Fei. Qin Xinghan instinctively recoiled, colliding with Yi Fengwu, and in that moment she fully believed that Jingxi had indeed been kidnapped by them. Xinghan, the Qin family is now at an impasse. Only you can save it. Come with us, Qin Fei said, a sinister gleam in his eyes. Qin Xinghan's face flushed with anger. You did this. You kidnapped Jingxi. She's just a child. How could you? Qin Fei scoffed. As long as you obediently go to Zhang Ge's side and finalize the marriage, Jingxi will be returned safely. She'll even have a good home to grow up in. You're shameless. You're inhuman. Qin Xinghan's emotions surged, and she wanted to charge at Qin Fei. Yi Fengwu quickly held her back. His face was dark, but he refrained from taking action. Qin Fei considered having his bodyguards forcibly take Qin Xinghan, but he was well aware of Yi Fengwu's prowess. During the old man's birthday celebration, he had single-handedly incapacitated several bodyguards. Thus he refrained from making a rash move. Qin Xinghan bit her lip, her eyes blazing with hatred as she glared at Qin Fei, her voice icy. I've worked tirelessly for the Qin family, and yet you've never treated me as family. Now for your own interest you use me as a tool for marriage, even going so far as to kidnap your own great-granddaughter to threaten me. Do you have any humanity left? As a member of the Qin family, I feel nothing but immense shame. This might have been the first time in her life that Qin Xinghan had spoken such cutting words. Qin Fei's expression remained unperturbed. He merely replied coolly, Your grandfather is acting for the good of the Qin family. As a member of the Qin family, it is time for you to repay your debts. Tomorrow afternoon at the Qin family's villa you will come in person. Zhang Gu will prepare a generous gift to take you away, and you will have a final chance to see the little girl. Otherwise, for the sake of the Qin family's survival, your grandfather would do anything. With that he waved his hand, leading his bodyguards out. You come back? Give me back my daughter. Bring my daughter back. Qin Xinghan screamed, trying to rush out. Yi Fengwu held her tightly, guilt gnawing at him, but he knew he had to do this. Qin Xinghan needed to be strong. This was her opportunity. Facing Yi Fengwu, Qin Xinghan shouted in anger, Why aren't you doing anything? I need you. Why did you let them go? In her fury, she had never been so impulsive or so furious at someone before. Once her outburst settled, she collapsed into Yi Fengwu's embrace, sobbing. Yi Fengwu held her tightly. When she finally grew weary of crying, he said, I promise you Jingxi will be safe. Qin Xinghan looked up, her pale face gazing into Yi Fengwu's eyes, her resolve firm. I'll do anything for Jingxi. Yi Fengwu frowned. Does that include agreeing to your grandfather's terms? Without hesitation, Qin Xinghan nodded. Yes. A bitter ache filled Yi Fengwu's heart. He cupped her delicate face, his expression grave. I know I've lied to you, but I have never broken my word. At his words, Qin Xinghan hesitated. Yi Fengwu continued, I would stake my life on it. Jingxi will remain unharmed, and you won't have to pay any price for it. I will not force you to marry me, and you must never agree to your grandfather's terms. Never. The last few words were almost clenched through his teeth. Though Qin Xinghan was willing to forsake everything for Jingxi, it still caused him a deep, lingering pain. She was his woman, a fact that would never change. Qin Xinghan bit her red lips, tightly gazing into Yi Fengwu's eyes, trembling as she spoke. I really want to believe you more than ever. You can do it right. You can ensure Jingxi's safety, can't you? I need you to promise me once again. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fengwu had become the only person she trusted in this world. Only when he was by her side did she feel a sense of security. Even her anxious and helpless feelings seemed to ease somewhat. Yi Fengwu nodded solemnly, speaking earnestly. Yes, I can do it, but you must do one thing as well. Upon hearing this, an expression of conflict suddenly crossed Qin Xinghan's delicate face, and her tear-filled eyes sparkled with difficulty. She bit her red lip and nodded. Then under Yi Fengwu's astonished gaze, Qin Xinghan unexpectedly rose on her toes, slowly pressing her lips against his. This sudden sweetness took Yi Fengwu by surprise. He could feel her inexperienced and clumsy kiss. Is this a reward for me? Yi Fengwu mused. Suddenly Qin Xinghan's hands moved to the buttons of her shirt. Yi Fengwu could clearly see her tense and trembling body. With a soft pop, as all the buttons came undone, the white bra beneath was revealed, its beauty more dazzling than the first snow. In that instant, Yi Fengwu felt a rush of blood, an undeniable response stirring within him. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. He was always so defenseless in front of Qin Xinghan. Gradually, Qin Xinghan pulled her clumsy lips away from Yi Fengwu's mouth, her eyes gently closing as two hot tears rolled down her cheeks. She grasped the hem of her shirt, pulling it off to reveal her snow-white shoulders. Yi Fengwu grasped her hands, gently draping her shirt back over her, struggling to conceal the overwhelming allure that threatened to consume him. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan felt a pang of anxiety. Had he changed his mind? The moment her tears fell, Yi Fengwu realized she had misunderstood him, thinking he wanted her to offer her body as payment. A bitter anger surged within him, and he exclaimed, "You foolish woman, would you respond the same way if another man made such a proposal?" As soon as he asked, he regretted it. If she answered yes, it would be even harder for him to accept. But Qin Xinghan hesitated, her face flushed. At that moment, she finally understood she had misjudged Yi Fengwu. She lowered her gaze, pondering whether she would seek solace in another man's arms for Jingxi. The answer was uncertain. The reason she was willing to give herself to Yi Fengwu was because she had developed feelings for him. If it were another man, she might have chosen death. Yi Fengwu focused on Qin Xinghan's downcast eyes, watching the shame paint her face red, hoping for a satisfactory answer. After a long pause, Qin Xinghan slowly shook her head and replied, "I'm sorry." With a sigh of relief, Yi Fengwu scolded himself for being too harsh. Forcing her to choose between him and her daughter was undeniably cruel. "Trust me, you'll see Jingxi soon, and she will be perfectly safe," Yi Fengwu said, pulling Qin Xinghan into his embrace and kissing her smooth forehead with utmost seriousness. Qin Xinghan did not resist. Even her previously tense and rigid body relaxed as she leaned her face against his chest. "What should I do?" she asked, choosing to wholeheartedly trust Yi Fengwu in that moment, feeling an undeniable sense of security. Yi Fengwu replied, "With your capabilities, controlling the Qin group should be easy enough." Surprised, Qin Xinghan pondered for a moment. Did he want her to take on the Qin family? But she soon relaxed, as she had chosen to trust him, and there was no room for doubt. "Only if you can guarantee Jingxi's safety, I can have the Qin group under the Luo Phoenix group by tomorrow morning," she stated, her tone assertive yet gentle. Hearing her firm yet graceful words, Yi Fengwu was astonished. In that moment, he sensed a change in Qin Xinghan. She was no longer hesitant. "But you must guarantee Jingxi's safety," she said, looking up at Yi Fengwu with utmost seriousness. He nodded, responding equally earnestly, "Jingxi is my daughter. Do you remember my promise? I will ensure you see her grow into a beautiful young lady. That vow will never change." Qin Xinghan gazed into Yi Fengwu's eyes, and he met her gaze, both seeing sincerity reflected in each other's eyes. "Thank you," she said softly. Yi Fengwu's lips curled slightly as he looked at her exquisite face, so close, unable to resist leaning in. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan's face flushed red, and she hurriedly escaped from his embrace, darting into the bedroom. Yi Fengwu felt a pang of disappointment and murmured, "I couldn't hold back. I should have comforted her instead of acting so inappropriately. I wonder if Jingxi misses her mother." Luo Yihuang had a busy day and finally returned home. As she opened the villa door and set down her keys, she immediately spotted Luo Bingke sitting on the sofa in the living room. However, what furrowed Luo Yihuang's brow was the petite figure beside Luo Bink, engrossed in watching anime. The little girl appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old, her delicate face resembling a porcelain doll, making one marvel at her future beauty. "Who is this child?" Luo Yihuang asked casually as she walked towards the fridge. Luo Bingke ruffled the little girl's hair, her enchanting eyes softening with warmth as she smiled. "My daughter, is that a problem?" Luo Yihuang retrieved 2 bottles of yogurt from the fridge and walked directly to the sofa, her icy demeanor betraying no emotions. She found it hard to believe that Luo Bingke could have a daughter. The little girl turned to Luo Bing, pouting, "Sister, I want to go home. Mommy will be worried." Luo Bingke smiled gently. "Your mother asked you to stay here for a few days. Do you want to be caught by bad men? If that happens, your mother will be even more upset." Upon hearing this, the little girl hesitated. Luo Bingke embraced her again, softly reassuring, "Don't you trust that big bad uncle?" The little girl pouted defiantly. "Uncle isn't bad, I believe in him." "Jingxi, you're so good. Can you stay here for a couple more days?" Luo Bing's affection for the little girl grew. "Jingxi." Luo Yihuang frowned, feeling she had heard the name before, but couldn't place it. Indeed, this little girl was Jingxi, whom Fengwu had asked Luo Bingke to look after for a few days. However, he had not anticipated that Luo Bingke would bring her to Luo Yihuang's villa. At that moment, Luo Yihuang sat beside Jingxi, placing a cup of yogurt with a straw in front of her. Though it was their first meeting, she instantly took a liking to the adorable and beautiful girl. "Here, drink this. It'll make you dinner soon," Luo Yihuang said softly, her demeanor now warm like a thawing glacier. She didn't even question who Jingxi was. "Thank you, sister. You're so pretty, even more than my mom, but just a little bit," Jingxi replied with a sweet smile, making a tiny gap between her thumb and index finger. Luo Yihuang felt a warmth in her heart. Once she had been as innocent as this little girl. But she hadn't been as fortunate. She would have preferred to be an ordinary person surrounded by those who truly loved her rather than cold relatives who viewed her merely as a tool for marriage alliances. The next morning, after preparing breakfast for Fengwu, Qinghan hurriedly drove to the company. Her steps were brisk and decisive, and her gentle gaze held not only concern for Jingxi, but also a newfound determination. Meanwhile, in the lavishly decorated hall of a villa, a middle-aged man clad in a tiger-patterned robe slowly descended the staircase. Following him was a burly figure, the formidable Cheng Xiong, his most skilled subordinate. "Boss, are we planning to take action against the Qin family?" Cheng Xiong inquired. Chen Yuanzhong, with a shrewd smile, replied, "There's no rush. Today we merely observe. Qin Qinghan is currently fully responsible for the Luo Huang group, but she is not in the mood to acquire the Qin family. Is Qin Qinghan really going to let herself be manipulated for the sake of her daughter?" Cheng Xiong asked. A strange smile flickered at the corner of Chen Yuanzhong's lips. "She is a kind woman and will never abandon her daughter." Suddenly, Chen Yuanzhong's gaze darted to a slender figure seated on the sofa in the hall. His expression remained calm, yet there was an undercurrent of sharpness in his eyes that made one wary at first glance. Cheng Xiong also caught sight of the unfamiliar figure, and his expression darkened instantly, ready for a fight. "Who are you?" Cheng Xiong spoke in a low tone, surprised yet cautious. With at least a dozen bodyguards outside on alert, it was impossible for a stranger to enter undetected. How had this person breached their defenses? Chen Yuanzhong's eyes glimmered with amusement as he gestured for Cheng Xiong to refrain from acting. "Qingfeng, I hope you bring good news for me," he said, descending the stairs with a smile directed at the slender stranger. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the renowned Qingfeng. Qingfeng made no move to rise, and simply stated, "I have repaid my debt of gratitude. From now on we owe each other nothing." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's expression darkened. He understood Qingfeng's character well. The man was cold, yet extremely principled. Years ago, when he had been pursued by assassins and unexpectedly found refuge in Chen Yuanzhong's territory, he had recognized Qingfeng's exceptional skills and offered some assistance in hopes of forming a friendship. To his surprise, while Qingfeng remained aloof, he had promised to help once should Chen Yuanzhong ever need it. However, today the tone of Qingfeng's words hinted at something ominous. "Is Luo Yihuang already dead?" Chen Yuanzhong asked uncertainly, as he had not seen any major news regarding the Luo Huang group. Qingfeng replied coolly, "I promised to intervene, and I did my best. The one who owed you a favor is dead." With that, Qingfeng turned to leave the villa, his words imbued with cold detachment. Seeing this, Chen Yuanzhong could not help but grasp that Qingfeng had failed. Anger surged within him. "You have betrayed my trust. How could you fail?" From Chen Yuanzhong's understanding of Qingfeng, he was like a god possessing both incredible speed and unparalleled strength. Even if there were skilled fighters around Luo Yihuang, they would not be able to thwart Qingfeng. He was unwilling to accept the reasons behind Qingfeng's failure. As Qingfeng paused at the villa's entrance, he offered a piece of advice. "Don't provoke that woman again, otherwise you will die." After saying this, Qingfeng left without looking back. Chen Yuanzhong was filled with disbelief and could not fathom why Qingfeng had failed. Yet he dared not detain him, fully aware of the man's formidable nature. Watching Qingfeng's receding figure, Cheng Xiong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Boss, he is injured." Being a skilled fighter himself, Cheng Xiong could discern from King Feng's somewhat unsteady footsteps that something was amiss. Chen Yuanzhang's expression grew serious. "Are you sure?" Cheng Xiong nodded. "Although not severe, he does have injuries." Chen Yuanzhang inhaled, sharply pondering the background of Luo Yihuang and how someone close to her could injure Qing Feng. He recalled King Feng's earlier words, "Don't provoke that woman, you will die." "Boss, should I eliminate him?" Cheng Xiong asked. Chen Yuanzhang shook his head gravely. "Even if he is injured, he is not someone you can handle." Although Cheng Xiong felt unsatisfied, he remained silent. After a long moment, Chen Yuanzhang coldly muttered, "Luo Yihuang, consider yourself fortunate." In recent years, Chen Yuanzhang had focused on developing his company, and the only force capable of suppressing him in Haihua City was the Luo Huang Group. Thus, he had often contemplated eliminating Luo Yihuang. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Cheng Xiong. "What's the situation with Zhang Cheng?" "Don't worry, boss. The three of them dealing with a little girl should not lead to any unexpected complications. Moreover, Qin Guangnan has already called to thank us, saying that Zhang Cheng has hidden the girl and is just waiting for further instructions," Cheng Xiong reported. Chen Yuanzhang nodded and then smirked. "That old fox Qin Guangnan truly believes I will assist him. Huh, his company will be mine. Let's go this afternoon, we'll pay a visit to the Qin family." At 8:30 in the morning in Luo Yuang's office, she sat at her desk, while Qin Qinghan stood resolutely across from her. "Qinghan, I won't pressure you. Are you really determined to take action yourself?" Luo Yihuang asked, surprise flickering in her eyes. Days ago, when she decided to hand over the plan to acquire the Qin family to Qin Qinghan, she had felt some hesitation, wondering if it might be too harsh on her. To her astonishment, Qinghan had volunteered today. What puzzled Luo Yihuang most was the glimmer of newfound resolve in Qin Qinghan's eyes, a sharpness not seen before. Qin Qinghan nodded and stated, "But I need to control all company authority, including the financial flows of the Luo Huang Group." Without hesitation, Luo Yihuang smiled and replied, "As the CEO, you certainly have that right." Qin Qinghan nodded again. "Before noon, I will present you with a transfer document for the Qin family business." Faced with Qin Qinghan's sudden shift, Luo Yihuang showed no sign of joy, instead furrowing her brow slightly. "Qinghan, has something happened?" Luo Yihuang asked with concern. Qin Qinghan shook her head. "I need to get to work." With that, she turned and left the office. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Qinghan arrived at the Zhongxia Bank in Haihua City. She sat regally in the VIP room, exuding an air of authority. At that moment, a slightly portly middle-aged man entered, his face adorned with a flattering smile. "President Qin, I apologize for the delay," the man said, bowing slightly before her. The middle-aged man, Li Fengwu, was the president of Zhongxia Bank. As a bank president, he was well informed, aware of Qin Qinghan's past and her current position as the executive president of the Luo Huang Group. The astronomical sums deposited monthly by the Luo Huang Group at Zhongxia Bank compelled Li Fengwu to approach her with utmost respect. Qin Qinghan cut to the chase. "President Li, how much does the Qin family owe you?" Li Fengwu was momentarily taken aback before replying in astonishment, "President Qin, you're not planning to pay off the Qin family's debts, are you?" Knowing that Qin Qinghan was from the Qin family, he had to ask. Qin Qinghan sat quietly without saying a word. Li Fengwu smiled and said, "President Qin, hey-race the situation. A week ago, the Qin Group had already mortgaged the entire company to Zhongxia Bank. They promised to repay the interest as soon as they received the kickback from the Fengwu real estate project." But Li Fengwu's tone faltered, fearing that Qin Qinghan had come to find a way out for the Qin family. He continued hesitantly, "However, the interest alone has become unbearable for us, so." Qin Qinghan pushed the documents in front of her toward Li Fengwu and said, "President Li, this is the purpose of my visit." Upon seeing this, Li Fengwu was somewhat puzzled. He hurriedly opened the folder, and after a quick glance, he couldn't help but look at Qin Qinghan in astonishment. "President Qin, you intend to acquire the Qin Group." It was hard for Li Fengwu to imagine that the granddaughter who had once been suppressed by the Qin family was finally rising up for revenge. Of course, with the entire Luo Huang Group backing her, who in Haihua City could resist her? After a long pause, a trace of difficulty appeared in Li Fengwu's eyes. "President Qin, this might be a bit inappropriate. The Qin Group is indeed mortgaged to me, but I do not possess the authority to transfer it." Qin Qinghan's stunningly beautiful face remained unmoved, her delicate gaze always carrying a determined look. Then Qin Qinghan said, "President Li, I believe you are well aware of my power. The Luo Huang Group is determined to take over the Qin family. If you cannot assist the Luo Huang Group, we will have to seek out another cooperative bank." As she spoke, Qin Qinghan stood up, ready to leave. Seeing this, Li Fengwu's face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly smiled, and said, "President Qin, please wait, please wait." What a joke. If this queen really left, perhaps by the next day the Luo Wang Group would withdraw all its funds from Zhongxiao Bank, plunging it into an economic crisis. Qin Xinghan then slowly sat back down, while Li Fuguo's face was already filled with despair. Soon Li Fuguo gritted his teeth and said, "President Qin, I will bring you the transfer documents for the Qin Group. However, this requires a procedure. Shortly, I will give Qin Guangnan the final ultimatum, forcing him to sign the transfer contract. Otherwise, he will face imprisonment." Qin Xinghan nodded with a calm expression, as if she had anticipated Li Fuguo's actions. Yet her heart was filled with complexity. The Qin family had ultimately brought about its own destruction, all because they had ruthlessly kidnapped her daughter. Then Qin Xinghan said, "At 3 o'clock this afternoon bring the documents and lawyer to the Qin family." Li Fuguo dared not disobey, and quickly nodded. Today was supposed to be Yi Fengwu's first day at work, but instead, he came to Luo Yuang's villa. The door was opened by Luo Bingke. When she saw Yi Fengwu standing at the entrance, her charming eyes flickered slightly as she snorted, "You're here. Wait for dinner." Yi Fengwu looked at Luo Bingke in surprise. At this moment, she was wearing an apron, her slender waist accentuated, and her perfect curves made him steal a few more glances. Luo Bingke shot Yi Fengwu a glance and said irritably, "Your daughter is here, so you better behave yourself." With that, Luo Bingke swayed her enticing figure and walked into the kitchen. "Uncle." At that moment, a cheerful voice suddenly came from behind, and then Jing Si, the little girl, ran over to Yi Fengwu, her delicate porcelain-like face filled with excitement. Yi Fengwu picked up Jing Si and kissed her on the cheek, smiling indulgently. "Jing Si, did this aunt bully you?" Jing Si shook her head and said, "She's my sister, and she treats me well. The other sister is also very nice." Yi Fengwu smiled. The other sister Jing Si mentioned must be Luo Yihuang. Then Jing Si pouted and said, "Uncle, when can I go home? I miss my mom." Yi Fengwu spoke gently, "You can go home tomorrow. Your mom is busy these days, but before you go home you need to promise me something." "What promise?" Jing Si's little face looked puzzled. Yi Fengwu sat her on his lap on the sofa and said, "Don't let your mom know that it was Uncle who put you here." Upon hearing this, a mischievous glint appeared in Jing Si's bright eyes as she said, "So Mom doesn't know where Jing Si is. Uncle, you're so naughty, Mom will be angry." Yi Fengwu feigned a pitiful expression and said, "You wouldn't want Uncle to sleep on the floor, would you?" Jing Si blinked her big eyes and with a smile whispered in Yi Fengwu's ear, "Uncle, I haven't been to the zoo for a long time." Without hesitation, Yi Fengwu replied, "Deal." He never expected to be threatened by this little girl. A peck. Jing Si's little face beamed with joy, and then she planted a kiss on Yi Fengwu's cheek. At that moment, Luo Bingke emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food, which she set on the dining table. Even from a few meters away, Yi Fengwu could already smell the enticing aroma of the dishes. "All right, let's eat." Luo Bingke called out to Yi Fengwu, and Jing Si, her demeanor resembling that of a gentle and virtuous housewife. This surprised Yi Fengwu. Was this really the fearsome red-clad female demon he once knew? He had seen Luo Bingke armed with 2 short blades battle against hundreds of lawless individuals along the border of Huaxiao, her red attire soaked in blood from that very fight. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying female demon would also cook. Luo Bingke served food for Yi Fengwu and Jing Si, and after sitting down she first helped Jing Si with several bites of vegetables, her affectionate expression genuine. She truly liked Jing Si. This left Yi Fengwu once again astonished. Luo Bingke seemed to notice Yi Fengwu's astonished gaze, and her previously gentle expression instantly cooled a few degrees as she said to him, "What are you staring at? Do you want to lose your eyes?" Hearing this, Yi Fengwu pouted and mumbled, "I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." This earned him another fierce glare from Luo Bingke. Meanwhile, Jing Si watched the two, stifling a laugh. After dinner, Luo Bingke washed the dishes while Yi Fengwu called Lu Hui, saying, "At 3 o'clock this afternoon at the Qin family, I need some manpower." He thought for a moment, and then called Jiang Hao Xiaohao, "At 3 o'clock this afternoon bring some people to the Qin family villa." After hanging up, Luo Bingke suddenly sat next to Yi Fengwu, pressing her enchanting figure closely against him. "Is such a big scene really necessary?" Luo Bingke asked with a hint of amusement. Yi Fengwu snorted, "I need some people. Do you think Shen Yu and Zhong will sit idly by? And as for the Qin family, do you think they will honestly hand over the company?" Luo Bingke wrapped her arms around one of Yi Fengwu's and laughed. "Looks like you want to create a stir for your wife." Yi Fengwu replied with a smile, "Creating a stir is an overstatement. At least I want some people to realize that Qin Han is no longer that fragile woman without support." "You really treat her well," Luo Bingke said, her tone filled with a hint of jealousy. Yi Fengwu felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something nice, he noticed Jing Si staring at their affectionate interaction with a hint of discontent in her bright eyes. Seeing this, Fengwu quickly cleared his throat and sat up straight. Luo Bingke seemed to have noticed Jing Si's gaze and slowly distanced herself from Fengwu. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the office of Luo Yihuang on the 75th floor of the Luo Huang building, she quietly gazed out at the towering skyscrapers beyond the glass walls. Behind her stood Lin Yu, silent and watchful. Luo Yihuang spoke calmly. Has Fengwu not come to work? Lin Yu replied, no. Should I call him? Luo Yihuang shook her head lightly, her tone indifferent. Let him be. He is far too mysterious. I can never see through him. Lin Yu frowned slightly, sharing her distaste for Fengwu's enigmatic nature. She added, though he is unruly and extremely secretive, he doesn't seem to pose a threat to you, Director Luo. Yesterday, Lin Yu had witnessed the terrifying aura of Fengwu firsthand. If he were truly an assassin, Director Luo would likely have been dead by now. Luo Yihuang was equally puzzled, yet one thing was certain, he was definitely not a killer, for her sister Luo Bing would never allow an assassin near her. What was even more unbelievable was that her sister was entangled with that man. Perhaps the naive Qin Xinghan would not be overly suspicious, but Luo Yihuang knew Luo Bingke well. Just the fact that she had let Fengwu hide in the changing room to watch her change was enough for Luo Yihuang to conclude that Fengwu must have some hidden relationship with her sister. After a long pause, Luo Yihuang suddenly said to Lin Yu, let's go to the Shishan Villa. Lin Yu, bewildered, responded, Director Luo, the Shishan Villa hasn't been cleaned for a long time. Should I have someone tidy it up first? The Shishan Villa was one of the oldest villa areas in Haihua City, yet the scenery there remained quite pleasant. 2 years ago, Luo Yihuang had purchased a property, but it had been left vacant after a brief stay. Thus, Lin Yu could not decipher why Director Luo would want to visit Shishan Villa. Luo Yihuang replied, no need. We'll enjoy the scenery and see how Qin is acquiring the Qin group. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu finally understood, but then she frowned again, saying, Director Luo, Qin only brought 4 bodyguards with him. Is that not dangerous? Luo Yihuang had already donned her trench coat and, walking away, remarked, Fengwu won't let anything happen to her. In fact, earlier that morning, Luo Yihuang had considered the possibility of danger for Qin Xinghan at the Qin family, but with Fengwu around, it seemed unlikely that anyone in Haihua City could harm her. Thus, Luo Yihuang was eager to see how Fengwu would act. The Shishan Villa area spanned thousands of acres, and 20 years ago it was renowned as the most luxurious villa district in Haihua City. Within it stood the Qin family villa, which was part of this prestigious enclave. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the grand hall of the Qin family villa, Qin Guangnan sat on the sofa, appearing frail and aged. Opposite him was a middle-aged couple and a bespectacled young man whose demeanor was quite gentlemanly. The young man was Zhang Gu, the heir of the Zhang group, who had long been infatuated with Qin Xinghan. The middle-aged couple were Zhang Gue's parents, Zhang Yulin, the chairman of the Zhang group, and his wife Lu Mei. Zhang Yulin's company was worth over $1 billion, making it one of the few large conglomerates in Haihua City. Even in the presence of Qin Guangnan, Zhang Yulin's expression remained cold, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. Standing nearby were Qin Xinghan's parents, Qin Ji and Yang Yu, who had been summoned back by a phone call from Qin Guangnan. They stood there like servants, their faces revealing bitterness. They had initially been enjoying life with a few 100,000 yuan, only for the old man to call and demand their daughter marry Zhang Gu. Sensing Zhang Yulin's restlessness, Qin Guangnan kept pouring tea for him and his wife. At that moment, Zhang Gu politely asked Qin Guangnan, Grandpa Qin, are you sure Qinghan has agreed to this marriage? Qin Guangnan smiled. Rest assured, young Master Zhang. Today is a matter of parental consent. That girl has no choice but to comply. Hearing this, Zhang Gu breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Grandpa Qin, soon we will be family, so you needn't call me young Master Zhang. Just call me Xiao Gu. Qin Guangnan's face lit up with joy, and he laughed heartily. Very well, Xiao Gu. You should start calling me Grandpa too. Grandpa. Zhang Gu hurriedly responded, his tone most respectful. However, while Qin Guangnan and Zhang Gu exchanged pleasantries, the expressions of Zhang Yulin and Lu Mei darkened. Zhang Yulin's stern face grew even grimmer as he scoffed. Xiao Gu, with our Zhang family status, why would you choose a woman with a tarnished past? Lu Mei's heavily made-up face also turned slightly cold as she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ji and Yang Yu, sneering. I've heard that woman has been living with another man. I truly resent the thought of a tainted woman entering our Zhang family. Though Qin Ji and Yang Yu felt humiliated by the couple's taunts, they dared not protest, standing in silence with their faces flushed with shame. Zhang Gu asserted, Mom, Dad, I genuinely care for Qing'an. Her past doesn't matter to me. I just want to be with her. Zhang Yulin sighed. If you are so infatuated, I have nothing more to say. She can enter the Zhang family, but she must not bring with her any illegitimate child born from a rapist. Hearing Zhang Yulin's harsh words, Qin Guangnan showed no sign of offense. Instead, he assured him, "Rest easy, brother Zhang, only Qin Han will enter the Zhang family." Zhang Yulin reluctantly nodded in agreement, while Lu Mei, though displeased, held her tongue, seeing her son so infatuated. "Thank you, Grandpa," Zhang Ge said hurriedly, his demeanor full of respect. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, a fleeting glint of malice flickered in Zhang Ge's eyes hidden beneath his cheerful facade. For 3 years, Zhang Ge had been utterly captivated by Qin Qinghan's beauty since their first meeting, and he was determined to possess her at all costs. Initially, he had attempted to woo her with wealth, luxury cars, and villas, but Qin Qinghan remained unmoved. This only intensified Zhang Ge's obsession, prompting repeated fervent pursuits, but Qin Qinghan consistently evaded him. He had contemplated using force, but that contradicted his principles in courting women, so he had ingratiated himself with the elder of the Qin family to secure approval for this union. However, just as his prize was within reach, a man named Fengwu had completely derailed his plans. Thus he had grown impatient. Once he married her, he could treat her as he wished, teaching her the folly of rejecting him, intending to strip her of all her pride and composure. Soon Zhang Yulin's impatience grew more evident as he glanced at his watch, noting it was already 2:15. He huffed, "Where are they? I can't wait any longer. I have an appointment with the new CEO of Luo Huang Group at 4 o'clock. If I'm late, I could lose billions in business." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei exclaimed in alarm, "Then you should hurry. If our business falls through, not even 10 Qin Qinghans could repay us." Qin Guangnan's expression turned anxious. "Brother Zhang, she will arrive shortly. Oh, can't you spare just a moment?" Qin Guangnan was more concerned about the Zhang Group's funding, and he was determined to keep Zhang Yulin there. Zhang Yulin frowned. "My Zhang Group owes its success to the Luo Huang Group. If I fail to make a good impression on the new CEO on our first meeting, the future of my company will be irrevocably jeopardized." With that, Zhang Yulin stood to leave. Seeing this, Qin Guangnan's face filled with urgency, and he cast a pleading glance at Zhang Ge. Zhang Ge certainly did not want to miss this opportunity, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed Qin Fei suddenly running toward the villa's gate. Seeing this, Qin Guangnan hurriedly asked, "Is Qin Qinghan here? Why isn't she being brought in to meet Zhang Laodi and his wife?" With a complex expression, Qin Fei replied, "A long Lincoln just pulled up at the entrance. It seems to belong to the Luo Huang Group." At these words, everyone's expressions turned to confusion. Could it be that a prominent figure was arriving? Thinking of this, Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin exchanged glances, then quickly made their way out of the villa. Upon reaching the small courtyard outside, they indeed spotted a luxurious long Lincoln parked at the gate. At that moment, the car door swung open and 4 bodyguards clad in black stepped out, first one of whom stood at the entrance, as if awaiting the arrival of an important individual from within. Both Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin gazed intently at the car door. Soon a tall and graceful silhouette dressed in a light-colored trench coat appeared before everyone's eyes. Her long hair was elegantly styled, exuding an indescribable noble aura, with a pair of delicate eyes that subtly glimmered with a hint of determination. Her figure was strikingly tall and graceful, but what was most stunning was her breathtakingly beautiful face that could captivate anyone at a glance. Just a fleeting glimpse was enough to leave Zhang Ge entranced, for today he once again beheld the face he had long yearned for, Qin Qinghan. In that instant, he was utterly mesmerized. Beside him, Lu Mei's expression also reflected profound astonishment as she turned to Zhang Yulin and said, "Could this be Luo Yihuang, the chairwoman of the Luo Huang Group? I've heard she possesses a face that makes countless stars envious." Zhang Yulin, with a complex expression, remarked, "She is not Luo Dong." Having met Luo Yihuang before, he would never forget her extraordinary grace. He even lamented that there would likely be no other like her in this world. Yet the appearance of this woman today shattered his previous sentiments entirely. For this woman, in both temperament and beauty, was undoubtedly not far behind Luo Yihuang, even if it could be said to be slightly less. Thus he felt a keen curiosity about who this woman was. Zhang Ge suppressed his excitement and said, "Mom, Dad, she is Qinghan." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Zhang Yulin and his wife's faces. The former then realized, "No wonder you are so captivated by her." A hint of regret flickered in Lu Mei's eyes as she said, "A woman like her would be a suitable daughter-in-law, but alas, such a beautiful woman is unfortunately in such a tragic situation." What puzzled everyone was the presence of bodyguards beside Qin Qinghan and the fact that she arrived in a Lincoln belonging to the Luo Huang Group. "Qinghan, you truly have made quite the entrance. I'm curious, how does a mere employee of the Luo Huang Group manage to borrow such a vehicle?" Qin Fei mocked. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Yulin's complexion shifted slightly. "She is an employee of the Luo Huang Group." Qin Guangnan explained, "Zhang Laodi, it's just a small employee. She was dismissed by the Qin family, and no other company dared to employ her. I didn't expect her to have the fortune of gaining the attention of the Luo Huang group. Lu Mei scoffed, just a small employee. Zhang Yulin nodded in acknowledgement. Qin Guangnan turned to Qin Qinghan, his expression serious. Qinghan, don't you want to greet your future in-laws? At this moment Qin Fei and Yang Yu stood at the back of the crowd, hardly daring to raise their heads to look at their daughter, for they felt unworthy to face her. Qin Qinghan felt anxious, worried about Jing Si's safety. As her gaze swept over the crowd, she couldn't help but frown and asked, "Where is Jing Si?" Qin Guangnan replied sternly, "Jing Si is safe. As long as you marry young Master Zhang, she will naturally return home safely. I will personally ensure that Jing Si is placed in a good family." A hint of sorrow flickered in Qin Qinghan's soft gaze as she said, "Grandfather, I have worked tirelessly for the company, enduring pressure from all sides without a word of complaint. How can you do something so cruel?" Qin Guangnan coldly retorted, "I am doing this for your own good. Marrying young Master Zhang is far better than living with a rapist." Zhang Yulin impatiently interjected, "Since she's already here, let's take her with us. I have no time to waste here." Qin Guangnan coldly addressed Qin Qinghan. "Qinghan, you know what you must do." It was clear that Qin Guangnan was using Jing Si as leverage to threaten Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan pressed her lips together, her tone icy as she said, "I will do nothing until I see Jing Si." At these words, Qin Guangnan's brows furrowed deeply. Qin Fei stepped forward, grunting, "I can let you hear her voice." With that, he dialed Zhang Cheng's number. The call connected quickly, and Qin Fei spoke directly, "Let the girl speak." He then handed the phone to Qin Qinghan, who hurriedly took it, pressing it to her ear, her expression urgent, as she said, "Jing Si, it's Mom." However, her face soon registered a slight shock, her anxious gaze gradually relaxing. Meanwhile, in a corner of the West Mountain Villa, a Porsche was parked where Fengwu spoke on the phone. "Jing Si is safe. Do what you need to do, go ahead without fear." After hanging up, Fengwu glanced at Jiang Hao, who was in the driver's seat, and scolded, "I told you to bring a few people, and you brought a whole convoy. Are you trying to scare my wife to death?" Jiang Hao chuckled, "Brother Wu, this is just our brotherhood's aura. With this show, who would dare to bully my sister-in-law in the future?" Fengwu shot him a glare, grumbling, "Get lost." After that, Fengwu got out of the car, while Jiang Hao drove his Porsche directly toward the Qin family villa, followed by a long line of black 7-seater vans totaling over 30, causing the other residents to avoid them in fear. Fengwu shook his head helplessly. He had only wanted Jiang Hao to bring along 10 or so men to ensure Qin Qinghan's safety, yet this guy brought so many. Following this, Fengwu thought of Lu Hui and quickly dialed his number. "Instructor, the men are almost there." Lu Hui's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Fengwu asked, "Not too many, right?" Lu Hui replied, "Not too many." "Good." Fengwu nodded, relieved that this guy wasn't being reckless, as that could easily expose his identity. Just then, a stream of curses erupted from the other end of the line, seemingly from Yang Lu. "Commander Fan, tell your men to be more efficient. How do you lead troops? If this were a battle, you wouldn't even be able to hold your ground." Instantly, Fengwu's expression darkened. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of the Qin family villa, Qin Qinghan returned Qin Fei's phone. At that moment, the worry in her eyes had finally vanished. For that voice on the phone made her feel that nothing was insurmountable as long as he was there. However, she was curious as to why the call from Qin Fei had been answered by Fengwu. Qin Guangnan's face was stern as he said, "Qinghan, if it weren't for desperation, your grandfather wouldn't act this way. But you should know that everything I do is for the Qin family, so please just go with young Master Zhang now." Qin Qinghan shook her head firmly, replying, "My purpose for coming today is not this." At her words, Qin Guangnan's brows knitted tightly, and even Zhang Yulin and Zhang Ge wore changed expressions. Qin Guangnan fumed, "What do you mean? Don't you want to see that little girl?" At this moment, Yang Yu stepped forward and urged Qin Qinghan, "Qinghan, I understand your predicament, but young Master Zhang is talented and devoted to you. He will treat you well in the future. For your own sake, please don't persist. That rapist, Fengwu, won't provide you with a good life, and I will take good care of Jing Si." Qin Ji stood silently, his face flushed with shame. As a father, he felt utterly powerless to protect his daughter. In contrast, Qin Qinghan spoke up, "You don't understand him. To you, he may seem like a worthless rapist, but he has done so much for me. At the very least, he treats Jing Si as if she were his own daughter." These were Qin Qinghan's true feelings. At that moment, she had gradually begun to accept Fengwu. However, one thing still troubled her, the birthmark on his back identical to the one on Jing Si's arm. Thus, she would continue her investigation. Qin Qinghan's words ignited a flicker of resentment in Zhang Ge's eyes, which only strengthened his conviction. He thought to himself that as long as Qin Qinghan married him, it would mark the beginning of her nightmare. Yang Yu, exasperated, said, "Qinghan, what good is that rapist? He's nothing but a fraud. Even the ring he gave you is a high-quality imitation. What else can he offer you?" Qin Xinghan shook her head once more, replying, Mom, he didn't deceive me. The ring is genuine. At the Luowang auction, someone bid $200 million for it. At her words, both Yang Yu and Qin Ji's expressions shifted. Zhang Yulin's brows furrowed tightly. He had heard about this just 2 days ago. The unique Heart of the Sea had successfully sold at the Luowang Group's auction for $200 million, an astronomical sum capable of purchasing the entire Zhang Group. Not only Zhang Yulin had heard of this, but even Qin Guangnan had seen it in the news. A sense of unease crept into his heart. If that ring was indeed given to Qin Xinghan by Yi Fengwu, then who exactly was this man? A rapist casually possessing such a treasure as the Heart of the Sea was both alarming and implausible. Zhang Ge said, Xinghan, you can't really believe that the Heart of the Sea at the Luowang auction is the same ring that rapist gave you, can you? Yang Yu added, yes, Xinghan, perhaps that one is the real deal. Qin Xinghan bitterly shook her head. Then she extended her left hand, which she had kept hidden. Instantly, the dazzling blue hue of the gemstone was revealed before them. Bathed in sunlight, the sapphire cast blinding rays of light, stunning in its brilliance. Just a glance left everyone speechless. Such luster, such vibrant colors. Anyone claiming it was fake would only be making themselves a laughingstock. Yi Fengwu had put the ring back on her finger just yesterday. She had initially wanted to refuse, but he said, you mustn't show weakness tomorrow. With it on, you'll be an unyielding queen. Everyone stared at the magnificent glow, unable to collect their thoughts for a long while. Qin Xinghan turned to Yang Yu, saying, Mom, he not only didn't scold you for selling the Heart of the Sea worth $200 million for 2,000, but he also gave it back to me. Do you still believe it's fake? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu immediately lowered her head, her face filled with shame. Yet she was astonished. My God, the ring that guy gave Xinghan is truly priceless. Wasn't he a rapist? How could he afford to give her something so valuable? Qin Guangnan's face darkened. He snorted, enough. A marriage should be arranged by parents. Regardless of who that rapist is, as a member of the Qin family, you should think about the family's interests. As he finished speaking, Qin Guangnan waved his hand towards the security personnel behind him. Instantly, 15 or 16 security guards surrounded Qin Xinghan. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan took a few steps back, her 4 bodyguards hastily shielding her. Don't force me to take action, Qin Guangnan said, his face grim. At that moment, Zhang Yulin also gestured to his bodyguards impatiently, saying, take them away. I don't have much time. The domineering actions of both Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin were repulsive. In a world that seemed harmonious, such coercion regarding marriage was undoubtedly an abhorrent act. Yet the world is vast. Some individuals would pressure the vulnerable to perform acts they were unwilling to do. Such behavior is no different from forcing someone into prostitution. Over 20 individuals surrounded Qin Xinghan and her 4 bodyguards. It was evident that her situation had turned dire. In the past, facing such circumstances would have left Qin Xinghan pale with fear, but today there was no trace of anxiety in her eyes. Instead, she appeared calm and composed, for she had been assured that everything would be fine. Suddenly, as the group attempted to overpower her bodyguards and seize Qin Xinghan, the sound of screeching brakes echoed from the entrance of the villa. In an instant, a red Porsche came to a halt, followed by a long convoy of over 30 vehicles. Such an imposing spectacle caught everyone off guard. Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin both furrowed their brows tightly. Bang! Bang! At that moment, all car doors swung open and a multitude of young men clad in black, exuding a fierce aura, poured out. Over 200 in total. Among them, the one stepping out of the Porsche was dressed in a black trench coat, tall and robust, with a menacing scar across his face. Beside him stood a slender young man whose gaze was as fierce as that of a wild beast. How go? After a long pause, Zhang Yulin murmured in shock. Even Qin Guangnan beside him widened his eyes in disbelief. As one of the few wealthy merchants in Haihua City, Zhang Yulin could hardly forget the notorious gangster Jiang Hao. And for Qin Guangnan, it was even more significant. He was currently embroiled in a substantial project with Fengwu Real Estate, a venture that had nearly bankrupted the Qin family. Jiang Hao led a pack of hyenas. Each step he took seemed to carry an oppressive weight. As he moved forward, his hundreds of followers trailed closely behind, forming an overwhelming shadow that enveloped the entire Qin villa. Lu Mei, Zhang Yulin's wife, had never witnessed such a terrifying display and felt as if dark clouds loomed overhead, her face paling as she leaned toward her husband for comfort. Sensing his wife's fear, Zhang Yulin feigned calm, patting her hand to reassure her, it's okay, I'm friends with Hao Ge. Zhang Yulin had collaborated with Jiang Hao on several projects, and in some shady deals Jiang Hao had even assisted him. Hao Ge, what brings you to the Xishan villa today? Zhang Yulin said, trying to maintain a friendly demeanor. Qin Guangnan too forced a smile, nodding stiffly at Jiang Hao. Although he suspected that Jiang Hao was purposely sabotaging the Qin family through the Fengwu project, he had no proof. and feared Jiang Hao too much to confront him directly. Curiosity gnawed at him. What was the purpose of Jiang Hao bringing so many subordinates today? Jiang Hao halted before Zhang Yulin and Qin Guangnan, then turned his gaze toward the 20 or so bodyguards encircling Qin Xinghan and the others, saying flatly, "Your men." Zhang Yulin couldn't comprehend Jiang Hao's intentions, but still managed a strained smile. "It's just family matters, no need for you to intervene, Hao Go." "Enough." Before Zhang Yulin could finish, one of the hyenas behind Jiang Hao spoke slowly, his tone indifferent, yet laced with a chilling authority. As soon as the words fell, dozens of Jiang Hao's subordinates surged forward, showing no mercy as they descended upon the 20 or so security guards. In less than half a minute, all the guards were sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Several had broken legs, and others had fractured arms, creating a scene that was truly horrific. Despite possessing some skills, these guards were overwhelmed by the sheer number of Jiang Hao's men, all of whom were seasoned fighters. The 4 bodyguards who had sworn to protect Qin Xinghan at all costs stood frozen in shock. As they witnessed the brutal display, cold sweat dripped down their backs. Qin Xinghan averted her gaze, unable to bear such cruelty, for she was too kind-hearted and innocent. In an instant, Zhang Yulin and Qin Guangnan's faces turned pale with disbelief. "What on earth is happening?" After a long silence, Zhang Ge, standing behind Zhang Yulin, whispered, his face drained of color. Why had these men resorted to violence without uttering a single word? What were they fighting for? At the back, Qin Xinghan's parents stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. As ordinary citizens, they had never witnessed a scene of gang violence. Terrified, they huddled together, their most perplexing thought being that this infamous figure Jiang Hao seemed to be helping their daughter. Heavens, what were they witnessing? Qin Xinghan, who had always been so kind, how could she be associated with such individuals? Qin Guangnan's aged face was etched with confusion and despair. He struggled to ask, "Brother Hao, why are you doing this? What has my Qin family ever done to you?" Jiang Hao shot a cold glance at Qin Guangnan before turning to face Qin Xinghan. Everyone's curiosity piqued, wondering how Jiang Hao would treat her. Zhang Ji and Yang Yu were particularly tense, fearing for their daughter's safety. "Sister-in-law, I'm late." "I'm sorry." Jiang Hao spoke respectfully to Qin Xinghan. "Sister-in-law." Though he uttered but a single phrase, the only 2 words that resonated in everyone's ears were sister-in-law. Heavens, why did Jiang Hao address Qin Xinghan in such a manner? In that moment, Zhang Ji and Yang Yu turned pale, their minds racing. Could it be that the man they had scorned as a rapist was someone even Jiang Hao would call brother? Qin Guangnan's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, he finally understood why Jiang Hao had brought his gang to the Qin residence. His aim was Qin Xinghan. No wonder she had so easily signed the project with Fengwu Real Estate. No wonder Jiang Hao had targeted him. It turned out this was all Qin Xinghan's doing, or perhaps it was that person named Yi Fengwu. How could a recently released rapist be acquainted with Jiang Hao and command such respect? A sense of despair crept into Qin Guangnan's heart as he began to regret ever driving Qin Xinghan from the family, regretting not valuing her. Had Qin Xinghan remained in the Qin family, perhaps the Qin group would have reached even greater heights. At this moment, the most terrified were undoubtedly Zhang Yulin and his son. They had conspired with Qin Guangnan to use his daughter as leverage against Qin Xinghan. Wasn't that courting death? Zhang Ge was soaked in cold sweat, realizing that he had been coveting a woman whom even Jiang Hao addressed as sister-in-law. Surely he was tempting fate. Qin Xinghan seemed to have grown accustomed to Jiang Hao's address, but that didn't mean she felt at ease. She nodded gently and said, "Thank you. I hope you don't escalate this too much." Clearly, she feared Jiang Hao might unleash violence upon her family. At the same time, near the entrance of the Shishan Villa area, a long line of cars over 20 in number was halted. At the center was a black Mercedes, the vehicle of Chun Yuanzhong, the notorious leader of the West Tiger Gang. At that moment, Chun Yuanzhong sat in the back seat of the Mercedes when a subordinate approached, breathless, to report, "Boss Jiang Hao has taken his men to the Qin residence." Upon hearing this, Chun Yuanzhong's cunning gaze darkened slightly, and he scoffed, as expected. Not only does he want to protect Qin Xinghan, but he also seeks to claim the Qin family for himself. "Jiang, how do you really think I will continue to endure your provocations?" Then a cold light flickered in his eyes as he calmly ordered, "Head to the Qin residence." Just as the driver was about to start the engine, another subordinate rushed over, looking unsettled. "Boss, a military convoy is approaching." Chun Yuanzhong frowned and turned to look, and indeed he saw a military column slowly advancing along the road. 7 or 8 tanks led the way, followed by a long line of armored vehicles and an endless chain of trucks, each carrying fully armed soldiers. By the looks of it, there appeared to be an entire regiment, a sight Chun Yuanzhong had never witnessed before in such collective action. Puzzled, he remarked, "Ignore them, they might just be conducting exercises somewhere." Suddenly Cheng Xiong, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to him and said, "Boss, they've entered the Shishan villa." At this, Chen Yuanzhang's expression shifted dramatically as he saw the leading tanks all roll through the gates of the villa. In an instant, a grave look crossed his face. He dared not ponder the implications, for it was simply unfathomable. Cheng Xiong furrowed his brow and asked, "Boss, there's no way the army is here for the Qin family, right?" Chen Yuanzhang's expression turned solemn. He was facing a difficult decision. He could not afford to gamble. If the military truly had intentions toward the Qin family, then his arrival would undoubtedly make him a lamb to the slaughter. At that moment, a subordinate hurried over, urgency etched on his face. "Boss, their target is the Qin villa. Should we proceed?" Hearing this, Chen Yuanzhang closed his eyes in defeat. Who possessed such immense power to mobilize an army? Regardless of which faction it was, that person was simply terrifying. "Turn around, we're going back," Chen Yuanzhang said wearily. He knew that in this confrontation with Jiang Hao he had lost. At that instant, at the entrance of the Qin villa, a rumbling sound caused the ground to tremble slightly. Jiang Hao and the others turned in surprise. In an instant, a truly shocking scene unfolded before them. 7 or 8 tanks were slowly approaching the Qin villa, and even more terrifying was the line of armored vehicles and seemingly endless trucks following behind. This spectacle left both Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin feeling uneasy, and even Jiang Hao frowned. "Why is there military presence here? It seems like an entire regiment," Jiang Hao said, bewildered, glancing at the hyena. The hyena, equally grave, replied, "Could it be that the Qin family summoned them? If that's the case, we're in trouble." No matter how formidable Jiang Hao was in Haihua City, he had no strength to resist against the army. Even Qin Qinghan, protected by Jiang Hao's men, was left stunned, unable to comprehend the sight of the armored vehicles. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the tanks and armored vehicles came to a halt, and a line of fully armed soldiers formed up, 2,000 strong, stretching almost all the way to the entrance of the Shishan villa. Bang! Just then, a young man in combat fatigues bearing the rank of major leaped out from one of the armored vehicles. Beside him was a middle-aged Lieutenant Colonel Commander Fan Long, who had been urgently dispatched by Lu Hui. When Commander Fan inquired about the mission's objective, Lu Hui had simply provided him with a few words: "Protect the Blood Wolf King's woman." In that moment, Fan Long was nearly stunned, filled with a sense of honor. As a commander, how could he not know the reputation of the Blood Wolf King? He was a legendary figure in the military, a paragon for all soldiers. Jiang Hao and the hyenas slowly retreated a few steps, shielding Qin Qinghan behind them. Perhaps they were wary of the military, but if anyone dared to threaten Qin Qinghan, they would fight to the death. This was the bond of brotherhood he shared with Yi Fengwu. He could die, but he would certainly die before Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan was also taken aback by the imposing presence before her. Why was there a military presence here? With a thud, Lu Hui and Fan Long came to a halt before Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin. The heavy thuds of their military boots on the tiled floor made the hard surface slightly buckle, indicating that their arrival was anything but welcoming. As the commander of the Blood Wolf Special Forces and a Colonel, Lu Hui had executed countless life-and-death missions. Thus, merely standing in silence, his domineering aura was enough to make Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin break into a cold sweat. "Sir, may I inquire what brings you here?" Qin Guangnan forced himself to speak. What was going on today? His granddaughter was merely getting married, and first the East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao had assaulted someone, and now a whole regiment of soldiers had arrived. What kind of terrifying individuals had the Qin family offended? Beside him, Zhang Yulin was equally perplexed. He had paid to bring his daughter-in-law home, only to offend the East Dragon Overlord and summon an army in the process. Meanwhile, the timid Qin Ji and Yang Yu stood trembling at the back, exchanging glances, as if to ask, are these people here for Qinghan? Are they here to help her, or do they have ulterior motives? If they were indeed here to assist her, who was behind them? Lu Hui's knife-like face bore an icy demeanor as he looked down at Qin Guangnan. "I've heard that you are forcefully arranging marriages. Is that true?" At this, Qin Guangnan dared not admit it, and quickly shook his head. "Sir, you must be mistaken." "Mistaken?" Lu Hui sneered coldly, then turned to Jiang Hao, who was protecting Qin Qinghan. "Brother, is there any truth to this?" Jiang Hao felt a bit dazed. The colonel's tone seemed surprisingly friendly. After a moment, he nodded and replied, "Sir, my sister-in-law already has a husband. This old scoundrel kidnapped my sister-in-law's daughter, trying to coerce her into marrying someone she doesn't love. Therefore, I believe this is a clear case of forced marriage." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's faces turned pale with cold sweat. Even Zhang Gu, who was hiding behind Zhang Yulin, trembled in fear at the sight of the fully armed soldiers. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Hui's eyes as he turned to Zhang Yulin. "Who is Zhang Gu?" Instantly, Zhang Gu's body quivered with fear, nearly collapsing under the forceful tone of Lu Hui's voice. Without needing an answer, Lu Hui could see Zhang Ge's identity written on his pale face. Lu Hui coldly asked, "Does she like you?" He was clearly referring to Qin Qinghan. At that moment, everyone was uncertain of the soldiers' intentions, and they watched with bated breath, fearful that a misstep might provoke the wrath of this fearsome officer. Zhang Ge stammered, I love her. I will make her happy. Damn it, I'm asking you, does she like you?" Lu Hu's expression darkened as he scolded. The outburst sent a jolt through Zhang Ji's body. Meanwhile, Zhang Yulin and Lu Mei watched with palpable tension as their son struggled to respond. Zhang Ge, a wealthy second-generation heir in Haihua City, had been accustomed to wielding power and charm, effortlessly captivating countless young women. Yet now confronted by these formidable soldiers, all his former arrogance had vanished. He resembled a chick seeking the protection of its mother hen. Concerned for his son, Zhang Yulin quickly forced a smile. "Sir, I am Zhang Yulin, chairman of the Zhang Group. If there has been any breach of etiquette, I hope you will forgive us." Zhang Yulin attempted to leverage his status as a corporate chairman to exert some pressure on Lu Hui, believing that soldiers were meant to protect the nation, not bully common citizens. "Get lost." Lu Hui coldly spat a single word in response. At this, Zhang Yulin's complexion soured. He replied with a grim face, "Sir, you are soldiers, not police officers. Even if we are indeed arranging a marriage, it is not your place to intervene." Zhang Yulin's argument held merit, prompting Qin Guangnan to straighten his back instinctively. Lu Hui snorted, suddenly raising his voice. "Fan, why did you join the army?" "To protect the homeland," Fan Long replied without hesitation. "And you all?" Lu Hui turned to the young faces behind him, each imbued with youthful yet resolute determination. "To protect the homeland, so the people can live in peace and prosperity." 2,000 soldiers shouted in unison, their thunderous voices echoing above the West Mountain Villa. Everyone watched this young officer, uncertain of his intentions. Lu Hui's eyes gleamed with a cold smile as he called out again. "We expend our youth and shed our blood, all for the sake of making this country stronger and safer. If we must protect people who harm innocent women, what should we do? Execute them on the spot." The deafening roar erupted from 2,000 soldiers, each face aflame with righteous fury. The sheer force of their resolve left Qin Guangnan, Zhang Yulin, and Zhang Ge momentarily stunned. However, Zhang Yulin, an old hand in the business world, gritted his teeth. I don't believe you soldiers would harm ordinary citizens without cause. If you touch us, I will take you to military court." With a whoosh, as soon as Zhang Yulin finished speaking, a soldier, rifle in hand, stepped forward and struck Zhang Yulin's face with the butt of his gun. "Oh!" Zhang Yulin screamed, crashing to the ground, blood streaming from the corner of his eye. Lu Mei and Zhang Ge were paralyzed with shock, rushing to help Zhang Yulin. At that moment, Jiang Hao shouted furiously, "Damn it, I've always admired soldiers. How dare you threaten them? Beat them to death." With Jiang Hao's roar, a dozen of his underlings surged forward, raining punches and kicks on Zhang Yulin, Lu Mei, and Zhang Ge. Instantly, the cries for mercy from the three rang out amidst the chaos. While soldiers might disdain to engage in the violence, Jiang Hao felt no such compunction. Even if it meant severe consequences, he had a way out. Once Jiang Hao's men dispersed, the sight of Zhang Yulin's family, bruised and battered, was laid bare for all to see. How had Zhang Yulin, who once governed a large corporation, ever imagined he would be so ruthlessly beaten? Lu Hui and Fan Long stood by, making no attempt to stop Jiang Hao, for this was precisely the outcome they desired. Had it not been for the desire to keep their identities hidden, they would have gladly wiped out these offenders on the spot. In their eyes, a soldier's duty was to protect the homeland, and conflict with civilians was a grave mistake, yet they had no idea what kind of existence a commander was. Anyone who dared to threaten the woman of the Blood Wolf King, regardless of a military trial, would meet only one fate: execution. Qin Guangnan was utterly despondent, realizing that Jiang Hao and the formidable soldiers were all here to protect Qin Qing'an. In that moment, he felt several years older, his stooped back bending further. He gazed at Jiang Hao, and Lu Hui, despair etched on his face. What have we, the Qin family, done to offend such powerful figures? Lu Hui remained silent, but Jiang Hao scoffed. "Someone you cannot afford to offend." Qin Guangnan laughed bitterly. "So from the moment the Qin family signed a contract with your Fenghao real estate, you were already plotting our destruction?" This was a question he had long feared to ask. Jiang Hao sneered. "Wrong. It started the day you dismissed my sister-in-law. From that moment, your Qin family was destined for doom." Upon hearing these words, the self-mockery in Qin Guangnan's eyes deepened. His frail body swayed precariously, as if about to collapse at any moment. After a long pause, he finally sighed in regret. "So the one I could never afford to offend was the granddaughter I never valued, that Yi Fengwu. Who on earth is she?" In that moment, Qin Guangnan sensed an ominous connection between these soldiers and Yi Fengwu. Jiang Hao replied coldly, "You are not qualified to know." In truth, even he found it hard to believe that the entire battalion had come for Wu Guest's sake. It was simply unfathomable. Heh. Qin Guangnan laughed, bitterly resigned to the fate of the Qin family. Today no one could shake Qin Qinghan's position. Qin Qinghan's expression was even more complex. At this moment, she finally understood something from the very first day she met Yi Fengwu. He had been preparing to deal with the Qin family. Although he never revealed a word to her, he had silently forced the Qin family into an irreversible predicament. All of this was for her, and she realized how much he had done on her behalf. Among the crowd, two faces were particularly grim: Qin Ji and Yang Yu, the husband and wife. Yang Yu discreetly tugged at Qin Ji's sleeve and whispered, "I think we should hide for a few days." Qin Ji asked why. Yang Yu replied anxiously, "We spoke so ill of Yi Fengwu back then. I even sold the ring he gave to Qinghan. If he truly is Zhang Hao's elder brother, how will he deal with us?" Hearing this, Qin Ji nodded, his heart filled with trepidation. Just then, two middle-aged men in suits rushed over, both perspiring profusely and panting heavily. One of them was Li Fengwu, the president of Zhongxia Bank. Li Fengwu's car had stopped at the entrance of the Xishan villa, and he traversed the route surrounded by fully armed soldiers, his heart racing in fear of provoking these formidable military men. He had considered turning back, but failing to follow Mr. Qin's instructions could cost him his position as president. At this critical moment, Li Fengwu's arrival left the uninformed in a daze. Spotting Qin Qinghan nearby, he forced a smile before turning serious and approaching Qin Guangnan, opening a folder in his hand. "Head of the Qin family, this is Zhongxia Bank's final ultimatum. Sign this transfer agreement, and from today onwards your company and all assets under your name, including this villa, will belong to the bank." After his words, the lawyer behind Li Fengwu presented another legal document before Qin Guangnan. In an instant it felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Li Fengwu spoke coldly, "You can choose not to sign, but you know the consequences. With your constitution, how many years of prison time do you think you can endure?" Qin Guangnan cast a helpless glance at Zhang Yulin, who lay on the ground bruised and battered. Zhang Yulin could only return a look of resentment. Were it not for the Qin family, his own would not have suffered such a fate. Realizing the end of the Qin family had come, Qin Guangnan trembled as he signed the transfer document. Li Fengwu closed the file and turned to hand the transfer agreement to Qin Qinghan, much to Qin Guangnan's astonishment. Qin Qinghan merely glanced at it. While she sympathized with the Qin family, she understood that this was their just punishment. They should not have used their daughter as a pawn for personal gain. However, Li Fengwu delivering such an important transfer document to Qin Qinghan was unexpected for Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin. Even if the Luo Wang Group had taken over the Qin family business from Li Fengwu, how could a mere employee of the Luo Wang Group possess such authority? At that moment, Zhang Yulin struggled to his feet and addressed Zhang Hao. "Bro, I shouldn't have meddled in the Qin family's affairs. Right now I have an appointment with the new president of the Luo Wang Group. May I leave first?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brows, a mocking glint in his eyes as he turned his gaze toward Qin Qinghan. She held the document in her hands and replied to Zhang Yulin, "Mr. Zhang, I believe our meeting is no longer necessary. The Luo Wang Group is no longer interested in collaborating with the Zhang Group." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulin's face paled instantly, and Qin Guangnan beside him was equally shocked. What did this mean? Could it be that the executive president of the Luo Wang Group, whom Zhang Yulin was supposed to meet today, was actually Qin Qinghan? How could that be possible? Li Fengwu politely smiled at Qin Qinghan, saying, "Ms. Qin, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Qin Qinghan nodded and replied courteously, "Thank you for your trouble today, President Li." "Of course it's my duty," Li Fengwu said, eager to please. Once Li Fengwu departed, Zhang Yulin stood dazed. It was over. The Zhang Group was finished. From Li Fengwu's respectful address and compliments, it was clear that Qin Qinghan had indeed become the new president of the Luo Wang Group. This revelation was too much for Zhang Yulin to accept, as well as for Qin Guangnan, who was utterly astonished. He could never have imagined that his granddaughter, after leaving the Qin family, had become the executive president of the largest conglomerate in Haihua City. If only he had treated Qin Qinghan better, the Qin family would not have fallen to this point. But in this world there were no if-onlys. Meanwhile, Zhang Gu, on the ground trying to find the teeth he had lost, was equally staggered upon learning that Qin Qinghan was the executive president of the Luo Wang Group, a position even his father revered. How could he dare to think of marrying into a family like that? "Ms. Qin, I was wrong." Zhang Yulin nearly sank to his knees before her. The Zhang Group's survival depended heavily on the Luo Wang Group, and losing that partnership would lead to a swift decline. Other companies would no longer wish to collaborate with a business abandoned by the Luo Wang Group. At that moment, atop a villa on a hillside, two graceful figures gazed down at the scene unfolding at the Qin family villa. "Ms. Luo, this is unbelievable." who could mobilize an entire battalion. That surely requires an order from the military district, Lin Yu said, holding a pair of binoculars, unable to contain her astonishment as she turned to Luo Yihuang. Luo Yihuang, dressed in a blue trench coat, also peered through her binoculars at the scene below. Even standing still, her unparalleled elegance overshadowed the surrounding landscape. It was Yi Fengwu, she replied calmly. Lin Yu gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. That can't be. Yi Fengwu, though mysterious, is just a recently released convict. Luo Yihuang snorted lightly. It is precisely because he is a recently released convict that I suspect it is him. She had investigated Yi Fengwu more than once, but the records only contained sparse lines of text. Coupled with his terrifying combat abilities and the deep affections of her inscrutable sister towards him, it indicated that Yi Fengwu's identity was anything but ordinary. Thus the label of a convict was merely a facade. He brought Jiang Hao and an entire battalion to protect Qin Xing'an. It is evident he is building her up, yet he wishes to conceal his identity. Lin Yu questioned, but Ms. Luo, you still deduced his true identity. Luo Yihuang shook her head, her brow furrowing in curiosity. But I wonder why he would adopt the notoriety of a convict. If I'm not mistaken, he is likely a military king. Military king. Lin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she admired soldiers from a young age and found it hard to imagine such a sacred profession being associated with someone she disliked. That's highly probable, Luo Yihuang said as she adjusted the binoculars, trying to spot something below. She was astute, capable of detecting any anomalies around her, but the most puzzling of all was Yi Fengwu. Suddenly, she halted the binoculars, the lens revealing a side of an armored vehicle where two figures stood, one of whom was Yi Fengwu. At that moment, he was reprimanding an officer bearing the rank of colonel, gesturing emphatically as he berated him. The colonel stood rigidly, chest out, accepting the scolding with dignity. In that moment, Luo Yihuang's suspicions solidified. Oh, she was now certain that Yi Fengwu was indeed a soldier. But how could such a young soldier possess the authority to mobilize an entire battalion? Just then Lin Yu exclaimed, seemingly recognizing Yi Fengwu's figure. Ms. Luo, do you remember that person who blocked us at the airport? He was one of the three. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang furrowed her brows, finally recognizing the appearance of the senior military officer. This inevitably reminded her of the events from a few days ago. On that day, she had intended to take a private jet to Jinhai City, but was intercepted at the airport by three individuals who claimed her life would be in danger. Moments later, the plane exploded. Had they not intervened, she would undoubtedly have perished aboard that flight. Turns out Yi Fengwu has been in cahoots with them all along. Luo Yihuang felt a surge of anger within her. It appeared that the kidnapping incident on the train had been nothing more than a mere act. This scoundrel had made her suffer immensely. After a brief contemplation, she turned to Lin Yu and said, let's keep this matter under wraps for now. Yi Fengwu has the capability to mobilize an entire regiment, and he can even command a senior officer to obey him. His identity is likely far more significant than I imagined. I need to find an opportunity to question him about why he concealed his identity to approach Qing'an. I just asked you for some manpower, and you bring me an entire regiment. Are you questioning my identity? Yi Fengwu shouted at Yang Lu, who stood rigidly before him. Yang Lu muttered, Instructor, we didn't know you had such plans. Lu, we intended to transfer that military unit from another province. To hell with you. Yi Fengwu kicked Yang Lu, sending him sprawling to the ground. When Yang Lu got up, he still wore a lewd smile. Suddenly, Yi Fengwu frowned and looked up to the right where two indistinct figures were gazing in his direction. Damn it, that woman has spotted me, he thought. His sight surpassed that of ordinary people, and he immediately recognized that the persons on the rooftop of that villa were Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu. Given the woman's intelligence, she must have begun to suspect him. It seemed he needed to find a chance to deal with her. Yi Fengwu's greatest concern was that Luo Yihuang would inform Qin Xing'an about his affairs, as their relationship seemed rather unusual. Yang Lu, oblivious to Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu's presence, grinned and said, Instructor, I have a way to make people doubt your identity. What method? Yi Fengwu shot a glare at Yang Lu. Feigning mystery, Yang Lu replied, They'll just shift the blame and clarify in person that I'm a distant cousin of sister-in-law. Yi Fengwu slapped Yang Lu's head, scolding, Can you be any more foolish? Those are all members of the Qin family. Which of Qing'an's relatives wouldn't recognize them? Yang Lu scratched his head, giving an awkward smile, having forgotten that detail. Yi Fengwu hesitated for a moment and then said, This method isn't entirely unfeasible. Before Yang Lu could respond, he saw Yi Fengwu striding towards the Qin family villa, casting a strange glance towards the rooftop of the distant building. At the gate of the Qin family villa, Qin Guangnan realized that the Qin family was finished. Zhang Yulin's family also recognized that the Zhang group would soon decline, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. In that moment, everyone shared a common question: whose regiment was this, and who possessed such power to mobilize an entire military unit? The most astonished was Qin Shinghan. She couldn't help but suspect that this army was somehow connected to Yi Fengwu, as he always appeared unexpectedly shrouded in mystery and power, embodying secrets that were impossible to decipher. "Forgive my tardiness," a voice suddenly emerged from the ranks of soldiers, followed by the approach of a strikingly handsome man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. Upon seeing him, Qin Shinghan felt her tense heart relax. His presence provided a sense of reassurance. However, Qin Guangnin's dry, aged face displayed a flicker of resentment and deep trepidation upon recognizing Yi Fengwu. He had no doubt that the Qin family was doomed due to this man. How could a rapist associate with someone like Jiang Hao? Yi Fengwu's arrival prompted the surrounding soldiers to stand taller and straighter. Even Lu Hui and Fan Long instinctively puffed out their chests, displaying expressions of deep respect upon seeing Yi Fengwu. "Brother Wu. Brother Wu." Jiang Hao the hyena and Jiang Hao's gang all respectfully called out to Yi Fengwu. This spectacle left Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's family wide-eyed in shock. Initially, when Jiang Hao referred to Qin Shinghan as sister-in-law, they were astonished yet still clung to a glimmer of hope. However, when they heard Jiang Hao address Yi Fengwu as Brother Wu, their shock intensified. What sort of entity had the Qin family offended? Yi Fengwu directly approached Lu Hui and Fan Long, warmly shaking Lu Hui's hand. "Commander, I am Luo Dong's bodyguard. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Luo Dong for your protection of General Qin from our Luo Huang group." Luo Dong mentioned that she would certainly report this to the military district and personally commend you to her military uncle. "Thank you so much." Lu Hui and Fan Long were momentarily taken aback by Yi Fengwu's words, but soon they realized the implications and hurriedly donned smiles. "It's only right, Miss Luo is after all the little princess of our military district." Lu Hui quickly responded, his mind racing. At that moment, everyone suddenly understood that this whole regiment had been summoned by the chairman of the Luo Huang group. Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin had heard rumors about Luo Yuang's significant family background, but the extent of it was previously unknown. She was indeed the little princess of a military family. This revelation would likely spread quickly, and although Yi Fengwu's actions placed a burden on Luo Yuang, it was undoubtedly a twofold victory. Not only did it clear the doubts surrounding him, but it also indirectly intimidated those who sought to assassinate Luo Yihuang. However, if Luo Yihuang learned of this, it was uncertain whether she would trouble Yi Fengwu. Meanwhile, Qin Shinghan's gentle gaze remained fixed on Yi Fengwu, her brows slightly knitted. For some reason, she felt there was something insincere about Yi Fengwu's smile. Yet it seemed only Luo Yihuang could summon such a military force. "Two leaders," Yi Fengwu said again. "If there's nothing else, shouldn't you be leaving?" Though Yi Fengwu's words sounded polite, they carried an undertone of command. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui and Fan Long exchanged glances before quickly nodding. "Withdraw the troops," Fan Long ordered the 2,000 soldiers. In an instant, the fully armed soldiers lined up neatly, boarding trucks and armored vehicles. Within mere minutes, the entire regiment departed the Shishan Villa area with great momentum. Qin Shinghan looked at the despair etched on Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's faces, finally shaking her head before turning to Yi Fengwu and saying, "Let's go." In the end, they were forced to do what they least desired. Had it not been for their violation of her bottom line, Qin Shinghan might never have taken action against the Qin family. Yi Fengwu smiled. "No hurry, not everyone has arrived yet." Qin Shinghan's eyes flickered with confusion at his response. Meanwhile, the faces of Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's family grew pale, once more their hearts nearly unable to bear the weight of impending doom. Could it be? It wasn't over yet. As soon as Yi Fengwu's words fell, a series of wailing sirens erupted. Moments later, 4 or 5 police cars halted at the gate of the Qin family villa, and a dozen officers descended, heading directly towards the small courtyard of the villa. Leading them was the strikingly beautiful Chun Nan. Upon seeing the officers, Qin Guangnan instinctively shrank back. Swish! Chun Nan presented a document to Qin Guangnan, her voice cold as she declared, "Qin Guangnan, Qin Fei, this is an arrest warrant. You are suspected of child abduction. Everything you say will become evidence in court. Come with us." With that, 4 officers produced handcuffs and swiftly arrested Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei. In an instant, the father and son collapsed, utterly defeated. It was over, they were finished. Chun Nan then approached Zhang Yulin and Zhang Gu, snorting, "Zhang Yulin, Zhang Gu, I suspect you are accomplices of Qin Guangnan involved in the case of the abducted girl. You are both coming with us." Hearing this, Zhang Yulin and Zhang Gu turned pale with fear. The former pleaded anxiously, "This is a misunderstanding. We did nothing wrong, we just came to escort the bride." A cold glint appeared in Chun Nan's eyes as she sneered, "Is that so? Forcibly arranging a marriage is a serious crime. You'll be spending years in prison for this. Take them away. Chen Nan's commanding presence and decisive actions prompted even Yi Fengwu standing nearby to suppress applause in approval. However, moments later, Chen Nan's brow furrowed as she scanned the area, seemingly searching for someone. Where's Qin Shou? He's implicated in a case of coercing a young girl. Find him for me. Upon hearing that his beloved grandson had also fallen victim, Qin Guangnan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. This was a push toward the brink of destruction for the Qin family. He pleaded with Qin Qinghan. Qinghan, you too are a member of the Qin family. My body is half in the grave. Oh, I can bear imprisonment, I can face death, but your cousin Qin Shou is still young. You cannot drive him to despair. For the sake of our bloodline, I implore you to show some mercy for your cousin. As he gazed upon Qin Guangnan's tear-streaked face, Qin Qinghan felt a pang of compassion, her tightly clenched lips betraying her desire to speak. Observing this, Yi Fengwu took the initiative to address the situation. Qin Guangnan, you have truly lived a dog's life for the better part of your years. What qualifications do you have to demand recognition as a grandfather from Qinghan? I would ask you this when Qinghan suffered relentless oppression and ridicule from the Qin family, who came to her aid. When she was dismissed from the Qin family and faced endless rejections in her job search, did anyone care about her despair? He continued, when you had people kidnap Jingxi, did you ever consider how she felt abandoned and helpless on the streets? She is innocent and kind-hearted, tirelessly devoted to the Qin family, yet all she received in return was ceaseless oppression. Her only fault was being born into a cold and heartless family. At last, Yi Fengwu waved his hand dismissively at Chen Nan, as if he could no longer bear to look at Qin Guangnan. In response to Yi Fengwu's casual command, Chen Nan shot him an indignant glare before turning to the officers. Take them away. Seeing this, Qin Guangnan descended into utter despair. Indeed, he had never given Qinghan anything, and now he had no face to seek any assistance from her. In that moment, he finally recognized his own mistakes. He had lived a lifetime, and in his coldness, he had forgotten what it meant to be human. Beside him, Qin Ji wore a conflicted expression. After all, Qin Guangnan was his father, and Qin Fei was his elder brother, which left him feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yang Yu seemed to sense Qin Ji's inner turmoil and urgently tugged at his sleeve, hissing, "Stay put. You know well what your father has done over the years. Look at how much Qinghan has contributed to the Qin family. Without her, you would have already faced ruin. Yet your father has spoiled that worthless grandson of his while my daughter Qinghan endures mockery and humiliation from your family every day. If you dare to plead for them, I will divorce you." By the end of her statement, Yang Ye's voice had risen, drawing the attention of both Qin Qinghan and Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu spoke coolly, "Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei have committed criminal acts. Uncle, do you believe that pleading will be of any use? Or do you think a word from Qinghan could absolve them of their crimes for kidnapping my daughter Jingxi?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ji's previously conflicted expression turned bitter. Indeed, he was deluding himself. From Yi Fengwu's tone, he could sense the restrained hatred. It was clear he harbored a deep loathing for the Qin family. He genuinely cared for Qinghan. No matter how fearsome he was as a figure in the underground world, it mattered not as long as he treated Qinghan well. In that moment, even Yang Ye's gaze toward Yi Fengwu lost its previous sharpness, replaced by a subtle wariness and a hint of satisfaction. With him around, who would dare bully their daughter from now on? Qin Qinghan had been standing quietly to the side, but she had already surmised Yi Fengwu's every move and his plans. A dozen officers escorted Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei to the police car, and soon after, 2 officers emerged from the Qin family villa dragging along the legless Qin Shou. "Grandfather, Dad, save me. Please save me," Qin Shou cried in terror. Inside the police car, Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei closed their eyes in defeat, regretting having spoiled the only male heir of the Qin family into a good-for-nothing. Ultimately, Qin Shou was shoved into the police car as well. Who reported the crime? Suddenly, Chen Nan stepped in front of Yi Fengwu, her fierce gaze fixed on him. Yi Fengwu feigned ignorance, glancing at Jiang Hao beside him. Who reported the crime? Jiang Hao's eyes flickered with suspicion before he turned to a nearby hyena, asking, "Who reported the crime?" The hyena looked at a younger thug nearby and inquired, "Did you report the crime?" The younger thug, looking pained, could only nod in resignation under the pressure. Chen Nan glared at Yi Fengwu with gritted teeth. "Get in the car, come with me to give a statement." She knew full well who had made the report, but faced with these ruffians, she had to swallow her pride. After all, without Yi Fengwu's call to the police, how could she help Qinghan seek justice against the Qin family? In the end, after exchanging farewells with Qin Qinghan, Chen Nan departed. Meanwhile, Qin Qinghan was left with mixed feelings, as she understood well that it was Yi Fengwu who had reported the crime. He had allowed her to act without restraint against the Qin family, knowing she might attempt to plead on their behalf, So, he had preemptively reported the crime. Once involved in a criminal case, even her pleas would be futile. It was clear he had severed any escape routes for the Qin family long before. In less than a month, the once glorious Qin family had been completely destroyed by his hand. Thus Qin Shinghan's suspicions deepened. Could he truly be nothing more than a rapist? This only strengthened her resolve to investigate Yi Fengwu's next moves. In the end, the Qin family villa was left with only Yi Fengwu Qin, Qinghan Qin Ji, and his wife, as well as Jiang Hao and his gang of thugs. Even Zhang Yulin's wife Lu may have been taken away by Chun Nin, leaving Zhang Yulin's family facing over 5 years of prison time. At this moment, Jiang Hao, somewhat bashful, approached Qin Shinghan and said, "Sister-in-law, there's something I need your help with." Upon hearing this, an uneasy expression crossed Qin Shinghan's delicate features. Despite Jiang Hao's extraordinary respect towards her, she struggled to overcome her apprehension towards such people. After a moment, she replied, "You want the Donghaika project, don't you?" Realizing that his thoughts had been laid bare by Qin Shinghan, Jiang Hao felt a bit sheepish. He chuckled awkwardly, appearing rather simple in her presence, a far cry from the fearsome East Dragon overlord of Haihua City. Now Jiang Hao seemed more like a younger brother seeking aid from his sister-in-law. A hint of conflict surfaced in Qin Shinghan's eyes. While it was undeniable that Jiang Hao had assisted her on numerous occasions, the Donghaika project was monumental. Developers from all over the country were vying to collaborate with the Luo Wang group, and even Luo Yihuang had yet to decide whom to award the project to. Thus she replied gently, "I will do my best to help you, but I cannot guarantee that I can persuade Director Luo." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's face lit up with delight, and he quickly responded, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Jiang Hao genuinely regarded Qin Shinghan as his sister-in-law, as she was Yi Fengwu's partner, earning her his unwavering respect. Meanwhile, witnessing the formidable East Dragon overlord display such deference toward his daughter left Qin Ji and Yang Yu utterly astonished. Heavens, Qinghan had finally endured her hardships. From this day forth, no one would dare bully her again. They understood that all of this was thanks to the very man they had once scorned and despised. Thereafter, Jiang Hao departed from the Shishan villa with his entourage in tow. Qin Shinghan approached Yi Fengwu and softly asked, "I want to see Jingxi." Yi Fengwu smiled and replied, "Aren't you supposed to deliver the transfer documents to Luo Yihuang? I promise you will see Jingxi when you return home from work." Hesitating for a moment, Qin Shinghan eventually nodded in agreement. Back at Luo Wang Tower, Luo Yihuang had returned to the Luo Wang group ahead of Qin Shinghan. Upon entering her office, she immediately spotted Luo Bingke. Sitting on the sofa next to her was the obedient Jingxi. Frowning, Luo Yihuang asked, "Why did you bring Jingxi to the office?" Luo Bingke, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I've received an urgent task and need to leave immediately. I'm leaving her in your care for now, or her mother will be here shortly to pick her up." Luo Yihuang was fond of Jingxi, so, without hesitation, she nodded in agreement, not even bothering to inquire about who Jingxi's mother was. Luo Bingke reluctantly adjusted the little princess dress on Jingxi, clearly a newly purchased garment. Jingxi's delicate face also reflected a sense of attachment, her big watery eyes seemingly glistening with unshed tears. Though the two had been together for less than 2 days, Luo Bingke genuinely adored this little girl, and for Jingxi, aside from her mother and uncle, this elder sister was the kindest person she had ever known. "Jingxi, when I come back next time, I'll definitely take you to fun places, okay?" Luo Bingke gently kissed Jingxi's small face and spoke softly. Jingxi pouted and nodded, then asked reluctantly, "When will you come back again?" Luo Bingke smiled and replied, "Very soon, because there's someone here who makes me worry a lot." Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion crossed Jingxi's small face as she looked at Luo Bingke and murmured, "Is that about uncle? But uncle said he wants to be my dad." At just 7 years old, Jingxi's intelligence and observational skills seemed to far surpass those of her peers, even outshining many 13 or 14-year-olds. A blush crept into Luo Bingke's eyes, and she chuckled, "Don't worry, I won't be competing with your mother for a man. I was talking about you, you little clever girl." She affectionately tapped Jingxi's nose. Then Luo Bingke stood and approached Luo Yihuang, saying, "With Yi Fengwu by your side, you'll be quite safe. But do be careful not to fall for him. That man is incredibly charming." Luo Yihuang furrowed her brows slightly and replied with a huff, "Rest assured, such a thing will never happen." Compared to Luo Bingke's enchanting allure, Luo Yihuang resembled a snow lotus blooming on an ice mountain, beautiful yet as cold as the frost itself. Melting this ice mountain would likely not be an easy task. Luo Bingke's lips curled into a sly smile as she said, "Don't make such absolute statements or else it could become quite awkward." In response to Luo Bingke's teasing tone, Luo Yihuang merely sniffed coldly. She didn't particularly care for Luo Bing's personality, but among her family this sister was the one she felt closest to. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yihuang suddenly asked, "Can you tell me Yi Fengwu's true identity?" Luo Bingke smiled enchantingly and replied, "With your cleverness you should have already sensed it. But don't tell anyone else, or it might cause him trouble." After saying this, Luo Bingke glanced back at Jing Si, her eyes filled with reluctance before finally leaving Luo Yuang's office. Luo Bing's words plunged Luo Yihuang into deep thought once more as she murmured to herself, "So he truly is a warrior, is he? It seems this man holds far too many secrets." Luo Yihuang also had a fondness for the obedient and sensible Jing Si, so she set aside her work to play with her for a while. Just then Lin Yu suddenly knocked and entered, her expression serious. "Director Luo, I've uncovered something." Luo Yihuang looked up asking, "What is it?" Lin Yu continued, "President Qin's daughter was kidnapped yesterday. It seems to be the work of the Qin family." Luo Yuang's expression immediately turned cold as she pondered for a moment before saying, "No wonder Qin Han has been so worried today. I told her to acquire the Qin family, and her attitude was so resolute. It turns out the Qin family has committed such an atrocious act." Lin Yu added, "The Qin family is finished, but President Qin's daughter seems still to be missing." Luo Yihuang hesitated, then looked down at Jing Si sitting on her lap. She affectionately rubbed Jing Si's small head and said, "Qin Han's personality is always gentle. She's easily indecisive. If she were unsure about her daughter's safety, she wouldn't be so determined to acquire the Qin family." Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully in agreement. In truth, Luo Yihuang had begun to suspect that the little girl sitting on her lap might be Qin Han's daughter. At that moment, Qin Han returned to the company. The instant she pushed open the door to Luo Yuang's office, her gaze fell upon Luo Yihuang sitting on the sofa. On Luo Yuang's lap sat a petite figure. Who else but Jing Si? The two were chatting and laughing in a seemingly intimate manner. In an instant, Qin Han was taken aback, covering her mouth in astonishment. How could she have imagined that Jing Si would appear in her company and be so close with Yihuang? Luo Yihuang smiled at Qin Han and said, "Qin Han, let me introduce you to this little girl. Her name is Jing Si." Qin Han exclaimed, looking at Jing Si with an excited tone. "Mommy!" Jing Si spotted Qin Han and joyfully leaped off Luo Yihuang's lap, charging towards her. Qin Han knelt down to embrace Jing Si, her eyes brimming with concern and longing. Seeing this, Luo Yuang's half-finished sentence abruptly halted. It was as she had suspected all along. At this point, how could she not realize that Luo Bingke had concealed the truth from her from the very beginning? If she wasn't mistaken, Jing Si must have been entrusted to Luo Bingke by Yi Fengwu. That man had known from the start that Qin Han would be merciful towards the Qin family. Thus, even though he had rescued Jing Si early on, he chose to hide her instead of returning her to Qin Han, leaving no chance for the Qin family to survive. What a cunning fellow he was. Qin Han held Jing Si close before turning her gaze back to Luo Yihuang, asking in surprise, "Yihuang, how did Jing Si end up with you?" A peculiar expression flickered in Luo Yuang's eyes as she smiled and said, "The little girl has been at my home since noon yesterday. My sister has been taking care of her. If I'm not mistaken, someone must have entrusted Jing Si to my sister." Upon hearing this, surprise filled Qin Han's eyes, but she quickly realized something, her heart suddenly sinking with bitterness. Meanwhile, Yi Fengwu had left the Shishan villa, heading towards the villa where Luo Yihuang resided. He planned to bring Jing Si before Qin Han when she returned home from work. Just as Yi Fengwu stepped out of the taxi, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed a name, Yao Jing. After answering, he heard Luo Bing's alluring voice on the other end. "Crazy man, I have a sudden mission, and we will have to part for a while." Though her voice was enchanting as a siren, one could sense her reluctance to part from Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu felt helpless. After all, her identity was special. He asked, "What about Jing Si?" Luo Bingke replied, "Don't worry, your precious daughter is fine. My sister is playing with her at the company." "What?" Yi Fengwu's expression changed, his voice rising in urgency. "How could you leave Jing Si with Luo Yihuang?" Luo Bingke laughed lightly. "Do you think my sister would harm your daughter? Don't worry, she adores Jing Si. Oh, I wish I could have a daughter like you too." Having said that, Luo Bingke hung up, her teasing tone evident. Yi Fengwu's face darkened, and a bitter feeling surged within him. Qin Han had probably arrived at the company. If she discovered Jing Si was there, she would surely inquire, and Luo Yihuang would have to reveal the truth. If Qin Han were to find out that Jing Si had already been at Luo Yuang's home for a day with her intelligence, she would definitely figure out that he had rescued Jing Si long ago and hidden her away, intending to instill hatred towards the Qin family in her heart to deal with them resolutely. "It's over," Yi Fengwu thought, his head throbbing. He quickly called Lu Hui, saying, "I'm coming over to stay the night." "Instructor, has your wife kicked you out again?" Lu Hui asked directly, as this was not the first time. Less chatter. Fengwu gritted his teeth and hung up. However, just after he hung up, another call came in. Looking down, he saw it was from Qin Xinghan. Night Wind Wu felt an inexplicable trepidation as he hesitated to answer the phone. He was known as the Blood Wolf King, a fearsome warrior revered in the military. Over the years, he had faced countless missions, and even amidst the chaos of gunfire, he had never flinched. Yet when it came to Qin Xinghan, he instinctively felt a sense of defeat, not because he feared her, but because his love for her ran so deep. Their relationship was delicate, any flaw could jeopardize what they had built. After much internal deliberation, Night Wind Wu finally pressed the answer button, resigned to whatever fate awaited him. Hello, Xinghan. I have some matters to attend to today, so I might not come home to sleep, he said with a sheepish smile. At that moment, his heart raced, dreading that Qin Xinghan might harbor resentment towards him. Thank you for saving Jingxi. I had planned to cook dinner for you, but since you won't be coming back then, Uncle Mommy is making something delicious today. You must come home for dinner. Soon Qin Xinghan's gentle voice filled the phone, followed by Jingxi's excited voice. Hearing this, Night Wind Wu's initial tension faded. He detected no trace of anger in Qin Xinghan's tone. Perhaps this meant he could. He quickly changed the subject, saying, Xinghan, I'll be home shortly. What ingredients do you need? I can pick them up. Qin Xinghan replied, Aren't you busy? Feeling awkward, Night Wind Wu mustered the courage to explain, Actually, that friend had an unexpected situation, so we rescheduled. Oh, in that case, could you buy a fish? I'll cook it when I get back, Qin Xinghan suggested, her voice still warm. Sure, I'll go get it right away. Night Wind Wu agreed, hurrying off to the supermarket. By 7 o'clock, the sounds of Qin Xinghan cooking filled the kitchen, while Night Wind Wu eagerly helped by washing vegetables. He stole glances at her and noticed no sign of resentment, which eased his tense heart. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that she seemed particularly radiant that day. Though focused on her cooking, Qin Xinghan was acutely aware of Night Wind Wu's lingering gaze, causing her cheeks to flush deeper. She was at a loss for how to tell him to stop staring. Finally, a dish was ready, and she intended to serve it outside to avoid his unwavering gaze. However, as she turned, she realized the kitchen was too cramped, forcing her to brush closely against him. What frustrated her further was that Night Wind Wu made no move to step aside or help her. He merely gazed intently at her blushing face. This made Qin Xinghan even more bashful, her heart racing uncontrollably, her face feeling like it was on fire. Why you need to let me pass, she murmured, her head bowed, a hint of reproach in her voice. With wet hands, Night Wind Wu didn't dare to touch her, but remained captivated by her exquisitely flushed face. Qin Xinghan felt tears prickling her eyes from embarrassment, sensing that he was intentionally blocking her path. Then you take it out, she insisted, handing the prepared dish to Night Wind Wu. With a mischievous grin, he replied, No rush, I'm not that hungry yet. My dear, I've noticed you look exceptionally beautiful today. Night Wind Wu had expected Qin Xinghan to scold him for hiding Jingxi, but instead she gazed at him with a softness that surpassed her usual demeanor. He remained oblivious to her true feelings. Although she had been upset with him, she wasn't unreasonable. She understood that everything he did was for her sake. The actions of the Qin family were indeed unforgivable, and thus she felt she had no right to blame Night Wind Wu. They stood facing each other for nearly 2 minutes, and as Qin Xinghan's shyness morphed into impatience, Night Wind Wu showed no intention of moving aside. With a resigned shake of her head, as if making a decision, her face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before darting past him, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. Night Wind Wu felt a surge of excitement. Though it was a fleeting moment, it confirmed that Qin Xinghan was beginning to truly accept him. Soon the three of them sat down at the dining table, and Qin Xinghan's cheeks retained a rosy hue. Night Wind Wu was astonished at her shyness. At that moment, Jingxi looked at Qin Xinghan and asked, Mommy, are you hot? Your face is really red. Night Wind Wu chuckled, teasing, Your mommy's face is red because she did something embarrassing. Jingxi, perceptive as ever, caught the implication and giggled. Qin Xinghan blushed deeper, casting a reproachful glance at Night Wind Wu. Mommy, can we go to the zoo the day after tomorrow? Jingxi suddenly asked. Night Wind Wu chimed in, I promised Jingxi I'd take her to the zoo. We can all go together. At this, Qin Xinghan hesitated, then apologetically said to Jingxi, Can we do it another time? Mommy has a business trip the day after tomorrow. Night Wind Wu was taken aback by her news, and his brow furrowed as he noticed a slight evasion in her eyes after she spoke. Qin Xinghan wasn't skilled at lying, and he sensed that something was amiss. Jingxi nodded, visibly disappointed. Okay then. Seeing her disheartened expression, Qin Xinghan felt a pang of guilt. Jingxi had long wanted to visit the zoo, but during her time at the Qin Corporation, Qin Xinghan had been too busy, scarcely able to take her to the amusement park. After a moment of hesitation, she suggested, how about Uncle and Aunt Shushi accompany you instead? Jing Si's delicate features lit up with excitement. Aunt Shushi is coming. That's great. Yes, she'll arrive the day after tomorrow, Qin Qinghan replied with a gentle smile. Night Windwu was hearing about Jing Si's aunt for the first time. At that moment, Qin Qinghan shyly turned to Night Windwu and said softly, could you help me pick up my cousin from the train station the day after tomorrow? Of course, no problem, he replied, feeling pleased that she entrusted Jing Si to him, a sign of her trust. He then asked, are you really going on a business trip? Where to? Qin Qinghan lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. It's a last-minute business negotiation, not too far. If all goes well, I should be back by evening. Night Windwu studied her closely, knowing she was not being entirely truthful, but he chose not to confront her. It appeared that she still held on to hope. My cousin's name is Yang Shushi. She's my uncle's daughter and studies at Haicheng University. I'll let her know you'll be picking her up, Qin Qinghan explained gently. Consider it done, Night Windwu assured her confidently. Thank you, she said softly before returning to her meal. The next day, Qin Qinghan drove her luxurious BMW, dropping Jing Si off at school, before heading to the Luowan group with Yi Fengwu. Good morning, President Qin. Hello, President Qin. Upon entering the company gates, all the employees of Luowan group greeted Qin Qinghan politely. Although she had only been with the company for 2 or 3 days, every employee held a genuine admiration for this young president. This respect stemmed not only from her commanding presence at the celebration banquet, but also from her association with a powerful figure who was on familiar terms with Jiang Hao. If this alone inspired awe among the employees, then the recent acquisition of the Qin family by President Qin had won their wholehearted approval. Qin Qinghan, dressed in a light-colored trench coat with her tall figure and exquisite appearance rivaling the icy beauty of Luo Yihuang, undoubtedly became the center of attention as she walked through the office. Yi Fengwu followed her like a bodyguard. At that moment, Lin Yu approached them politely, stating, President Qin, there's a meeting at 9 that requires your presence. Qin Qinghan nodded gently, saying, okay, you'll prepare. With that, she made her way to the elevator, with Yi Fengwu closely following. However, he had barely taken 2 steps before Lin Yu blocked his path. Yi Fengwu rolled his eyes, looking puzzled, and asked, what's up? With an expressionless face, Lin Yu replied, Director Luo wants to see you. Hearing this, a strange smile flickered in Yi Fengwu's eyes as he responded, lead the way. Luo Yihuang requesting to see Yi Fengwu undoubtedly indicated she wished to keep her identity concealed from Qin Qinghan. She was a shrewd woman, aware that revealing herself would offer her no advantages. Lin Yu impassively entered another elevator, and Yi Fengwu nonchalantly followed her inside. In the cramped space of the elevator, Yi Fengwu stood behind Lin Yu, catching a faint scent of her fragrance. Though he did not have a strong impression of Lin Yu, he could discern her capable demeanor. Each day she arrived at work clad in a fitted business suit that accentuated her nearly perfect figure. Lin Yu quietly focused on the elevator's ascending indicator light. For a moment, the silence in the elevator was palpable, as if a pin could be heard dropping. She sensed a pair of eyes fixed on her from behind, and even her typically aloof demeanor felt slightly uncomfortable. Hence, she hoped the elevator would ascend faster, reluctant to share such a confined space with a man. Yi Fengwu seemed to sense the tension breaking the silence. Luo Yihuang isn't planning to dock my pay, is she? You should know I also played a part in yesterday's acquisition of the Qin family. Yi Fengwu was aware that both Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu had seen him at the Shishan villa, where he had been reprimanding Yang Lu. Lin Yu kept her gaze on the elevator's indicator light, offering no response, which left Yi Fengwu feeling somewhat awkward, prompting him to close his mouth. Soon they arrived at Luo Yihuang's office, where she was reviewing a folder. She glanced up at Yi Fengwu before returning her attention to the documents. Without a hint of restraint, Yi Fengwu sat down on the sofa, causing Lin Yu's brow to furrow. To make matters worse, Yi Fengwu lit a cigarette. Seeing this, Lin Yu's expression darkened further. She picked up a cup and walked over, saying, put that out. Yi Fengwu, having just taken a puff, was clearly reluctant to extinguish it. Lin Yu, why don't you step out for a moment? Luo Yihuang suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu shot Yi Fengwu a glare, while he wore a faintly mischievous look in his eyes. In truth, Yi Fengwu was well aware that Lin Yu held a certain disdain for him, though he was uncertain of how he had offended her. Lin Yu placed the cup on the coffee table in front of Yi Fengwu before leaving the office. Luo Yihuang closed the folder in her hands and approached Yi Fengwu, taking a seat opposite him on the sofa. Did the Luo family send you? Luo Yihuang asked directly. Yi Fengwu replied calmly. Your family may be illustrious, but it doesn't grant you the authority to issue me commands. However, you are not entirely wrong. As a revered military figure in China, the Blood Wolf King Yi Fengwu was not directly subject to commands from the Luo family, despite his protective mission for Luo Yihuang being closely tied to them. Luo Yuang's stunning ice-like beauty remained composed, showing no sign of surprise at having correctly guessed his background. She pressed on, "What is your purpose in getting close to Qing Han?" Yi Fengwu's expression was nonchalant as he replied, "Beautiful lady, my duty is to protect you, but that doesn't mean I can't have a personal life." Luo Yihuang scoffed, "What about my sister?" Yi Fengwu's face fell, feeling a pang of discomfort at the mention of that enchantress. He replied bitterly, "You don't really think your sister would marry me, do you?" Luo Yuang's expression remained neutral as she said, "But you are the only man she has ever loved." Each time she considered that her proud sister could fall for someone like Yi Fengwu, Luo Yihuang found it hard to believe. Yi Fengwu's brows furrowed slightly. His feelings for Luo Bingke were complicated. He admired her gentle side when she was calm, but feared her capricious nature. Once he had genuinely considered marrying that siren, yet she had never discussed a future with him. Moreover, despite knowing he had feelings for Qin Han, she had shown no signs of anger. "What do you want to say?" Yi Fengwu asked, his gaze steady on Luo Yihuang. Luo Yihuang replied coolly, "I have looked into you. Your record before and after prison is a blank slate. Not long ago you suddenly appeared in Haihua City. If your purpose is indeed to protect me, then you shouldn't have sought out Qin Han first and shamelessly moved into her home." Yi Fengwu retorted, "You know very well that the information of Special Forces soldiers is classified. As for why I approached Qin Han first, I already mentioned I have my own personal life." "Is that so?" Luo Yihuang scoffed, continuing, 8 years ago when 16-year-old Qin Han was drugged and assaulted, your imprisonment coincided closely with that time. Tell me, is it truly a coincidence that such events transpired in the same city?" As she concluded, Luo Yihuang fixed a cold, threatening gaze on Yi Fengwu. His expression darkened. He knew Luo Yihuang was astute, but he had underestimated her insight. Luo Yihuang continued, "Let's assume this is merely coincidence. On your first day in Haihua City, you had no prior connection with Qin Han, yet attended Qin Guangnin's birthday celebration, where you publicly engaged her with the heart of the Azure Sea. You have many qualities I dislike, but I must admit that in some respects you excel. However, you seem indifferent to Qin Han's plight, while treating Jing Si like your daughter. Is that also a coincidence?" Yi Fengwu flicked the cigarette, but into the cup, his expression cold as he demanded, "What exactly do you want?" He sensed that Luo Yihuang was aware of more than she let on. Luo Yihuang replied simply, "Qin Han is my friend, my only friend. I do not wish for her to be harmed in any way." Yi Fengwu countered, "Qin Han is my wife. Why would I hurt her?" A glimmer of coldness flickered in Luo Yihuang's eyes as she replied, "Is that so?" If she were to learn that the man who had once harmed her is the same person who has brought her hope again, how would she react? Would she continue to tolerate your presence, or would she revert to the despondent woman she once was, forever trapped in her pain? As he heard those words, Yi Fengwu's expression twisted in turmoil. This was the very concern that had plagued him. Once his identity was exposed with Qin Han's temperament, he would surely fall apart. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much Qin Han would come to loathe him. Unconsciously, Yi Fengwu turned his cold gaze toward Luo Yihuang, his voice dripping with disdain as he scoffed, "Are you threatening me?" "You may interpret it that way," Luo Yihuang replied nonchalantly. With a sudden burst of fury, Yi Fengwu's eyes glinted with malice as he sprang to his feet, lunging at Luo Yihuang like a ferocious beast. Taken aback, Luo Yihuang was momentarily paralyzed with fear. She never expected Yi Fengwu to react so violently to her words. Yet how could she possibly comprehend the significant place that Qin Han held in Yi Fengwu's heart? Yi Fengwu's speed was blinding, and before Luo Yihuang could even think of dodging, he had her pinned down. As she felt the weight of his masculine presence, disgust flooded her eyes. She knew he wouldn't kill her, but his brutish demeanor left her uncertain of what he might do next. Regret washed over her for having spoken those words. "If you dare disclose this matter to Qin Han, I will not let you off the hook." Yi Fengwu hissed, his teeth clenched as he stared into her icy visage mere inches away. He could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. With her hands firmly held down, Luo Yihuang struggled in vain, unable to break free, and worse still, his breath was hot against her face. Holding her breath in revulsion, she gritted her teeth and said, "Let me go first." Yi Fengwu scoffed, "You're a clever woman. You know I pose no threat to you. Without me, you would have been dead more than once. I was assigned to protect you, and all you need to do is cooperate and avoid trouble. As for my relationship with Qin Han, stay out of it." Luo Yihuang understood that if she didn't offer him some assurance, who knew what vile actions he might resort to. Thus she clenched her jaw and said, "It's not impossible for me to keep your secret, but you cannot continue to disrespect me like this." At her words, the fury in Yi Fengwu's eyes vanished without a trace, replaced by a calm smile. "You should have said so sooner." With that, Yi Fengwu leisurely released her hands. However, as he stood up, he barely managed to avoid a swift kick from Luo Yihuang, aimed at his legs. It seemed he had anticipated her counterattack, and he easily sidestepped her attempt. Shameless scoundrel, Luo Yihuang muttered, knowing she couldn't outmaneuver him and resorting to a sharp insult. Yi Fengwu chuckled. Do you have any further commands, Director Luo? Get lost, she retorted coldly, wishing she could kill him on the spot. Yi Fengwu, sensing her displeasure, sauntered toward the office door, perhaps to seek solace from his wife, where he might sweeten his mood a bit. Just as he reached the doorway, a thought struck him, and he turned back. At that moment, Luo Yihuang had just stood up, smoothing her clothes with an icy expression filled with anger. Instinctively, she took a few steps back upon seeing him return. Could I request some funding? He asked. What do you mean? Luo Yihuang clearly did not grasp his intent. Yi Fengwu, steeling himself, continued. You know we are here to protect you. Without weapons and resources, we cannot ensure your safety, so this funding should come from you. Luo Yihuang was nearly amused by his audacity. Why should I? This is your mission. Clearly reluctant to part with the money, Luo Yihuang shot back. Aren't you supposed to handle this? Yi Fengwu, growing frustrated, retorted. My 3 brothers are staying in 5-star hotels, eating instant noodles to protect you. One of them nearly lost his life at the airport because of your distrust. Shouldn't I be allowed to request some funding? Her anger faltered for a moment as Luo Yihuang recalled the last incident when those 3 men had indeed been injured while protecting her, one even being knocked unconscious by the assassins. However, she couldn't resist a sarcastic jab. If they stayed in a cheaper hotel, perhaps they wouldn't be so strapped for cash. With a stern face, Yi Fengwu replied, Enough chatter. Will you give it or not? Although she detested him, Luo Yihuang was not heartless. Yi Fengwu did not seem to be lying, and those 3 men had saved her life. Thus she responded, How much do you need? 1 million or so will suffice, he said. 1 million. Luo Yihuang was taken aback by his shameless demand. Do you think I run a bank? No way. Yi Fengwu, losing his temper, shot back. You don't have 1 million. When you asked me to take you back, you promised me 10 billion. Mentioning that incident ignited a fire in Luo Yihuang's eyes as she glared at him. Don't think I've forgotten how you pretended to be a kidnapper just to make your brothers feel avenged. Unfazed by her accusation, Yi Fengwu shrugged. That was a flawless plan. Recalling the rough treatment she had endured from him, Luo Yihuang's anger surged. Grinding her teeth, she coldly declared, Get 100,000 from finance. 1 million. Yi Fengwu countered, unwilling to budge. 500,000, she insisted. 800,000. He relented a bit, growing anxious. 400,000. She continued, casually returning to her desk. At her words, Yi Fengwu felt defeated. Bargaining with this woman was clearly a losing battle. Throwing his hands up in mock surrender, he said, Fine, 100,000 it is. Without waiting for Luo Yihuang to respond, he hurriedly left the office, fearing she might change her mind again. Scoundrel, she muttered as she watched him flee, feeling humiliated by his advances more than once. Yet she knew that aside from his identity, she had no means to threaten him. Even her life depended on his protection. Yi Fengwu successfully withdrew 100,000 from the finance department and promptly transferred it to Lin Chong. As he prepared to flirt with Qin Xinghan in her office, he suddenly spotted a middle-aged man standing hesitantly outside her door. His expression was tense and apologetic, his hand hovering indecisively over the doorknob. That man looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to be Liang Xinghua, the one who had questioned Qin Xinghan at the celebration banquet. After a moment of hesitation, Liang Xinghua finally knocked on Qin Xinghan's door. Qin Xinghan was organizing materials for a 9 o'clock meeting when she heard the knock. She softly said, Come in. The door opened, and Liang Xinghua stepped in with a nervous expression, forcing a strained smile. President Qin, I'm here to apologize. Qin Xinghan was taken aback to see Liang Xinghua, the company's vice president, who had made significant contributions. Without her, he would have been the natural choice for the executive president. Just 2 days prior, he had made his stance clear at the celebration banquet, only to be reprimanded by Jiang Hao. She quickly stood up and said, Vice President Liang, let bygones be bygones. I will still need your support in the future. Liang Xinghua was taken aback by her graciousness and hastily waved his hands. President Qin, please don't joke. We all recognize your capabilities. I'm here to sincerely apologize for what happened 2 days ago, and I hope you can give me a chance to make amends. His attitude was exceedingly humble, and his eyes were filled with a mix of conflict and desperation. Qin Xinghan sensed that Liang Xinghua was not merely here to apologize, he likely had other matters to discuss. However, she maintained her composure and smiled politely. Vice President Liang, let's not dwell on the past. The meeting is about to start. If you have no other matters, we can head to the conference room now. Hearing this, Liang Xinghua admired Qin Xinghan's magnanimity, but appeared hesitant, his eyes betraying his inner turmoil. After a long pause, he finally bit his lip, and to Qin Shinghan's astonishment, suddenly knelt before her. Startled, Qin Shinghan quickly stepped aside, confused. Vice President Liang, I truly didn't take the incident to heart. There's no need for this. Liang Xinghua, however, did not feel ashamed of his actions. Instead, he grew increasingly anxious. With his head bowed, he pleaded, President Qin, please save my son. Just yesterday, his son had been forcibly taken by a group while driving home. Liang Xinghua knew who his son had offended, and if he did nothing, his son's life would be in grave danger. Qin Shinghan was taken aback, her brows furrowing. Vice President Liang, what happened to your son? With tears streaming down his face, he replied, my wayward son may be a bit mischievous, but he has never done anything truly wrong. I've always let him be. However, a few days ago, he drank too much at a bar and ended up offending someone in the underworld. Last night, he was kidnapped. If you don't help me, my son will certainly die. As he spoke, Liang Xingguo's grief deepened, eliciting a flicker of sympathy from Qin Shinghan, who had a soft heart. Nonetheless, her expression was one of distress. Vice President Liang, why would you think I could help you? He wept. Everyone knows that even the notorious Jiang Hao calls you sister-in-law. If you just give him a call, he won't ignore you. At that moment, Qin Shinghan felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. How could she bring herself to call Jiang Hao? She was trying to avoid those people, yet they had been helping her, and her debts to them were mounting. Besides, with Yi Fengwu by her side, did she really want to get involved with the underworld? Just then, Yi Fengwu unexpectedly entered the room. Seeing him, Qin Shinghan instinctively felt a measure of relief. His presence always brought her comfort. She cast a pleading glance in his direction. Yi Fengwu pretended not to notice her silent plea and strolled over to her desk with a sly grin, casually taking a seat in her swivel chair. To her dismay, he even propped his feet up on the desk, exuding an air of nonchalance. Was he here to relish in her discomfort? Qin Shinghan felt a pang of bitterness and shot him a playful glare. Liang Xinghua noticed Yi Fengwu as well and recognized the man's menacing nature, feeling an instinctive wariness toward him. Qin Shinghan shook her head helplessly and then said to Liang Xinghua, you might as well ask him for help. She cast the burden onto Yi Fengwu. Yi Fengwu raised an eyebrow, clearly caught off guard by her suggestion. Seeing his reaction, Qin Shinghan lowered her head, her expression softening and becoming endearingly vulnerable. Liang Xinghua looked at Yi Fengwu, his eyes filled with trepidation. Brother Wu, please help save my son. Liang Xinghua will repay you for this favor in any way I can. Having heard Jiang Hao refer to Yi Fengwu as Brother Wu, Liang Xinghua followed suit. Yi Fengwu lazily lit a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke, unfazed. Sorry, if my wife doesn't agree to help, I definitely can't intervene. Though he hadn't elaborated, it was clear he was unwilling to make that call. In a panic, Liang Xinghua turned to Qin Shinghan with desperate eyes. Qin Shinghan felt helpless. She knew exactly what Yi Fengwu was implying. He was forcing her to make that call, to reach out to those people. With determination surfacing in her gaze, she approached Yi Fengwu and said, then give me Jiang Hao's phone number. I'll call him myself. Yi Fengwu's lips curled into a faint smile as he leisurely retrieved his phone and pulled up Jiang Hao's number. Qin Shinghan eagerly took the phone to make the call, but Yi Fengwu swiftly snatched it back. Frowning, she complained, didn't you tell me to call? Yi Fengwu glanced at another phone on the desk irritably, saying, I'll recite the number to you. You can use your own phone. For the first time, Qin Shinghan felt the urge to scold him for being unreasonable. However, she had no other option and picked up her phone. Yi Fengwu mischievously recited Jiang Hao's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and Qin Shinghan's expression tightened with anxiety. Who is this? Came Jiang Hao's deep, commanding voice, filled with authority. Qin Shinghan's face stiffened as she nervously replied, hello, I'm Qin Shinghan, sister-in-law. Jiang Hao's surprised tone indicated he hadn't expected her call. Qin Shinghan bit her lip, taking a deep breath before continuing, I need to ask you for a favor. Jiang Hao responded with a smile, sister-in-law, feel free to ask. As long as I can do it, I will certainly oblige. His tone indicated his willingness to help without hesitation, even without knowing the details of her request.